taken no position on the death penalty. Brian Stevenson is executive director of the Alabama Capital Representation Resource Center. Since graduating from Harvard Law School and the Kennedy School of Government, he's devoted his career to defending death row in prisoners in the Deep South. He's the author of several manuals on death penalty litigation. Finally, Stephen Bright is director of the Southern Center for Human Rights in Atlanta, which specializes in defending death row inmates. He teaches a course on capital punishment at Yale Law School, and this fall will be teaching a course on capital punishment at Harvard Law School. Now, I wonder if he'll teach those two courses the same way. When I was in law school, Yale had a course called Debtors' Rights, and the same course at Harvard was called Creditors' Rights. Anyway, I wield the gavel here. My name is Mike Kinsley. I'm ordinarily at CNN, but I've been elevated for this occasion. There are strict time limits on all speakers, and anyone who fails to adhere to them will be taken out and shot. And with that understanding, I call upon Mr. Buckley to come to his team's podium and propose tonight's motion. Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Chairman, The Economist of London recently wrote that, quote, one of the most striking differences between the United States and other industrial countries is America's enthusiasm for execution. If America has so great an enthusiasm for execution, America must be most fearfully frustrated. We have had 238 executions since their constitutional revalidation in 1976, which is to say, an average of less than 15 executions per year. During the 18 years since Gregg, we have had about 350,000 murders. If you want the ratio, that makes for about 1,400 murders per execution. Mathematicians in the company can check that. And finally, there are 2,800 men and women on death row. If our enthusiasm was so great to execute them, one would think there'd be 200 of them left alive tomorrow and none the next day. America has no shortage of electricity. But our lust to execute has generated the longest judicial foreplay in history, some of it, Mr. Chairman, the handiwork of the captain of the negative team, whose idea of the ultimate civil liberty boils down to the right to get yourself killed without any consequences to the killer. Last week, John Wayne Getty was executed for crimes committed in 1980. It's widely alleged that the people who get executed have lousy lawyers. Well, who was the lousy lawyer who kept Mr. Getty alive for 14 years?
Gacy,
against the cosmic drive, we don't want to offend his memory, against the cosmic drive of American enthusiasm to execute and the scarcity of legal talent. What is going on in America is that the abolitionists are hoisted by their own petard. They struggled for years and continue to do so to make effective justice impossible. Along comes Mr. William Rehnquist, Chief Justice, who petitions the legal community to cut down on the number of applications of a condemned prisoner pleading habeas corpus, the number they can make to the federal courts. These have been unlimited and have the effect of keeping high the population of the death houses. Mr. Rehnquist has been saying for years, in effect, look, if the legislatures want capital punishment for certain kinds of crimes for which the Supreme Court has authorized capital punishment, let them get on with it. If they don't want it, let them repeal those laws. But don't try at one and the same time to live according to the law and to frustrate the law. All that happens when you do that is a waste of judicial time and the frustration of the democratic process. 30 years ago, over 50% of the U.S. opposed capital punishment. Now, 80% approve of it. How come? Have we as a nation drifted towards necrophilia? There is another explanation, namely that societies tend to mobilize their resources as provoked. The latest drive to exterminate capital punishment by introducing phony objections to it issues appropriately from Senator Teddy Kennedy. His current civil rights bill says something along the lines of, unless the number of people sentenced to death exactly represents the ethnic percentage of the population, no executions. That would mean forget murders by black Americans who kill mostly other black Americans. Consider Japanese Americans. They kill practically nobody. Don't ask why. That's another inquiry. They just plain don't. That means that if, to use round figures, there are 1 million Japanese, 20 million blacks, 200 million whites, then unless on execution day we have in mind 1 Japanese convicted to death, 20 blacks, and 200 whites, you can't execute anybody. Proponents of capital punishment are going to end up having to bribe Japanese to kill more people, to say nothing of whites. We contend, finally, that capital punishment is consistent with regnant ideals of justice and morality. Samuel Johnson once said that if from a longboat cast adrift he espied the profile of an island and could detect the outline of a gallows, he would know that he was approaching a place civilized enough to attach the highest importance to human life.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser, open the case for the opposing team.
The poverty of Mr. Buckley's arguments are best reflected by the fact that he offered none. Instead, he mischaracterized ours. The only justification, the argument we're having today, is whether the death penalty is a suitable and justifiable alternative to life in prison. That is what the argument is about. There are only two possible justifications for the position that the death penalty is justifiable. One is that it deters people, that it lowers the homicide rate and makes us safer. The second is that even if it doesn't deter people, it's morally justified. You take a life, you give your own, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Both reasons sound plausible. Neither is supported by the factual evidence. The fact is that there is no credible evidence, none, that having the death penalty deters homicide, lowers the homicide rates, or makes any of us safer. In states that have it, the homicide rate is just about the same as states that do not. In contiguous states like Michigan and Indiana, which are pretty much the same demographically, one doesn't have it, one does, the homicide rates are pretty much the same. Canada abolished the death penalty a while ago and instituted strict gun control laws. The homicide rate has gone down every year since. In states that have reinstituted the death penalty or abolished it, no discernible change was seen. The moral argument is equally bankrupt. The fact is that nobody believes in killing everybody who kills. Of all the people who are convicted of homicide, only about 2% get sentenced to death. Only 2%. If he was serious about the moral argument, it would have to be more than that. Then the question is, who are these unlucky 2%? Which 98% get long prison sentences? Which 2% get chosen in this lottery of death? Is it because of the viciousness of their crime? No. Richard Speck sits in jail with a life sentence. So does Jeffrey Dahmer. So does Sirhan Sirhan. So does Charlie Manson. It has very little to do with the viciousness of the crime. All the studies show that the major determinant of who are those 2% who are sentenced to death have to do with the race of the victim and the class of the perpetrator. If the race of the victim is white, there is an overwhelming likelihood that the person convicted of the murder will be sentenced to death. And if the person is poor, they will almost always be sentenced to death. Think of whether or not you can ever remember an affluent murderer getting the death sentence. I can't think of one. The fact is that if you don't have the capital, you get the punishment. If we cannot administer the death penalty fairly, and if it does not make us safer, how can we, in justice, continue to use it at all? Why isn't life in prison well enough?
Thank you. Mayor Koch and President Botstein. Leon, Ed, Mr. Koch, Mr. Botstein, ascend to the podium. Mr. Koch has 1.5 minutes to make an opening argument. Anyway, I would occasion and Buckley.
Mr. Chairman, The Economist of London recently wrote that, quote, one of the most striking differences between the United States and other industrial countries is America's enthusiasm for execution. If America has so great an enthusiasm for execution, America must be most fearfully frustrated. We have had 238 executions since their constitutional revalidation in 1976, which is to say, an average of less than 15 executions per year. During the 18 years since Gregg, we have had about 350,000 murders. If you want the ratio, that makes for about 1,400 murders per execution. Mathematicians in the company can check that. And finally, there are 2,800 men and women on death row. If our enthusiasm was so great to execute them, one would think there'd be 200 of them left alive tomorrow, none the next day. America has no shortage of electricity. But our lust to execute has generated the longest judicial foreplay in history, some of it, Mr. Chairman, the handiwork of the captain of the negative team, whose idea of the ultimate civil liberty boils down to the right to get yourself killed without any consequences to the killer. Last week, John Wayne Gacy was executed for crimes committed in 1980. It's widely alleged that the people who get executed have lousy lawyers. Well, who was the lousy lawyer who kept Mr. Gacy alive for 14 years?
Gacy,
against Gacy, okay. Against the cosmic drive, we don't want to offend his memory. Against the cosmic drive of American enthusiasm to execute and the scarcity of legal talent. What is going on in America is that the abolitionists are hoisted by their own petard. They struggled for years and continue to do so to make effective justice impossible. Along comes Mr. William Rehnquist, Chief Justice, who petitions the legal community to cut down on the number of applications of a condemned prisoner pleading habeas corpus, the number they can make to the federal courts. These have been unlimited and have the effect of keeping high the population of the death houses. Mr. Rehnquist has been saying for years, in effect, look, if the legislatures want capital punishment for certain kinds of crimes for which the Supreme Court has authorized capital punishment, let them get on with it. If they don't want it, let them repeal those laws, but don't try at one and the same time to live according to the law and to frustrate the law. That happens when you do that is a waste of judicial time and the frustration of the democratic process. 30 years ago, over 50% of the U.S. opposed capital punishment. Now, 80% approve of it. How come? Have we as a nation drifted towards necrophilia? There is another explanation, namely that societies tend to mobilize their resources as provoked. The latest drive to exterminate capital punishment by introducing phony objections to it issues appropriately from Senator Teddy Kennedy. His current civil rights bill says something along the lines of, unless the number of people sentenced to death exactly represents the ethnic percentage of the population, no execution. That would mean forget murders by Black Americans who kill mostly other Black Americans. Consider Japanese Americans. They kill practically nobody. Don't ask why. That's another inquiry. They just plain don't. That means that if, to use round figures, there are 1 million Japanese, 20 million blacks, 200 million whites, then unless on execution day we have in mind 1 Japanese convicted to death, 20 blacks, and 200 whites, you can't execute anybody. Proponents of capital punishment are going to end up having to bribe Japanese to kill more people, to say nothing of whites. We contend, finally, that capital punishment is consistent with regnant ideals of justice and morality. Samuel Johnson once said that if from a longboat cast adrift he espied the profile of an island and could detect the outline of a gallows, he would know that he was approaching a place civilized enough to attach the highest importance to human life.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser, open the case for the opposing team.
The poverty of Mr. Buckley's arguments are best reflected by the fact that he offered none. Instead, he mischaracterized ours. The only justification, the argument we're having today, is whether the death penalty is a suitable and justifiable alternative to life in prison. That is what the argument is about. There are only 2 possible justifications for the position that the death penalty is justifiable. One is that it deters people, that it lowers the homicide rate and makes us safer. The second is that even if it doesn't deter people, it's morally justified. You take a life, you give your own. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Both reasons sound plausible. Neither is supported by the factual evidence. The fact is that there is no credible evidence, none, that having the death penalty deters homicide, lowers the homicide rates, or makes any of us safer. In states that have it, the homicide rate is just about the same as states that do not. In contiguous states like Michigan and Indiana, which are pretty much the same demographically, one doesn't have it, one does. The homicide rates are pretty much the same. Canada abolished the death penalty a while ago and instituted strict gun control laws. The homicide rate has gone down every year since. In states that have reinstituted the death penalty or abolished it, no discernible change was seen. The moral argument is equally bankrupt. The fact is that nobody believes in killing everybody who kills. Of all the people who are convicted of homicide, only about 2% get sentenced to death. Only 2%. If we were serious about the moral argument, it would have to be more than that. Then the question is, who are these unlucky 2%? Which 98% get long prison sentences which 2% get chosen in this lottery of death. Is it because of the viciousness of their crime? No. Richard Speck sits in jail with a life sentence. So does Jeffrey Dahmer. So does Sirhan Sirhan. So does Charlie Manson. It has very little to do with the viciousness of the crime. All the studies show that the major determinant of who are those 2% who are sentenced to death have to do with the race of the victim and the class of the perpetrator. If the race of the victim is white, there is an overwhelming likelihood that the person convicted of the murder will be sentenced to death. And if the person is poor, they will almost always be sentenced to death. Think of whether or not you can ever remember an affluent murderer getting the death sentence. I can't think of one. The fact is that if you don't have the capital, you get the punishment. If we cannot administer the death penalty fairly, and if it does not make us safer, how can we, in justice, continue to use it at all? Why isn't life in prison well enough?
Thank you. Mayor Koch and President Botstein. Leon, Ed, Mr. Koch, Mr. Botstein, ascend to the podium. Mr. Koch has 1.5 minutes to make an opening argument.
Mike Kingsley set forth the issues. I'm going to take them on very quickly and we'll develop them later on. Is the death penalty constitutional? 2 Supreme Court decisions in 72 and 76 said, you bet. Is retribution acceptable? Retribution is the noun and punishment is the verb. Is it a deterrent? Evidence is inconclusive. Has anyone innocent in this country been executed? There is no study which indicates that anyone has. Maybe someone has. And if that were the case, I would tell you we fight wars. We are fighting a war against crime, and I'm willing to take on that obligation, even though someone innocent might be executed, but that has not happened based on the evidence acceptable to law enforcement and to other independent observers. They generally talk about Ethel Rosenberg or Sacco and Vanzetti, and I believe that they were guilty. In addition to that, with respect to race, it's ridiculous. 55% of the murders in this country are by blacks, and only 40% of blacks are executed. And if anybody's being discriminated against, it's the whites who commit proportionately fewer murders. Nevertheless, you must distinguish between the different murderers based on the facts in those cases. But if you just simply want to wax statistical, blacks have a better chance of escaping the death penalty than whites.
I think that's the land speed record for arguments for the death penalty in 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Koch. Mr. Botstein, 1.5 minutes of opening arguments.
My argument is unfortunately not pragmatic. I believe that death by the hand of another is never justified, and law, constituted by human beings, is the ultimate justification of any action. It seems to me that the limitation of government should be absolutely firm on the inability to legally take someone else's life. This country was founded, take the Declaration of Independence, on life, liberty, and increasing happiness. Liberty would assume, or despite the fact that there was slavery at the time, that ultimately people realized slavery was inconsistent with liberty. One could make an argument that slavery is practical, that it's efficient, that people live better under a condition of slavery. But it's ultimately, principally wrong. So too is that one cannot take life away through any act of procedure and government which is legitimate. In a world that is filled with violence, this is not about being soft on crime. The issue is simply this, in my view, that it is an ethical deterrent to prevent the legal death penalty. That is to say, the best case for the death penalty would have been Adolf Eichmann, in which he was executed. I, as child of survivors of the war and of the Holocaust, am against that death penalty for even Nazi war crimes. The truth is that to stand on a higher plane, a real deterrent to the pervasive violence in this country, we require ourselves to stand on the principle of the death penalty. The final point is that we complain about our justice system. It's inefficient. There is obviously the chance for error. And the chance for error cannot be combined with an irreversible punishment, which is the punishment of death.
Thank you, Mr. Botstein. Mr. Koch.
Doctor, you said that death is never justified. Did you oppose our entry into World War II? Or do you
It's a
believe
necessary evil. It's
Oh.
a necessary evil.
So it is
war.
justified on some occasions.
Justified in being, I think the killing that any soldier is forced to do is necessary, a lesser of evils. It's not a positive right.
But isn't that in conflict with your direct statement, death is never justified?
I would believe it's never justified.
Okay.
And in a period
but
of law.
Nevertheless, you would accept the deaths that occur in a war because you
That's
would
justified.
enter a war if it was a just war. Am I correct?
Yes, in the
Okay,
case of
enough.
war.
Now, do you know how many people have actually been executed since 1976 when it was restored?
You said about 236.
It's actually 227, but that's okay.
We're close.
That's the NAACP figure, at least, that was given to me. Do you know how many lives of fetuses have been extinguished in that period of time? Millions.
May I answer? May I
Yes,
answer?
of course you may answer.
We disagree, obviously, on what constitutes life. Therefore, I don't consider the fetus equivalent to a born human being.
No, I didn't say it was equivalent. It has a life. I happen to support abortion. But your
do I.
interest in saving 227 people who were participants in the murders in just 1 year of 24,000 innocent Americans and blindly saying that millions, it's actually millions a year, millions in the course of the year since '73 when abortion was reinstituted. That doesn't bother you.
No, your skill
No?
is fabulous. The fact is, we're not
bothers
talking
you?
about abortion. We're not talking
But
about
it
abortion
bothers you?
here. It does not bother me quite in the same sense because we are not talking about. It bothers me that, in fact, the country cannot find a way to solve the question of birth control without abortion. But the fact is, abortion is also not a good and necessary
All right,
evil
okay.
also.
Now, I told you that in just 1 year, the past year, 24,000 innocent individuals were murdered. Are you concerned about them? And if you are, do you think that if the death penalty were a deterrent, if it were, assume it for the purposes of this discussion, would you nevertheless come to the same conclusion that even though it would mean the saving of innocent lives, the state should not take the life of a single person who committed a murder?
I probably will surprise you. First of all, it's very clever. If it were a deterrent.
Yeah, assume the facts.
If it were a deterrent, if that were the fact. I doubt it is, but if it were, I would say it is not justified.
Okay, I made my case.
You don't even want your extra 2 minutes?
Well, yes, sure, I'll go a little
I
further.
think-
What you're saying is that under no circumstances, no matter how it protects society, if it were a deterrent, and the evidence is inconclusive, you would still allow those people to be murdered who are innocent if it meant taking the lives of murderers. Isn't that what you're saying, basically?
Look, this is a hypothetical. You're making the argument that if it is a deterrent, I don't believe there's any conclusive evidence that it is a deterrent, number one. Number two is that you're equating the idea that if one had the death penalty, right, one would implicitly save a lot of innocent victims. Well, we've just heard that all civilized nations, apart from ourselves, with a much less of a crime and murder rate, do not have a death
Okay,
penalty.
let me ask you a final question. A final question. You prefer life imprisonment, am I correct?
I prefer life.
Now, how do you deal with someone in prison who kills another inmate or a corrections guard? How, in fact, do you serve 2 lives imprisonment?
Well, clearly you're raising a question which is an important question. The criminal justice system isn't good. The prison system isn't good. I happen to think that life imprisonment, in some sense, is a much more cruel punishment.
That's not my
than
question.
death. So the point is,
how do
if
you
something
punish
goes...
someone who commits the next murder in the prison and is already serving a life imprisonment sentence?
I don't think one should legislate laws on the rare exception that you're describing.
That's not so rare.
How many times has it happened?
Many times. And
How many?
Yes, many times. And
How many?
And in the state of New York. And what do you think of Mr. Shawcross who was given 8 to 25 years, let out on parole, having killed 2 innocent children, and then went out, and after he's let out on parole, which most of them are ultimately are, and killed 11 women before he was caught again. Do you feel some responsibility?
No, the
Answer
trouble,
that question
Yes,
and then
I'll
go
answer.
on the aggressive.
The trouble with
Offensive.
offensive, it's going to be hard to do. The trouble with the argument, in a way, is that you're painting me, and by implication my colleagues, as if we are not sympathetic to the victims of murder. In point of fact, I am in favor of mandatory life sentences for the crimes you suggest. If, in fact, the judicial system breaks down and people are let out on parole or murder of this kind of nature, it is not itself an argument. It's not itself an argument against, for the death penalty. Because I don't think, ultimately, that the problem we face in our society is one where we have devalued life. And laws can be changed. You know, it's interesting that in the Nazi period, this was a popular government. There are governments who pass laws legitimately, in democratic ways. That's why we have a Bill of Rights. That's why we have limitations on the process of democracy, so you can't make laws. The case of slavery I brought up is a good one, it seems to me. There are economists who have argued it's in fact very efficient, very good system. People live very well under it. It wasn't such a terrible thing, but that's not an argument for it. There's some notion of the dignity and the principle from when we as beings have so-called natural rights. I'm surprised Mr. Buckley's not in favor of this, because it's the ultimate limitation of the hand of government. The people who form society in law actually hold on to something that the government can't take away.
Let's call
from
that
them.
a question.
Why don't you agree with me?
Let me just say this to you, Doctor. I was the mayor of the city of New York. The single most important issue is public safety. I want you to know that people can't use the streets, the subways, throughout the country.
I grew up in the city. I grew up in the city.
Petrified.
I grew up in the city.
And they believe that government is not responding to their needs. Now, the United
They're
States
right.
Supreme Court took this issue up and said, yes, in cases, in particular cases, the death penalty is appropriate based on the crime. You cannot be artificial in your application. It has to have rhyme, reason, and must take into consideration not just murder, but aggravating circumstances, as well as mitigating circumstances. At the end of the road, when you consider how many murders take place, tens of thousands over the course of the years, and how few people are actually executed, I think you come to the conclusion that if we don't do something about crime, you're going to encourage vigilantism.
Okay, may I ask a question of you?
Yeah, you're supposed
We
to.
are united in our concern about crime.
Yeah.
We are as disturbed, you and I are as disturbed about the city and the lack of safety and all of this. And we actually also have the visceral desire to have revenge, to take our pound of flesh from these people who are destroying the society. So my question to you is, if in fact the real issue is crime and violence, why is it, do you think, that countries outside of the United States manage to have less crime, less personal violence, and have no death penalty?
Not most countries. It happens to be Western Europe that takes that position. And if you went and you took a poll amongst the people of Western Europe, you would find a large plurality that would like it restored.
But, Mr.
Now,
Mayor
let me
Fox,
just finish.
Yeah.
What I'm simply saying to you is we also have a far more lawless society than does Western Europe. The thousands of people who are murdered by firearms, that doesn't take place in Western Europe. And what I'm saying to you is we've got to respond. You don't like the word revenge. You know, revenge is permissible under the law. It merely means not that you're going to charge him the same amount of money that he stole. Otherwise, let him give the money back and don't put him in jail. You're exacting revenge when you put someone in jail without executing them. I am saying that there are certain crimes that are so heinous, so egregious, so vile, that your soul calls out for punishment of death. And I think for you to simply say that's uncivilized when the United States Supreme Court said, no, it is civilized, so long as it's done in a fair way, I believe you're, in effect, without wanting to, you are helping the criminals in this country by not permitting appropriate penalties.
I know why you're a politician, I'm not. Because you're winning the argument by trying to associate me with the criminal. In fact, it seems to me that one of your arguments is the authority of the Supreme Court and the popularity of how many people want the death penalty. Don't you believe that there are some limits, principled limits, on what government can and cannot do?
Absolutely, and the United States Supreme Court decides those limitations. And there were people like you who said to the Supreme Court, make the death penalty unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court said no, it's appropriate in particular cases.
And they were wrong.
Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen.
Thank you.
Susan Boleen. By the way, point of information, the figure I have for the number of executions since the Supreme Court reauthorized them is 237. 239, well, anyway. 237, all right. We've got an agreement on that at least. Susan Boleen, make an opening statement, please.
I come here today on the side of this proposition, not as an academician, not as a statistician, not as a politician, but simply as an attorney practitioner who specialized in the area of criminal law, particularly capital litigation, for 18 years. As far as I'm concerned, the United States Supreme Court in McCleskey versus Zamp was correct when it said that we already have a societal consensus in favor of the death penalty. Over 2/3 of our states have a capital punishment statute, and over 80% of our citizens believe that capital punishment is appropriate under appropriate circumstances, which have been narrowly drawn under our Constitution. So as far as I'm concerned, the debate today should be over whether the death penalty that we have is appropriately administered and whether it can be applied in a fair and non-arbitrary manner. In the question of the philosophical bases underlying the death penalty, in my opinion, it's a misstatement of the question to decide whether capital punishment deters. Instead, I think we should be talking about accountability for vicious crimes. And I'm surprised that Mr. Glasser does not support me in saying that human rights also includes victims' rights. And the victim has been forgotten in the legal process, and capital punishment recognizes the sacred rights of individuals and their right to life as much as defense attorneys recognize the right to the person who's been charged with a capital crime. Additionally, I believe that there is a presumption, at least in southern states, that Georgia prosecutors, juries, and district attorneys cannot fairly and impartially administer the death penalty. And I'd like to tell you that it's not 1950 anymore. We can fairly and impartially administer the laws as narrowly drawn. We have a narrow class of persons to whom the death penalty applies. It is only to the most egregious murders and therefore is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevenson, do you have a question?
Well, let me start with the last thing that you said. It's not the 1950s, but it seems to me that if the state of Georgia and the statistics coming out of the Balda study and the McCleskey case support or establish that you're 11 times more likely to get the death penalty in the state of Georgia if the victim is white than if the victim is black. If the defendant is black and the victim is white, you're 22 times more likely to get the death penalty in Georgia. There are still no elected district attorneys who are black in the state of Georgia. African Americans are not well represented on the bench in that state. What has changed between 1950 and 1994 that allows you to support or assert that the death penalty is being fairly applied now in ways that it wasn't being applied in 1950?
First of all, as I'm sure you know, Mr. Stevenson, we have more white persons incarcerated on death row for murders than we do for black people. So
how does that disprove that race is not a factor? The bottom line is that only 27% of the population of Georgia is black. Yet 75% of the people that have been executed in that state are African American. That's 25% more than the people who committed murders, and it's 50% more than the people who exist in that state.
So do you want an answer to your question, or do you want to tell me your
I
statistics?
want an answer to a question, but I want an honest answer.
The honest answer to your question is that, first of all, as you well know, your statistics are wrong. The Balda study was found to be nonsense, and as in the words of the district court that reviewed that study extensively, was found to be garbage in, garbage out. And even Dr. Baldus, who conducted the study, said on the egregious end of cases, there was no question that the death penalty was authorized regardless of race. It's only in the mid-range cases in which there's even any question that race entered the factors. So what hasn't changed from your point of view is that no person who is a black person in Georgia can get a fair trial according to you. You can throw the statistics out the window. The question is that person responsible for their actions, be they white, black, purple, green, or pink? You want to go into generalized statistics because you cannot face the fact as an attorney that there are people who should be held accountable of their actions regardless of their race.
Mr. Glasser.
Congress commissioned the Government Accounting Office recently to review every study that had ever been done on this subject.
Yes.
And their conclusion was that 82% of all the studies showed that the race of the victim was the single most important factor in determining who got the death penalty. It was not the seriousness of the crime. It was not the viciousness of the crime. It was not the egregiousness of the crime. The race of the victim, if you were white and you were killed, the perpetrator was likely to be executed. 237, 8, 9 executions, only one since '76, only one has been of a white person who killed a black person. Now, I would like you to talk your way out of those numbers and out of the GAO study of all the studies, never mind this particular study.
I don't need to talk my way out of the numbers. I can face the numbers squarely, and it still remains. The United States Supreme Court has said that the decision on whether to impose death is not a decision that can be quantified by your mathematics or your statistics. It cannot be. There are too many variables. Each case is a unique set of circumstances. Each case has different factors. Each case has different aggravating circumstances.
And what do you think the likelihood is that all of that happened by chance over nearly 20 years?
And what do you think the likelihood is that race overcasts all of those other factors? Is that because we're a southern state, so therefore we're presumed to be racist? Is that what it is?
Well,
when we manipulate?
It lends a little weight to things. It lends a little weight to things. When you have a congressional study reviewing every study, and you stand up there and tell me what the Supreme Court said, the Supreme Court only said that they did not regard those statistical studies
as valid.
No. What they said was that they did not regard them as legally valid.
They said they did not prove intentional discrimination. That's what they said they did not prove. I am
according
so tired
to the law, according to the legal standard of
for
intentional.
rhetoric, and is not proof. Rhetoric and assuming
Is it your
that those
position?
studies say
Is it your
what they say.
position that all of those government reviews, all of those studies, is invalid? Are you going to stand up there and say that without a single citation?
If you're going to stand there and say, or sit there, excuse me, and say that your studies show that the death penalty is discriminatorily applied in Georgia, I will tell you to your face that is incorrect.
Tell Congress to his
Very
face.
brief question for Mr. Bright.
Susan, you know that these arguments that there are too many variables is just like arguing that there's no correlation between smoking and cancer because there are too many variables. It could be, you know, wait, now let me finish my question. You know that you can argue that it's diet, it's heredity, it's exercise, it's all those things. But the fact of the matter is, you know that of the executions we've had in Georgia, even though 65% of the victims of crime are African Americans, 16 of the 18 executions, I'm talking about people who've been buried, 16 of the 18 executions have been cases with white victims.
But that does not show discrimination, Steve. That does not show discrimination. The fact
it doesn't?
Of the
Is
race,
it a coincidence?
No. The fact is that's calling people accountable for the crimes that they commit.
Why are
in
only
particular
black people held accountable when they kill white people and black on black
And of course,
is not
Steve, you
held
know that you
accountable?
have to compare those to people who are charged with the different crimes. You can't take the people that are convicted and compare that to the people who are executed and say that shows that more black people are unfairly executed.
Well,
You're manipulating the statistics as well.
Do you think we can take into account that prosecutors in Georgia strike all the African Americans from juries? You had the case with Joe Briley
According
where
to you,
we
they
showed
do.
that he... No,
According to you,
that
they
was
do.
proven in the United
No, you did
States...
not prove that. You did not
Have
prove
you read
that
Horton
in the United States
versus
Supreme
Zant
Court.
out of the 11th
Yes, I
Circuit
have.
where they showed the numbers that Joe Briley has used 94% of his jury strikes against black people?
Mr. Bright, it's going to be your turn next. Thank you very much, Ms. Boleen. Mr. Bright, it's your turn to ascend the podium and make an opening. It's your turn to ascend the podium and make an opening remark. And then she gets to ask you questions.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I do think that the issue before us is how the death penalty works in practice. And the fact of the matter is the death penalty, and I practice in the death belt states of the South, those states with about 16% of our nation's population that are responsible for about 90% of all the people who've been executed in this country. And the evidence is undeniable that the death penalty is a result of race, poverty, politics, and the passions of the moment. And I can't talk about all those, but I want to talk about poverty very quickly. Poverty And the way in which that is seen in our death penalty cases is the lawyer that's appointed to represent the accused. We impose the death penalty not for committing the worst crime, you know that, Susan. We impose the death penalty for having the worst lawyer appointed to your case. Lawyers that nobody up here, nobody on your side would have represent them in a minor traffic matter. Lawyers that Mr. Buckley and Mr. Koch wouldn't have drive their limousines. And I'll tell you why. Because one of those lawyers on his way to court in a death penalty trial was arrested for drunk driving, and although he had too much alcohol in his blood to drive a car, he was allowed to try a capital case when he got to the courthouse. And Judy Haney, who was sentenced to death in Alabama's lawyer, was so drunk that he had to be sent to jail in the middle of the trial, and then brought back with his client the next day from jail in a capital trial, and was sentenced to death a few days later. And you know, Susan, as well as I do, that there's case after case after case like that, in which people have been sentenced to death being represented by lawyers who are underpaid, who are incompetent, and who are doing this work because there's nothing else they can do.
Okay, Mr. Burns.
Mr. Bright, do you defend capital cases?
Yes.
You've never been drunk, I take it, in defending them.
No, I never have been.
Would you...
Although sometimes after they're over, Mr. Burns, and you see what prosecutors and judges do, elected judges and elected prosecutors, and you see how these trials in the South are like legal lynchings. And when you see the way that the Bill of Rights is ignored, and you see the way in which all the African Americans are eliminated from jury service by the prosecutors and often by the judges, and when you see how the history of race discrimination comes back to haunt these cases, and I'll give you a perfect example. When we pick the juries, the prosecutors will ask the potential jurors if they're opposed to the death penalty. And many of the African Americans will say yes. In fact, the last case I tried, of 15 people excluded because of their views about the death penalty, 11 of the 15 were African American. Now, of course, the reason they were opposed to the death penalty was because it's used in a discriminatory manner against African Americans. So the very fact that there has been race discrimination comes right back to limit the numbers of African Americans in the jury pool, and then to the prosecutor strikes the few that are left, so we end up having these all-white juries trying an African American on trial for a crime against a prominent white person.
If I might, I asked you a simple question. And
well, I was going to say that sort of thing will drive you to drink if you're not careful, but so far I've held up fairly well.
It drove you to something else, Mr. Bright. But your answer indicates that you exempt yourself from the charge you leveled against these lawyers who were defending in capital cases. I have another point I want to make. Much has been made by you and your colleagues here with respect to all these studies, unanimous studies, the General Accounting Office studies and so forth with respect to deterrence. Are you aware of the recent RAND Corporation study?
I don't think deterrence is really the issue at all. And let me say, my views are not
come on, Mr. Bright. I mean, you made a point here of all these studies that show there is no deterrence.
I'm not really looking at studies, Mr. Burns. My experience has been
when you were sitting
from
down
practicing law in the South and seeing African Americans tried by all-white juries and seeing prosecutors giving lynch mob appeals to the juries and seeing one-day capital trials. It has nothing to do with studies about deterrence. I think as your team, as Mr. Koch admitted, those studies are in conflict.
I'm going to give Mr. Burns 15 seconds to summarize this RAND study so that the audience knows what we're talking about here.
Well, at that point will come up. I don't have to take my 15 seconds now.
At that point, we'll give it to you later then. Mr. Buckley.
Do I understand, Professor Bright, that what you're saying is that the better your lawyer, the better chance you have of getting the guilty guy out?
No.
If that's correct, shouldn't this be a campaign, therefore, to reduce the manipulations that lawyers can work?
No, the problem, Mr. Buckley, is this. These are very complicated cases. When you needed somebody to help you on a tax case, which I'm sure you do from time to time, you get a tax lawyer to help you. When you're facing the death penalty, the people that get charged with the death penalty don't get to choose their lawyers. They don't get to call up Skadden Arps or the best law firm and get a lawyer. And often,
well, that's sometimes true. Sometimes the Menendez brothers had no problem.
Well, but that is again one of these rare, extraordinary cases.
What I'm saying is that
case,
there has been
Buckley.
no focus by you or your colleagues on whether or not these people were guilty.
But that's
now, what matters to me is, were these people guilty as charged? If they were guilty as charged, I don't care about the composition of the jury. The You evade that. You just say, there were too many white people on one side, too many black people. The question is, were they guilty? If they were guilty, they should be convicted, or the law should change. You can't mobilize the power unless you recruit people in this room to change the law. So you want to find all kinds of odd reasons to challenge its working.
No, Mr. Buckley, you misunderstand. There's something to be said for the integrity of the system and the process. You know, down south, we used to lynch people. We used to just take them out as late as the 30s and 40s and just lynch them. Now, the question then is not, were they guilty and is it okay to have lynched them? The question is, how was that decision to lynch them made? And I think we all would agree that we don't want to go back to that. What I see in the courtroom are legal lynchings. I've seen capital trials that took only a day or 2 days to try, in which the accused was given a court-appointed lawyer that you literally wouldn't have represent you in a traffic matter, and then have a death penalty imposed.
Why don't you worry about the law schools? You are a professor of law. Raise hell about bad lawyers.
That's exactly what I do, Mr. Buckley,
Otherwise,
every day.
say this guy who was only on trial for 1 day, in fact, was innocent. Be very careful not to say that.
It's not only a question, though, Mr. Buckley. You missed this point.
It wouldn't take me more than a day to find out that the guy in the Long Island Railroad was guilty of killing 6 people.
But that's not the only question. See, there's your problem. The death penalty, first of all, you make a decision whether somebody's guilty. As your team has pointed out, and as both teams have pointed out, not everyone who's guilty of murder is sentenced to death, only about 1%. And then you get into questions about the person, their life, and background. For example, the woman who had the drunk lawyer, she had been battered and abused by her husband for 15 years, and her children had been battered and abused.
Why not repeal the laws against burglary?
None of that evidence was presented to the jury. And I think surely you would agree to me that a battered woman who's been abused by her husband is less deserving of the death penalty than somebody who goes out and commits a cold-blooded murder. But none of that evidence was presented because the lawyer was intoxicated, and she's waiting to be executed on Alabama's death row right now. This is not a study. This is not a hypothetical case.
Right.
This is the reality
of
the death penalty in this country.
Mr. Buckley, you're about to get your turn. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bright. This is the opposition team's opportunity to question the captain of the affirmative team, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser.
Yeah, you said what you care about most.
What?
You said a moment ago what matters to you is are they guilty?
Yeah.
What matters to me too is what matters to everyone. So my question to you is, how do you tell when somebody is accused? I mean, I know you can tell about Colin Ferguson because we all saw it on television. You can tell that Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald too, but most murders don't occur on television. So, I mean, how do you tell?
I tell by the application of my intelligence.
If you were a member of the jury, is that how you would tell?
Well, I don't have to be a member of the jury to make certain conclusions about Colin Ferguson, for instance.
We're not talking about Colin Ferguson, for instance. We're talking about all of these tens of thousands, because you brought him up.
Well, okay, give me an ambiguous case, and we'll focus on it.
Any case. That's the typical
how about
case.
Gacy?
That's the typical case.
There are 4 people who
No.
executed last
What I want to ask you is how
Give me
in
any
this
one of
country,
those, and let's discuss whether he was guilty.
country do you tell whether somebody is guilty? By reading the newspapers and applying your intelligence?
You have to rescue yourself from the coils of that epistemological chaos in which you dwell, in which it's impossible for you to reach simple conclusions.
If you were accused of murder, how should I tell if you were guilty? You would want to plunge me into those epistemological coils with the best and most expensive lawyer you could find.
You begin by certain presumptions, depending on who the dead man was.
Okay, Mr. Botstein.
I'm so astonished that you're in favor of the death penalty.
No, you're not really.
I am.
This is a rhetorical ploy.
It's not rhetorical. Let me say why. Because I'm the one person in this panel that is not talking about studies and to talk about. Let's accept that the person is guilty. Let's even accept that it's guilty by a legitimate process of law. No question about the jury. No drunk lawyers. Right? No drunk lawyers. Crime has been identified. It's a legitimate trial. The person is found guilty. Why do you think the death penalty is appropriate?
Well, the death penalty is appropriate as the supreme sanction that validates the concern that we hold for human life. We are saying such is our devotion to the idea of human life that anybody who violates that forfeits his own. If you need a little historical validation for that, try the Bible.
Let me suggest, and I want to say.
Now, don't provoke me.
No, don't provoke me.
The murderer shall surely be put to death. Numbers 3:5.
I'll defend your
No,
right
I
to
will,
free speech,
and I will.
no matter
Yes,
how dumb it is.
yes, and I
I'll defend your right to free
you still
speech, no
talking?
matter how dumb it is.
And I ask all the audience that this is the purpose of university, to hear even hard arguments argued. Why? What does mystify me, genuinely mystifies me, is that if in fact, Samuel Johnson quote they use, that if you see a gallows on the islands of civilized man, that's exactly where we fundamentally disagree. If your concern is in fact to uphold the sanctity of life, to show that in fact this is the most heinous crime, it seems to me, wouldn't you accept that there could be, for example, such as in treason, didn't we execute people because of treason?
The difference between us is that when I occasionally disagree with Sam Johnson. When I do, I'm very apologetic about it.
I never am.
I know you're not. That's the difference between us.
All right, Mr. Stevenson.
I'd like to return to this question about your concern about guilt. I mean, I'm not understanding this. Do you genuinely believe that something other than an adversarial trial where both sides have adequate representation is not the best way to determine who is convicted and then who is sentenced to death? Are you proposing some other mechanism other than a trial?
That's an interesting question. The answer is, by all means, there are other avenues to the search of truth. The adversarial method is by no means necessarily the best.
No,
It's
I guess I'm raising the question is, are you proposing something other than a
No,
trial?
I'm not. No, I'm
okay,
not.
so then doesn't it matter if the defendant is represented by a lawyer?
No. What matters is, does the law give so many advantages to the defendant as, in effect, to create a situation where you have 350,000 murders and 2,800 people on the death row, even though there are capital sentences in virtually every state.
But that doesn't
That
respond
matters.
to the question about those people who are being tried for capital murders who are in fact found guilty, nonetheless get punished. The law doesn't change their status vis-a-vis punishment. Do you believe that everybody who commits a murder should be sentenced to death?
The law, at your hands and at the hands of Mr. Glass and Professor Bright, is manipulated in such a way as to cause these anomalies. There's a guy who shot at President Roosevelt after he was elected, before he was inaugurated. He killed the mayor of Chicago, who was sitting next to him. He was electrocuted before Roosevelt was inaugurated. Now, nobody says he didn't do it, but it took 8 weeks to try him and convict him and send him to death. Now, that's justice, so far as I can see. Infinitely preferred to taking 14 years to get that sodomist with his 27 boy victims into the gallows.
Why do you believe?
Hold on. Let Mr. Bright ask a quick question.
Well, I'd like to go back very quickly because we didn't get a moment when you were questioning me to talk about innocence. Last year, we had 4 people released from death row. One, Mr. Stevenson, represented, who'd been on there 8 years. Another who'd been on 11 years. That's 4 people in 1 year. And
Yeah, but you're assuming they're innocent. I don't necessarily think they're innocent.
Well, they were proven to be innocent. Brian's client, for example, was at a fish fry somewhere else when the murder took place in another county, Mr. Buckley. That's as innocent as you can get.
The number of guilty people who get sprung.
I'm talking about innocent people.
Square Garden.
I'm talking about like Bloodsworth in Maryland when they proved the DNA, which if there had not been DNA technology, he would have been executed. It was somebody else's semen committed to rape and murder, not him.
If you're saying they're miscarriages of justice, I agree. It began in the Garden of Eden, and there will be for all time. This doesn't mean that you repeal basic laws.
But do you put some limits as a conservative? Do you put some limits on the power of the courts, given particularly you don't think the government can deliver the mail or deliver health care or anything else? How does it decide who should live and who should die?
There are limits on the power of the court, Mr. Bright. There are limits.
Excuse me?
Who is disputing
limits
that
on the
there are
power of
limits
the
on the
court.
power? Look, I can't answer a question while you're talking. So you go ahead and ask the question, and I'll tell you.
Well, my question is if there's not some limits on the power of the court and the power to extinguish human life because you can't correct a mistake once the person is dead. I can't ask a question when you interrupt me.
Quiet. Maybe under the aspect of the heavens, but not under the Constitution of the United States, which I consent to be governed by. Do you? Do you?
I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser, it's your chance to be interrogated by the affirmative team. You can, certainly.
The affirmative team. I know. Mr. Buckley frames the questions, right?
Blacks are 12% of the population. In 1992, according to the United States Department of Justice figures, blacks were responsible for 55% of the murders in this country. But only 40% of those who have been executed have been black. Would you say that if you want to carry out statistical averaging, that you have to bring them up to 55 or reduce it down to 13?
You didn't come to my class, and therefore you don't understand about statistics. Either that or you're willfully misusing them. The fact is that the 55% resulted from a particular year, and the 40% resulted from many years, and the 55% had to do with people all over the country, and the 40% had to do only in those states that have death penalties. If you examine those particular states, you will find that blacks commit about 55% of the murders, and in many of those states get 75% of the death penalties. You're comparing apples and oranges, and you don't even know it.
You did not dispute the 55%. Blacks commit 55% of the murders. I only gave you 1992.
Comparing two things which are not comparable.
Are you disputing? You just said that blacks commit 55% of the murders. I limited myself to 1992.
That's correct. Right.
So you're using the whole period, which makes the case even better.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it does make it, because you said now that 55% of the murders in this country are committed by blacks, who are 13%, actually 12% of the population.
What did the population have to do
I'm
with
going
it?
to get to that.
I knew you would.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yet, only 40%. Remember, we're using the 55, which you just gave us, which goes for the entire period, and 40% goes for the entire period. Only 40% of the executions are of blacks. So isn't there a 15% problem for you?
No.
Tell me why.
No, and I did tell you why.
Well, perhaps I didn't understand it.
It's
Maybe
true.
I'm too
That's
thick.
true. It's the first thing we agree on. Let me.
That is
it's because
you see, that is it. That is rude.
No, it's not true. It is because of the fact that what percentage of blacks are sentenced to death can only occur in those states that have a death penalty, right? I mean, you can't have blacks sentenced to death or anyone else in states that don't have the death penalty.
Nor whites.
Right. Or anyone.
Right.
That's what I meant by anyone else.
A higher percentage of whites.
That's what I meant by anyone else, Ed. That's what I meant by anyone else.
A higher percentage of whites are
You don't listen
executed.
very well.
Let him answer.
I think I listen pretty good.
I know it's a bad habit you picked up in New York,
He's
but
going to let you answer now. You're going to answer, okay?
the 40% of blacks who are sentenced to death and executed occur in those states which have the death penalty. In those states, many of them in the Deep South, 75% of the executions are of blacks, even though only about 50 to 55% commit murders. When you get that, and then the question really is reversed to you. It is disproportionate, but not in the direction you think, because you've included states like New York, where there's a high percentage of black homicides, but there is no death penalty. So you've got to eliminate all those states. There are about 13 states.
I'm going to answer that. It's Susan Boleyn's turn.
Let me give you a number that I'm familiar with, which is the fastest that anyone has ever utilized all of their appeals in the state of Georgia who's been found guilty and sentenced to death is 5.5 years, but the average is 9 3/4 years. Do you not think...
What is that?
9 3/4 years.
Yeah.
Do you not think that that is an adequate period of time in which procedural safeguards can be observed, and which, if Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Bright can find out that the person should not be on death row, that they can convince someone on the state or federal system that that is the case?
Well, I, like you, would be more inclined to be respectful of the amount of time it might take to get fairness in a system if I was the defendant, and so would you. The issue has not got to do with the average length of time it takes to get fairness. When you have a system in which at every stage of the process, from the charging by the prosecutor or the grand jury, to the picking of the jury, to the sentencing of death in a differential way based on race and class, when you to incompetent and barely competent lawyers, when you have a system like that, you end up with a lot of people who seek fairness after trial, and that's what creates the time delay. Now, we haven't made any progress in getting a system that's fair at trial, and until we do, we ought not to be putting people to death, some of whom are put to death incorrectly.
But my real question is, wouldn't you agree that there's been no rush to execution as envisioned by the courts at the time that the death penalty was validated? That's the purpose for using that.
Your associate, Mr. Bright, Professor Bright, conveyed that in the South, white juries are finding death penalties for blacks. Now, am I correct that the Supreme Court has ruled And also he indicated that the attorneys are striking blacks from the juries. Am I not correct that several years ago the United States Supreme Court ruled that you may not eliminate in a peremptory challenge blacks simply because they're blacks? Am I correct?
You are correct, but that is perspective. Most of the people on death row convicted by juries before that decision.
He was talking about current cases. Did you hear him?
He was not talking about current cases. Most of the people on death row were convicted by juries
Then let me ask you this. Is that argument gone for the future?
The argument is gone for the future if it is observed, yes. But as you know, Supreme Court decisions don't make it so. The Supreme Court decided in 1954
they make it
that schools
so when
that segregated
you take an
schools
appeal.
were unconstitutional.
Boys and
it didn't
girls,
desegregate the schools
children,
the next day, did it?
Children, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ira Glasser. Professor Burns, you have a minute and a half to make an opening statement. Professor Burns.
Much of our discussion so far today has had to do with the question of trial procedures and juries and deterrence and whether the death penalty deters or whether it doesn't deter. My own judgment on that is that the evidence is inconclusive, and many of the studies that show, for example, this business about contiguous states, that there are as many murders and homicides in one state as there are in the adjoining state. I suggest that those studies would also show that there's no point in punishing crime at all. And I doubt very much whether the gentleman on the other side would argue that just as they want to abolish the death penalty, they want to abolish every other form of punishment. My position is not one of deterrence. My position is a moral argument, and I intend very briefly to make it here. And in the course of the rest of this discussion, ask that my point be refuted. My business for most of my career had nothing whatever to do with crime. I was not a criminologist. It was only when the Supreme Court of the United States began to get a number of these death penalty cases that I became interested in death penalty cases and then proceeded to write a book about it. But what puzzled me was this. I found myself wondering the criminology question as to what is the purpose of punishment. The alternatives are given are, rehabilitation, deterrence, retribution. And among criminologists and among liberals generally, retribution is held in...
You can finish a couple sentences.
May I then? Right. One sentence with several semicolons, okay?
2 semicolons.
All right, 2 semicolons. What changed my mind was the phenomenon of Simon Wiesenthal, this European who has devoted himself since the end of World War II to hunting down Nazi criminals wherever they might be and bringing them to justice. Semicolon. Why did he do it? I found myself thinking this is a singular way to conduct one's life. He's been doing it for 40 years now. Nevertheless, I found myself agreeing with it, but why does he do it? Well, bringing them to justice. If he finds them, they should be punished. Why? To rehabilitate them? Martin Bormann, Adolf Eichmann, Kaltenbrunner. Rehabilitate? Ridiculous. Deter others? Ridiculous. One good reason, retribution, to pay them back.
Let's call that a period. Thank you, Mr. Don't go away, stay right there. Mr. Bray.
Well, I couldn't help but wonder, Professor Burns, if you had talked to Elie Wiesel, because he certainly did as much as anyone with regard to remembering the Holocaust and all that, and he has said he opposes the death penalty with every ounce of energy that he has. But my question is this: when you were doing your study, how many death penalty trials in the South did you watch before you came to your conclusion?
In the South? None.
None, okay. And then my next question is this: as I understand...
Mr. Bright, I'm familiar, and please don't bring him up again. You answered my question before by bringing the changes on the Georgian history. I'm familiar with Georgia's history. I know that, umpteen % of all the executions in this country prior to 19-something or other were done in the state of Georgia, out of all proportion to the amount of criminal
Still
activity.
Are.
And I'm not interested in that line of
And it's
question.
the same racial breakdown now as it was before 1972. It's fascinating. If anything, it's a little worse now than it was back at the time of that history. But I wanted to ask you about history. You in your book say that there's no such thing as the evolving standards of decency. Is that correct? I mean, that basically we shouldn't say that punishments used yesterday shouldn't be used today.
I can imagine society becoming more decent and less decent.
Okay.
What I quarrel with is this proposition that I regard as ridiculous, that we've become a more decent nation, that we've become a better nation since the Constitution was written. I find that almost unbelievable.
Well, should we go back to some of those old punishments at the time of the Constitution, the rack, the stocks, cutting off people's fingers, whipping people? That's getting a lot of attention and popularity these days.
Yeah.
You're
ask
for
that question of the American people right now.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think we should.
You think we should bring back whipping?
Yeah,
Boiling in oil? Are you for that?
Let's be serious, Mr.
I am serious.
Yeah. And the whipping business, I think it was disproportionate, that particular crime for which this chap in Singapore was whipped.
But for other cases, whipping would be okay.
Yeah, if you can get a legislature in this state to in this country to, after a formal debate and hearing all the evidence and adopting a statute that would bring back whipping and stocks, I wouldn't object.
Mr. Botstein.
I take very seriously your position, and I respect the attempt to argue this on moral grounds. I'm also for punishment. I'm also for retribution. But I want you to respond to the following very short anecdote. My grandfather was a lawyer who survived camp and ghetto. Sent in a brief against the death penalty for a guard in camp who was brought up by the Polish court for the death penalty. And the one ground as a boy, I remember his writing the brief himself, was that in every human life, no matter how heinous, there are two issues not to kill him. One, there is some redeeming feature in his having been the creature of God. And second, that the dignity of the victim does not permit, through legal means, to repeat the extermination of another life, which became the law and the proper mode of conduct in the society under which he suffered. How do you respond to that argument?
Very easily. I would assume if we're going to talk about these things that you've just done and so forth, that you've just talked about them, we should consult the authority on these matters. We consult the Bible, for example, which is concerned about the morality of human beings and the dignity of human beings and so forth. And if one consults the Bible, one sees that the Bible permits capital punishment. In fact, the Old Testament calls for it. Mm-hmm. Bill mentioned Numbers 35:16, is it?
But you believe, therefore, by the authority of the Bible, that it is moral to do so. Do you recognize at all the legitimacy of the other side that considers life in prison and other forms of punishment adequate retribution?
Very briefly.
I'm glad you brought that up because, of course, you have a tendency on that side to talk about life imprisonment being the alternative to capital punishment. Mm-hmm. What is the average length of the prison term for a convicted murderer in this country? Not life.
Okay.
You know, it's 8.7 years.
But if it were.
No, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Professor Burns. No, please. It's not your turn, Mr. Buckley.
Sorry?
It's not your turn. It may be your show, but it's not your turn. Mr. Stevenson, you have a minute and a half to make an opening statement.
Right. I'd like to start by just responding to some of the things that we've been discussing about and hope we can have a more focused discussion. I do think the issue is how the death penalty is applied. We don't live in a society where there is no racial bias. We don't live in a society where there is no poverty. Those things are realities, and whether we can apply the death penalty without reference to those issues is critical to our discussion. I do want to mention this thing about deterrence, though. I don't think any intelligent person in this room honestly believes that if we executed the 2,800 people on death row today, any of us would be any safer walking the streets of Philadelphia or Miami or Los Angeles tomorrow. We know that that's not going to change our safety. It's not going to change our fear. It's not going to change our frustration. This is not about deterrence. This is about fairness. And we don't have to look at specific statistics to figure out whether there's racial bias in the death penalty in Georgia or anyplace else in this country. We can look at what's going on. In our state, Susan, the state of Georgia, when a black defendant is sentenced to death, and 4 of the 12 jurors who sentenced him say that the Ku Klux Klan do good things in that community, When that defense lawyer says that I believe my client is genetically predisposed to commit violent crimes and that's why I'm comfortable with his death sentence. When the trial judge and the prosecutor refer to that black defendant as colored boy throughout the trial, that's racial bias. And that person is on death row today. And your office is prosecuting him, trying to move him toward execution. You shouldn't stand up here and present like there's no racial bias in Georgia. That's the Georgia of 1994. We talk about the Babson case. That deals with... Very briefly. Let me just point about racial bias in jury selection because I think Mayor Koch raised this issue. The Batson decision doesn't even take care of the problems we're experiencing with exclusion of African Americans from jury service today. I just represented a black man who was convicted by an all-white jury in Chambers County, Alabama. Every black person, all 26, were disqualified by the prosecutor. The prosecutor organized a veneer of 100 people into 4 groups, 25 on a list marked strong, 25 on a list marked medium, 25 on a list marked weak, and 25 on a list marked black. That's racial bias.
Okay. And Ms. Brolin, would you like to ask a question?
Brian, let me ask you this question. Is there any mechanism or any procedural safeguard by which you believe that persons, of course, we're not going to eliminate bias in the population at large, are we? Would you agree with that? We're not going to eliminate racial bias. I'm talking about nationwide.
I have to believe we're going to eliminate. We won't eliminate racial bias if we act like it doesn't exist. If we go to these kind of forums and we talk about the absence of any racial bias in our state, we're not going to make any progress
Assuming
whatsoever.
for the sake of argument that racial bias exists to the extent that you believe that it does, and I do not believe that it exists to that extent, then is there any procedural safeguard, any mechanism that the state of Georgia could adopt, Brian, that would make you believe that a black person could get a fair trial in the state of Georgia?
Yes, but the more
What would
important,
that be?
well, we could do a lot of things. We could create a public defender system. We could take away from we could pass the Racial Justice Act, which simply says we're going to consider evidence of racial bias before we allow someone to be executed. And the most important thing we could do is not have a death penalty, like the kind of death penalty we have. We could have life imprisonment without parole, and those folks would have an opportunity to prove that racial bias undermined the integrity of their conviction and death sentence. But that won't happen if they're executed by you and your office as we pretend that there is no racial bias.
But Brian, if we utilize all the procedural mechanisms in place, and we still got an all-white jury, and you still were trying a black person for a heinous crime, then you would still say that was unfair, wouldn't you?
Of course not. Of course not. But when the prosecutor uses all 10 peremptory strikes to exclude all 10 black people, when trial judges and prosecutors use racial slurs against that defendant, when jurors tell me that they believe the Ku Klux Klan did good things in that community, I think you and I both have a responsibility to respond to that sentence and say that's unjust.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Stevenson. Why isn't that grounds for appeal that he excluded every single black? That happens in New York and other places. I read about it. And on appeal, the case is reversed. Well, it doesn't happen in Georgia?
It does not happen, Mayor Koch, because the kind of indifference that we're exhibiting toward racial bias today affects the judges too. The United States Supreme Court in McCleskey said certain disparities based on race are inevitable. If the United States Supreme Court can say that with equal justice under the law engraved on this building, why do we expect lower court judges to do something
You'd have
radical?
to take the context. I read both of those cases, 72 and 76. That did not come off the page. You'd have to show me the context in which it did. But I want to go a little further. You said that if we executed everyone on death row, would we feel safer or would we be safer? I know I would feel safer. I think we would be actually safer. Let me tell you that the death penalty does not have the deterrent value that I would hope that it would, because we don't use it. I'm using the figure now from 1991. 4,100 people were sentenced to death. In that period of time, 157 were actually executed. A majority of whites, not blacks. And I want to go a little further. I am telling you that it is an outrage that people should be able to appeal for 8 years, or the case that Mr. Buckley referred to of the guy who killed, I think it was 34 young men. He took 15 years on appeals. Well, I am saying it's an outrage. Don't you think it's an outrage?
If we have questions about innocence, if we have questions about punishment, I don't see why finality is more important than fairness.
15 years is, you think you can ever understand that
Listen,
giving 15 years for appeal purposes makes sense?
I had a client who spent 6 years on Alabama's death row for a crime he never committed. Now, for you, 6 years may seem like too long for somebody to be on death row. He agrees, too. But let me tell you something. If he had been executed 5 years, 4 years, 5.5 years, he'd be dead and he'd be innocent. Now, you said you don't have a problem executing an innocent person every now and again to justify the death penalty. I think that's perhaps because you don't understand that poor people and minorities are the people who are most likely to be innocent.
But it is not true. It is not. see? You fly. Ira Glasser's figures notwithstanding, you fly in the face of the facts. It is a majority of whites who are being executed. And I want to go a little further by saying
I'm afraid you can't.
there is justice is an individual matter.
Mr. Koch, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Buckley, now's your chance. And Mr. Glasser. And Mr. Buckley, it's your turn to interrogate Ira Glasser.
Mr. Glasser, are you familiar with the work of Professor Isaac Ehrlich of the University of Chicago?
No.
You're not. Well, prepare for an epiphany.
When I talk to you, I always do, but it has to be the right epiphany.
He spent several years studying all the capital sentences in 1933 1969 to the extent that the professional methodology permitted. He reached a very cautious conclusion in a book that is widely accepted in the scholarly field that, quote, an additional execution per year may have resulted on the average of 7 or 8 fewer murders. Now, an attempt was made to reply to that by Hugo Adams Badow and Charles Black, and what they alleged was that 23 people who were innocent had in fact been executed during the period of their study, 30 or 40 years. Stephen Markman and Paul Cassell, studying their academic findings, said, okay, if that's true, that would include Sacco Vanzetti, for instance, then 0.3% of those who were convicted and executed were in fact innocent. Now, is that a percentage which, in your judgment, in and of itself invalidates the law?
No. The fact is that all of those studies, including the one you cited, are based not on empirical evidence, but on economic behavior models.
How do you know? You've never heard of the study before. I've told you about it.
Because you described it to me, and I listened to you, which I wish you would do to me.
Where did I say it had
I listened to what you said. You didn't. You said.
Where did I say there were economic motivations in the study of Professor Ehrlich?
Well, how else do you decide that a particular execution prevents other murders except by an economic, non-empirical model?
Fear.
Explain that to me.
Fear. It's not necessarily economic motive.
I didn't say economic motive. I said an economic-like model of behavior. I know those kinds of studies in general. They are not empirical studies. They cannot in principle be empirical studies. They are speculation. The empirical studies all show, apart from the question of guilt or innocence, that the major factor that determines whether you get the death penalty instead of a lengthy prison sentence is the race of the victim and the class of the perpetrator.
All right, well, let's just...
I don't understand how that adds up to morality.
Let's just say, okay, notwithstanding the evidence of this, we'll accept that. Now, then let's ask the following question. Is the important question of whether they were black or white or whether they committed the crime, for instance, I was 15 years ago stopped for speeding in a situation in which I had seen people driving much faster than I witnessed. They were passing me. So I could have said, well, why should I be held up for speeding when all those people were manifestly driving faster? That really isn't an interesting question, is it, in context?
Unless the only people they were picking up for speeding were black. Then it might get interesting.
No, I don't see why. Suppose, no, wait a minute, listen. Suppose you passed the law and said, okay, only men can be sent to the chair. Women can't. Would this be an injustice? I don't see why it would be. As long as you are specifying that it is an appropriate penalty for a particular crime, you can say, I only will, in fact, execute men, not women.
And is it appropriate in your view that only blacks should get picked up for speeding?
No.
Or sentenced to death?
Is it an injustice if, in fact, they were guilty of speeding? That's not my question.
Well, you're now mixing up two questions. One is the question of their guilt, and the other is the basis on which they are selected as targets.
In a society totally engaged in inquiry, you can say, okay, any murders done on even days of the month get the capital punishment, and those done on odd days don't. And after a couple of years, we'd probably find out whether there was an interesting number of murders committed on.
Okay, deal with that and go on the offensive, please.
Well,
Deal with it adequately.
that is interesting, but the Constitution does not protect us from equality and inequality based on the number of the day. It does protect us against unequal protection and application of the law based on characteristics like race.
No, wait a minute. The Constitution protects us against unjust procedure. I'm answering this question.
No, it does not. It protects us also against unjust standards. That's what the 14th Amendment means. That's what it says.
Well, in
No,
that case, that's
I have
res
labored in
judicata.
vain to convince you of this, but your refusal to agree
Well, you
does not
failed to
change.
convince me and the Supreme Court, yeah.
Yes,
No,
right. Well, let me ask you again the question that you raised before, in which we did not complete. You asked whether or not, you said, in fact, you were most concerned about whether or not a particular person was guilty. I mean, I think we all have to be concerned with that, not only because it is unjust.
That's the most ecumenical thing you've said all
Let
night.
him ask the
Well,
question.
I'm only getting rolling now. It is not only unjust to convict someone who is innocent, it's also unsafe for the rest of us to convict someone who is innocent, because it means the guilty party is still out there. So no one has an interest in convicting anyone who's innocent, and therefore the question of whether the person is guilty is important.
Well,
But the issue I want to
murderers.
ask you about, again, is if you agreed, as it seems you did in response to Brian Stevenson's question, that you are not proposing an alternative to the adversarial trial system we have, does it not follow that it is important for serious crimes with very serious consequences like death to have a fair amount of representation, to have...
No.
Wouldn't you insist on it for yourself?
No, the trouble with that was examined by Socrates, and that is that you get into the practice of sophistry. That is to say, for instance, the Menendez trial, we all know that those people killed their mother and father, and yet after tons and tons and tons and millions of dollars of testimony by this bright lady lawyer, they got out. Now, I don't think there's any sense in the word in which justice was fulfilled. All we did was fulfill the requirements of the adversarial justice.
Can you name a single affluent
But there was no
person
sense of
who was
satisfaction of justice.
Can you name a single affluent person who was ever sentenced to death?
Well, I'm trying to think of affluent people who've killed people. Can you remind me of a few?
Yes, Dan White, for example, the city councilman who killed Harvey Milk and the mayor of San Francisco.
Well, in San Francisco, they don't care about killings very much. What, they get 5, 10 years, something like that?
He got 7.
7, okay.
Can you ever remember an affluent person, a person of means, a person who could hire a lawyer to investigate his claims of innocence, not to get him off when he was guilty, to investigate his claims of innocence?
No, and I can't remember any redhead people who were convicted either.
Well, that may be the trouble. You can't remember anyone who has been convicted. But if it were you,
I have a feeling that if you had in your little pocket a list of wealthy people who were sprung, you'd have recited that list.
Well, I just recited one. And you said, oh, well, he was from San Francisco, which I didn't take as a serious response.
By the way, he wasn't wealthy.
Yeah, well, he was affluent.
The killer
I
was
used the
not
word
wealthy.
affluent. You used the word wealthy. Let me ask you.
No, I'm afraid you can't.
I can't. It's 2 seconds to go, and I can ask, but he'll never answer.
So thank you
Right.
very much. Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Koch, it's your chance to be interrogated by the opposition team. Mr. Bright, why don't you start?
Thank you. One thing I wanted to ask you, Mayor Koch, if I could, was you said in your opening remarks that you had read both the Supreme Court opinions in 1972 and 1976.
I didn't read them then. I read them in preparation.
Right, in preparation for today. It's your understanding that the Supreme Court in 1972 upheld the death penalty?
What they said in 1972 was that because they believed in that particular case it was arbitrary and capricious, that they stayed death penalty verdicts throughout the country until a system was evolved which was satisfactory to them. In 1976, when in Georgia, again, both cases are Georgian cases, it came back to the Supreme Court. They believed that the law of Georgia, which is a very tough law in terms of protecting defendants' rights, you have to get a statement from the jurors, a statement from the judge, that there was no racial bias involved. Oh, yes.
No, you need to check with Ms. Boleyn. She could tell you the facts about that.
Oh,
But you might want to read that case again, Mayor Koch,
Maybe.
because it actually struck down the death penalty in
No.
1972.
No, it did not. There were only.
Well,
no, no,
you
let
need to
me
read
just,
it.
Let me just say
because
this:
that
there
is
were
what it
only
said.
2 justices in the 2 courts who ever said that the death penalty was cruel and unusual punishment and was constitutionally prohibited. All the others took a contrary position and ultimately upheld the death penalty because of the statutes that applied in other states, which protected the defendant's rights adequately. All they were interested in was preventing arbitrary, capricious dispositions.
Well, you
That's
might
all.
want to read it again, because that's not what the court held.
Well, we differ.
All right, you have to agree to disagree on that, Mr.
Let me
Mr.
pick up
Stevenson.
where we ended, Mr. Koch. In 1987, Louisiana executed almost a dozen people, and in the next 16 months, their murder rate went up.
But you don't know how many more might have murdered?
Well, let me just
have
ask
they
you.
not executed? That's why
Let me
it's
finish. Let me
inconclusive.
finish my question. Let me
Yes.
finish my question. Today, we hear on the news that the 3 most dangerous cities in America are Atlanta, Miami, and Orlando. Those are in 2 of the death penalty states where most of the people, or many of the people, have been executed. Assume, as you've asked Mr. Botstein, assume that the death penalty does not make us any safer. In fact, assume that our murder rate continues to grow as it has for the last 15 years. Then, do you still advocate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So
But
let
let me just expand my answer just for a moment.
Just a moment.
Firstly, when you talk about states, particularly Florida and Louisiana, which are ports of entry, and that means that you have populations coming in that...
But none of these murders were committed by recent immigrants to Louisiana and Florida. These are murders committed by people who've been there.
particular cases. There are lots of cases in Florida involving foreigners who have entered Florida and committed murders. But putting that aside, I am, just as the Supreme Court said in '76, for the proposition that there are certain crimes that are so egregious, so heinous, that only the death penalty is fitting.
And so if we can identify people who have been sentenced to death because they were poor, because they have a racial bias, and their crimes are not as heinous, if I can go into Alabama's prisons and identify 128 people who
I doubt
are
that
more
you can.
deserving of the death penalty,
I'll tell you why.
Let him ask the question.
more deserving of the death penalty than the 128 on death row, then we should do something about that.
No, it doesn't make, as Mr. Buckley said, you can point to 1,000 people who regrettably have escaped justice. That doesn't mean if justice is applied to a particular case that it's unjust. Now, I will concede to you, there's prejudice in this country. There's no question about that. There are lawyers who are incompetent in this country, and there are many who are at the trial level. But I will tell you this.
Let me just ask you this, though. Let me just say this. If those 2 factors are the things that get you the death penalty, that's
But
okay?
they don't, because of our appeal system. I said to you earlier, and I stay with it, that there is no definitive work that any person who was actually executed was not guilty. There will be people who will say he was not guilty, but there will not be a consensus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koch. I got to usher you off stage. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Glasser. It's Mr. Botstein's turn. Thank you very much, Mayor Koch. Mr. Botstein, you don't get to make an opening remark, but you get to submit to questions. Does someone have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Good.
If the evidence, another one of these hypothetical questions we toss towards each other, if the evidence showed that that executions in fact had a strong deterrent effect, if, for example, Isaac Ehrlich's study of some 20 years ago showed that one execution may have the consequence of deterring 8 murders, as I recall. If this is so, would you favor the death penalty?
I'm reluctant to answer the question, not because I'm reluctant to answer questions, but it's kind of a trap question. I don't believe it's a deterrent. So I'm conceding to this game of if it were. So if it were, I would say I would be not in favor of it because I would find some other way to deter the crime. If you were telling me it's the only deterrent the deterrent of last resort, let's talk about it. But it doesn't seem in an imperfect country where we're not doing what we should about crime and shouldn't be doing about anything located in the origins of crime, that to bring it up in the first deterrent, I think is morally questionable. I have to say, by the way, didn't Leopold and Loeb get off?
No, they were both convicted.
Yeah, but in terms of death penalty, were they ever convicted of death
One was
penalty?
murdered in jail, the other one was let out in 1942.
Were they affluent?
Well, he'd been in about 30 years, yeah.
Is that good enough for you?
I wouldn't let him out, yeah.
Incidentally, the defense attorney guaranteed that there would never be a petition to spring them.
But you understand the point.
Yeah, I understand, but I also understand you really didn't answer my question. Could I prevail upon you to do that?
Yes, I will answer the question, which is, I would not be in favor of the death penalty because I do not believe, even in your hypothetical, it is the only exclusive and the most effective deterrent to crime.
Mr. Buckley.
The difficulty now is that, as I mentioned earlier, it may indeed be the only alternative to what is imprisonment. If we had a system that these people guilty of heinous crimes, in fact, were given life sentences without so forth, parole, then that would be something else again. But my statistic is, and nobody's refuted it, the average murderer serves 8.7 years. That's not an effective deterrent.
I understand that, but Professor Burns, our difference is very fundamental. You are saying that we should have the death penalty because the alternative, which would be life imprisonment without parole, doesn't exist. I say we have a societal obligation. The difference between this country and other countries, presumably, is that there is this notion of the limitation of government and the protection of life. Therefore, let's try to change society so that life imprisonment without parole is in fact the alternative and not use the death penalty.
Let me ask you this question, which I asked in the opening, but I don't think you responded to. If you did, give us
Evading
give
questions
us the
the college
response
president's
again.
habit.
Well, now,
Yes.
in the state of New York, in the prison known as Greenhaven, a prisoner who had been sentenced to life imprisonment killed a female prison guard. Now, you tell me how he should be punished, since he's already serving a life imprisonment. Tell me how he should be punished.
I think there is probably a real difference in that, probably as facing the irreversibility of the murder you're describing, you and I probably differ on the importance of seeking punishment. This person is in prison already, and that this crime may be a crime where some kind of symbolic punishment isn't possible.
Not symbolic.
No,
I mean,
or
suppose
real
how
punishment.
many prison guards may he kill before you'll come up with an additional punishment?
Well, the difficulty is that we differ about the extent to which we are satisfied by punishment. The tragedy of this murder you're describing is unspeakable. This person is in prison. You're pushing to, obviously, a logical conclusion. The only thing left to do is to take his life.
An illogical conclusion.
No, yes,
Don't punish him.
I think you think it's logical. I think it's illogical on moral grounds. That is to say, because I come back to a fundamental principle, Mr. Koch, that we are gathered in a society and governed by laws, irrespective of the Supreme Court can be right, can be wrong, it changes its view, on some fundamental notion that there is a limitation to government.
So how many
to take the
people
life.
may he kill before he is subject to an additional punishment other than a second life imprisonment, which is hard to serve?
These are extreme cases.
Yes, they
of
are.
hypothetical extreme cases in which the exception proves the rule.
So
That
it's
is
an
to say-
exception? You would allow the death penalty there?
No, the exception where the death penalty might theoretically be applicable, but principally should not.
All right, thank you both. Thank you, Professor Botstein. Mr. Bright and Ms. Boleen. I assume you oppose each other often in court. Now you're opposing each other on PBS.
This is an opportunity I've waited for, Steve. In your opinion, Steve, isn't it true that if someone is unquestionably guilty and is unquestionably guilty of a heinous crime, and yet they receive the death penalty by any mechanism, that by virtue of their conviction, that means that their attorney was ineffective? Isn't that correct?
Oh, certainly not, Susan. I don't think that at all.
So you think that
It all depends on the case and the quality of representation, but you know as well as I do that when lawyers are being paid in these cases an hourly rate that's less than the overhead that it costs to keep their office open, you know you can't get anybody to do those cases for that kind of money.
So you think that the quality of representation is always a result of the amount that goes in their pocketbook?
No, I'm saying, though, that when you pay people, next time you need a lawyer, anybody over here need a lawyer, try to hire a lawyer for $2 an hour, which is what you often get in a death penalty case, or even $20 an hour. There's an old adage, you get what you pay for, and I think a lot of times the poor person accused of a crime gets what the system pays for.
All right,
Just
Steve,
recently, a case of an innocent man convicted in Texas His lawyer was paid $11.50 an hour to defend him in a capital case. Now, he was on death row for 8 years before, just by sheer luck, he was represented by some pro bono lawyers from a big law firm that came in and showed that there was no case against him at all. But he was spent 8 years on death row for a crime that he didn't do because of the legal representation. And
Well,
you
let me
know
ask
as
you
well
this
as I
question,
do
Steve,
that
though.
that's the rule and not the exception.
Let me ask you this question, though. If you're representing a capital defendant, as you often do, and you go in, it's not uncommon, is it, to ask for a very large amount to investigate the case. Is that correct? Maybe $100,000. There have even been motions in Georgia of $100,000 necessary to investigate a case. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any motion like that. The last case I
Carlton
tried, we got
Geary.
about $5,000.
Carlton Geary, they made a motion
Gary was
for
a farce. They didn't give him a penny.
$125,000.
You know that. They
Well,
didn't give
answer
him
my
a penny.
question.
Here
If-
this guy was accused
Let me
of all
ask
these
you this
crimes.
question. Answer
They
my
wouldn't
question,
even
Steve.
give the
Steve,
wait,
answer
don't
my-
misrepresent
answer my
though,
question,
Carlton
though.
Garrett.
All right.
Because you know that they didn't
Let me
even give the
rephrase the
lawyers
question
money
for you, Steve.
for telephone calls in that case, Susan.
Okay,
Now, that
now
case is a terrible miscarriage of
now
justice.
it's
You
your
know
turn.
that.
Now it's your turn.
All right, let's assume that there are, we'll assume for the sake of argument, if you don't wish to concede a specific case, I understand that. But let's assume for the sake of argument that there are investigative fees that are requested for indigent defendants. And those same investigatory fees would not be available for a middle-class person charged with a crime in which the death penalty could be imposed, would they? So, in fact, my question is, isn't the system now weighted in favor of indigents and minorities by virtue of all the procedural mechanisms available and the fact that you have 11 available appeals to challenge a death sentence in Georgia?
Susan, I'm not aware of a case where anybody has received very much money at all for expert witnesses or for the investigation that's needed in these cases. I think you know as well as I do, it just doesn't take place. And I remember this case recently tried in Columbus, where these two court-appointed lawyers, neither of whom had ever handled a death penalty case before, they weren't given 1 penny for an investigator, they weren't given 1 penny for an expert witness, and of course the prosecution, as you know, was represented by a lawyer who had been doing death penalty cases for ever since the law came on the books in
If I didn't believe it took
1973.
place, I wouldn't ask you that question,
And he
Steve.
had the law enforcement agencies to do the investigation. He had his own in-house investigators. He had any expert witness that he wanted.
Let me ask
There's
you this
no way
question,
you can
Steve.
have a fair
Let me
trial
ask you
when the
this question.
scales are balanced like that.
Don't you counsel other persons who are going to represent capital defendants that the best way to represent a capital defendant is not to represent them on the individual facts of the crime, but attempt to bankrupt the system, file as many motions as you can, make it as costly as you can, and that is the way in which you attempt to represent capital defendants, is an attempt to attack the system instead of represent the individual defendant who's on trial for the crime?
It's patently absurd. I do not. What
You-
I try
you've
to
never
do,
made that,
I
you've never
have
made that
said,
statement that you will attempt to bankrupt the system and eliminate the death penalty in Georgia.
what I have said is that the poor person facing the crime has got a right to the same kind of vigorous representation that Oliver North had in his trial, that a person with means have in their trial. That means a vigorous investigation of the facts, presenting the facts. You know the cases I've had. That's exactly what we've done. I've tried capital cases. Not once has the death penalty been imposed. And that's because
Go on the
of the
offenses.
investigation that's been done. Well, I'd like to ask a couple or three questions to help your friend Mr. Koch there understand how our system works in the South. He said that there was some Supreme Court ruling that you can't discriminate anymore, and I wanted to, you know, this Lingo case recently decided by the Georgia Supreme Court, a capital case, where the prosecutor used 11 of 11 jury strikes to get against African Americans to get an all-white jury, and of course that was just recently upheld by the Georgia Supreme Court, wasn't it?
Well, I'm not going to go into specific cases. There were more facts than that, as you well know. If you want to debate a specific case, Steve, we can do that. But to ask me a question like that without allowing me to respond to the facts of the case is unfair and misleading to the audience.
Well, add any facts you want to, but isn't the fact that all a prosecutor has to do in any case to sustain his or her jury strikes is give a reason, a race-neutral reason for those strikes? And in that case, the prosecutor, and again, it went back to the point that I was making earlier, he said he struck most of the African Americans because they weren't strongly in favor of the death
Are
penalty.
you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question. Do
What
you
is it?
recall the facts of the case?
Yes,
That-
I recall.
That's exactly what happened
No,
in that
that's not
case.
exactly what happened. I recall that what the law is in Georgia is that prosecutors are required to give a race-neutral reason for excluding black people. I think it is racist of you and other persons like you to assume that all black people are against the death penalty. That's racist in
I
and of
don't make
itself.
that assumption. I think
Yes,
each
you
person
do.
should
Yes,
be
you do,
treated
because you think
individually,
that
Susan.
yes, you do, because you assume that if a prosecutor strikes a black person, that means that that prosecutor is racist. And that is a racist view in and of itself. So you are no better than the persons that you are accusing to be racist because you are making assumptions based on race the same way that you're accusing them of making them.
Do you think it's unreasonable? Do you think it's unreasonable for me to think that when a prosecutor uses all 11 of his jury strikes against the only 11 African Americans that maybe it has something to do with race?
No, but I'd like to see some proof. I'd like to see proof. I don't think the fact that he strikes them is proof.
Well, let me ask you about this
intentional
case.
Discrimination.
Intentional or unintentional, it's the same amount of harm that's done. It means part of the community going to give just to get and that's because
Go on the
of the
offensive.
investigation. You know,
And attempt to file as many motions as you can.
penny for an investigator. They weren't given one penny for an expert witness, and of course the prosecution, as you know, was represented by a lawyer who had been doing death penalty cases for ever since the law came on the books in
If I didn't believe it took
1973.
place, I wouldn't ask you that question,
And
Steve.
he had the law enforcement agencies to do the investigation. He had his own in-house investigators. He had any expert witness that he wanted.
Let me ask
There's
you this
no way
question,
you can
Steve.
have a fair
Let me
trial
ask
when
you
the
this
scales
question.
are balanced like that.
Don't you counsel other persons who are going to represent capital defendants that the best way to represent a capital defendant is not to represent them on the individual facts of the crime, but attempt to bankrupt the system. File as many motions as you can, make it as costly as you can, and that is the way in which you attempt to represent capital defendants, is an attempt to attack the system instead of represent the individual defendant who's on trial for the crime?
It's patently absurd. I do not. What
You
I try to
you've never
do,
made that,
I
you've never
have
made that
said,
statement that you will attempt to bankrupt the system and eliminate the death penalty in Georgia.
what I have said is that the poor person facing the crime has got a right to the same kind of vigorous representation that Oliver North had in his trial, that a person with means have in their trial. That means a vigorous investigation of the facts, presenting the facts. You know the cases I've had. That's exactly what we've done. I've tried capital cases. Not once has the death penalty been imposed. And that's because
Go on the
of the
offensive.
investigation that's been done. Well, I'd like to ask a couple or three questions to help your friend Mr. Koch there understand how our system works in the South. He said that there was some Supreme Court ruling that you can't discriminate anymore, and I wanted to, you know, this Lingo case recently decided by the Georgia Supreme Court, a capital case, where the prosecutor used 11 of 11 jury strikes to get against African Americans to get an all-white jury, and of course that was just recently upheld by the Georgia Supreme Court, wasn't it?
Well, I'm not going to go into specific cases. There were more facts than that, as you well know. If you want to debate a specific case, Steve, we can do that. But to ask me a question like that without allowing me to respond to the facts of the case is unfair and misleading to the audience.
Well, add any facts you want to, but isn't the fact that all a prosecutor has to do in any case to sustain his or her jury strikes is give a reason, a race-neutral reason for those strikes. And in that case, the prosecutor, and again, it went back to the point that I was making earlier, he said he struck most of the African Americans because they weren't strongly in favor of the death
Are
penalty.
you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question. Do
What
you
is it?
recall the facts of the case?
Yes,
That-
I recall.
That's exactly what happened
No,
in that
that's not
case.
exactly what happened. I recall that what the law is in Georgia is that prosecutors are required to give a race-neutral reason for excluding black people. I think it is racist of you and other persons like you to assume that all black people are against the death penalty. That's racist in
I
and of
don't make
itself.
that assumption. I think
Yes,
each
you
person
do.
should
Yes,
be
you do,
treated
because you think
individually,
that
Susan.
Yes, you do, because you assume that if a prosecutor strikes a black person, that means that prosecutor is racist. And that is a racist view in and of itself. So you are no better than the persons that you are accusing to be racist because you are making assumptions based on race the same way that you're accusing them of making.
Do you think it's unreasonable? Do you think it's unreasonable for me to think that when a prosecutor uses all 11 of his jury strikes against the only 11 African Americans that maybe it has something to do with race?
No, but I'd like to see some proof. I'd like to see proof. I don't think the fact that he strikes them is proof.
Well, let me ask
talking
you
about
about this
intentional
case.
discrimination.
Intentional or unintentional, it's the same amount of harm that's done. It means part of the community doesn't participate. The jury is supposed to be the conscience of the community. You can't eliminate a third of the
your
community.
burden is to not only allege but prove intentional discrimination.
I'm not talking
of
about
that which you
burdens.
might
I'm
often
talking about what's
wonder.
fair.
We're not going to
Let me-
accept your rhetoric as proof.
Let me ask you this, and let's talk about patterns then. You know about the Horton case, Jimmy Horton, my client, who was sentenced to death by an all-white jury in Macon, Georgia.
You got it reversed too, didn't you, Steve?
And you know why?
The system worked, didn't it? You got it
know why?
reversed. No, why, Steve? Why do you think you got it reversed?
Well, let me ask you the question, because I want to ask you what's your explanation. We showed in that case, and I'm not talking about any of my statistics, I'm talking about the ones your office and mine stipulated to and are quoted by the Court of Appeals in that case, that showed that Mr. Briley in death penalty cases has used 90% of his jury strikes against African Americans, and in cases, which are most of his cases, involving an African American charged with a crime against a white person, has used 94%, Susan, 96 of 103 jury strikes.
But
He is used against...
You represented your client. You have gone on a rampage against this particular prosecutor. You have gotten everyone to say that he's racist. You've attacked him as racist in case after case. So that's not any better proof that I could have for the fact that the system works. You, who are an expert in the death penalty, represented him. You showed the statistics. You argued, and you got him a new trial, and he doesn't have a death sentence anymore, does he, Steve? Because when you went back, you got him to plead out to life. And so
I don't call spending 12 years on death row the system working, Susan. I mean, the system shouldn't have had that kind of race discrimination at the trial to begin with.
The safeguards were there and you utilized them.
But what my question is not so much that, are you saying that the fact that he uses over 90% of his jury strikes against African Americans, that has nothing to do with race?
No, I'm not saying it has nothing to do with race. I'm not saying that has nothing to do with race, but I'm saying you, as an attorney, have to prove that the racial bias impeded and
my question is
infiltrated the
not
file.
who has to prove anything. My question is there racial bias going on? And when you look at somebody who uses 90% of their jury strikes against a group that's only 20% of the population, can we say that race is involved there?
I think what I'm saying is I'm not willing to admit that statistics that you cite prove race.
I'm talking about the facts.
Thanks very much, both of you. Thank you very much. Professor Burns and Mr. Stevenson. And Mr. Burns, it's your chance to ask some questions to Mr. Stevenson.
I'll ask you the same question I've asked other people. If, in fact, we had a system that did not discriminate against any particular group, especially African Americans, would you be in favor of the death penalty if it could be shown that, for example, one execution may deter as many as 8 murders?
I'm going to be very honest in answering that question. I don't know. Because I frankly don't know what it feels like to live in a society where there is no racial bias, where there is no bias against poor people, where there is no class distinction. And because I don't know what it feels like to live in that society, I can't tell you what my attitude would be on these issues. I'd like to think that redemption would be better than revenge, that we would try to do things, that the logic of killing somebody to show that killing is wrong wouldn't make any more sense to me in that context than it does now.
All right, I'll ask another very simple question. This question is provoked by the exchange that you had with the mayor a few moments ago concerning the jury strikes and so forth, essentially the character of racial justice in Georgia trials. Where's the ACLU? Isn't it down there? Mr. Glasser, aren't you down there looking at these trials very carefully and making certain that these unjust things don't happen? The ACLU, as far as I'm concerned, is all over the country. Every time I'm on a podium talking about any subject, I'm opposed by someone from the ACLU.
I guess my response is the better question is, where is the Attorney General's office? Why is it the ACLU's responsibility to prevent racial bias, but not the Attorney General, not the government, not the Supreme Court? Why do we presume that it's a handful of good people, good do-gooders are out there that have to protect all of society from being tarnished with the idea that our justice system is racially biased or that it biases against poor people? You and I are just as committed to a constitutional, fair, just society as the ACLU. Where are you? Where's Ms. Bolin? Why aren't we all
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Stevenson, I am on record as saying what Mr. Buckley refused to say. If, in fact, in this country, it were absolutely certain that the whole system is biased against blacks, that what we find here now is racially discriminatory, I would say that the death penalty has to be abolished on either due process or equal protection grounds. I will say that.
I think you need to write another book called Not for Capital Punishment, because that's what's going on.
Well, you see, I'm not so sure of that. I asked earlier about whether anyone had read the recent RAND Corporation, it is very recent, study showing that, in fact, Ballas's evidence with respect to deterrence is flawed. pointing out, for example, with respect to the race of the victim, that blacks are much more likely to be executed if convicted and sentenced to death if they kill a white person. He points out that if you control for other things, for example, the fact that police officers themselves are more likely than others to be white. So you get a case like McCleskey against Kemp, a case that you surely are very familiar with. There was a white person who was killed, and the death sentence was imposed, but the white person happened to be a police officer, and, one has to take into account that happy fact, I think, in this country, that Americans don't like their police officers to be killed.
Now answer that question, then go on to the
Sure.
offensive.
I think if the majority of the 2,800 people on death row were there for committing murders of police officers, that point might have some relevance, but that's not what's going on. We've got 122 people on Alabama's death row. Less than 3 are there for crimes committed against law enforcement people. The fact that there may be more white police officers does not explain how, in the state of Alabama, for example, 65% of all murders involve black victims, yet only 12% of the cases that result in death sentences involve black victims. I don't think you can point to what's going on with law enforcement to explain the gross disparities based on race. 75% of the people in our state have been executed are black. There's no way in the world you can legitimate that by pointing to a couple of executions of law enforcement folks.
Well,
now, let me ask you my question.
Let me respond to that very briefly. The solution to that, of course, is to execute more of the blacks who killed blacks.
Well, let's think about that. We're going to now sort of kill more black people because we haven't been dealing with black people fairly? I mean, that's your response
Well, if you rely on this victimization business, if you rely on the fact that,
I think
as you've been doing, then I'm merely making the obvious point that the solution is to execute more of the blacks who kill blacks.
Well, why not execute anybody until we can execute everybody fairly, until we can sentence everybody justly? Let me ask you this question, because I think you made the point that if we could do something that would incarcerate people meaningfully, perhaps your attitude would change. I just want to point out to you that there are 10 states in this country that have 20 to 40-year mandatory sentences for the crime of murder. There are 18 sentences that have mandatory life imprisonment without parole. In my state, the sentencing option to the death penalty is life imprisonment without parole. Now, assuming that we can put these people in prison, and I just want to point out for the mayor that, corrections folks don't feel like they need a death penalty to protect their correctional guards from murders. That happens so rarely in this country, and there are things you can do. You put that person in restrictive custody, you make sure that person doesn't have exposure to correctional guards, and their punishment does get worse. You get meatloafs, you get all kinds of horrible things. You control your custody and your confinement. We're not helpless in dealing with people who are that dangerous. But my question to you is, if we can have this meaningful alternative, life imprisonment without parole, why then do we still need a death penalty?
No, well, my argument, as I made clear earlier, it was not a deterrence argument. I've been forced to discuss deterrence because everybody else around here is talking about deterrence. My argument is a moral argument, and I think that, as I tried to indicate with my example of Simon Wiesenthal, that there are certain things, certain crimes that are committed, and the appropriate penalty has to be the taking of a life. In this case, the sentiment is shared by those who wrote the Bible, with authority in certain matters.
Well, Mr. President, I mean, surely you're not going to just stand on the proposition that because the Bible says something is acceptable, which is a point that many of us would counter. I mean, I basically read the scriptures in the New Testament where Jesus was asked his opinion about the death penalty. He said, "Let him who without first sin cast the first stone." To me, that's an anti-death penalty statement. But let's leave that out of it for the proposition, because the Bible says a lot of things about gender relations, about power relations that you and I don't necessarily think are good governmental policies.
Yeah, I'm not going to simply rely on the Bible. I'm going to make a moral argument here. I'm going to make the argument that for certain crimes, there's only one appropriate response. And that's what I tried to get at with my example of Simon Wiesenthal hunting down these Nazis. Why do we go after them? We go after them in order to bring them to justice. Why? To rehabilitate them? No. To deter others? No. To pay them back, and it's necessary to pay them back because of the response.
But isn't life imprisonment without parole paying them back?
Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen. The moment has come for closing arguments, and I call upon Ira Glasser to close for the negative. for the opposition team, let's say.
We began by stating that there were only two justifications for the death penalty as an alternative to life in prison that were being offered by our opponents. The first was a utilitarian one. It will make us safer, it will deter, it will reduce the number of homicides. We have argued that the evidence shows that that is not so. Our opponents have basically conceded that by saying that the evidence is inconclusive, to use their term. No contest. The death penalty will not make us safer. Life in prison is enough. And in fact, 28 states effectively mandate it now. So we're left with the moral question. An eye for an eye, the Old Testament. But no one is serious about that. No one has refuted the fact that only 2% of convicted murderers get sentenced to death. And no one has refuted the fact that it would be unfair if those 2% were chosen. Who gets the short straw? Those 2% were chosen as a symbolic moral exercise on the basis of race and class. We believe that the evidence is overwhelming, and Congress's study of all studies show that the evidence is overwhelming, that whether you get the death penalty is not determined by the egregiousness of the crime. Otherwise, why would Richard Speck and Charlie Manson still be in prison? Not determined by the particular horrible nature of the crime, determined by the race of the victim. 238 people executed since 1976, only one where a white killed a black. When the race of the victim is white, that's when you're likely to get the death penalty. If that were written into law, everyone in this room would oppose it. It is just as well written into law if it is the practice of the law, even though it is not there on paper. The second thing that determines whether you get the death penalty is whether you are poor and cannot hire at the crucial investigative stage and the trial stage the kind of lawyers that most of us would be able to hire if we were in trouble. And that is not to get the guilty off, it's to prove the claims of innocence that you may have. You say a person came at you with a knife, you got to find somebody to find that knife. The court-appointed lawyer won't do it. So the question isn't whether in some make-believe imagined world we would support the death penalty if it was administered fairly and it made us safer. The question for you is, in this real world today, where you admit that there is no evidence that it makes us safer, and where there is overwhelming evidence that the lottery is chosen by race and class, in that world of unfairness and no safety, why, in the name of morality, do you still support the death penalty?
Thank you very much. Mr. Buckley, closing arguments for the affirmative team.
Mr. Chairman, we fought 3 major wars in this century, 2 wars in Europe, 1 war in Vietnam. The Americans killed in those 3 wars only slightly outnumber the people who've been murdered in the last 11 years. 400,000 versus 350,000. That quadrupling of the number of murders is the heaviest indictment of our society. And the infrastructure of the permissiveness that permits this to go on is our refusal to enact and seriously use the ultimate deterrent of the death penalty. It's not merely a symbolic moral exercise. It is an index of the gravity with which we are committed to the proposition that we value each other's lives and consecrate ourselves to defending ourselves. We think nothing of sacrificing our life or sending young men to sacrifice their life to defend the liberty of the country. Why oughtn't lives to be sacrificed in requital for taking a life of that kind? Now, we in this room are mostly college-educated people, and the incidence of murder among us is significantly lower than in other less privileged parts of America. And indeed, the polls show that more college-educated people are opposed to the death penalty than non-college-educated people, perhaps because there is less of that kind of exposure. But the raw facts reach out and hit us. 850 people were killed last year by men who had been convicted of murder previously. So that the 850 innocent men and women last year would be alive if the people who had gone out of jail had been instead executed as they were at one point sentenced to do. Even after they are subject to the death sentence, notwithstanding all of this sentimental talk about the plight in which they are confined, in fact, they do have these appeals, as Mayor Koch says. How do I know? Because I was the chairman of the Defense Committee of one man who had the longest term in the death house in American history. I got him out. 6 years later, he tried to kill somebody else and confessed he was guilty the first time. So I'm saying that these appeals do exist, but an index to the gravity with which we accept the primal responsibility of a civilized society is to do everything that we can to defend innocent people. And we are not doing everything that we can so long as we let killers stay in jail until the ACLU is happily finished revising the American Constitution. We're prepared to let the Constitution, let the Supreme Court advise us on that, Mr. Glasser, and I hope you will have enough patience to abide by the same limits. I think you want me to finish.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. It's a terrible thing to say about such a gruesome topic, but I think this is one of the best debates we've ever had. Thank you to our debaters tonight. Thank you to Bard College. Thank you to the audience out here in Bard College in the Olin Auditorium, and thanks to the audience watching at home. Thanks to Warren Steibel, the producer. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to be talking about the death penalty, or capital punishment, and we all know what that is, right? When someone is killed by the state as punishment for a criminal act. And I want to talk about this for a few reasons. Firstly, while most countries around the world have either abolished capital punishment outright or only use it in very specific and rare circumstances, much of the world's population still lives in countries that retain the death penalty. Also, in countries that have abolished the death penalty, it can remain popular, and its reintroduction is often argued for. A 2017 YouGov survey found that more than half of Brexit Leave voters in the UK, for instance, think that the death penalty should be brought back. Another reason I want to talk about the death penalty today is because I've noticed that frequently, when discussing the pros and cons of the death penalty, people tend to have the wrong argument. And for an example of this, we're going to take a look at a typical pro-death penalty argument, such as the one offered by Dennis Prager of PragerU in his video, Is the Death Penalty Ever Moral?, which I will link below in the video description. In this video, Dennis Prager argues that criminals who do sufficiently horrible things should be put to death, and he uses as an example the 2007 Cheshire, Connecticut home invasion murders, during which 2 criminals broke into a family's house and murdered 3 people in a particularly brutal manner. Dennis Prager's argument in favour of executing these men is an emotional argument, and he appeals directly to the feelings of his audience, talking about things like a sense of justice, the pain inflicted on the loved ones of those murdered, and asks whether torturers, rapists, murderers, and evil men like them deserve to keep their lives. And this sort of appeal to emotion is the main thrust of many pro-death penalty arguments. Now, whether someone can forfeit the right to life with a sufficiently horrible action or series of actions is a moral question, it's a philosophical question, and it's not a question that I'm going to be answering today. If you believe that people who commit terrible crimes, such as Dennis Prager describes, deserve in turn to lose their lives, I am not going to argue with you here. In fact, we can proceed as if that is definitely true, if you like, because regardless of how you feel about that question, it doesn't actually have anything to do with what we'll be talking about today, which is whether the death penalty, as a practical process, should actually be carried out. Is it possible for someone to lose the right to life? Is a different question to should society have the death penalty? And I'm going to be arguing that no matter how you feel about the former question, the answer to the latter question is no. And if you disagree with that right now, all I ask is that you stick around for the rest of the video and hear me out. Now, before we start, it is worth pointing out that many anti-death penalty arguments also appeal to emotion, and I'm going to be trying to avoid those arguments going forward. Reading or watching anti-death penalty arguments, you will often hear about, for example, how the difficulty of securing the chemicals for lethal injections means that inferior chemicals can be used, which can lead to drawn-out and painful or botched executions and so on. Now, regardless of how any individual feels about that, I don't see it being all that much of a convincing argument to someone who is currently in favour of the death penalty, since if you think a criminal did something so bad that they should be killed, you probably don't care too much if they get hurt on the way out, right? So as much as possible today, I'm going to be trying to avoid the emotional arguments and stick to the facts. And to begin with here, let's stay with Dennis Prager's video for a while. He opens his video by asserting that he just doesn't understand people who oppose the death penalty. The gulf is unbridgeable, he says, between those of us who believe that some murderers should be put to death and those who believe that no murderer should ever be put to death. Later, at the end of the video, he calls back to this opening paragraph stating, "But if you really do believe these people deserve to keep their lives, well, as I said at the outset, I don't understand you." Now, these two quotes illustrate perfectly the disconnect I talked about a minute ago. In the opening, Dennis Prager is talking about the process of people being put to death, but at the end he's talking about the philosophical question of whether those people deserve to keep their lives. Two different questions which he's treating as if they're the same. In doing this, what Dennis Prager is missing is the possibility that someone could believe that criminals who do the sorts of evil things he describes do deserve to lose their lives, but that the death penalty is, separately to that, still a bad idea.
Oh, well, the first thing is there's crimes that the proper penalty is obviously death. Obviously. Like, and I've read a lot about serial killers, for example. I've read a lot of brutal material, you know. I was very interested in criminology and antisocial behavior as well as political pathology. It's like, there are guys like, I think it was John Wayne Gacy, who, yeah, you don't want to know about him. I think he begged the judge for the death penalty. He knew himself, as like, there was no coming back from where he went. So, but that's not the issue for me. The issue is, do you give the state that much power? And I would say, practically, no. I think this is a very callous way of looking. I think in the United States it costs $20 million to put someone to death. It's like, why? Well, because the state shouldn't just be able to do that easily. And they make mistakes, like a lot of mistakes. And so maybe you just never want the state to have that much power. And I think that's a reasonable argument. It's not, I'm not comfortable with that.
That's where I'm at with it. I just don't want to give the state that power.
That was Jordan Peterson there, expressing to Dave Rubin his opinion that people can deserve to be killed, but that he just doesn't trust the state to wield that much power. And this is a common anti-death penalty argument made by anti-big government folks. I picked a clip of Jordan Peterson there because he has been the narrator of multiple PragerU videos, so if Dennis Prager would like to understand an anti-death penalty argument, I suppose he could just ask Jordan Peterson. Peterson's argument also reveals a contradiction in Prager's position, and it's to do with the size and role of the government. We all know how PragerU feels about the government, right?
And by the way, when does the government do a good job at fixing anything?
The bigger the government, the smaller the citizen.
Why is the government so bad at health care?
The government is killing small businesses, killing them with excessive taxes, overregulation, and complicated compliance.
The worst environmental offenders have been big, repressive socialist governments.
People in government will sell government influence for personal and political gain.
It's mired in bureaucracy and it's fraught with waste.
The more a government tightens its grip, the less an economy grows.
So what's the solution? Less government, not more.
Yes, the government is big, bloated, slow, corrupt, mired in red tape and regulations. It's not fit to run the DMV, let alone a healthcare system. And this is the government that Dennis Prager trusts to competently decide who deserves to live and die? Why? The same state bureaucracy that his other videos describe as inefficient and corrupt is suddenly perfectly competent when it comes to sentencing the death penalty. Is having the power to end the lives of its citizens not the ultimate example of big government? Not to wander off topic too much here, but this is an example of how most of the time when people complain about the size of the government, their arguments usually have very little to do with the actual size of the government. In a less silly world, if someone claimed to be against big government, we might assume that they support things like decreasing military spending, ending wars, demilitarizing the police, reducing the number of people in prison, and relevant for us here, being against the death penalty. If you don't trust the government and want it to be smaller, you probably shouldn't also want it to have an enormous army, an armed police force, and power of life and death over its citizens. Too often, though, people who complain about big government love all that stuff, and what they actually mean when they say big government is solely government healthcare and welfare programs. Anyway, to get back on track, Dennis Prager has decided to break with PragerU tradition and now totally trusts the government to judge and implement the death penalty fairly and accurately. He says the number of innocent people who might be wrongly executed is infinitesimally small thanks to DNA testing and other advanced forensic tools, which make executing an innocent person virtually impossible. The chance of executing an innocent person is, of course, one of the most common and strongest arguments against the death penalty. Because, obviously, if it comes to light that someone was wrongfully imprisoned, they can be let out of prison. But if it comes to light that someone was wrongfully executed, that's it. They're dead. Dennis Prager steps around this argument by saying our modern forensic tools make it virtually impossible to execute an innocent person. But he's missing something there. He's making a rather big assumption. Now, before we get into exactly what he is missing here, let's first imagine an airtight murder case. Let's say a husband and wife are walking down the street when they're approached by a mugger armed with a gun. And in the process of robbing the couple, he shoots and kills the wife. The police are called, and based upon the description of the criminal given to the police by the husband, they pick up a suspect near the scene of the crime. When they bring the suspect to the husband, he says yes, that's him. He's the person who shot my wife. The police then arrest the suspect, and when they later question him, he admits to the crime and signs a written confession saying, yes, I did it. I'm the person who shot that woman. So, case closed, right? We have a positive identification of the murderer from a witness who was a foot away when the crime was committed, and a signed written confession from the murderer saying that they did it. Few cases get more clear-cut than that. So this case was an actual case. The crime happened in May of the year 2000. Two tourists from Georgia, that's the state, not the country, were staying at a Ramada Inn in Jacksonville, Florida. Outside of their hotel, they were approached by a criminal who, in the process of mugging them, shot and killed Mary Ann Stevens. Her husband, James Stevens, identified Brenton Butler, who was picked up nearby by the police, as the killer, and Butler confessed to the murder during questioning. However, as I imagine many of you already suspect, there is more to this case than meets the eye. Firstly, the husband of the victim was mistaken in his identification of the criminal. He just got the wrong guy. And this is a thing that happens. Witnesses make mistakes, particularly witnesses who were just involved in a very traumatic experience. But why, you might wonder, did the wrong guy confess to the crime? Well, during the trial, Brenton Butler alleged that the police physically abused him into confessing. They, allegedly, again my lawyer's reminding me to say, physically intimidated him and hit him several times until he confessed to the crime. This is all the subject of a very interesting documentary called Murder on a Sunday Morning, which I would highly recommend if you want to know more about this case. The film follows Butler's defense team, two public defenders called Patrick McGinnis and Anne Finnell, as they put together the case for Butler's innocence. And they really tear the police apart in the courtroom and expose their awful and incompetent investigation, which is very satisfying to watch. The police, for example, didn't even search Brenton Butler's house looking for the items he supposedly stole, or interview his family members with regards to his whereabouts at the time of the crime.
You knew you didn't have a gun. You knew you didn't have a purse. You knew you didn't have any money. You knew you didn't have a fisherman's hat, right?
That's all correct.
Okay. Did you ask Brent, can I go search your house or your room?
No, sir, did not.
Did you get a search warrant for his house?
No, sir, did not.
You wanted to find a gun and a purse and bloody clothes and everything else, right?
Yes, sir. Would have been nice.
So why not get a search warrant?
Well, just didn't get a search warrant.
And it's not that hard to imagine what allegedly happened here. A tourist was shot and killed outside a hotel. That is not a great headline for attracting more tourists to your town. So there's a lot of pressure on the police to solve that particular crime very quickly. And here you have an eyewitness who has already identified someone in your custody who they say did the crime. And that someone is a teenager who you just need to get to sign a piece of paper to put this case away quickly. So you make him sign the paper, allegedly. And you don't go around investigating other things that you know will make the case against him weaker. So you don't search his house for the stolen items that you know aren't there. You don't interview potential alibis who could get him off the hook. You just pin everything on the witness ID and the confession and hope that that's enough to get the case across the line. So you might ask why I'm talking about this particular case in a video about the death penalty. Butler was too young to be given the death penalty anyway, even if he was found guilty, so that wouldn't apply here. And even if he was found guilty, the real killer was later caught when someone tipped the police off to who it was, so Butler probably would have been let out anyway, even if he was wrongly convicted. But my point here is to show a case in which the criminal justice system, or part of it, in this case the police force, could have a motivation to deliberately allow an innocent person to be convicted of a crime they did not commit. This is what Dennis Prager misses when discussing investigative techniques and forensic tools. Because yes, in many cases we do have very powerful forensic tools, but you also have to be able to trust the people with those tools not to lie, and also to actually use the tools, I suppose. What Prager leaves out is the human element. The police will sometimes, for example, plant evidence. There was a case just recently in New York where an officer was caught on camera appearing to plant drugs in a car. And this is similar to a case from last year when a Florida police officer was arrested after an investigation showed he repeatedly planted meth on people during traffic stops. Police will sometimes take bribes from criminals. They will lie in court, cover up for the crimes of other officers, beat confessions out of innocent people, and so on. Even if all cops are bastards is a little too absolutist for you, you have to admit that sometimes some cops are bastards, and some judges are bastards, and some lawyers, a lot of lawyers, are bastards, or incompetent, or lazy, or corrupt, or just apathetic. The accuracy of a particular investigative technique or forensic method is only one part of the calculation we have to do when determining odds of someone being innocent. We also have to trust the justice system not to lie or cheat or just have made a mistake. You can say DNA analysis of a piece of evidence is almost perfectly accurate, but it cannot tell you whether or not that piece of evidence was planted at the scene of a crime. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be a very common occurrence, don't get me wrong, but it is a possibility. We have an imperfect justice system run by imperfect people. No one type of evidence is ever going to be flawless, even video evidence. Dennis Prager in his video says opponents of capital punishment oppose the death penalty even when there is absolute proof of the murderer's guilt. If there were a video of a man burning a family alive, opponents of capital punishment would still oppose taking that man's life. Now, the implication there is that a video would be absolute proof of guilt. But is it really? This is a statement that's going to be less and less true over time, and that's simply because technological advances mean that video is getting easier and easier to fake. It is getting harder to spot videos that are authentic and videos that were created in a computer. Many of you will remember this video from a few years ago of a fake Barack Obama that was created in a computer using an AI video tool. Now, the more observant folks in the audience might still be able to tell this is fake. You can see something seems a little off about it, right? However, it is already eerily similar to the real thing, is it not? And before long, it's going to be very difficult indeed to tell the difference between authentic videos and fake videos like this one. And if you were led by my prompting there to believe that this is a fake video of Barack Obama, then we are already at that moment, because this is not a fake video of Barack Obama. This is a real video of Barack Obama. I just put a real video under the headline describing the fake one. Anyway, me being a smart ass aside, while faked videos aren't a huge problem for the legal system right now, as the technology gets both more advanced and easier to use, it very well could be a problem in the future. And even with a non-fake video, we can still imagine perfectly possible scenarios in which executing a man based on video evidence of him committing a crime would be a bad idea. What if the man had off-screen accomplices in his crime? If you kill him, you've got less of a chance of finding them, right? What if the person doing the crime was someone who was coerced or forced into it by some other person? What if someone threatened to murder his family unless he did the horrible thing on their behalf? Again, as with a bribed judge or planted evidence, I'm not saying that these things will be happening every day, just that it is a possibility. And no matter how unlikely, if you execute enough people, you will eventually kill an innocent person. So the pro-death penalty argument has to be that killing the occasional innocent person is an acceptable risk, because that risk is outweighed by the positives that come from having the death penalty. So, what are the positives to having the death penalty? One you will often see proposed is cost. Why should the taxpayer pay to feed and clothe some horrible murderer who might live for another however many decades, right? It would be better and cheaper to just kill them outright. Well, in practice, this isn't actually true. In the United States, for instance, it is vastly more expensive to execute people than to imprison them for life. Executing someone is a very complicated and slow legal process. Some inmates spend more than 20 years on death row before being executed. It's so slow because there are various stages of review and appeal before the death penalty can actually be carried out. Now, the obvious counter-argument to this is to say, well, what if we just sped that process up a little? If we just executed people right after they were found guilty, that massive expense would not exist, right? And execution would be the cheaper option. And the counter-argument to this counter-argument is that the slow appeal and review process exists for a very good reason. If you thought my proposed scenarios a minute ago as to how an innocent person could end up being executed sounded like ridiculous 1,000,000-to-1 shots, then what you need is a real-life example. So let's talk about the rather infamous case of Timothy Evans, something I imagine some of you will know about already. So Timothy Evans was a Welshman who lived in London in 1949 with his wife and child. And in November of 1949, he went to the police and informed them that his wife, Beryl Evans, had died. And the story he told police was that his wife was pregnant, but since the couple thought they could not support another child, they had taken up the proposal of their downstairs neighbour, John Christie, who had offered to perform an abortion. Christie apparently botched the abortion and accidentally killed Beryl Evans. Christie then persuaded Timothy Evans to go and stay with relatives in Wales while he disposed of Beryl Evans' body and made arrangements for a couple to look after their daughter. So Timothy Evans went to Wales, only to a few weeks later decide to go to the police and tell them what had happened. Only, when he first told the story to the police, he left Christie out of it, saying that he himself had been the one to dispose of his wife's body and the one who arranged for his daughter to be looked after. In response to this account, the police searched the place where Evans said he had disposed of the body, which was in a sewer drain, only to find there was no body there, and that lifting the drain cover would have been physically impossible for a single man. So Evans, when re-questioned, changed his story and this time included Christie, stating that he had previously been trying to protect Christie by not mentioning him. So Evans told the police that Christie was the one who hid the body and arranged for his daughter to be looked looked after. In response to this new account, police searched the building where both Evans and Christie lived and discovered in the wash house in the back garden the bodies of not just Beryl Evans, but also her daughter with Timothy Evans. Both had been strangled to death. When he was informed that his wife and daughter had been strangled, Timothy Evans confessed to the crime. Or did he? His questioning by the police produced a confession, though he later stated in court that this confession was made because he feared being subjected to violence by the police. So, from the perspective of the police here, a man came in and said his wife was dead, and then he told them multiple contradictory accounts of how it happened. Most of the time, he is going to be the killer. However, Timothy Evans was not the killer. His wife and daughter were killed by John Christie. There was no botched abortion or arranging for the daughter to be sent elsewhere to be looked after. John Christie murdered them both because he was a serial killer. The things he told Timothy Evans about what had happened were lies. However, John Christie was also a former War Reserve police officer. This, coupled with the police clearly believing that Timothy Evans was obviously the killer, led them to carry out an incredibly lazy investigation. They know it's Timothy Evans, so there's no need to investigate the crime scene all that well, and we can take John Christie at his word since he used to be a copper just like us. And if Timothy Evans won't confess to the crime, we can just persuade him to confess to the crime, if you know what I mean. Wink. This led the police to missing that John Christie had bodies of his prior victims buried in shallow graves in his back garden, so shallow that a dog was able to dig up one of the skulls, and a thigh bone was later apparently found propping up his fence. He also had multiple criminal convictions for theft and assault, including attacking a woman with a cricket bat, which was seemingly overlooked by the police. Because of the police's rubbish investigation and Timothy Evans' temporary confession to the crime, however that came about, Evans was put on trial for murder on the 11th of January 1950 and was found guilty. He was executed on the 9th of March, less than 3 months later. So the state executed an innocent man. And this sounds like a ridiculous 1,000,000-to-1 shot, right? What if it wasn't the husband, and the downstairs neighbour is actually a scheming serial killer? It sounds like paranoid fiction, and it is incredibly unlikely, but things like this do happen. And there are multiple things we should take into account regarding this case. Firstly, it is a very good example of why it is an incredibly bad idea to execute people quickly. All those slow reviews and appeals exist to catch exactly these sorts of mistakes. Christie was caught 3 years later in 1953, for instance, at which point if Timothy Evans had not already been executed, he could have been let out of prison. So yes, the justice system could kill people faster, but if you do that, you're going to make more mistakes. So you have to be okay with killing more innocent people in order to make the process cheaper, I guess. So you're basically killing innocent people for money at that point, which sounds like the opposite of something the justice system should be doing. Next up, killing an innocent person is only half the crime here. Because the justice system got the wrong guy, the actual killer was still out there, and John Christie killed 4 more people before he was caught. Timothy Evans could have been a witness that helped to bring Christie to justice years earlier than he was. Instead, he was wrongfully executed, and Christie went on to kill again. So this is my answer to the cost of the death penalty. You can do it quick, cheap, and bad, or you can do it slow and expensive. The question is how many innocent people you're willing to risk accidentally killing. According to the Death Penalty Information Center in the United States, for instance, more than 160 people on death row were later found to be wrongfully convicted and were exonerated. And they're just the ones who have been found. Remember, the actual number of wrongfully convicted people is likely much higher than that. And let's look at some of the reasons for those exonerations. False or misleading forensic evidence, official misconduct, perjury or false accusation, inadequate legal defense, mistaken witness identification. These supposedly very unlikely scenarios happen much more often than we might like to admit. Anyway, the next pro-death penalty argument I want to take a look at is deterrence. The death penalty is worth its various downsides, it's argued, because it deters crime. Now, the big problem with this argument is that there isn't any evidence for it. For instance, comparing between states within the US that have the death penalty and those that don't, there is no positive correlation between having the death penalty and a lowered rate of crime. And for countries that have abolished the death penalty, there is no evidence that doing so caused the crime rate to rise. So that's it for this argument, right? There's no evidence. However, leaving things there would be a bit of a mistake. There is a relatively good death penalty argument to be made here with regards to deterrence. And I compiled this from various sources, but primarily from the pro-death penalty arguments contained within the book Debating the Death Penalty. So let's do the relatively good death penalty argument. And if I appeared on camera during these videos, this is the point where I'd burst through the door wearing a hat and a fake mustache and proceed to argue with myself in character. But since I'm not much of an actor, we'll all just have to use our imaginations. So the argument goes like this. The death penalty deters crime, to which the response is, no it doesn't, there's no evidence for that. But, we respond, the death penalty would deter crime, it would, had it not been so weakened. There's no evidence of deterrence under our current system, sure, but under our current system, only very small amounts of crimes are eligible for the death penalty, only a very small number of those cases actually result in a death penalty sentence, many of those are later overturned, and the legal process between arrest and execution takes years. Of course, that system isn't deterring anyone, because the odds of getting executed are too low, it happens too slowly, it's too abstract to be a good deterrent. If we want the death penalty to discourage anyone, it needs to be used more often, faster, and for a wider variety of crimes. For instance, we'll execute someone for killing one other person in a robbery, but not a banker who defrauds thousands of people, or a politician who starts a war that kills hundreds of thousands. Now, the obvious response to increased use of the death penalty, as we talked about just previously, is that you're going to execute more innocent people. And to that, we say, the state accidentally kills innocent people all the time. If we build a new fire station, then on a long enough timescale, someone is eventually going to be hit by one of its fire trucks and killed. If we build a new motorway between two cities, there will inevitably be a fatal traffic accident on it. The innocent people killed by the death penalty are no different. To which the response is that those things provide useful societal benefits. We accept the downsides because they're outweighed by the positives. To which we say, so will the death penalty. With all the crime it will definitely deter if only you loosen up a little and start using it appropriately, by which we mean a lot. I like this argument because it's at least honest about the fact that the death penalty will kill innocent people, and I find the bit about the bankers particularly persuasive. Unfortunately, it falls apart upon examination, so here's why I don't agree with it. The more substantial response to the accidental societal deaths argument is that, with regards to the potential benefits of the death penalty, the burden of proof is on the people arguing for it. It's easy to prove that having a fire department, for instance, is a good idea with obvious societal benefits. If we want the death penalty to be seen in the same way, it's on us to prove it. With something so final as the state killing a person, you can't just say it might have benefits without the evidence to back that up. And faced with a lack of evidence, we may as well take the course of action that is later reversible, rather than the one that is permanent. We can let innocent people out of prison, but we can't raise the dead. Additionally, another big problem with the deterrence argument is that it assumes a lucid murderer, the sort of calculating criminals you see killing for personal profit in shows like Columbo and so on. In reality though, not many would-be killers are sitting in front of a spreadsheet working out the odds of getting caught and the punishment they're likely to face versus the benefits of doing a murder. Hitmen, maybe, but they're not actually all that common. Most murders are unplanned and carried out impulsively without thought for the future. And for many of the worst criminals, say mass killers, serial killers and the likes, they either fully expect to be killed by the police or themselves, or they think they'll never be caught, or they don't care about being caught. No legal punishment is going to deter those people. If we do assume a lucid, calculating criminal, though, the sort of criminal who would think, well, I don't mind doing life in prison, but I really don't want the death penalty, then we run into a contradiction when we propose expanding the death penalty to crimes other than murder. And it's a rather dangerous contradiction. You see, the problem is, if we make the penalty for robbery, say, the same as for murder, then our calculating criminal who just robbed someone will think, well, since the punishment is the same either way, I may as well just murder them now, because I have less chance of getting caught if the witness can't identify me on account of being dead. Expanding the death penalty to other crimes will turn a lot of those crimes into murders, assuming our calculating criminals exist anyway. Hardly anyone thinks like this, of course, but the fact that hardly anyone thinks like this is why the deterrence argument doesn't really work. Most murderers aren't thinking logically about the future, because most murderers aren't thinking logically. If they were, they probably wouldn't be murdering someone. There is also a problem with the idea of expanding the death penalty to financial and corporate crimes, as nice as that might sound. And the problem is wealth inequality. Money can buy better legal representation. You can say this or that crime should have the death penalty, but it's still the poor who are going to be the ones receiving the majority of the death penalties. Remedying that problem would take doing away with economic inequality, which funnily enough would definitely do a lot more to lower the crime rate than any possible punishment would do. More equal societies have a lower crime rate after all. Anyway, to loop back to Dennis Prager here, he doesn't make the cost argument in his video, nor does he make the deterrence argument, and that is a smart decision on his part. Both of those arguments are easily countered with evidence, after all. The death penalty is very expensive, and there is no evidence of it deterring crime. These are things that you can show with, like, statistics. So Dennis Prager wisely pins his whole case for the death penalty on the one argument which is difficult to disprove with statistics, which is, how do you feel about it? When someone does something terrible, don't you feel like they should face some equally terrible consequence?
And what about the pain inflicted on the loved ones of those murdered? For most people, their suffering is immeasurably increased, knowing that the person who murdered their family member or friend, and who in many cases inflicted unimaginable terror, is alive and being cared for. Of course, putting the murderer to death doesn't bring back their loved one, but it sure does provide some sense of justice.
So, this is the other argument for the death penalty, the closure argument. The death penalty provides the victim's loved ones with a sense of justice or closure or healing or so on. But is this actually true? Now, you can't speak for every victim's family and friends, of course. Different people are going to react differently. Dennis Prager uses the example of one man who wants the death penalty for the men who killed his family members, for instance. On the other hand, it is trivial to find examples of murder victims' families who oppose the death penalty. For instance, the organisation Murder Victims' Families for Human Rights, who, well, you know, you get it from the title, I imagine, they're family members of murder victims who oppose the death penalty. And that organisation's website says, having all suffered a tragic loss, Murder Victims' Families for Human Rights members have come in different ways and times to the understanding that the death penalty does not help us heal and is not the way to pursue justice for victims. The death penalty, as a sentence, does not provide closure. It's not carried out for a very long time, for a start. Someone sentenced today might not be killed until 2040. That's decades of them being alive and cared for, as Dennis Prager put it. And rather than providing a sense of finality, it is easier to imagine a death penalty sentence giving a sense of uncertainty, because it isn't a certain thing that the murderer will be executed. Many sentences are later changed to life imprisonment, after all. And remember that lengthy review and appeal process where the case is re-examined and often retried? How would you imagine loved ones of murder victims are going to feel about that? Particularly if they were witnesses to the crime, which means they're going to have to be directly involved in that whole process, having all the details brought up over and over again and so on. With a sentence of life in prison, the families of victims know where they're at immediately, but with the death penalty, they really don't. They're in for years of wondering what's actually going to happen. Rather than providing a sense of closure, the death penalty actually delays that closure. And I'd like to briefly mention a study just to back this up somewhat, assessing the impact of the ultimate penal sanction on homicide survivors, a two-state comparison. And let's briefly read the summary of that study. Numerous studies have examined the psychological ramifications that result from the murder of a loved one. Except for the death penalty, however, sparse attention has been paid to the impact of the murderous sentence on homicide survivors' well-being. Given the steadfastness of the public's opinion that the death penalty brings satisfaction and closure to survivors, it is surprising that there has been no systematic inquiry directly with survivors about whether obtaining the ultimate punishment affects their healing. This study used in-person interviews with a randomly selected sample of survivors from 4 time periods to examine the totality of the ultimate penal sanction process and its longitudinal impact on their lives. Moreover, it assessed the differential effect of 2 types of UPS by comparing survivors' experiences in Texas, a death penalty state, and Minnesota, a life without the possibility of parole state. Comparing states highlights differences primarily during the post-conviction stage, specifically with respect to the appeals process and in regard to survivor well-being. In Minnesota, survivors of adjudicated cases showed higher levels of physical, psychological, and behavioral health. This study's findings have implications for trial strategy and policy development. So, at least in the case of this study, it looks like the death penalty is not providing the sense of closure that people might expect it to. And I'll post a link to this below in case anyone wants to read it in more detail. Dennis Prager ends his video by saying that he does not understand the other side of the death penalty argument, which, should have gone without saying, really. But I'd like to end today by saying that I do understand the pro-death penalty argument. I understand the desire for some sense of ultimate justice with regards to the sorts of awful murderers we've been talking about. I live in England, where we do not have the death penalty. But I imagine that if someone murdered my family or friends, I would, in that moment, want that person to suffer every possible punishment, up to and including the death penalty. But that's just what I would personally want in the moment. Nothing would have changed with regards to anything else we've been talking about today. Instituting the death penalty because I want it in the one case would set the precedent for the state to execute people for other reasons that I might not agree with. And it would reopen the door to the possibility of innocent people being wrongfully executed. And that is ultimately a worse crime than me, as an individual, not getting what I want. Thanks a lot for watching, folks. What do you think about the death penalty? Be sure to scroll down to the comment box and write all of your opinions in a YouTube comment, which I will definitely be sure to read. Thanks as always to my backers over on Patreon, some of whom should be scrolling by right now. Thanks to them not only for their financial support, but also for all of their very useful feedback. And if you'd like to help me out in making more videos like this, consider having a peek at the Patreon link I will leave below. Right, that's all from me today, folks. I'll see you next time.
Moderating this debate, first thing I need to tell you is to turn off all cell phones so we don't have any distracting noises during the debate. And I also want, as a preliminary matter, thank the Law School's Hyatt Fund and the Law Students for Social Justice who organized this debate, especially Andrew Cunningham, who was in charge of getting the great speakers we have here today and setting up this whole program. Now, just by way of introduction, I want to say a few words. The death penalty obviously is one of the most important issues that confronts the criminal justice system today, not just because it's the most severe punishment that we have in the criminal justice system, but also because litigation over the death penalty has affected all other aspects of the criminal justice system, non-capital as well as capital cases. It's also a very emotional subject. Of course, first of all, there have been the many exonerations, people released from death row after witnesses have recanted, prosecutors have admitted that they withheld exculpatory evidence, or DNA tests have disproven the prosecution's case. At the same time, despite all of this, support for the death penalty remains very high, not just in this country, but also in Europe, where supposedly the death penalty is illegal. Well, not supposedly. In fact, it is prohibited. So a debate about the death penalty is particularly timely, especially since, as many of you may know, unless there's a stay granted or the governor commutes the sentence, tomorrow will be the execution for John Allen Muhammad, the mastermind of the 2002 sniping incidents in Washington, D.C., which left 10 people dead. For today's debate, we are very fortunate to have two very well-known advocates for their respective positions. They're extremely knowledgeable about the death penalty and veterans at debating its pros and cons. Advocating for the death penalty will be, against the death penalty will be Dr. Ken Haas. And I want to tell you a few words about him. He's from the University of Delaware. He received his PhD in political science from Rutgers University in '78. He's taught at Delaware ever since, and now has joined appointments in sociology and criminal justice, as well as political science and international relations. He's won more teaching awards at the University of Delaware than any other professor in the history of the University of Delaware. He's the author of several books having to do with criminal justice, and his scholarly work has been cited in many books and journal articles and by the United States Supreme Court. On the other side of the debate is Joshua Markey, who served as district attorney of Clatsop County, Oregon since 1994. He's a former president of the Oregon District Attorneys Association and has served on the board of directors of the National District Attorneys Association since 1997. He was actually a criminal defense attorney for quite some time and represented 3 defendants in capital murder cases while he was a defense attorney. But of course, now he's a prosecutor. He's been a frequent guest on national radio and television programs where he's discussed the legitimacy of the death penalty. He's spoken in the United States Senate, European Parliament, and so on. And he's appeared on NBC's Dateline, as well as Good Morning America, The Rivera Show, and National Public Radio. So, this is the way the debate format will proceed. Each individual will speak from 5 to 7 minutes, laying out their general position, and then we'll allow 1 or 2 rebuttal by each speaker. So we may have 1 or 2 exchanges after the initial presentation, and then with about 20 minutes left, we'll open up the floor for questions, and then with about 5 minutes left, we will take the vote. And probably most of you know we are going to engage in the voting process in a way that's a little bit different than normal. We're not going to ask for people to raise hands. Rather, we're going to follow the Oxford format, which means that if you believe that Dr. Haas made the best argument, this is not, by the way, a decision about what your preconceptions are about the death penalty. You are voting on who made the best arguments, not whether you agree or disagree with the death penalty. It was who was the best debater. If you believe Dr. Haas was the best debater, you go through this door on your left, which sort of makes sense. If you believe the anti-death penalty position wins, you go to the left. If, on the other hand, you believe that Mr. Markey was the best debater, you go out that door over there. And we'll do that with about 5 minutes left. Now, the first presenter will be Mr. Markey. That was determined by a coin flip. We flipped a dime, and it came up heads. So Mr. Markey will be the first speaker. Without further ado, Mr. Markey.
Thank you. My name is Josh Markey. I'm the district attorney in Clatsop County. Most of you probably have no idea where that is. If you've watched movies like Kindergarten Cop, The Goonies, Free Willy, it's all filmed there. And by the way, I'm going first because Professor Haas won the coin toss. I always prefer to be in the rebuttal, but and we've agreed to try to keep our opening statements as brief as possible so there's as much interchange. I want to put one thing, I want to start right off, and I'm not going to hold you this. Those of you who are opposed to the death penalty, would you raise your hands? Okay, roughly 2/3 of the audience. That's generally, I debate this for both the Federal Society and the American Constitution Society around the country, and that's pretty standard. That, of course, is the exact flip-flop of the general support in the American population, which, depending on how you ask the question, runs between 65 and 80%. The way Gallup asks the question is, do you think murderers deserve the death penalty? If you were to ask me that question, I would say no, generally not. I've been handling capital prosecutions for 19 years, and I've stood before juries only twice and asked them to put someone to death. One, the same defendant, twice, the jury said yes twice, and the other, a defendant where the jury said no. So the death penalty is although it's an extremely emotional subject, it is a penalty that should be very rarely sought, rarely asked for, rarely imposed. And in fact, that is the case. Since the modern era of capital punishment, Gregg versus Georgia, in 1976, there have been roughly, unfortunately, about 700,000 murders in the United States. Slightly over 1,000 people have been executed. Now, if you were to ask me, I would suggest that many of the people on death row shouldn't be there, not because I think they're innocent, but because I don't think their crimes are heinous enough. The idea is that the worst of the worst. Now, when you ask the question, the Gallup question side, do you think murderers deserve the death penalty? Again, generally not. Most, in fact, of all crimes, murder is one of the least likely to recidivate. Most murderers are not going to commit that crime again. On the other hand, if you ask, and 65% roughly of Americans right now answer that question yes. It was up to about 80% in the 1980s when crime was really bad, and it came down for a variety of reasons. If, on the other hand, you ask the question, is there any crime for which you think the death penalty is appropriate? You get about 80 to 85%. My wife's a good example. She's very much an agnostic on the death penalty, is not very fond of the fact that I go around the country talking about it. You know, I was a journalism undergraduate. The first thing they do in journalism school is make you write your own obituary, which at 19 is usually not very interesting, so you're supposed to project out. I do not want my obituary to read Joshua Markey, 92, prominent death penalty proponent. I care very much about victims' rights, animal cruelty, DUII, a lot of other things. I'm just willing to talk about this, which is why I'm here. And to disabuse you of the idea that this is a right-left issue, I've never voted for a Republican for national office in my life, and don't expect to. This is not a right-left conservative Republican issue. In fact, the position of President Obama is that there are some cases in which the death penalty should be imposed. What has happened in this country is very interesting, because in Oregon, we've popularly abolished and reinstated the death penalty 4 times just in the 20th century. We're a very populous state in Oregon. Most recently reinstated it in the late 70s. I remember when I was 12 putting a bumper sticker on my dad's car. It was a professor at the University of Oregon that said abolish the death penalty. And at that time, 65% of Oregonians thought it ought to be abolished. There are about 36 people in Oregon's death row. Only 2 of them have been executed, and they are what in the vernacular we call volunteers, meaning people who say, I want to waive my appeals, like Tim McVeigh. Mr. Muhammad, for example, who may be executed tomorrow, is not a volunteer, although he has made some rather bizarre statements like that he wants to be executed so that an innocent black man will be executed in the United States. Mr. Muhammad killed 10 people. And we all know Mr. Muhammad's name. Very few of us know the names of their victims. And that's one of the things in the debate I think that needs to be talked about. Originally, the debate in America about the death penalty was, is it moral? And if you believe that the death penalty is wrong for moral or religious or philosophical reasons, there is nothing I can say that is going to change your mind. There's nothing morally superior about my position than yours or Professor Haas's. So in about 1995, a guy named Richard Dieter at the Death Penalty Information Center, very well funded by a number of people, the guy who owns Progressive Insurance, George Soros, some other people who are against the death penalty, changed the debate and said, okay, well, maybe the death penalty is appropriate, but it's racist. People who face the death penalty get inadequate counsel, and the biggest one of all, what about innocent people being executed, which is a very legitimate concern. And I will tell you, as a death penalty prosecutor, innocent people have been on death row. Probably 36 since 1976. Now, I would argue to you that the number of innocent people that have been executed is 0. There is a case right now that I really don't know the answer to that was written about in the New Yorker, a guy named Willingham who was convicted of the arson murder of his children. But until Mr. Willingham's case, the great innocent person acquitted was a man named Roger Coleman, who was on the cover of Time magazine. He was executed in 1992 for the murder of Wanda McCoy. Victims' names matter. She was 19 years old. She was a sister-in-law. He raped and murdered her. And the state of Virginia, as in Mr. Muhammad, executes people relatively quickly. He committed the murder in 1980. He was actually executed 12 years later. The guy I have on death row in Oregon has been there for 19 years, and we're about to do trial number 4 in March. Even if he's given the death penalty, I suspect he will outlive me. In Roger Coleman's case, he went to his death claiming that he was innocent, and someday people would realize it. In 2006, the outgoing governor of Virginia, Mark Warner, in Virginia, governors can only serve 1 term, agreed to test this one last tiny remaining bit of DNA. And their nightline gathered, and Jim McCloskey, who runs something called Centurion Ministries, who believed totally in Roger, was going to have this big rollout. January 2006, the answer came Canadian lab without really, well, 1 in 19 million chance that he was not, in fact, the killer of Wanda McCoy. Now, does the fact that one person, in fact, who claimed not to be guilty was guilty make the death penalty okay? No, it does not. But I don't know how I'm doing on time. I got 1 minute. I'll end with asking you to read a paper by someone who is currently before the Senate named Cass Sunstein. He's a very progressive law professor at the University of Chicago. He's a friend of the president. And he wrote a paper in 2005 called Is Capital Punishment Morally Required? A Life-for-Life Trade-Off. And Cass Sunstein is not a hardcore death penalty supporter. In fact, I think he may even personally be against the death penalty. But his point was this: a series of studies in the last 10 years have shown that the deterrent value of the death penalty actually exists. And this is done by non-ideological, in many cases, regression economists, that for every death sentence, 17 murders plus or minus 7 are prevented. And Sunstein's point, very controversial, is if the death penalty actually prevents hundreds of people from being murdered, how can you not have it? And I'll end by saying that I support capital punishment in the same way I support abortion. I don't think abortion's a good idea, but I think it's a choice. I think it's sometimes a necessity. I think it's something that should be available. And my position is the same on the death penalty. Thank you.
Dr. Hoff? Okay. Well, we are going to see some confusion of ideological labels because I have frequently voted for Republicans. I consider myself one of the more conservative faculty at the University of Delaware and the American Academy generally. And it's my position, in fact, that opposition to capital punishment is basically truly a conservative position, at least if we define conservatism in terms of the work of Edmund Burke or the great Russell Kirk, not in terms of idiots like Bill O'Reilly or Glenn Beck, who are not conservatives but radical dummies. In fact, I don't like to think about obituaries because I'm a little older than Josh, but I would hate it if my obituary were to say and focus that, Ken Haas is best known for being a liberal, bleeding heart crybaby who shed tears for murderous killers. Oh, Lord, no. In fact, let me, to explain my position on capital punishment, let me tell you that I am not a Witherspoon excludable. Now, a Witherspoon excludable is a juror whose positions on the death penalty tend to be pro-life and cannot truly be fair to the prosecutor's arguments for the death penalty. In Witherspoon versus Illinois in 1968, the Supreme Court said that somebody who merely had conscientious scruples against the death penalty could not just be removed from a jury for cause. And the court then used the definition that anybody who would automatically vote against capital punishment could not serve. A few years later, the Supreme Court clarified that in the case of Wainwright versus Witt in 1985 and said that any prospective juror whose views on capital punishment would prevent or substantially impair him from being fair in accord with his oath and his instructions cannot serve. Well, I could serve on a capital jury, and if Josh convinced me that the defendant committed a serial murder and tortured people, and the proof was there beyond a reasonable doubt, although I would prefer beyond a conceivable doubt in death penalty cases, I would most certainly vote to convict and in favor of the death penalty. And so I do not shed a tear at all for these killers. I'm not particularly concerned about whether there's a last-minute reprieve for John Muhammad. I'm kind of rooting against it. In fact, I have a bet on it at Delaware Park. My position is that, in fact, that I'm not surprised that a Democrat would support capital punishment, because if you want a good example of the most wasteful and ineffective, benefit-free government program imaginable, it is our current government program on capital punishment. It's extraordinarily expensive. And contrary to these studies, which appear periodically by economists, I'll explain why their research is so horribly flawed, the death penalty doesn't have any superior deterrent effect to life imprisonment without parole. In fact, let's do some common sense. We don't even need studies to know that. Now, does the death penalty deter murder? Of course it does. but it's always a matter of comparison. If the question were, does the death penalty deter murder better than a $100 fine? My first question several years ago when I quarreled with my chair would be, where do I pay and where's Bob? You know, but will the death penalty deter better than life imprisonment without parole? Of course not. Only rational people, and this is one problem with economics, though it's a great field. I disagree that it's the dismal science, as some call it. I never said that. But they tend to look at models that assume rationality. No rational person would ever take the position, well, I'm going to go ahead and kill my spouse for the insurance money because if I get caught, I'll only get life imprisonment without parole. I'll only get. I mean, there's this notion somehow among people that if there are two different punishments and one is more scary than the other, that the scary one deters better. Nonsense. If you had a choice between your punishment being 500 years or 100 years in hell, I'm sure you'd choose 100 years in hell, but believe me, either one would be enough to deter you. If you weren't eating lunch, I would use the example for young males, since you're the most likely to commit a murder, that if you had a choice of a punishment between having your eyes poked out or your testicles squeezed into a little mush, one of the two might scare you more than the other, but I assure you that both would be enough to deter you. No rational criminal capable of being deterred would ever say, I'm willing to commit the murder because I will only get life without parole. On the other hand, people on the fringe of sanity, people who feel, the typical murderer who feels betrayed, humiliated, dishonored, the victim of a vast conspiracy. For him, the message of an execution, especially a highly publicized one, is imitation. The message is that violence is an acceptable way to resolve the problems with those who do us wrong. And in fact, the best scientific evidence indicates that, if anything, executions have a slight brutalizing effect and actually lead in short-term studies to a slight increase in the homicide rate. So not only does it not deter, but if anything, it makes us less safe. So my position is basically that a true conservative who wants cost-effective programs that will work should oppose capital punishment. Moreover, I want to point out that the problem with the death penalty is people. I support the death penalty. Josh says it's a question as to whether or not you can morally oppose capital punishment. I have no moral opposition whatsoever to capital punishment. I think it's absurd to say that it's immoral unless it's based on your true religious beliefs. But the question is, does it work? And as we'll see, the answer is no. I support the death penalty in principle, but not in practice. And the reason is that ever since Eve bit that apple, which is Roy Adams' fault, human beings have been, as Nietzsche said, all too human. We're morally and perceptually fallible. Capital cases, all criminal cases, will always be plagued by cases of mistaken eyewitness identification, coarse confession, well-meaning police and prosecutors who get caught up in what Jerome Frank said was the pursuit of victory over the pursuit of truth. It's a classic psychological process. You have one theory of who did the crime, and the first bit of evidence tends to support it. The police, the prosecutors tell their spouses, their friends, we got the guy, we got the guy. Then they tend to ignore any evidence to the contrary. Case after case that comes to the U.S. Supreme Court, we find situations like that. Well-meaning people thinking they're doing right are the ones who are constantly screwing up and making errors. The death penalty, history has shown from ancient Babylon through the Roman Empire through today, simply cannot be administered by human beings without substantial error, substantial caprice, tremendous waste of money, and a great deal of racial, gender, and class bias. It just can't be done.
Dr. Ross, why don't we stop there and let
Fair enough.
Mr. Marquise respond, and then we'll let you come back.
5 minutes, right? Roughly.
So, yeah.
Okay. Professor Haas has presented a classic conservative, which is if you don't, how do you like the TSA? If you don't like the TSA and the Department of Motor Vehicles, do you really want the same institution deciding whether people should be executed? Probably not very positive. But the idea that and Professor Haas has actually articulated what is the most recent argument against the death penalty, which has gone beyond the moral and frankly now beyond sort of the innocence issue to the cost issue, which is highly relevant during this enormous recession where so many other things are needed, education, healthcare, etc. The fact of the matter is, the reason it costs so much is because we give people due process. The only way to save money would be to withdraw that due process, which would be wrong on every level. And frankly, not only do murderers deserve due process, but anybody we're going to lock up for long periods of time deserves due process. I am outspent in Oregon 20 to 1 when I try a capital case. Now, I know that's not the conventional wisdom. The conventional wisdom is the threadbare but plucky public defender coming in with the battered briefcase and the district attorney sleek with his 3 or 4 assistants sweeping in on a limo. You know, that happens in John Grisham novels and on TV and movies, but not in real life. The death penalty is a very specific deterrent in one way. Ted Bundy is not raping and murdering any more people because Ted Bundy is dead. And in states like Michigan, for example, which have not had the death penalty since 1858, has one of the very highest murder rates. One of the problems is you have people in prison doing life in prison, and what do? They murder other people in prison. They other prisoners, they murder guards. Senator Dianne Feinstein tells a story about when she was on the parole board in California, and it was a woman not charged with murder but robbery. And she was asked, well, you had a gun, but the gun wasn't loaded. Why did you do that? And Senator Feinstein tells, the woman says, well, you know, I know California's got a death sentence, and I did not want to carry a loaded gun because I didn't want the chance for that to happen. Is murder a rational act? Rarely. But look at, is it a crazy act? Yes, in one sense. The crime for which the execution may happen tomorrow, John Muhammad, was an incredibly calculated, premeditated crime. 10 people were murdered and 3 were gravely injured. I ask you to think in your mind in terms of justice. Is there any crime, the murder, torture of a child, the killing of a large number of people? I think we can all agree the Supreme Court is right. Retarded people should not be executed. People with serious mental illness should not be executed. Juveniles should not be executed. So then the question comes down to, are there any circumstances, and what is the alternative? Life without parole. But then I would warn you, the Sentencing Project, run by a guy named Mark Maurer, very well-funded, very articulate guy. In fact, I was just on a panel with him at the ABA. They came out with a project called No Exit in July of this year, in which they call for the abolition of life without parole. I debated Nadine Strossen, who is the head of used to be the president of the ACLU for the United States at the ABA convention just before 9/11. And I asked her, it's available online, I said, look, you know, I really, and I meant this sincerely, if I could be absolutely convinced that someone would be locked up for the rest of their life with no possibility of release, I would probably be willing to give up my support of the death penalty. But I need to know, as the head of the ACLU, will you agree that life without parole does not constitute a violation of the 8th Amendment, that it is not cruel and unusual punishment? And she gave me a very honest answer. She said, nope, can't do that. It's an evolving moral standard. So one of the reasons that a lot of cases don't go to trial, and I can tell you this as a practitioner, both as a defense practitioner for a relatively brief time and a prosecutor for a longer period of time, that the only reason many cases are resolved is that the specter of the death penalty is over them. Now, any prosecutor that uses that when it's not appropriate is committing a grave violation of office. And one of the reasons that it takes so long is that we have layer after layer after layer of appeal. And the reason we know about many of these cases where mistakes were made, and mistakes were made, no question, is because the man, for example, I have on death row, has committed his crime 22 years ago. And there's not really any real issue about whether he did it. The issue is whether the jury can answer all 48 questions yes, which is what Oregon requires before someone's put to death.
Let Dr. Marquise respond now.
Dr.
I mean, sorry, Dr. Haas. Yeah, excuse me.
Just made a very good point. And I almost wish I were debating Nadine Strossen because it is true that when we abolish the death penalty, that people on the far left, mainly Democrats, will in fact argue that life without parole is cruel and unusual punishment. In fact, at this very moment, not quite this very moment, but the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments today in 2 cases from Florida, the argument being that it violates the 8th Amendment to sentence juveniles to life imprisonment without parole. What I think is going to happen, though, is that when this court looks to objective standards of decency, it's going to find that the vast majority of states do permit the sentencing of very, very serious juvenile offenders to life without parole. And therefore, the court will probably find, although you never know, that there is no contemporary consensus against that practice. I think once we get rid of the death penalty, which is an illusory remedy, a symbolic remedy that makes the people feel safer than they are, that we can then get to the serious issue of determining what kinds of punishments are the fairest and the most retributive punishments for various kinds of offenders. Now, by the way, Josh is doing a great job, but words have meaning, and we have to be careful how we use words because they lead to ideas, and ideas have consequences, some good and some bad. It is simply incorrect to say that the death penalty has a specific deterrent effect. Specific deterrence refers to the ability of a punishment to intimidate a living creature with free will from doing something he otherwise would do. You can't specifically deter a dead person. You can't specifically deter this podium. He means to say incapacitation, of course. The death penalty does have an incapacitation effect, but the death penalty does not have a specific deterrent effect. It does not have a general deterrent effect. Now, what about that incapacitative effect? It is true. A study of the inmates whose lives were saved by the Furman versus Georgia decision did show that among those who stayed in prison, 4 of them committed new murders. However, those who got out did very, very well. The vast majority never went back to any crime. It is true that there are some people who will kill again in prison, and some who are even clever enough perhaps to escape from prisons. But that's another thing we can work on and maybe have the money to do better once we get rid of the death penalty. Because believe me, a society that can send people to the moon darn well ought to be able to figure out a way to keep dangerous people in prison and keep them from hurting anybody while they're there. I know we can do it. Other nations do it. All of Western Europe has abolished the death penalty. When they get those kinds of offenders, they get life without parole. They rarely hurt anybody else. It can be done. And it'll be easier to do that. It also always amazes me that the very same people who talk about who downplay the incredible number of errors that are made in capital cases will play up the kinds of errors made by parole board officials and prison officials that lead to releasing people who are truly dangerous or allowing people to escape from prison. This is the problem. Human beings are all too fallible. We constantly screw up, and it will always be that way. We can't trust ourselves with irreversible punishments. And as for the notion that we provide due process to death row inmates, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we have one of the strangest appeal systems in the world. Take a look at the case Herrera versus Collins. In that case, the Supreme Court agreed to decide 2 issues. One, does it violate the cruel and unusual punishment clause to execute an innocent person? Well, the court couldn't answer that question, finding it too difficult. I find that easy to answer. Executing an innocent person is certainly the gratuitous infliction of pain and suffering with no good coming out of it. 5 justices in the various majority concurring and dissenting opinions did take that position, but that does not an opinion make. The other question is whether or not a death row inmate could bring a freestanding claim of actual innocence if he didn't also have a procedural claim, a grand jury error, an exclusionary rule error, a Miranda rule error, and by that I'm opposed to the Miranda rule. And the answer was no. Actually, Rehnquist's answer was first no, and then maybe. If a truly persuasive case were shown, then perhaps we could do this, but the standard would have to be extraordinarily high. The result is that we have an appeal system now by which murderers often have their death sentences or convictions reversed because T's weren't crossed and I's weren't dotted. Meanwhile, people with actual, reliable cases of innocence, new evidence of innocence, aren't allowed to appeal. And this has worsened since the passage of the 1996 Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. What kind of an appeal system takes away largely the opportunity to make a claim for the truth, to bring up evidence of innocence, and instead ask us to mainly consider, did we get the procedures right? Did the police officer make a search error, which a court found 5-4 that he made wrong? Absolutely absurd. There is virtually no due process in these cases at all. We need, among other things, to change the appeal system to allow death row inmates and all inmates to appeal on the basis of innocence and not on the basis of procedural technicalities. We need to move away from that.
So my
don't we give 2 more minutes to each speaker, and then we'll open it up for the audience.
I would agree, with Professor Hawes, that the idea that executing an innocent person is not a violation of their most fundamental rights is ridiculous. But I will also tell you as a practitioner, this is not, no offense to Professor Hawes, my father was a professor, an academic exercise for me. I live in a relatively small county. When I make the decision to seek the death penalty, I meet with the victim's family, and I stand as close as I do to Professor Hawes to the person of whom I'm seeking to ask the jury to kill that person. So this is not academic. It is very real. It is a decision that I don't think I am special among prosecutors in taking it incredibly seriously. Professor Hawes has said, well, it really doesn't do any good because human beings are fallible. Yes, they are. Psychologists will tell you that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. But that doesn't just apply to individual, it applies to institutions as well. And Professor Hawes might even agree with me on that. And in my state, until 1994, when someone was sentenced to life in prison for murder, it meant 8 years. When someone was sentenced to 20 years in prison for forcible rape, it meant 3 years. It's ridiculous. And so voters passed mandatory sentencing laws that actually meant that a rapist, someone who grabs a 12-year-old girl off the street and violently rapes her, gets 8 whole years in prison. If I made a wild guess. Now, the fact of the matter is, when we take away 8 or 10 or 15 years of a young man's life, that is in many ways also an irrevocable act. And why do we do that? Do we do that because we think it's going to make them a better person? That they're going to get cured of their pedophilia or their incredible anger towards women? No. We do it, and I think Professor Hawes and I may actually agree on this, because retribution is different than revenge. Retribution is a reasoned moral response to a terrible wrong committed against both an individual and against society. And for the same reason that we deprive someone of their liberty for repeatedly molesting children for 10 or 15 years, is the reason that in some very few cases, and I ask you to think to yourself, is there any case, whether it's the Nuremberg war crimes or Ted Bundy or perhaps some other awful case you've heard, that you say, well, I'm really not for the death penalty, but that person deserves to die? Because if you answer that question yes, then you have crossed that Maginot line or that Rubicon, and you've answered the question about whether the death penalty should be. Then the question about how we make sure that there are as absolutely few mistakes as possible is very important, because Professor Hawes is right, there will always be mistakes. Justice is a work in progress. We are never doing it perfectly, any part of it.
Okay. I wanted to I brought some materials just to give you some examples, some typical events in a year in the life of the death penalty in 2009. One of the more interesting events that caused a little bit of a furor among the defense bar and the prosecutorial bar was a new study by the National Research Council, the National Academy of Sciences, which stated, and this is the most prestigious scientific research organization in the country, with the exception of nuclear DNA analysis, no forensic method has been rigorously shown to have the capacity to consistently and with a high degree of certainty demonstrate a connection between evidence and a specific individual or source. Fingerprint analysis, large element of human interpretation in the fingerprint analysis. Tool mark and firearms identification. Because not enough is known about the variables among individual guns, we are not able to specify how many points of similarity are necessary for a given level of confidence in the result. Microscopic analysis of hair. The hypothesis that microscopy can individualize a hair source has no scientific support. Bite mark evidence, even worse. The defense bar was exultant, of course. Prosecutors were upset, but the best answer, and the one to which I agree, was provided by Josh Markey, who said, a quote, the next week in the National Law Journal, and he couldn't be more right, quote, the science of this has been tested over and over again. The problems are not with the science, but with the people who apply it. Exactly right. The people. These mistakes are extraordinarily common. And we have to realize, I've seen some arguments on the death penalty that the cases that go wrong, it's the same principle as the press will not report on all of the planes that land safely, only on the very few that crash. When it comes to the death penalty, what's really happening is that The vast majority of death penalty cases are systematically flawed and go wrong in one bizarre way or another, and it's not reported on very well by the media, and the people don't know about it. How much time do I have?
30 seconds.
A few other quick events. In October, a new study showed that in the 39 states where judges are elected, state judges, the research shows that these state judges are more likely to impose the death penalty when they have elections looming. Well, wonderful. Some of you may have studied the 2009 Ohio Supreme Court decision, Disciplinary Counsel versus Stewart. Well, what happened there? Well, the judge in Ohio sentenced a man to death and wrote his order. Only the prosecutor in the case ghost wrote the order for him. The prosecutor wrote secretly. The judge and the prosecutor conspired secretly, and the prosecutor wrote his death sentencing order. Well, in Disciplinary Counsel versus Stewart, the Ohio Supreme Court took a strong stand, gave the judge and the prosecutor a public reprimand, and they promised not to do it again.
Let's end there. And
I have many more I can go on. Just Google
maybe the audience
death
wants to ask
penalty
about
bizarre errors, millions.
Okay, so we want to have about 10 minutes of question and answer. Feel free to ask any question. I might let both speakers respond to each question, even if you address the question just to one of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Professor Haas.
So we focus in on this issue of unavoidable error. And to what degree is the issue of, does that apply to either the issue of executing innocence or providing stronger deterrence, between both your analysis of human error? I'm wondering which issue is more important.
Well, they're both very important. When it comes to deterrence, the one thing research has shown now for 200 years is that certainty of punishment is far more important than severity of punishment. In other words, if you have 100 murders and you only catch one murderer and you give him, the worst type of execution imaginable, that won't have much of a deterrent effect because most murderers will correctly know they're not going to get caught at all. In fact, research at Prisoner shows they don't even begin to think about the severity of the punishment until they're arrested. Then they want to know what the punishment is, and then try to get a good plea bargain, of course. And so I think the two issues are separable. The problem with the errors, I don't think, in fact, even if we have a lot of errors, the more errors we have, that would mean the more executions, and that might increase the deterrent effect. That just would be an inhumane thing to do. The rarity comes, I've been joking with my students, like, my goodness, why are you complaining that you should get into sentencing hearing? You had a fair trial. You were unlucky enough to have a fair trial. Not a good trial, not an excellent trial, but you got a C trial. There were no major errors. Any small errors were subject to harmless error analysis. Now you have a video that you were in Alaska, 500 miles away from the scene of the crime. Why be insisting? Take one for the team. Take one for the team. The victims will be happy. They think you did it, so they'll be happy when you're executed. There'll be a deterrent effect to the extent there is a deterrent effect because nobody will think that you're innocent. And so take one for the team. So I think the two issues don't come together. And I think the best way to achieve deterrence is to use the money wasted on the death penalty and use it to solve cold cases. Let's improve forensic laboratories and move away from these incredible errors that are being made. So the case of Todd Willingham, where modern arson investigators said there's no way this was an arson. The original investigation that condemned him to death for that arson murder was absurd. He said they found patterns of the devil in the fire burns. What did Governor Rick Perry do? Immediately fired the Forensic Science Commission that's investigating this and appointed his old friend, the head, who promptly canceled that coming meeting, which was bringing in the best arson investigators. What Roger Coleman case to me was that before they finally showed that Roger Coleman was a murderer, the state prosecutors fought and fought against doing that new DNA testing. What were they afraid of? What are they trying to hide?
Did you want to respond in any way?
Yes. I got to get one thing in about the judges that are elected are more likely. Ring versus Arizona. Some of you hopefully know about that. Supreme Court case says, guess what? Judges don't get to impose death sentences. Juries have to do it. So judges in this state, in this country now, can overturn a death sentence, but they cannot impose one that a jury has not approved. But to answer your question about the possibility of errors, there's a study called the Liebman study, originally came out in the mid-90s, Professor James Liebman in Columbia showed roughly 2/3 of all capital cases overturned. And the thesis was, my God, 2/3 of the cases overturned. That must mean that there are errors rife throughout the capital system. So, but when you start looking at the individual cases, are they because they are these, again, Grisham-like situations where a person is wrongly accused? No, it's because of the level of due process we apply. The one case I've got on death row, the issue that returned the case was that the victim was allowed to get up, the victim's family was allowed to get up on the stand during the penalty phase and tell the jury a little bit about what Rod and Lois Hauser were like as human beings. Not what they wanted to see Randy Guzik dead. And the Oregon Supreme Court said, well, you know what? The statute says that you can do that in a shoplifting case, but it doesn't specifically say that you can have victim impact in a capital case, and therefore we're going to reverse it. And by the way, you're going to have to do the trial all over again. The fact of the matter...
Let's go on to the next question.
Okay.
Let's make sure we get some more in.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, very briefly.
Okay. Josh misstated Ring versus Arizona. It is not true to say that Ring versus Arizona says that only juries can impose the death sentence. In fact, Ring versus Arizona allows several states, including Delaware, Indiana, Alabama, Florida. The jury simply plays an advisory role and votes, not unanimously, 9-3, 8-4, 7-5, 4 against the death penalty. The final decision is made by the judge. And in the states that have that system, that's been upheld under Ring. Most of those laws say that the judge is to take into very strong consideration the jury's recommendation, but the judge makes the ultimate decision. So Ring at this point stands only for the proposition that a jury must be involved in some way in the trial level sentencing process, not that they can't actually make the final trial level decision.
Okay. Yeah, let's by the window there.
Well, I guess I don't want to be flippant, but to be sort of like an alcoholic, one is too many, and 1,000 is not enough. I have to be honest. If you have a death penalty, is there a possibility an innocent person will be convicted? I would say yes. There is that possibility. I don't know. The Willingham case has many, many aspects to it, not all of which have been fleshed out in the New Yorker. The question comes down to basically, and this sounds harsh, but it's what Professor Sunstein talks about, cost-benefit analysis. You are more likely to be killed by your pharmacist than you are to be wrongfully accused of a felony in this country. 44,000 of you will be killed by medical errors this year. So the point that Professor Sunstein makes is when we know that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of people, innocent people, who will die, who will be murdered because we don't do it, can you afford not to do it? But to answer your question, yes, I think there is a possibility, and it's a very disturbing possibility.
Just want to say anything in response to that?
No,
okay.
Some more questions.
Yep. In the back there to the right, yes.
Can I answer that?
You can both answer it, okay? Briefly.
Okay. I'd like to talk about victims because one of the great points that Josh made was that it's so important to remember the names of these victims. One point Josh makes in a recent law review article co-authored with Paul Cassell, a friend of his and acquaintance of mine, is that just the defense part of the Timothy McVeigh case cost $13.5 million. And what was that for? $13.5 million just for the defense. Was that a good use of government money? Timothy McVeigh, John Ashcroft arranged for a closed-circuit TV viewing of family members of the 168 victims who wanted to attend. Now, here we're going to execute a guy who killed 168 people, and he would refer to the children as, quote, collateral damage. What did the death penalty do for him? What it did for him was give him a chance to come out and smile and smirk. Most of those victims left that closed-circuit hearing feeling worse than ever. And the death penalty often makes these people into celebrities. They get fan mail. They often smile and taunt their victims in the execution chamber. The idea of this closure is the most overused word by people in support of the death penalty. The social science research shows that executing the offender of the murder of somebody's loved one does little or nothing to bring back a sense of joy and freedom. The way to handle these things is the way Judge Brinkema handled the case of the 20th hijacker, Zacharias Vasali, and sentencing him to life imprisonment without parole. The last words she said to him before he left the courtroom was, "You will die with a whimper." There was no smirk at that point. That's how we need to deal with these kinds of killers, not with the death penalty.
Closure never happens. I never use that word. And by the way, again, this is not academic for me. I sit down. I have in fact waived the death penalty because families have said to me, we do not want, I've taken this into consideration. It's my decision. I'm the gatekeeper. But if a victim, under the Oregon Constitution, and I fought for this to be in the Oregon Constitution, prosecutors must consider the wishes of victims. My guess would be, having done this for 19 years, about 75 to 80% of the victims of capital cases, in fact, do want the killers of their loved ones executed. Do they get closure from it? No. They get some degree of finality from it, which they don't get when the person is in prison for the rest of their life. But I want to point out, because I do know Professor Cassell, and one of what Professor Cassell did is he sued the Department of Justice because the court system in the McVeigh case was so numb to the victims' wishes that they refused to make access to many of the victims in the McVeigh case who didn't have the money to travel to Denver where they'd moved the trial. So Professor Cassell sued them so that they would have to set up so that they could at least participate. And I can tell you from being there that the trial process, frankly, no matter which way it comes out, is an incredibly cathartic process. And the most amazing and eloquent things I have ever heard are the victim impact statements in both capital and non-capital cases. And I stay in touch with these people over the years. And they often say, I am so glad I had the chance to say that. And this is really respective of both capital and non-capital.
We have about 5 more minutes. We have time for 1 or 2 more questions against the window.
Well, I'm about to litigate that very issue. There's a professor named Wanda Folia who goes around the country testifying that there is no way to have a death sentence or a death mechanism which is workable and which a jury can understand. And of course, guess what? Professor Folia and her supporters oppose the death penalty. You can create a Rube Goldberg mechanism that is so complicated, so difficult, so hard to understand, so hard to implement, that is the functional abolition. In Oregon, you have to answer 4 questions. The jurors all have to agree, was the murder not merely intentional but deliberate? Did the victim do anything to provoke it, mainly to prevent battered women from being subject to the death penalty? Is there a strong likelihood that the person will commit future acts of serious violence in the future? The state, by the way, has to prove these first 3 questions beyond a reasonable doubt to all 12 jurors. And finally, just an open question, should the death sentence be imposed? Are there mitigating factors that argue against it? And if there's 47 yeses and 1 no, death penalty is not imposed. As much as one can create a mechanism, I think it's probably as close to fair. I'm sure there's a better way to do it.
I'm not sure I heard the question, but was it about the American Law Institute recently declaring that it withdrew the capital punishment section of the Model Penal Code? Yeah, that study came out in October, and quote, we're going to withdraw it because of the currently intractable institutional and structural obstacles to ensuring a minimally fair system for administering capital punishment. And nothing could be more correct. Josh is correct, by the way, about the cathartic importance of a trial and victim impact statements. And another ideal example of how to proceed is Colin Ferguson, the Long Island Railroad shooter who killed 6 people and wounded 19 others in a 1993 shooting. This is before New York embarked on its ambitious death penalty experiment and spent $60 million and never executed anybody. And there was no death penalty at the time. So he quickly went to trial a year and a half later. He was found guilty. The victims gave tremendous testimony and told him exactly what they thought of him and what he had done to them in their lives. And then the judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. He's never been heard from again. He no longer is a celebrity. The victims have been able to get on with their lives. Once we get rid of the death penalty, that's the way we'll handle things, the same way every civilized nation does. And we're going to use that money properly. We're going to increase the certainty of punishment and do what the National Association of Chiefs of Police just said in a recent report. When they asked what is impeding the effort to fight crime, 20% said lack of police resources. 20% said drug and alcohol. 2% said insufficient use of the death penalty. And also this conservative group, the Association of Chiefs of Police, when asked, is it true that politicians use the death penalty to distract people from the real causes of crime and how to really deal with it? 72% said, yes, that is true. Now, these are chiefs of police, those liberals. The consensus is becoming clear. The death penalty is a dying institution, and it's only a matter of time before we follow the rest of the civilized world in this regard.
Why don't we do this? For 30 seconds, I'd like each of the speakers to sum up, if you want to, starting with Professor Haas and then with Mr. Marquise, and then we're going to take the vote. Just 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, the death penalty inevitably leads to error, caprice, racial discrimination. Famous Baldus study showed in Georgia showed that even after the changes brought about by Furman versus Georgia, that of every 100 cases where a black is convicted of killing a white, all other factors held equal, 22% got the death penalty. When a white killed a white, 8%. When a white killed a black, 3%. When a black killed a black, 1%. So, white kills a black kills a white, 22% get the death penalty. Black kills a black, 1% gets the death penalty. Same results in every state that has been studied. Jack Boger study in North Carolina, study in California, Ray Paternoster study in Florida, in Maryland. We simply can't continue to have an irreversible punishment where we know we will make some mistakes, where we waste a lot of money, and we invariably commit horrendous racial prejudice. Got to get rid of it.
There is, in fact, a more recent study than the Baldus study called the Cornell study, which came to an exactly opposite conclusion, that in fact a white murderer charged with aggravated murder was twice as likely to be actually executed, and for the incredibly politically incorrect reason that for whatever reason white people tend to commit worse murders than black people. It's very hard to think of a black serial sex murder. The fact of the matter is, you have to ask yourself, is there any case in which the death penalty is appropriate? I recently did a salon in a group where 90% of the people were against the death penalty, and I said, well, most of you in this room are, and elites of our society are, and they said, why is that? And I grew up in an upper middle class home. My own parents are against the death penalty. I said, you're not going to like the answer. The answer is that unfortunately that most of you have never, and thank God hopefully will never be touched by the kind of horrible crime and violence that occasions the need for the death penalty. And I would ask you to reflect on the fact of who is the victim of murder. A black man in this room is 7 times more likely to be murdered than I am just because of the color of his skin. The overrepresentation in murder is unbelievably high for women, children, and people of color. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank both of our speakers for very informative, engaging time to pretend like we're in very old England. If you think Professor Haas won the debate, go this way. Then Mr. Marquise won the debate, go this way. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, welcome to Relatable. Today we are finally going to talk about the death penalty. I've been wanting to talk about this since January. Well, I haven't been wanting to talk about it because it's a very sad subject to me. I don't like thinking about it. I don't like talking about it, but it is a very contentious ethical, moral, and theological issue that I think is important for us to be able to confront biblically and be able to talk about, not just in the secular political sense, but also with fellow believers with whom we disagree. This conversation was brewing back in January pretty heavily, especially in Christian circles, due to the executions of several Black Americans that some people claimed were innocent or just claimed should not be executed. The Trump administration actually reinstated the federal death penalty after several years of it not being instated. There's been a lot that we've had to talk about since December, so I just haven't been able to sit down and organize all the research that's required for it. And even today, we're not going to be able to get into every single argument for and against the death penalty. I really want to focus on whether or not there is a biblical backing for it, or whether it is categorically, biblically, and morally wrong. This is a subject that I have been doing a lot of reading on, a lot of research. In fact, when people were talking about it the most online, I didn't really talk about it that much. I was doing a lot of research because I knew what I thought that I believed, but I hadn't really done a whole lot of reading into it. And so, like my husband can tell you, I was up probably until like 2 or 3 a.m. One of the nights that all these conversations were going on online, just reading this ethics book, this Christian ethics book that I have, trying to understand all the different perspectives. I've done a lot of considering of both sides, a lot of thinking, a lot of scouring the scriptures, a lot of praying. This is something I really don't want to be wrong on. We're talking about human beings made in God's image. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about human beings being killed by the state. I mean, it's literally a matter of life and death. And also just from like a conservative perspective, thinking about like how much power do I want to give the state to be able to do these kinds of things, literally execute, no pun intended, these kinds of things. It's not something that I feel the urge or the need to fall one way or another on in order to fit in with fellow conservatives or Republicans or Christians. I know lots of conservative Christian Republicans who are anti-death penalty and many who are pro-death penalty. So I really have felt total freedom in studying this issue and coming to a sound conclusion based on the facts and based on the best theological arguments that exist. I thought this was interesting. According to Gallup in May 2020, a record low of 54% of Americans said that they believe in the death penalty, or said that they believe that it's morally acceptable. In October 2018, 49% of Americans, also a new low, said they believe the death penalty was applied fairly. The 2019 national survey found that a record 60% of Americans favored life imprisonment over the death penalty, which Gallup called a dramatic shift from prior years. So that's interesting. I'm not sure, honestly, though, that we could say with a straight face that our society has become more moral, like more serious about the sanctity of life, more compassionate in recent years, and yet support for the death penalty has waned. And so it's just an interesting question, like what's behind that? Like what moral direction, ethical direction is the country actually going in? And we won't really get to answer that question thoroughly today, but it is something to think about. The resource that helped me the most, that a lot of this episode is based on, is that Christian ethics book that I mentioned, Ethics for a Brave New World by John and Paul Feinberg. I highly recommend it, Ethics for a Brave New World. If you are a part of Women's Book Club with me on Facebook, we read Brave New World a couple months ago. Very disturbing, but they have created this long, thick ethics book on it that helps you break down all of the issues that come up in Brave New World, but from a biblical perspective. It was not the only resource I consulted, but it helped me the most navigate the different stances and weigh them against Scripture. Let me tell you up front, at least part of my belief, based on what I've read, it's a little nuanced, if you will. There is not, from what I can tell, any biblical basis for the belief that the death penalty is categorically immoral or unchristian. Scripture just does not support the idea that Christians must be against the death penalty, or that the death penalty is, in general, unjust or cruel, or that the need for the death penalty ended with Jesus' crucifixion. We will go through these points today. There may, however, be more compelling political or practical reasons to oppose the death penalty. Perhaps you believe our justice system is simply unfair. It gives favor to the privileged at the expense of the underprivileged. Maybe you don't like the idea of the state having the power to kill. Maybe it's a cost issue for you. If you're more libertarian leaning, it costs too much taxpayer money. Maybe you're concerned with the racial disparity. in the death penalty that you believe to be caused not by disproportionate crime and homicide rates, but actual bias in the justice system against Black people. Perhaps you are concerned that the risk of potentially executing even one person who did not actually commit the crime in question is just too high for you to morally, ethically accept. These are all, in my opinion, totally valid and very reasonable concerns. And we're going to go through some of them today using the best arguments that we have available. But I am first and primarily concerned with the argument that the death penalty is, as a rule, immoral, not pro-life, and unbiblical. I disagree with that assessment entirely. First, let's start with the charge that the death penalty is unbiblical. I watched one video of a pretty known commentator making this claim, and what I thought was interesting was their use of Bible verses to support their view. Totally decontextualized, one, which didn't actually surprise me because this person does not believe in the inerrancy or even it seems, the moral authority of Scripture. And yet, to make their point in an effort to convince Christians, they eisegetically pulled verses out that they hoped would bolster their views, but it didn't. It just didn't, logically. I didn't find the video compelling or interesting. However, I could see how someone who maybe doesn't know a whole lot about the Bible or is unsure about what the Bible says could hear that kind of argument and agree with it because it sounds good. Like, it sounds right. And it sounds social justice-y. It feels good. Plus, that's the popular progressive belief nowadays. Abortion is good, or at the very least necessary, and the death penalty is bad and never necessary. So if you're coming into a video like that and you just want someone to confirm your bias, then someone kind of decontextualizing a bunch of Bible verses that they don't actually believe in the authority in and sprinkling it into their argument may be compelling to you. But I don't want to deal with those kinds of arguments. I think that's probably the most popular kind of argument that I've seen from professing Christians about or opposing the death penalty, but those aren't even really worth dealing with because there's so many fundamental problems with their reading and interpretation and application of the text. So that kind of argument is weak, but there are a lot stronger arguments, I think. Like, I think that there are some really interesting and compelling and intellectual, intelligent, biblical arguments that we should absolutely give airtime to, appreciate, and then try to break down. So there are four big arguments that thoughtful Christians typically employ when they're arguing against the death penalty. The first one is inconsistency of biblical application. So this argument asserts that Christians who support the death penalty based on the Old Testament law given to Israel do so for murder, for example, but not for the other crimes for which God commands the death penalty to be dealt. And so for those people who say, well, yeah, we shouldn't ban the death penalty because, look, the Old Testament law requires the death penalty for certain crimes. So Christians who oppose the death penalty will say, okay, well, do you also support the death penalty for witches, for adulterers, for anyone who strikes their mother or father? Because God did. Like, those things were punishable by death in ancient Israel. But most Christians today would say that they don't support the death penalty in these cases. And so the opponent to the death penalty would say, why? Why, if you were using the Old Testament law as your basis for saying that the death penalty should be used today, would you decide that it should only be applied to those who are convicted of murder and not the other crimes that God prescribes it for? And beyond that, why say that this Old Testament law is binding today, but not God's laws for Israel against eating shellfish or mixing fabrics, for example? This argument also points out that these were all laws God gave ancient Israel as his covenant people who were living in a theocracy. We don't live in a theocracy today, and there is no command for us to form a theocracy, no precedent set in the New Testament for us doing so. So we don't need to abide by the laws for ancient Israel, including any law that mandates the death penalty. So that's one argument that Christians have against the death penalty. The second argument that thoughtful Christians make is that the law of Christ supersedes the law of Moses, and that the law of Christ does not include a mandate for the death penalty and actually does away with the need for it. So whereas the Old Testament says eye for eye and tooth for tooth, Jesus, the argument goes, brought a new law. And we see in Matthew 5:38 through 48 that Jesus tells us not to resist our enemies, not to retaliate, but to offer them the other cheek to strike after they've already struck one. We're told even to give more to the one who has taken from us, to love our enemies, to show mercy to those who hurt us. So how possibly could the death penalty fit into that? This argument also points to warnings in the New Testament against revenge, such as Romans 12:19. Beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. So, the New Testament shows that God is against retribution, he's against revenge, he's against repaying evil with evil, and Christians are rather to pursue reconciliation and restoration. This, the argument goes, rules out any justification for capital punishment. The third big argument made by Christians who oppose the death penalty is like the second, that the emphasis on grace and mercy in the New Testament supersedes any emphasis on punishment. So we see examples of God showing mercy even in the Old Testament to murderers like Moses and David. According to the law of Israel, both of them were deserving of the death penalty. David for orchestrating murder and for adultery. Not only did God not allow him, or Moses, who also killed someone, to be put to death, he used them in incredible and huge ways. He calls David a man after his own heart. He showed special favor to them. The book of Hosea is about Hosea showing his wife Gomer grace over and over again after she commits adultery. And this is often used as a depiction of God's relentless love, his forgiveness, his welcoming back of his people after they rebel and repent. So Christians who oppose the death penalty would say this shows that even if it's a permissible punishment, even in the Old Testament, it's not a necessary punishment. And in light of Jesus's emphasis on mercy and forgiveness and restoration, we should choose these options. We should choose restitution and grace every time over execution. They may also point to the story of the woman caught in adultery in John 8. A crowd was about to stone her for the act, and Jesus stops them and causes them to drop their stones and walk away by saying, "He who has not sinned, let him be the first one to cast a stone." Jesus then tells the woman he does not condemn her. He tells her to go and sin no more. So Jesus, they would say, chose mercy. He could have chosen the death penalty, which was prescribed for her crime, but he didn't. So they say we should do the same thing. We should follow Jesus's example in this way. And then there is the argument that the Bible, or the biblical standard for the death penalty in the Old Testament, even though it was applied to more crimes than just murder, was higher than we have today, in that the standards were more difficult to reach. And because we don't have those same standards in the United States, because we're living in a non-theocracy, we shouldn't have the death penalty, because they obviously, like, our standards are not matching up with God's qualifications for prescribing the death penalty. David Llewellyn, scholar, says that there are 5 aspects of the Mosaic application of the death penalty. Deuteronomy 17:4 says guilt must be absolutely certain. So not like here where it is just beyond a reasonable doubt. Deuteronomy 19:15 says there must be more than one eyewitness to convict. Deuteronomy 19:16 says that anyone who gives false testimony in court is to have done to him what would be done to the one who is being prosecuted. So if someone were on trial for murder and someone lied in their testimony to make them seem guilty, that false witness was to be executed. Deuteronomy 17:8 through 9 says undecided cases would defer to legal experts in the United States. The system, in our system, a jury must decide. And then also, number 5, the death penalty was mandatory for the crimes for which God prescribed it if the person was found guilty. That's Exodus 21:12. So this goes back to the first point. If we are really going to justify the death penalty by the Old Testament law, then shouldn't we apply it as the Old Testament law required? So these are all the big arguments that Christians who oppose the death penalty on biblical grounds make. They may have other reasons like racism in our justice system, or something like that. But using scripture, these are the grounds they usually stand on when it comes to denouncing the death penalty. They don't regard, for example, Genesis 9:6 or Romans 13:4 as prescribing the death penalty necessarily, and certainly not for us today. So I think these are all very compelling arguments. And if I were to stop right there, maybe a lot of you would be convinced or you'd be solidified in your stance against the death penalty. But we have to take a look at those arguments that I've read, and we have to look at the arguments to the contrary, and then we can discuss it. So in response to the argument that those who support the death penalty demonstrate an inconsistency of biblical application when it comes to the Old Testament law. Well, God demands the death penalty for murder before he demands the death penalty for murder plus other crimes for ancient Israel. So God's demand of the death penalty, a life for a life, actually predates the giving of the law through Moses. This is a command given to Noah in Genesis 9, verse 6. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image. And the reason that this particular part of the covenant that God makes with Noah is so significant, and why it is argued that it still applies today, is because it gives us a why that transcends time. So why demand life for life, execution for murder? Because God made man in his image. This verse tells us why. That is God's reason for demanding the death penalty when it comes to murder, because of what is established in the first chapter of the Bible, that man, unlike any other creature that God created, is created in the image of God, which means we have the capacity to make rational moral choices. But it's not just that, because of course there are people who, because of some kind of disability, don't necessarily have that capacity. Even they are made, all people are made in the image of God. We are still image bearers of God because we have a soul that lives forever. Eternity is written on our hearts. We have an eternal destiny that's determined by Christ, and no other creature, no other kind of creature on earth does. Therefore, we as humans have value above every other creature. We have the authority, the obligation to steward the earth. Unlike any other creature, we have responsibility in redemption, unlike any other creature. This is what it means that God created human beings differently than anything else in all creation. And because of that, because we were made in his image, and because of the value that God associates with his image bearers, he declares, according to this passage, that the only just and acceptable punishment for purposely taking the life of an image bearer is to take the life of the one who took it. It shows just how much he values human beings, that it would take the execution of another human being, another image bearer, to make up for it. And because this precedes the law of ancient Israel, and because it's predicated on something we still know to be true, that we are all made in God's image, you could certainly say that the death penalty for murder is something that God still considers just today. This was a command that was, at the time, given to everyone who lived, because Noah and his family were the only ones who were alive. It was prescriptive, given the translation and the context, not just predictive. And the fact that the death penalty is demanded at all in the Old Testament, both here and later, in the official giving of the law to Israel, and because we know that God is the great I am, who therefore does not change, we cannot say that the death penalty is categorically unmerciful or unjust or biblically wrong. That would be saying that God is, not just was, but is unjust and unmerciful and wrong because he does not change. Again, there may be arguments for
the question seems different depending.
The great I am, who therefore does not change.
The question seems different. different depending upon what philosophical system of morality you're using and ethics you're using. You seem to be approaching it from a utilitarian perspective, or some type of deontological perspective, or natural law theory, or even possibly even a virtue ethicist position.
Obviously,
Spoken like a true consequentialist.
No, that has nothing to do with your normative framework. It's just a fact of life.
You were trying to use another analogy to poison the well of what I'm saying,
I'm not doing, oh
while
my
not
God,
engaging with what I'm actually arguing.
Holy shit.
I know. When you start losing, you start saying like debate bro terms, even though you use them
Bro,
yourself.
you listed off all 3 normative frameworks in a conversation for no reason, okay?
You're
We're talking about
millions
this,
with
you
a
just
secret
don't
cure to cancer.
Yeah, so this was like the very first thing I said is because I saw you doing this. So what you're really arguing is that we just shouldn't have life without parole. That's the whole argument that you're making.
It's
right
not
now.
the whole argument.
That is the entire argument.
That is
you're
a
making. You're saying that
God
because
damn
the whole
it,
argument is.
Wesley.
That
Will you
you're-
just
no,
pay
the whole-
attention?
In the United States, the death penalty is still legal. Also, the U.S. allows prisoners to be sentenced to life sentences without the possibility of parole. Rather than facing a lifetime punishment, should we allow prisoners to opt for the death penalty? All right. Pretty simple and straightforward. We'll start with you, Chris. Give us an opening statement.
Sure, I don't know that I'll have a lot to say, because I mentioned to Prime when he invited me to do this, like my own views on the death penalty, I guess, are somewhat in flux, but also something that we've fought about before in the past, Prime, as you know, that I'm strongly opposed to assisted suicide, and the option that you've presented of opting into the death penalty if you are somebody who's on death row, or somebody who has a life sentence without the possibility of parole but is not on death row, is to me just kind of another form of that. So that to me seems like a no-go, and we can talk about why. In general and in principle, I think I accept the possibility of the legitimacy of the death penalty, because I accept that punishments or crimes ought to be proportional, and I think there are some things that are so bad that the only proportional punishment is something like the death penalty. In practicality and in the way that it actually works in the U.S. criminal justice system, that's a whole different issue entirely. But yeah, so I'm just gonna plant my flag on no, we shouldn't let people opt into assisted suicide effectively, regardless of the length of their sentence, and then I'll argue with whatever anybody else says.
Thank you. All right, Sawdust.
Yeah. So I'll preface this with my views in general on prison and whether it should be more rehabilitative or not are still kind of up in the air. But in general, because in the U.S. we allow people to be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, I think it's fair that we allow prisoners to opt for the death penalty. I don't think it's something that should ever be like forced on somebody, but I think if somebody chooses that they want to, I think that it's their individual autonomy, and I think that they should be able to do that, especially given that we don't know what conditions they're living in, and possibly with like some preconditions with that, obviously. Like I think for us to allow it, for people to opt into a death penalty, I think there would have to be like some preconditions. Maybe family members are notified, maybe they are evaluated by a medical professional, things like that. So to make sure there's no abuse going on. Right.
Scott, please.
Yeah, so this seems like it's an interesting question, because it seems like someone has tried to devise an idea based off of making your feelings off of like, we'll feel better if we give this option, without actually addressing the problem. And the problem is that we have a justice system, at least in my estimation, that is designed for retribution and vengeance, as opposed to one that is designed to keep our communities safe, to stop crime, and to give people an ability to change their lives for the better. I don't think that any human is irredeemable, and the problem here is life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then saying like, oh, well, they have the option to kill themselves. That's not an option, because you're using coercion, which is the life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then you're given a choice between these two things. And somehow that's supposed to make people feel better about the situation. I think what we have to do is fundamentally dismiss with that and move to the actual crux of the problem here, which is that people are being put in prison no matter what, and they can never leave because we as a society have deemed that some crimes make these people irredeemable, and I think that's very anti-human and very anti-liberty of us.
Steven.
Whether you're for or against the death penalty, letting people opt in or out of it, I think is a bad idea. It creates a whole bunch of really crazy incentives. I can already see where like people start to measure the opt-in things for different prisons or different racial groups, and then people say it's racist or that some prisons are just so horrible that people are opting into the death penalty anyway, and it just seems like not a good idea. If we have the death penalty, then we should reserve it for whatever crimes we decide to use it for. It shouldn't be like an opt-in. That's really silly.
Ubi.
Yeah, I'm actually very much in favor of the death penalty, and I think that if someone has already been convicted and they've been given life in prison as their sentence, it doesn't seem like there's any real benefit to society that could come from the rehabilitation at that point. So spending all this money to keep them in prison without even the option to opt out on their own and go with like an assisted suicide seems wasteful and actually kind of cruel. Because what you're in effect saying is that somebody who's dealing with the anguish, right, the mental anguish of being in prison for the rest of their lives, right? You'd rather force them to stay in that fucked up situation and to deal with that mental anguish, to punish them for a thing that they have no hope of making any kind of like real like recompense for, or penance for, right? So it seems cruel not to give them the option out.
Okay, open to the panel.
So I think that a main point is that that I would like bring up in this is that we're not really like talking about the question itself is not really about like the criminal justice system itself, as it's specifically about allowing people whether they can volunteer into execution or not, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's bound up together, right? Like
yeah, I mean it's bound up, but and while I agree with you guys on the idea that while I agree with you guys on the idea that we should like maybe look at the circumstances around this and make sure people aren't being coerced into this, like I don't feel comfortable telling somebody that that if they've decided that they want to like end their lives, I don't feel comfortable telling somebody that, well, sorry, we have to wait. You have to wait, and you have to live in like a really shitty situation and be in anguish all the time, because we haven't determined whether this is like I don't know. I guess I'm having trouble wording it.
It seems like at that point you'd be saying you have to stay here because we want you to live out your sentence as punishment, right? It seems similar to that because it doesn't seem like they're waiting to like clear anything up, or if they've been convicted and this person isn't appealing, right? Then like what are they waiting for, right? It just seems like you want them there just so they can live out their sentence and die of like natural causes, I guess.
Right, but see, this is exactly the false dichotomy that I was expressing, right? Is the issue isn't whether or not we should allow people to opt in for the death penalty. The issue is that people are being sentenced with life in prison without the possibility of parole, right? So when given the chance of you will be in a cage for the rest of your life, no matter what you do, it is lit unless you are like escaping Alcatraz or something, right? Unless you've got like a little pickaxe behind the fucking hot lady poster and you think maybe you can fucking tunnel under the prison, right? You're going to be there in a cage with other people that society is deemed to put in a cage forever, no matter what. And then you're given to the ability to choose between these two scenarios. And for some, yeah, opting in for the death penalty might seem like the better of those two choices. But the problem here is that there's literally no path to redemption for these people.
I think we should be very clear, because are we arguing? Because it sounds like this is about to. It sounds like we're arguing whether or not we should or shouldn't have life in prison or the death penalty, rather than should we? Because that's where we're segueing into with that argument.
Yeah, I'd rather focus on the argument itself.
I mean, I am focusing on the argument by saying that that's the problem with like unless the argument hinges on, just so you know, none of you are allowed to be against the life in prison without the possibility of parole, and you must all believe in that. And it kind of handcuffs our ability to even be able to talk honestly about it.
I mean, look, I agree with you, right? A lot of this is going to be about, well, you know, if we changed up system or system create a more equitable system, right? A more fairer system that would clear up a lot of this. And I agree that would be the case, right? And a lot of the reforms that you got in your mind, I'm for them. But in terms of the system that we have now, right? If it's going to be in place for a long time, and it probably will be, could we give these people this option?
I think Destiny's right that like this does create some really weird institutional incentives. Like you're adding in a choice that is gonna fundamentally change the nature of the system itself. And so you're going to have cases where like, yeah, you're just going to have prisons like we saw reporting recently about like the conditions currently in like Rikers or something, right? You're going to have prisons where it's just so bad and so shitty and the guards are so awful and whatever else is going on that, yeah, you're just going to have like wildly high rates of opting in. And that's, there's an equity problem there for sure. And I don't know how you solve that.
I mean, I think bringing up Rikers. Go ahead.
There was a study on the people who volunteered, death row inmates who volunteered. I believe it's 88% struggle with mental illness or substance abuse. So, yeah, if it's 88% of people who are struggling with like with a mental illness or substance abuse, then I'm not sure. I still think that it should be just the system that we have right now in place. I just don't think it's fair to force people to be imprisoned for life.
Well, but I mean, like, if that's the punishment, like, that's the punishment, right? Like,
right, so taking prime at this, right, so if we're just going to take the system as it is, we've decided, at least in some states, that there are crimes that are so bad under certain circumstances and given certain, evidence presented at trial that they deserve death. And then there are other ones that just deserve life in prison. We've distinguished those two things already. So I'm just wondering, like, where, like, how you. I think the justification for those two things is different, right? The possible justification for I think it's okay for the state to sometimes put somebody to death, and then the possible justification for I think it's okay for the state to sometimes imprison somebody for the rest of their life, and then the possible justification for that person who's in prison for the rest of their life should then be able to choose that they want to die. Like, you could have different arguments for each of those things. I just don't know how we make those.
Yeah, so I honestly don't think that we should be forcing people to. The thing is, like, if somebody is being, if their punishment is imprisonment for the rest of their life, I'm not really sure what the point of that punishment is.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I mean, taking our current system, because you had brought up Rikers, right? I mean, does everyone know the story of Caleb Browder? I had to look up the name real quick. So, long story short, kid totally didn't steal a backpack, got accused of stealing a backpack, and he was in Rikers for over 2 years without ever going to trial. Constantly basically being forced into trial, or like, and the prosecution would just be like, oh, well, we need a delay or an extension. And by asking for a delay or an extension, even though you're not supposed to be there longer than 6 months, there's like this weird loophole where like they wouldn't count the time in between the ability to get the court date where they would ask for the extension, et cetera, right? So he did 2 years in Rikers for a crime he didn't commit, never got his day in court, and eventually they just let the kid go. And after spending 2 years in Rikers, he developed depression so bad that he committed suicide out of prison, right? So imagine the scenario, like the idea that it's like, oh, well, these people can opt in for suicide. It's like, this is what Rikers did to someone in 2 years who had a constant kind of source of hope, right? And that source of hope was, well, I'm going to get my day in court. And once I get my day in court and the evidence is shown, I'll be able to prove myself innocent. And the system grind him up like the fucking piece of meat that he was, because he was just some young black kid with no power and money. And then he gave a fuck about him. And then he committed suicide, right? So, I mean, you're describing a situation where these people are hopeless. And this is supposed to be humane, but I don't understand how you separate that from the depression and anxiety and the oppression that someone is facing by being locked in prison with these people. Like, how do you even get to make the claim that this isn't a humane action? All it is a paperwork nightmare so that some people can feel like they did something good, and they didn't. What they did is they let people kill themselves so that they don't have blood on their hands.
Okay. Oh, you were going to respond
Yeah.
to this?
So what I was saying before was that I don't understand what the purpose is of imprisoning somebody. If somebody has done something so bad, well, imprisoning somebody for life, right? If somebody has done something so bad that we've deemed them not able to be entering back in society, that they should be imprisoned forever, I don't see what the difference is between that and just letting them opt in for death. If that is what, if we've deemed them so unworthy of redemption that we're not even going to give them a chance for parole, what's the point of keeping them in prison for life? If they want the ability to like, and I get it, there's like ethical issues with this. There's like, we want to make sure that these people aren't being coerced, but if the system is as it is right now, and that is how people are being treated in prisons where they're not given parole, and we've decided to just remove them from society, and they're not really, I don't know, I just don't understand.
I don't know that. I don't want to be the person defending like life in prison without the possibility of parole, because I don't want to, but like I don't know that it's necessarily that you've decided they aren't worthy of redemption. I think the standard reasoning is that there are some people who just are literally incorrigible, who you can't possibly redeem, and whether that's demonstrated by their conduct once or repeated conduct, I don't know. You know, there's all sorts of qualifications for how you get life in prison. But I don't know if it's like a question of worthiness so much as just like the assumption is there are people who are so bad that we could not even hope to have them re-enter society, or alternatively, as Scott said, it's an issue of punishment, that where the reasoning behind it is we have to punish this in some way, and the only possible punishment that works or that is fair or that pays their debt to society or whatever it is the rest of their life. And you know,
but there's
yeah, but like why
we're not making sentences based off of like what we think is I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. You can go. I can't form my words right now.
Yeah. So, and I think there's like not all these people like are you know still pleading their innocence. Right? Some of these people have admitted they're guilty. Right. Samuel Little, I think he is the most prolific serial killer in American history. Killed like 90 people, and he's given interviews. He gave interviews gloating about it and laughing about it. Right. And this man, you know, when he was caught in 2012, he had diabetes, had a heart condition, and we ended up paying for that for the rest of his life, until he like died in like 2020 in a hospital, right? The Golden State Killer, who's in prison right now, raped and murdered like I think like 50 something people, right, over decades. We're paying for that guy too. So if we have somebody like this, right, there's no chance this person's fucking innocent. They're not arguing that they're innocent. They've admitted they've done these things. What use is there to anybody, right? By having them sit there while we pay for their medication, pay for their surgeries if they have like a heart condition, pay to keep them alive if they want to opt out, if they'd rather just check out and do assisted suicide.
Yeah, and there's no debt that's being paid by them sitting there for the rest of their lives. As it is, like with some of these crimes that we're deeming that people should be locked up forever, there's no amount of punishment that would make it a worthy like debt payer or something like that, right? It's just there's no other than just punishing somebody that I just don't see the reason.
Yeah, like Scott, I mean, if you're like opposed to life in prison, like what kind of punishment would you give to somebody like Samuel Little or the Golden State Killer? People who've killed dozens of people, raped and murdered dozens of people across the country.
I didn't say I was against, I mean, so we have to engage in the system that we're in. So given the system that we're in, I won't go down a rabbit hole of other theoretical systems, right? But given the system that we're in, I said nothing about being against life in prison. What I'm against is life in prison without the possibility of parole.
So you I think there's a big distinction for somebody who's murdered like 90 people.
Yes.
Right, but the question itself is.
I would just give them the
people.
death penalty. That just seems straightforward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's my position. I'm not moving from it.
Well, okay,
but like
so
what? Go ahead, Scott.
The argument is about specifically people who are in life in prison without the possibility for parole.
Right.
Right. We
Yes.
we can all acknowledge that I'm fucking confused as to what debt is being paid here by somebody sitting there in prison with no possibility for parole. There's and what is the harm in letting somebody, other than, let's say, the cases where there could be like abuse happening, and that's why I would say there needs to be some preconditions to allowing somebody electing for death. But I don't see what the issue is. If you're already removing them from society and you deem that they are not worthy of parole, then what is the issue of letting them remove themselves from society further?
The problem here, and you know, everyone's gonna get mad at me, but it's just true. You, Chris, might not get mad at me. Is that the question seems different depending upon what philosophical system of morality you're using and ethics you're using, right? The real problem here is that you seem to be approaching it from a utilitarian perspective, which is, you know, they're already in prison. The consequences of this action are, you know, oh, well, if the person kills themselves, Doobie's like, it'll be a little cheaper to the taxpayer, right? We will save some money, and it has no effect whether or not they kill themselves or whether they just sit in prison the whole time. So why not save a little bit of money, right? And to people that believe in people that maybe they have a Christian belief or religious belief or some type of deontological perspective or natural law theory, or even possibly even a virtue ethicist position, will look at this situation differently, because the cost of housing those errant, like, extreme examples that you bring up, right? Like, I don't know how much it costs to house a serial killer another 20 years in jail, but if we compare that to, let's say, the cost of housing people in jail, or the cost of, like, America's budget, I'm sure that it would be statistically insignificant, right? And so to other people from other moral positions, they just simply say murdering people is wrong, or assisted suicide is wrong, or they have my position that said life in prison without a possibility of parole is wrong. And so they're both evil choices, and when being told to pick between evil and evil, I say, no, I don't pick the lesser of two evils.
Okay, so firstly, we always pick the lesser of two evils because everything can be measured in degrees of like evil or goodness, right? There's nothing that we fully 100% agree with, so that statement is just completely meaningless. Secondly, obviously...
Spoken like a true consequentialist.
No, that has nothing to do with your normative framework. It's just a fact of life, right? That anything in life you choose is very rarely in real life, outside of video games, is there going to be like a perfect option. So you're always choosing between, you're making some sort of compromise always. There's never a perfect choice. So we're always choosing between the quote-unquote lesser of two evils, especially when we're talking about punishment. We're already talking about people that have fucked up in life, that are through a system that most citizens hopefully never have to engage in. So obviously there's going to be difficulty in what we say, right? Nothing is going to be perfect. Secondly, obviously there's going to be like different, depending on your moral framework, like your choice. But I mean, that's kind of what we were discussed, right? Like, to say that like, oh, everybody has a different choice, I think that's what we're here to talk about, right? Like, not to name off all the normative frameworks and say, well, anybody might think something different. Like, well, the point is, well, what do you think, right?
Right.
Yeah,
well,
so
I gave what I think, and then I was explaining to Stardust, right? And it's like, I don't see the point. And I'm like, well, here's why there's a breakaway.
I don't know why you brought in like the utilitarian, you know, whatever philosophical. I don't
normative
I,
ethics.
I don't know all that stuff, bro. I don't know.
That was for Doobie.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but there's nobody is taking a purely like utilitarian in the sense that we're literally just analyzing dollars. I don't think anybody here took that.
Doobie was literally doing that. Doobie was literally saying, well, it's cheaper. So
no, hold on. I listed that as one of the benefits. So not only is it cheaper, right, but no, we don't gain anything. The person doesn't gain anything. I'm sure the victims don't gain anything by knowing that the person is sitting there in a cell forever. Right, we're gonna hook them up to an IV and keep them alive for as long as we can keep them alive for fucking what? It doesn't seem like there's any reason for that. In fact, it seems cruel. If this person generally wants to like is in anguish over being in prison for decades or whatever, right? And they want to die. Keeping them in that state just seems, again, you're not gaining anything. You're actually losing money. They're not gaining anything. There's no possibility that they're ever getting out of that situation.
Dude,
so why keep them
all
there?
of this can easily be brushed aside with one thing, right? Like you say, they're in anguish, right? The prison system is anguish. They're without hope, right? So they want to kill themselves to escape this system. And it only takes one example, just like your serial killer example of like, why not in this extreme example? There's plenty of other examples of like some white lady in the 1970s getting raped by some dude with a ski mask on, and then the cops being like, hey, Curly Joe, who just got out of prison for cocaine fucking, for selling cocaine and just got out of jail. Are you sure he wasn't the one that raped you? And she's like, I don't know, maybe. And then he's like, yeah, no, it totally happened. And that because there's countless examples of people being put in prison for crimes that they didn't commit, right? And then being exonerated later. And many of those people, if given the option to kill themselves to escape their anguish and pain, might have fucking done it. And instead, we facilitated the suicide of innocent people who could have been freed later by additional exculpatory evidence, because we gave them this option to do this, because we were torturing them in prison. It's torture.
Yeah. Okay. So even if it's torture, do you feel comfortable?
Let's hear it. Even if it's torture, let's go.
Okay.
That's a great way to start.
Do you feel? I'm sorry. I'm still kind of exploring this in my head. But even if it's torture, do you feel comfortable telling somebody like, "Hey, sorry, I can't let you decide to end your life when you want to, because guess what? This might be torture for you, and we need to reform the entire prison system before we even think about doing that." I don't feel like that's very cool.
It's
like
supposed
to let
to be torture. It's prison.
Yeah,
it's
I
supposed
get
to be
it's
an
supposed to be.
unpleasant experience. That's the point. Like our point in America behind prison is that it's unpleasant, right?
Yeah. Yes, I'm perfectly comfortable telling somebody who's decided they want to kill themselves not to kill themselves and trying to stop them. Yes. Like I don't. Again, like we've argued about this before on panels, but like maybe that's controversial. But yeah.
Yeah. But why?
Because
So is it just like
because I would stop you if you were gonna like yeah.
Okay, but there's there's a famous example, I think like a few years ago, of this woman who was like sexually assaulted repeatedly, right? And she'd been in that hospital, she'd been to therapists and psychiatrists, and she just couldn't live with it, right? So she decided to go for assisted suicide. They tried to convince her out of it, and she decided to go through with it, and she did. Right. So if somebody is their reality or their waking reality is like torment, right? Why would you? And nothing that they're doing, nothing that anybody else has done, has taken them out of that torment. Why would you want them to stay there?
I don't want them to stay there. I also don't want them to kill themselves. Yeah, I think it's a. Like,
yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd rather.
Like, when I brought this up earlier, somebody in the chat said, "Well, if you're against assisted suicide, you just don't care about people suffering." It's the same argument that I've had. No, I don't think that's true. I think it's no. What I want is
I don't think you don't.
Suffering to be alleviated through means that I don't think are morally reprehensible. So,
but the way that their suffering would be alleviated would be possibly be them like no longer being in prison. But that's not a possibility anymore, right? So like.
You could just be of the position that like the state shouldn't be in the business of killing people. That might be a position that somebody would take, that like keeping people in prison for even indefinite amounts of time is an acceptable way for the state to punish people, but the state shouldn't be in the business of actually killing citizens. So maybe we don't ever give an option for somebody to like, do the death penalty, but you can lock people up indefinitely if the crimes they've committed societally have been decided to be bad enough that,
At the same time, I think you could say, like I tentatively do, and I'm still kind of on the fence about this. Somebody could talk me into believing that this is entirely inconsistent. But you could also believe, I think, that the state is the one who should be dealing out the death penalty. But if it is a case that we've decided it is not worthy of the death penalty, then allowing that person to opt in and commit assisted suicide is like is skirting that process. If you think there is a legitimate means of dealing out death level punishments for crimes, which is the state, then yeah, just like killing yourself could be out of bounds as well. Like I think both of those options are possible.
Well, Destiny demanded that I pick the lesser of two evils.
Everything in life is picking the lesser of two evils. Yes.
Yeah. So under your framework, yeah, obviously I'm against the state doling out death in any form, shape, or capacity, including assisted suicide. If you must frame the conversation as such. But I mean, I'm against both of these ideas, right? And it just seems like a way for people to try and feel better about the fact that they're locking people in prison for the rest of their life. It just seems like one more way of like, it seems like very often our society comes up with ideas where it's very separate from the violence that the state is enacting on people. And so long as it can get like a little bit of like a little bit of a spoonful of sugar to make medicine go down, right? Like then all of a sudden people will stop bitching for a little while.
So,
and that's what this seems like. It's
this
like it's a
seems-
spoonful of medicine to make the sugar to make the medicine go down.
So this seems like the opposite. I would say that about your position, that without actually, so you're saying that these people need to stay in a system that we acknowledge is torture. You've said multiple times is torture. You need to stay there, right? Rather than take control of your life, right? Which I think is something would be within your framework. Take control of your life and decide what you want to do with it. So this person,
that's a false choice.
It's not.
You don't have control of your life. You're locked in a cage.
No,
you're not allowed to leave.
Ending your life is the ultimate decision, right? About your life is to end your
But
life.
it's that,
right?
no,
But
you can't say that's any element of choice there. You're being tortured
You
and
get very
coerced, and
little
you're not allowed
choice
to leave.
when you're in prison. You get very little choice when you're in prison. This is true. Yes, I know. Right? It's
It's
not a
not
good
some
situation.
expansion of liberty to let people fucking kill themselves in prison.
I think it is.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it
Yeah.
can.
No,
be.
it's
I think
not.
it can be. I think it can be. I think with the right conditions, yeah, it certainly can be. Like I feel like the right to choose when your life ends can be like the ultimate like expression of I don't know, having your freedom essentially, right?
A choice made at the end of a gun is no choice at all. It's duress. They're literally under like the
Sure.
most extreme form of duress, right?
Mhm.
Like
And I can
they're not
agree with that.
able
I
to make
agree.
a decision.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's a shitty situation.
Wait, we shouldn't agree. It's a stupid argument. Is somebody choosing assisted suicide at the end of like cancer? Is that not a choice you can make?
Okay, why is my
Yeah.
argument a stupid argument?
People choose death before even
Because-
going into
because
chemotherapy.
Like don't make
you're
throwaway
in-
insults to the argument and
It's
then
not-
bring up
hold on,
another
it's
argument.
not a throwaway insult. I'm demonstrating the stupidity of the argument. Okay, if somebody is locked in prison, they're there. It's not like the option is like either freedom or assisted suicide. It's you're either locked in prison forever, or you're locked in prison forever, or you could opt to do the death penalty if you want to do it. Those are your two choices before you. Just like if you're doing assisted suicide because of like some sort of medical ailment, you're either dying of cancer or you are doing assisted suicide instead of prolonging the unhealthy years of your life of dying of cancer.
Destiny, I know you're smarter than this, so I'm just going to assume that your stupid take is because you're playing video games and not paying attention. So what I'm going to go with, right, is it is not the same thing when a system of individuals is forcing you into a cage and you have no choice.
No, hold on. You're
versus
not
being
forced into a
afflicted
cage.
with a
No.
disease.
You're not
Oh,
forced
can I
into a
walk out?
cage. No.
Can I
you're
come
not
over and
forced
kill
there.
you
You're
and then
there
get
of your own
charged?
actions. Societally speaking, we have decided that if you, this is like when you fail a paper and the teacher
What
says, I didn't
actions
give you
what actions gave this person cancer? Is it
Hold on,
now?
wait, no. We're
is it the
talking
cigarette
about being
smoking? What are you talking about?
in jail. We're talking about being in jail. When you're in jail, you're not just there randomly. You've done some set of actions in society to end up in jail. You've earned that spot, just like you've earned it.
Right, but we were also
Unless you're innocent.
What?
So assuming you're guilty.
So yeah, that's the assumption I believe we're all working under, right? Assuming you're guilty, right, and you're going to be
You're
there
right.
anyway.
You're right. No one is, but they could be innocent, right? But assuming
Hopefully
this
an
person
innocent
is
person
guilty.
doesn't opt for the devil, who knows, right? Regardless, there's problems with innocent people being in jail too. There's problems with innocent people not going to jail. Yeah, that's not part of this example. Or that's not part of the argument. The argument is if you have somebody that's in jail and they've got a life in prison, should they be able to opt for the death penalty? To say that they're being forced to opt for it, like they're already in jail. It's not like they have an option to be free. It's either
It said it's
life-
under duress.
everything and every single possible decision you make in jail is quote unquote under duress. But that's not
Exactly, which is why it is the state that is the guardian of these people. It's not they don't have the ability to choose whether or not to kill themselves because they're literally locked in a fucking cage and tortured. And then that's literally like every scene in a movie with like a CIA agent that's torturing a guy and says, "Just give me the codes and I'll shoot you in the head and end it." That's literally what you're saying. Is like at any moment you can just end this, you can kill yourself, you can get out of this torture. I'll stop beating you for information. You're being tortured by the state. And then
but
you're
being tortured
it's
for
not
a
the
reason
same thing
because
as
you
cancer.
earned it. You earned the torture.
Presumably.
I think I see what Destiny is doing here with the comparison to somebody who's got cancer and going through treatment for that, right? Because
two
a
separate
lot of
situations.
times, Well, no, a lot of times, treatment for cancer can be torture. It can be torture, right?
Wait, no, I'm just saying that, he's trying to say that, well, it's not fair to make somebody choose something they're under duress. We can get rid of that duress. When you use an example of, somebody being tortured for information, okay, well, hopefully we can just get them out of that situation completely. We don't want anybody to be tortured for information.
Exactly, which was my argument to begin with, right?
Yes, I understand.
Even as you
but the reason,
explain your own argument, the stupidity falls apart.
The reason why it doesn't make sense, though, is because when it comes to, say, cancer, you are, you're there no matter what. You're either going to die of the chemotherapy, or I'm sorry, you're either going to die of the cancer in the long term, or you're going to die of it in, you can do assisted suicide in the short term, right? When we're talking about somebody in prison, there is no freedom option. There's no good option. You're always going to be there. You're always going to be under duress. That's just the reality of the situation that you're in.
Right. Again, you were trying to use another analogy to poison the well of what I'm saying, while not engaging with what I'm actually arguing.
Holy shit.
I know. When you start losing, you start saying debate bro terms, even though you use them yourself.
Bro, you listed off all 3 normative frameworks in a conversation for no reason, okay?
It wasn't for no reason. It was to start us up on why we have a disagreement.
I don't understand. You should know better than to start bringing those words up to me. Okay, my brain is not big enough for that. So
I was helping you understand why there was.
No,
a
you
disagreement.
actually, you're actually contradicting yourself because you said you brought that up for Doobie, not for me. So
no, I didn't. Someone else said I brought it up for Doobie.
No, I just said the utilitarian portion. That's it. That's what we're referring to. That's it.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Anyway,
to
get back to what Destiny is saying, you're trying to compare someone who is being actively tortured by the state that could be guilty or could be innocent, and their choice to engage in assisted suicide versus someone who has cancer, right? And then you're saying, so we can prove that duress isn't here, right? That's not what it is. If you would like me to say, undue influence, sure, we can use undue influence instead of duress if you want to get slippery with the words. But the argument itself is that people are forcing people into a situation that they could change. The state could give people the possibility of parole. I can't uncancer people because unless you made your millions with a secret cure to cancer.
Yeah, so this is the very first thing I said is because I saw you doing this. So what you're really arguing is that we just shouldn't have life without parole. That's the whole argument then that you're making.
It's not the whole argument.
That is the entire argument.
That is
you're saying that because the whole argument is that
you just pay attention.
I am paying attention. The whole argument you're saying is that there's an alternative. The state just shouldn't give people these types of sentences. That's not the argument, but that's what you want to argue. I understand. It's a fun argument to have as an anarchist because the state is bad all the time. So.
Usually, yeah, it is.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, if I was taking my anarchist position, it'd be a totally different argument here.
Yeah, but Scott, it does seem like that is what you're arguing, right? That the state could give Samuel Little or the Golden State Killer guy or the Grim Sleeper, whoever the fuck, right? It could have given them the option of parole, right? But with people like this, right? How do you get these people to a point where parole is even like a realistic possibility? It can be on a paper somewhere, but there's if you kill 90 people, you're probably not going to get parole at any time soon, right? So is having it on a piece of paper somewhere enough for you to say that, oh well, hey, this person has the option of parole, so we should just leave them in prison forever, even if we know they're never going to actually get parole.
Again, I don't have a crystal ball and I'm not omnipotent, right? So I don't know the innocence of anyone. No, you could have all of the evidence ever, right? You could have literal fucking body camera footage of them murdering people and their confession. And there's still the ever so slightest possibility that this person is innocent. It is not the purview of the state to murder people or to assist in murdering people at all. That is just my position.
How could you support putting people in prison ever?
Who should do it?
What do you mean who should do it? Just because the
nobody
state's not should not be murdering people? Yeah, that's
nobody
that's
should
a hot take.
It's not. First of all, you're saying murder. You're using the term incorrectly. We're talking about killing somebody, right? As a punishment or justification for punishment. You think that there's there's no amount of crime.
It's murder.
It's not murder.
It's murder.
What does murder mean to you?
If you kill someone when your life is no longer in danger, it's murder.
Okay, that's
Period.
not what I don't know. Okay, for somebody who's
like justice is not some form of is not some form of killing that doesn't count as murder, from my approximation.
Murdering is when you kill somebody without provocation. That's what murder means when we're talking ethics, right? So if somebody like kills, somebody else and the state decides to send somebody blah, 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 this is not considered murder. Nobody would call that murder.
I am.
Oh, well, touche. Okay.
Do you think that you said that you think the state should not be like responsible for killing people? Do you think that the state should be responsible for preventing somebody from dying, or if they want to die?
That's an interesting one, which is totally an aside. I don't know, because you can take that to its extremes, right? And then say that the state has the responsibility of, let's say, experimental drugs that are worth billions of dollars. You know what I mean? Like that have the slimmest of chance of saving someone's life. So like, I don't know that you can make a definitive stance there that like is pragmatic in any capacity.
Wait, how does that? Sorry. How does that?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
How does that have to do with what does the experimental drug have to do with? I'm sorry if I'm just not understanding. But how does
you asked me if the state has a responsibility of maintaining someone's life, no matter what,
somebody from dying if they themselves want to die? Does the state have the right?
Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking something else. Does the state have a right to forbid? Yeah, I think so.
Wait, but like in all cases, like the state has a right to, if somebody chooses to like walk off a cliff for whatever fucking reason.
I mean, I'm doing this in the context of people in prison, not in all cases.
Does the state have the right to imprison somebody for life?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
So long as they have the ability of parole, the possibility of parole.
Yeah, I mean, like, so long as they have an ability that of exculpatory evidence, or there's some process so that if they're later found innocent, right, that they have a pathway to be able to overturn a conviction.
You could do that.
Yeah, that's different than parole, because like there are people who have been on death row, right, who've been shown
let
to
me
be innocent,
rephrase.
right?
Sorry, right. let me rephrase. I think that everyone should be able to have the ability to parole, because even if they can't prove their innocence, they may be innocent. Right, even if they've exhausted all of their appellate court and everything, the Supreme Court was like, nah, deny, right? There still may be people that are innocent that can then prove themselves and change. I think everyone should have the ability to parole. That doesn't mean that you just get out automatically, right? So for your serial killer that admitted to killing 90 people, right, and there's video evidence and all of this, I think they should have the right to parole, even if we kind of know that the parole isn't going to go through. But there are some people, like there have been reformed gang members that have like shot people, and like that have become like paragons of fighting against gang activity and violence, right? That they went into prison, they spent 20 years in prison, they've been preaching to people like this is not the way to go. They have changed their fucking life. And I think, even though they have murdered people, they have absolutely murdered people in shootings. And I think that if you've done 20 or 30 years, even if you've killed 10 fucking people and you've shown an exemplar record of trying to do good in the world, you have I don't see this person as a threat to society anymore. As a matter of fact, they're a positive net gain for society, and they should be let out despite killing 10 people.
Yeah, I don't understand that line of thinking, to be honest with you.
Fair enough.
I mean, Scott, we've spoken before about like I've watched like a lot of serial killer documentaries and shit, right? So maybe I've just seen too many of them. Maybe I've just seen too many of them, and I know too much about what these people have done, or people like this have done, and I can't imagine forgiving somebody like that guy in Canada who made women into like fucking makeup products and sold them to people. Like I almost 50 of them, right? He put them in food, makeup products. I can't imagine, and he bragged about it. I can't imagine that guy ever fucking paroling out, and even if
but you can't imagine him
started writing
out.
children books and Kim Kardashian called Obama, like absolutely not. Fuck that guy, right? So like,
right, but you're talking about an extreme case here, right? Right, and that's
typically,
the issue.
if you're on death row or you're in prison for life, it's typically not like a normal case, right? These are people who've done terrible
what
things.
I just described are people. I can't remember the person's name exactly, but I'm thinking of a specific person that was on death row for murdering multiple people that became an anti-gang activist, right?
Yeah, like Tukey Williams or whatever, right? Wrote some children's books, said, hey, don't get into gangs or whatever the fuck, but he murdered a family, if I remember correctly. So still, fuck that guy. I don't think he could write enough children's books to make up for murdering 3 people. Like, I don't understand. I just don't
Right.
understand the
I
line of
think that's just a fundamental difference between you and me, which I think you think some people are irredeemable and I don't.
Yeah.
With the waiver,
I want to check in with Eucharist here. Eucharist, you haven't had a chance to speak.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone kind of all over the place. Like, yeah, I do think, to start this question, like, there is some sort of positive role that I hate talking about it like the state, because I feel like we're just entering into anarchist discourse when we do that. I talk about it like in terms of the political community, the institutions that we have to live together well, you know, whatever that looks like. Yeah, I think there's a positive role of the political community in creating a situation where fewer people want to kill themselves. And I think that any given person has, you know, just as much of a right as any other person to stop someone from killing themselves if possible. So yes, if you see somebody walking towards a cliff or running out into traffic, you should try to help them. Yeah, I'm good. Like, I have no problem saying that sort of like me coercively stopping you from doing violent harm to yourself is a good thing. Yeah, you should do that. So yeah, I don't really, like, we're kind of all over the place with this conversation. Like I said, I think there's different possible justifications for the death penalty, and then assisted suicide, which really is kind of what we're talking about. Assisted suicide in a particular case where maybe somebody's under duress, or they're a punishment for something that maybe they deserve. Yeah, but like, it's a particular kind of assisted suicide. So yeah, I think they're like, yeah, I don't know. We've gone all over the place. So.
well, the thing is, we're specifically talking about, again, a situation and when somebody has no chance of parole.
So I feel like that in a system lacking of any sort of compassion, being the American prison system, that giving people that sort of choice is a very poor form of compassion. That it's not that I would be doing this to make myself feel better, which is something Scott said previously, right? I'm doing this because I want to give people the option of what to do with their own lives. This is why I'm for assisted suicide in general. That if you are going through some sort of pain, if you're saying this is torture, right? Then if you're going through this pain, then you should have the ability to end it on your own terms. So this is why. So I that's why I don't buy this, saying that we're doing this just to make ourselves feel better. Not at all, right? If I was going to make myself feel better, and I had a magic political wand, then I'd have a completely different system on our hands, right? But I can't do that, right? I can't actually make myself feel better, right? All I can do is give these people the opportunity. And I think that the threat, so even this option was available, I think that only very few people would take it. I think most people would have that hope that, okay, especially if I didn't do it, right? You didn't do it, then there's a possibility that evidence comes up. People understand, right, that others get out because maybe the prosecutor fucked them over, which is a thing that happens, right? Maybe you just you had a bad trial to start with, and if you got a second one, things would turn out better. There's all kinds of reasons why these things happen, and especially if you are actually innocent, I think those people would stick around, right? Maybe a few of them would take that option, but and we can
Where are you
put
getting that from?
safeguards. We can put safeguards in place to help evaluate them, right? So that they don't feel pressured.
Right, but now you're talking about so like when engaging with assisted suicide, just for a second, right? Are you for them going through several stages of psychological evaluation to determine that they're fit? Okay, so how does one do that in prison, where we know that there is this element, this force? Like why does it matter? Do you care? Would you do that in prison? Do you care?
Sorry, yeah, I would, right? And I'm for like medically assisted suicide, where like the element, right, the coercive element is their own body. That's betraying them, that's causing them immense amount of pain. Right? Even within that situation, I think you can evaluate a person, right, and to see that if they are capable of making this decision, or not being pressured to do it for, inheritance money or whatever the fuck.
So Prime, I want to hone in on the idea that like if someone was innocent and they had that element of hope that this would not be something that would be like an appealing option to them. I just don't think that really holds up. So going back to something like Destiny's opening, right, where he was basically saying like this creates a framework, an institution where certain choices and incentives are just super skewed. We already know that people faced with the choice of a lengthy trial and maybe losing, even though they know they're innocent, will take a plea deal and plead guilty to something that they didn't do, right? So in the same way, I just don't see how that would apply to this situation, which exactly as Scott is talking about. What you're faced with is a possible lifetime of just abject torture. We've kind of all agreed that this is a kind of torture. It's supposed to be punishment. Whatever it is, it's supposed to be punishment. So we've agreed that this is some kind of suffering, some sort of immense pain that you're looking forward to. It's that, or it's I could just end it quickly. What's my possibility of getting out? Not that great, actually, unless something crazy happens, like if you happen to live in this transitional era where DNA evidence starts being a real thing, right? But now, like, what's the chances? What are the odds? I weigh my odds against, like, the bliss of nothingness, and I think the nothingness sounds really good. Yeah, I see it happening just the same way that people get pressured into pleading guilty for things that they didn't do all the time.
So
people do this.
Even with that, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
Stardust, you go first.
Okay, even with that, like, let's say that, yeah, this is like this torturous environment, and they're forced to, they're forced to be in this torturous environment, and they're making this decision out of duress. I still don't feel like I can, like, tell somebody, no, too bad, you have to live through this torture for the rest of your life because we don't have a better system for you.
You've already told them.
Then leave them the sheets in their cell. I don't know. Like
You've already told them that.
Why you have to incentivize this through an opt-in program? Like,
right. I mean, like the choice that we're making here, right, is between we have told you that we are going to torture you for the rest of your life, and then we're now presenting with a new policy idea, which is that you can opt out of that torture for the rest of your life by killing yourself. These are your two choices, right?
If you want to remove like the possibility of somebody re-entering society, it's the same thing. Like both of these things are the same thing. If this person is so bad you don't want them to re-enter society, it's essentially either you're removing them from society by imprisoning them forever, or you're removing them from society by allowing that person to end their life.
Go ahead, Doobie.
Yeah, so I'm wondering like what the extent of this is. So some of these guys, like Charles Ng, for example, who you can go on YouTube right now and find videos of this guy and Leonard Lake taunting a woman they're about to rape and murder, rape and torture, right? So there's no question this guy fucking did it, right? He had like multiple heart surgeries. The son of Sam Killer has had multiple heart surgeries, right? So if they're in prison, I think son of Sam has like 6 life sentences. Right. So if they're in prison for life, like, should we then pay to keep them alive to deal with any like health issues they have? Because that if we're gonna keep them there forever until they die, like, why would we extend their life? It just seems like. I mean, would you support that, Scott? Like paying for all their surgeries and medical issues?
I mean, I think if we're going to have state-run prison system, then we have to determine what is and isn't reasonable in that regard, right? Because like I mentioned before, if you can get into the realm of like absurdity, right? If there's some weird experimental procedure that costs an inordinate amount of money and has a very low likelihood of doing something. So we do have to determine what is reasonable. But the fact of the matter is that by taking away someone's freedom of movement, by locking them in a cage, the state has taken guardianship of that person. They are responsible for that person's will. They are responsible for that person's safety. They are responsible for that person's health and well-being. If you disagree with that because you have a moral system that is so much more slated towards, I don't know, some form of judgment and punishment based thing, right? I can understand that, but my position is what I just laid out. The state is responsible for their health, well-being, and safety when they take over ownership of this person and responsibility for this person.
You've acknowledged that it's torture.
I have.
It seems like not only are we torturing them, but we're like going out of our way through heart surgeries and shit that cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars to extend the torture.
Right, but but again, I'm against the current system, right? Like,
I feel like Scott was right in the sense that like what this really comes down to is it possibly some sort of broader ethical system that you may have a pre-adherence to, or at least like some sort of theory about what criminal justice exists for. And at least in the United States, I know there's disagreements about why we should punish people, but the prison system as it originally developed in the United States, like sort of mid 1800s, was designed to be rehabilitative and punitive, right? It was supposed to be suffering, but the suffering was supposed to cause a kind of internal reflection. Like, what did I do to bring this on myself? Like, why have I done this? Would I ever do this again? And supposed to kind of scare them out of this. So in like the early prisons, like in Sing Sing and others like that, like they had enforced codes of silence, like extreme isolation. The idea was to inspire as much like self-reflection as possible. So when you reach the end of your term, you could, be a reformed person. And the data has always been against the idea that it actually worked. But like that was part of the idea. So what we're doing when we have a life sentence without the possibility of parole is monkeying with that system in some way that I think we're struggling with. Like, what's the point? What's the goal? What's the end here? I think we're all like kind of dancing around.
I still feel like we haven't determined what is the difference in when we're removing somebody from a society because we've determined that they're too dangerous to be in society. What's the difference between putting them in prison for life and letting them end their own life?
I mean, I think the difference is that they're alive. That they're like if I was on their side and I'm not, I would just say that they're alive.
Well, then let us answer.
Well, but you haven't said it. But like one of the reasons is that they are alive, and that they are a valuable individual, right, on their own as a human being.
How are they contributing?
Well, you don't have to. Okay, so then if that's the answer that you're going with, then that's a dangerous slip right there, because you could have a person who is like fucking paraplegic or some shit, right? Who is not contributing to society, and then
we're talking about it's specifically life in prison, though. We're talking about we have decided to remove this person from society because they are too dangerous to be part of it. So if you're in life in prison, what's the difference between keeping them in life in prison and allowing them to elect for execution?
This is why I brought up the ethics, right? Because the difference is what do you believe is right and wrong, and we believe, and I believe at least, that it is wrong.
I think you guys are like afraid of the purging the undesirable.
Why is it wrong?
But there are some people who are undesirable, i.e. rapists, murderers, serial killers, shit like this. Right? And we decided that they're undesirable to the point where we stick them in a cage, right, away from everybody. Right? So like I don't.
Okay, Doobie. So if
why is it wrong?
It's a matter of purging the undesirables. You'd be in a cage, Doobie.
Doobie, if the only moral equation you're going to do is what is the most successful thing to the rest of society, right? Then we can look at research that shows that the death penalty itself doesn't act as a deterrent against crime. And what we can do is we can go, well, you know what? Why does the death penalty not act as a deterrent? Well, that's because people sit in death row forever. It's essentially a long prison sentence. And really, people are just as scared of being caught so long as they're going to spend some time in prison. So if we want to use it as a deterrent, since we have these serial killers, why don't we just take them out to a public stage and then flay them alive and have it nationally televised, right? And then we can get some utility out of them, right? Because the next time somebody is thinking about, like, the next time a priest is thinking about molesting his little altar boy, he remembers vividly that guy that was flayed alive on national television, and maybe that will act as a slightly stronger deterrent.
Well, you'd have to like weigh that against the societal trauma of like millions of people seeing somebody flayed alive by the government on TV.
Right, but you don't know. So let's
I would support making it much easier to execute people, of course.
Is that even the reason though? Like, is that your reason for why we put people away like this? Like, to me, I always thought the reason was we're removing this person. The most important part for me was that.
Stardust, that's your reason.
Okay, right, Scott. Explain to me why it's wrong. Explain to me exactly why it's wrong.
Because it's wrong to murder people, and it's wrong for the state to imprison people for life without parole.
Who want to murder themselves
while you're torturing them.
To end their own life.
And
while
well,
you're
that, but
torturing
no,
them.
in assisted suicide, you are bringing someone else into this equation. You have to like.
Yes,
we're
but they're
talking about
making
somebody
that
opting
decision
into a death
themselves.
penalty, right? Right. So yeah, somebody. I mean, if y'all are cool with the guy who like consented to being cannibalized, I guess that's fine. But like, you're bringing somebody else into the equation who's going to be doing the killing of you, right?
Yeah,
You're
and
asking for help.
They
So it's
don't-
not just you.
I mean, yeah, sure, but again, it's their body, right? If they want to end their life, that should be their choice to do. I don't understand. You still haven't explained to me like what's wrong about it. Why is it wrong?
Go ahead, Tubi.
Yeah. So, well, I want to give Scott a chance to answer that actually, but if he needs some time, I think.
I'm just not going to devolve this discussion into like going deep into like why I believe in a natural law philosophy and like why I'm against certain that like it's like I'm not going to go that deep
Oh,
down.
so
the rabbit hole.
okay, I'm
it
on
was
a panel and
already
I'm
it
just
was
not going
already
to
too
engage
much
with
for
the
you,
question.
Stardust.
Okay, all right.
I mean, if you
so I
want me
had
to,
a-
You
Stardust,
can't
we
engage
can.
with the question without just answering. Just answer it like a normal person.
I have answered it like a normal person, and it was already too complicated for you. So me getting more complicated isn't going to help you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I see.
So I actually had so Destiny, like earlier you said that well that's what the punishment is, right? We've decided they're gonna be in prison forever. So that's what the punishment is, and they don't get to opt out. But what would you say to the question that I asked earlier? Should we, if we decided that's what the punishment is, right? They're there forever. Would you then like support extending their life through like medical intervention when they have issues and shit? Like how far would you take that?
Probably to whatever. I mean, I don't think we've decided that the punishment needs to be like an immortality of suffering or something, right? So I mean, if somebody
Right.
is in prison and they want to sign like a DNR, I don't think anybody would be opposed to that.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Scott, what do you think about that? So somebody's being tortured in prison, and they have a health issue, and would you say that it's okay for them to sign a DNR, right? So that if they were to die from this health issue, don't resuscitate them. Because they're doing this under duress. Remember?
No. I don't think they have the will to be able to sign a DNR while under duress. No.
Nice.
So you
I'm
would
in favor of them being infinitely tortured.
Yeah, that's like.
Jesus Christ.
So you would be for like,
I mean, I'm
like, having
against
them
the
hooked up to
system, but, like,
machines where they're
engaging
like
with the-
200 years old to like keep their
So
heart
some
pumping.
dude is like fucking dying in bed, and fucking Scott's like, no, dude, like you're gonna be here forever. Like, sorry, you don't have the opportunity to die. Like, we're just gonna keep resuscitating. You're gonna keep CPRing you over and 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 over.
I mean, I'll give them morphine. You know what I mean?
Like monkey hearts, right?
No, I'll give him morphine. You know what I mean? Like I'll
alive.
let him die in peace, like without pain. But like he or she, right? Because there are some females, believe it or not, as rare as it is, on death row.
Soon as Stardust.
But
yeah.
right. but yeah, no, that it's the same argument, right? I don't think they have the will under duress to be able to say that they want to kill themselves. So why would they magically have that same will when you just add like a little bit more of health issues? Like, no, they don't
Add
have the
some
capacity.
paperwork to it, yeah.
Right, like the argument stands the same. You have to be consistent here. I mean, it sucks for that person that like they have cancer and they're in like death row and we're like, have some chemo, buddy. But like,
you have to be consistent.
We have a fucked up
Or
system.
vomiting for however long.
Do you have to be consistent or do you have to be empathetic? Right? Like, so if a person, and I feel like it's a
being
low bar.
consistent,
I-
consistent is being empathetic.
I disagree. When you're saying that I'm going to extend this torture for as long as humanly possible, right? So maybe not with the forever replacing their hearts with monkey hearts, right? Maybe not that, but just below that, right? We're going to keep them alive for as long as possible, even if they say they don't want to, right? So they could be going through like chemo or something, right? Which is, as I understand it, absolutely fucking terrible. While imprisoned. And then they're saying, well, okay, if my body starts to give out, let me go. They're saying, no, while you're in prison, you don't have the right to consent there. And so, yeah, you're going to go through a prison and then the extra torture of chemo.
Yeah, I don't understand how, like, because you're saying that the state shouldn't have the ability to, like, or the right to kill somebody, right? But you give them the right to keep somebody alive in torturous conditions for as long as possible. someone
you
who
can-
doesn't
you
want to
can-
be in those conditions?
I mean, I've already made the argument. You can try and say it in the most uncharitable way ever, but here's
I don't think
the
we're being
argument.
uncharitable.
It's not
The argument,
uncharitable.
the
It's
argument,
exactly...
the argument is this: is that you are torturing people. They do not have the ability to consent to kill themselves because they are being tortured. The state is the guardian of that person. They are responsible for the health and safety of that person.
Do you think normal
Right, the
people have the right to sign a DNR since their ability to consent is compromised since they're suffering from a disease?
Again, you bring up you finally come back into the discussion to bring up your already defeated point that it's not the
Scott,
same thing.
What do you think? Wait, what do you think a DNR is?
Do not resuscitate means if you're dying.
Yeah,
you're
so
not
we,
gonna
we
attempt
were
to
just
bring you back
talking
to life.
about so we were just talking about a DNR for a prisoner. So do you think normal people should be allowed to have DNRs?
Yes.
Yeah, but prisoners aren't. So aren't you technically like revoking rights from them for your moral answer here? Like you're taking something.
I'm not
away?
revoking rights. The state doesn't guarantee rights. The state has taken guardianship
I'm
of
sorry.
someone because they've taken away their rights.
So in that case, though, the prisoner basically has less rights afforded to them than like a person in a hospital would, no? Because now if they were in
Yes,
a normal
because the state took them.
Okay.
It doesn't then get to torture them with the idea of getting them back so that they can kill themselves. Especially when we know that the system isn't perfect and that some people are going, I don't know what the number is, but some people are going to choose to kill themselves and later be found innocent. That is going to happen.
Wait, why would you be in favor
I don't
of
want to live in Scott's state. Can I just say that? I don't want to live in his state.
Oh, he
His-
doesn't
his
want the state. He
is
doesn't want the
very-
state. But like, yeah.
I know he doesn't want one, but if he had
Is it a
one, man, I would
stateless,
not wanna
classless
live
society?
Well,
Wait, so what? I don't understand. Like,
no wonder he
maybe
doesn't like states.
maybe
This
there's an
place
explanation to
fucking
this.
sucks.
I'm not.
Damn.
Maybe there's an explanation to this. I'm not thinking of Scott, but this seems to be like a contradiction. So you're opposed to assisted suicide. I think that was your position, but you're in favor of people being able to
No,
sign
that's
DNRs.
yours. That's you.
Okay, so you're for assisted suicide.
Yeah, I'm all for assistance.
Okay, yeah, then I missed that.
So, okay, I want to. Scott has a magnetism about him, able to make every topic about him. And
I'm not trying to.
No, I know you're not. I know you're actually not trying to do that. But still, we've fallen under his spell. Eucharist has an opinion from a different angle, and I actually wanted to examine that too for our remaining time on this topic. So Eucharist, right? Like, you're the understudy, right? But now you'll be the star of the show. Eucharist, tell me more about your reasons for being wrong. Go ahead.
I don't really know what else to say. I don't want to make this just an assisted suicide conversation again, but to like what Doobie just said, like, no, I don't think there is an inherent contradiction between opposing assisted suicide and being okay with DNRs, because withdrawal of care is ethically different than active intervention to hasten death, and that's an ethical distinction that already exists in medical care and in hospitals. So, the work has been done to defend it, and we can use some fancy terms like doctrine of double effect to hash it out. But I don't think there's a contradiction between those things. I'm openly opposed to assisted suicide. So the reason I come into this conversation saying no, we should not give the prisoner an opportunity to kill themselves is just because up front I'm already opposed to that class of things which I would consider assisted suicide. So all these considerations about like, well, this is torture, etc. It's not super persuasive to me. I think in both cases, I actually do think the case of the prisoner and the case of the cancer patient are analogous in some way, in the sense that I just think y'all are silly to think of suicide as this like one glorious liberty option in this scenario. It's a horrific choice in the face of horrific options. Yeah, so like, I mean, maybe it's a lesser of two evils kind of thing, but yeah, I don't view it as like giving somebody some sort of like essential freedom that improves their situation in any way necessarily.
But Scott, if someone has like
Eucharist?
Oh, I'm sorry, Eucharist.
They're all-
I'm used to yelling at
I'm used to yelling at
Scott.
Scott,
You know, I just can't help it. The Eucharist. But if someone has like a very serious condition, right? They're like a terminal illness. There's no hope that they're going to recover from this thing, and they'd rather check out early than go through the pain that's going to get them to the point where they can use a DNR. You'd say that they should go through that pain, that they should wait for their body to decay while they're alive, and and then you're gonna not resuscitate them. Like, why would you? I don't understand. Like,
I
Well,
mean,
why?
I
Like,
think it's a separate conversation. Like, unless we want to turn this purely into an assisted suicide suffering panel, we can.
I mean,
do that,
it's
I
kind of
guess, if I want
connected,
to,
right?
but-
So like
It is connected.
these people,
but
these
that's
people
the
in
main
prison are
point,
suffering
and I would
in the
want to
same way.
know why. Yeah.
But yeah,
that's
because I
your-
don't. It's a conversation Prime and I had at length one-on-one after the last time we argued about this, which is I don't think that an individual's suffering justifies doing something that I already think is a bad thing to do
Why do
that
you
you
think
ought
it's
not
bad?
do, like kill yourself. It's evil. It's wrong.
Why do
Do you believe in like mercy killing? Like if somebody's like fucking agony and there's no they're like split open.
Yeah.
So you would just
Why
let
is
them
it-
suffer
why
until
is
they
it
die?
evil?
No, I think you would try to do whatever you could to comfort them until they die. Yeah, like so we have palliative care. We have ethics surrounding these issues of how we bring people comfort in as they are dying and as they are suffering. But that's different than intervening to kill them. Those are two different things. Yeah. I think
why
yes.
is it
I think we
evil?
should be able to ethically distinguish between choosing to kill somebody and choosing to comfort someone as they are already dying from a natural process. Yeah.
Why is it evil?
I mean, we can bring Scott's terms back into this. I buy into a natural law theory, some things about the intrinsic value of human life, et cetera, et cetera. Human life is a good that unless there's some greater good
Well, I mean,
that outweighs
human life
it.
can be good.
Yeah.
Human life can be good, but you can still
Is a
acknowledge
good,
that, like,
yeah.
when it's time for somebody to choose to go, then.
Yeah, I don't think we get to. I don't think in most non-exigent circumstances we get to choose to go. I think there are circumstances where choosing to go could be legitimate. We could hash that out. It's a whole complex ethics conversation.
I genuinely don't understand this line of thinking.
Okay.
It actually seems like way more like I don't want to say hardcore. It sounds way more cruel than even like my position, right? In terms of like because you're saying that if somebody is like they're going to suffer, there's no way to stop the suffering. Maybe you can give some pain meds, but they're gonna decay. They're gonna die. There's no way to cure this disease. You would say, yeah, you need to go through that pain, right? Rather than like
I
checking
don't
out
think
comfortably.
stopping suffering is an end ethical goal that we should pursue at any expense, right? It's not like there are things that, like, yes, alleviation of suffering is in general a great thing and good thing, and we should do it and we should pursue it so far as we aren't doing other bad and illegitimate things to pursue that end. Yeah. So yes, I think there are circumstances where suffering is preferable to doing something wrong. Yeah.
I'm just,
I just don't get how it's wrong. I just don't get how it's wrong to give somebody that choice when you know that they have
Because it's
the
not a
only other
choice.
It is a choice. The other choice that they have is suffering, is being tortured. I don't understand how it's wrong to give them an alternative to that.
Because killing them is wrong.
Okay,
I
but
see
we're not gonna. Okay, so in the case of the prisoners, we're not gonna let them out, right? Because we've decided they're a danger to everybody. In the case of the person with the terminal illness, there's no way for us to get rid of that illness. We can't just magic it away, right? So like, it just seems like you guys are in favor of causing these people suffering for like no good reason.
No, I'm not in favor of
Hmm.
causing them suffering. They're experiencing suffering, and I'm not in favor of all available options of alleviating that
allowing them to
suffering.
die, not allowing them to die is like literally causing them suffering.
No,
right?
they're in a circumstance. They have an illness or something that is causing them suffering, right? And then there are things that you could do to alleviate that suffering potentially. And I don't think all things that alleviate suffering are necessarily good, legitimate, fine, whatever.
I don't
right?
think
That's-
it's good to prolong somebody in suffering, though. I think
So,
that's wrong
I-
too.
I
I think
don't-
that's evil too.
I wouldn't say it is a good thing to prolong someone's suffering. I would say there are things that you ought not do to shorten suffering. Like, can you not think of anything that you would collapse? Like, if I could come up with a crazy moral dilemma that would say, if you do this horrific thing, it would alleviate someone's suffering. I think we could think of examples where you would say, no, okay, that's not okay. Right, so I'm saying there are things that are out of bounds that we should not like if we. I'm not even going to get into this. It's just ridiculous.
the very
philosophy class stuff, but,
the
like,
very idea of suicide for most people is that they feel that they are suffering so much they would rather not suffer any longer, right? So some of you guys have taken this position from prison, right? That prison is I guess in your approximation, the idea of prison is just to keep society safe. You don't believe in rehabilitation for these people because they're on death row, and you also don't believe in there needing to be a sense of justice for these people.
No,
right?
It's
So
not the state says that.
Nothing
The
will be
state has already done that. The state has said that
Prime
that they're not going to be
okay.
Like the state has put this in place and then has sentenced them to a sentence that says that they can't escape. That no matter what change they make within prison, they're still going to be in prison, where they become that paragon you're talking about, right? Since that's already established, then and you already established that it's torture, right? Some great torture. Then let's give them another option, right?
Okay, Roger. Thank you for reframing everything that I was saying. So, anyways, the problem is do you trust? I guess something to add into this. Do you trust in any way, shape, or form the capacity of the state to actually not just murder people?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that the systems will be set up ethically and right while they're in prison, while they're obviously under duress, while they're what happens when people are in solitary confinement, right? What happens when the real problem is that, my uncle, for example, right? My uncle was in a relationship and murdered someone who was black, and he was white in Memphis, right? And so he's in a position where he's in constant threat of danger in prison because he's a white man that murdered a black woman, right? And he argued it was in self-defense. I don't think so. But at the same time, it may have been a passion killing or something. They're both high on crack. But the fact of the matter is that he didn't really murder her because she was black. They were dating, but he murdered a black woman. And he's in constant threat of being murdered by other people. Like, there are so many fucking factors here and so many errors of corruption. Do you honestly believe that the prison system, that I think almost all of us, maybe one or two in the chat doesn't agree, is a fucked up and corrupted system in America, is gonna actually use its power responsibly to allow in suicide for people that are only very properly vetted in their desire to go out simply because that's the choice they're making? And how do you separate that from the torture that they're going under?
So before either you respond to that, I think that kind of goes on with what Destiny was saying at the very start. Like, as to why you were against it because there's like conflicts of interest. Could you expand on that?
You're talking to Destiny?
Yeah, Steven.
Oh, for me, for the conflict of interest?
Yeah.
I wasn't saying there was conflict of interest. I was saying that they're like weird perverse incentives.
Yeah.
And I think we've already kind of gone over these, but like basically the idea that like there's probably going to be a disproportionate number of like ethnic groups will disproportionately get into like the choosing to take the death penalty. Certain prison systems are probably going to like some prisons might just be really bad, and so people are going to elect to take the death penalty here. And when people do these in certain areas, I think people are going to be very unsatisfied, rightfully so, with like those types of quote unquote choices. Because it'll feel like, oh, well, and then we also, it'll feel like, okay, well, some people are choosing this because the prison system is so fucked here, this isn't right, like, something should change here,
Yeah, I would agree. I can't disagree there, but, so, like, the response there, though, should be that, along with this, we should make further changes.
Hold on, Prime Case, we're not allowed to do that. We have to stick within the bounds of the question itself, Prime Case.
No, yeah, sure, okay, fine. But I feel that if we acknowledge, right, that these systems are so bad, right, then and they are being tortured, that exists, right, whether us as a society are paying attention to this problem or not, right? And some of those places are really bad or terrible, right? So I think the greatest problem with my argument is that, well, stop it, dude. The greatest problem with my argument is that it gives those places that have the least empathy, right? Who are the most vicious to the prisoners, reasons to be more vicious to a certain segment of their population, right? Because there's a possibility they would do this. So I think that's fair criticism. But still, I wouldn't want to take this this possibility away from the prison system as a whole, right? The prison, the lifers as a whole. And I would rather look for other solutions, and there are other solutions, than saying that you simply don't get this option. Steven.
Well, are you asking me if, like, can we do it under our today's system, or should it be, do we wait until we have, like, a more perfect system, or what do you mean?
Do what under the system? You mean, like, put what exactly? Expand on that, I'm sorry.
Wait, you asking me the question. I thought you were asking Scott a question. Sorry. Repeat that.
Scott just interjected.
I was just fucking with you because every time I go out of bounds even a little bit on this and say the whole system is fucked, you're like, no, but you have to engage with it.
So is it so what I'm wondering is if it's like actually the system, right? So if we had a perfect system where we knew people who were found guilty were actually guilty, right? And you know the prison system wasn't like shit, and people weren't getting raped and beaten up in prison, and the guards weren't shit, and everybody was nice, and yada yada yada. If we had a good system, but we still had people who were serial killers, serial rapists, right? Who was too dangerous to have in society, so we decided to stick them in prison with the possibility of parole, Scott, for life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these were people that are so fucking dangerous, right? That the chances of them actually attaining parole are pretty low, right? So if we had that system, would you then be for allowing people to go with assisted suicide?
Well, some segment of our population would have to be godlike figures of omnipotence.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
So I couldn't imagine what that fantasy world looks like. We don't have a perfect
I just
system.
described it for you.
We don't have any understanding of the human brain that would evolve us into such a creature, or understanding of a technology and what its impacts on the world would be. You're talking about science fiction beyond.
I feel like you're not engaged. I feel like there's no
I'm
reason
not
not to
engaged with
engage.
it.
It's hypothetical.
I think when it comes to this type of
it's too
perfection, I think
hypothetical.
it becomes really hard to because so many things are changing at this point that the structures that we're even analyzing are just incomprehensible to what we have now. It's kind of like saying, imagine if you could rape people who could delete their minds and have no problems, but then also turn back time. Does that make it okay? It becomes incomprehensible at that point, I think.
Yeah,
everything surrounding these systems would change. Who goes to jail? Why they go to jail? Can they be what kind of rehabilitation we have? How do we sentence people? Everything would change so much that the answer becomes meaningless, I think.
Does crime even exist in that society? We
So
don't. I don't know.
there's not a conceivable system, right? That you guys can imagine, right? Where it would be okay to have assisted suicide as an option.
In prison under what?
So I'm asking if there's a conceivable prison, right, in the future at any point.
Oh.
And you're in cap society, maybe, right, where having the option of opting assisted suicide would be reasonable, because we're not dealing with the racism or whatever the fuck that might lead people to pushing people to that option.
Yeah, I mean, if I was envisioning my perfect society, I don't even believe in involuntary prisons.
Okay, so it seems like the issue isn't so much the system itself, because we can't even imagine the system where
the issue is the system itself.
But is it just that there are humans involved, and humans can make mistakes? So at some point there might be a 0.1% chance that at some point someone who's innocent would go for assisted suicide because they're being tortured by guards or whatever.
I don't know why.
If we're at that level, why support putting people in jail?
I already gave you a case of people that got out of prison and committed suicide because of the tortures that they experienced in prison.
Sure.
Much less people that are in prison.
There are people who've spent 20, 30 years in prison who were not guilty. Right. So
Exactly.
Should we just not? So because that possibility exists, should we not have prison on the table?
You're saying because that possibility exists, and what I'm saying is the action itself is wrong.
Wait. Well, you don't.
I'm not doing the right. I'm not doing the right and wrong calculus based off of its consequences. I'm doing the right and wrong calculus based off of saying that the state, who has people in its custody and in its charge, do not have the right to assist in killing them.
Okay. Like ever in any situation. Okay. So this is some like some deep-seated moral position that probably doesn't make any sense.
Sure, it doesn't make any sense. It's such a crazy idea that people believe the state killing its citizens is wrong. I'm such a fringe minority
it
of
is,
people
actually.
in the world.
Yeah, I think plenty of
But
people
it's
out
not
there
even
think
the
of situations where it might be okay for the state to kill somebody.
It's not even the state killing. If it's the person who wants to die, right? The state is just assisting them. It's not like.
Would it
I
make a
mean, I
difference
feel
if
like
it
that's
was
a distinction without a difference.
Would it make a
I mean,
difference?
how could you even be for assisted suicide then? If we could talk about the society as it is, right? And oh God, this terrible corrupt capitalist system, right, where people are forced to grind their nose against a stone to get food on their table and to drink water and to have clothing and shit like that. This system drives people into depression, into despair. So how could we possibly allow people to kill themselves if the system itself is what's making them depressed? Like
now you're talking, Doobie. You're tracking with me. All right.
Yeah,
there you go.
okay. I said the thing, but I think it's a dumb thing, right? I'm asking Scott, like, how could you?
I know,
support
but you're making
suicide?
good points. Like, keep
No,
it up.
it's
The
not.
servile state is a thing.
No,
Let's
it's
talk
not.
about it.
This is like saying that so long as we have capitalism, all prostitution is rape because sexual exploitation, right? Like it's silly, right? So Scott, like, how do you square those two things?
Is it conceivable that there are people in prison that are of sound mind and body that want to kill themselves? Yes. The problem is that they are in custody, and the ability for us to differentiate between those people that are of sound mind and body that want to kill themselves for whatever reason, and of those that are doing so because of the circumstances of the torture that they are in, is part of the problem. And the other part of the problem is that the state has become custodians of these people by taking away their rights. By taking away their right of movement, by taking away their right of liberty, and the
But
ability
we already
to do those
agreed.
things.
We already agreed that
Their
they have some kind of
responsibility
responsibility to fund these people's like healthcare and shit like that.
Yeah.
Right. So if one of the requirements is that they go through like a lengthy examination with multiple like visits with a psychiatrist or a therapist or whatever the fuck, right? And maybe you can even give them like medication to try to help their depression, try to convince them out of this mindset. And if none of that works, right, and they still want to kill themselves, and the state has gone above and beyond to try to make sure this person is of sound mind when they're making this decision, would you still say that the state shouldn't do it?
From a moral position, at a certain point of arbitrary like amounts of work put into it, I would in order to be consistent, I would have to say yes. The problem is that I would never advocate for something like that, because I think that you're talking about something that would never exist in actuality. Because I don't think the prison system would be able to come up with a program that is that effective and that meaningful and that well done. Instead, I think there would be instances of prison guards murdering people, of people torturing people to do certain things, of people killing themselves, because they're in danger in prison and they don't want to die violently, they want to die peacefully, et cetera, et cetera. There's way too many problems and issues with this.
But the way that
I don't think it's
execution
conceivable.
works. That's not even how elective execution works. People still have a waiting time. People still have a waiting, when they elect to be executed. It's not an immediate thing.
Yeah, and I don't think it's inconceivable to think that the state would give these people like mental health care, because the state already does that, right? Prisoners do have access to therapists and to psychiatrists and whatnot.
Why would I? Who said that it's inconceivable that the state?
You said it'd be inconceivable that the state would do the necessary.
How many?
Checks, right?
How many
i.e.
fucking?
having them
how
see
many
a
fucking
therapist, having them see.
dots you have to do to
Wait,
make
no,
me say
hold on.
some shit I never said.
That's what you were. I gave you the example, right? So if the state was ensuring through having these people see therapists and psychiatrists and whatnot, ensuring that that they are of sound mind and this is what they wanted to do, right? Would you be okay with it? And you said you'd have to say yes, but you think that that situation would be inconceivable, right? So,
Right, because
given that
how
the
do you
state already
separate-
provides mental health services to prisoners, it doesn't seem that inconceivable.
Unless if you're equating the state providing a psychologist for the state being able to determine people that are in torturous conditions and isolated and being tortured and all of the variables that go into that, the state being able to adequately screen all of those people, it's an impossibility.
I don't see how that's even more complicated than somebody who has been like sexually assaulted multiple times, and they're going to psychiatrists and saying, "Hey, I want to kill myself," because there are tons of factors there, right? Maybe it's their home life, maybe it's their job, maybe they're not eating right, maybe they need medication, right? So I don't think it's any less complicated, right, than that equation. Right, so if you're for assisted suicide generally, right, and you think somebody has the ability to make that determination, why wouldn't you think that somebody would have the ability to make the determination in this case?
If you go and talk to, like, I mean, and I know that you probably have, but like go talk to them again, counselors or masters in social work or psychologists, right? And they'll admit, if they've been doing it for quite a long time, right, that they make mistakes, that there's tons of things that they didn't catch, that people just slip through the fucking cracks, that they think they're getting some progress with somebody, and then the next thing you know, they end up committing suicide, and they had no idea that was going to happen. Right, like it's a thing that counselors and mental health professionals constantly have to engage in is burnout from the failures that they have.
Okay, but then why are you for assisted suicide if you're saying that the people? Because earlier you asked Prem, "Hey, are you for these people seeing therapists and whatnot prior?" Prem said yes, and you're okay with that. But if you're saying now that those people can make mistakes, and I think we can all acknowledge that people make mistakes sometimes. Right? Why would you be in favor of allowing them to kill themselves if the people that they're going to make that determination?
Again, I've already made this argument, and we're circling back, right?
We're circling back because
there's a
it
difference.
seems like you're contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. It's very simple. There's a massive difference between the state that has taken away people's civil liberties and put them in a torturous position, and the difficulties and the conundrums with that, and people that are presumably out and free, and their liberty and their choices. Pardon me. Too much egg drop soup.
Okay, so you think somebody has the ability to make the determination with somebody who's like out in the wild feeling depressed and wanting to kill themselves, but if somebody who is like forcibly in a cage because they've killed people or whatever, you think that's too far, right? That's a bridge too far.
Yes.
Why do you think
what?
that?
I don't know how many times we have to circle around this, man.
I just
Like,
don't
I mean, like,
get
we're
how
circling the drain,
It's like you're pro whatever the state decides, as long as it's not killing the prisoner. So you're okay with the state?
What?
Like, it's kind of like what it's coming across as to me.
No, like I said, like I'm staying within the bounds of the conversation and with what we can do currently and whether or not it would support this policy change, right? We're not talking about what I support. Like I said, I don't support involuntary prisons.
Okay,
But that's
maybe
a whole nother fucking
Okay,
piece.
I'm gonna ask for help. Okay, Destiny, you have like 2 IQ points more than I do, right? So like, is there something here that I'm missing?
No, I mean, I think we have just a fundamental divide that we can't bridge, you know?
But would you agree that there's like a contradiction there, or am I like imagining that? Because I feel like I don't know why there'd be like this. You know, as soon as this person is forcibly in a cage, right? Suddenly we're too far for somebody to make a determination as to whether or not they're a sound mind. Like do prisoners just not have the ability to consent to anything because they're under duress?
Well, is that the case, Scott? Can prisoners not consent to anything?
What do you mean by consent to anything? Can they not consent to a choice between fucking whether or not they want the cornbread or whether or not they want the brownie? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, sometimes these people have like a conjugal visits, right? Where somebody will come and have sex with them. So given that this person is under duress, they're stuck in a situation where they have no access to the opposite sex, and somebody pops up who wants to have sex with them, right? They might not actually want to have sex with this person, right? But they're forced to, because it's their only option, right? So do they really have consent in that situation? If the other option is having like blue balls for the rest of your life, or jerking off in your cellmate or whatever.
So you're saying people can't sexually consent in prison?
I think they can. You're saying
Yeah,
that they can't consent to like end their life. So what else can they consent to? Under duress.
It's an interesting question psychologically that I think would actually require research to better understand. That's my answer. And like I honestly think you might actually have to research that. Like I think that's actually an interesting thing for sex researchers to look into is the ability of people to psychologically consent under the trauma of prison.
I weirdly agree with Doobie's take here in the sense that I don't know that there is a meaningful difference in ability to consent under duress, regardless of where the duress is coming from. Whether it is literally pathological, like your body is attacking you, whether it is the state enforcing some sort of punishment against you. All of these situations of duress, I feel like, are equivalent and monkey with our traditional conceptions of free and informed consent in some way. I think that's a fair intuition.
Yeah, I think if it is like they can't consent, it's like some form of rape. Like I might need to have different plans for this weekend because that'd be kind of fucked. Like I just don't understand.
I don't
Like
want to rape anybody.
Yeah,
Doobie wants life in prison because he has conjugal visits scheduled.
I'm sorry that you asked an interesting question and you demanded that someone like plant the flag in the hill, but like that is an actually interesting question that I feel like would actually require better research to understand. I can't answer whether or not. Now, obviously, there's certain things you obviously can't consent to, right? You know what I mean? Like a female prisoner in a guard situation is a little different than like their husband. You know what I mean? Like these are two different ends of the spectrum here. But I mean, it would be interesting to see.
Thanks for being here. This is the Revy Roundtable, which we had 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. Going to introduce them. It's going to be great. Before that, hey y'all, just being around. If you're new to my channel, do me a favor. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on. We do this all the time, sometimes a week, right? We'd love to have you around, so hit that follow button. Also, check out our social media, right? Including our YouTube. So if you miss anything, if you're watching us on YouTube, right? Like, comment, and subscribe. Help us out a ton. Hit us up on Twitter and Discord as well. Okay, so we'll get started with, I'm very excited for this one, Eucharist. It's been so long. So long I haven't seen you. Oh, I was afraid. I don't know, maybe something happened to you. How are you, buddy?
No, I've just been sleeping more and yelling at people on the internet less. So.
Oh, fuck you. All right. A rank betrayal of this channel and everything it stands for.
True.
Eucharist, thanks for being around. How's the child, the little kid?
She's sleeping like a baby for the time being, which means she could wake up at any time. So if I randomly go off camera, that's my excuse. But she's out. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. Next, we have Stardust. Stardust, thanks for being here. Thanks for being around. Thanks for being part of all this. Stardust, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine.
We're gonna have one of these moments, Prime?
I think we're intent on doing that, apparently. No, for fuck's sake. God damn it. Anyway, Stardust, thanks for being around. Moving on. We have Scott, who maybe can hear us. Well, let's see. Scott?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Scott, thank you for stopping by, for coming through. How are you?
I'm doing just fantastic. Just had a good weekend with the kids. Ready to get back into the degeneracy of Twitch.
How many kids do you have?
I have 2.
All right. Eucharist, gotta keep up, right?
I'll talk to my wife.
Riverfall movement, right? Gotta be
the
part of
Holy
that.
Roman Empire demands 9 children.
All right, next we have Stephen Bunnell. Stephen Bunnell back with us. Thanks for being so kind, showing up here, and looking so chipper and bright and happy to be here as always. How are you? Didn't even hear it. It's probably for the best. He just mumbled something at us. Still can't hear him. Alright, still muted in Discord, but that's okay. Alright, well, next we'll go to,
I love you, Prime.
I love you too, great. Next we'll go to Doobie. Our man, our Dark Lord and Savior. Doobie, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well, sort of. I think I might be experiencing my first hangover like ever. I had 2 beers yesterday and I've had like a headache all fucking day. I don't think I've ever experienced a hangover before, so I'm worried that like age is hitting me. I'm 33 years old finally. So, bad in some ways, good in others, I guess.
One of our mutual friends who was drinking this past Saturday also is having trouble. Apparently getting old. And
She's much older. She's like way, Bo's just way older. So like that's like way older.
I wasn't talking about her, but no, yeah, take an opportunity to shit on her. That's fine. Okay. So we'll get started. Like 10 minutes in. Unbelievable. Here we go. All right. Topic 1. In the United States, the death penalty is still legal. Also, the U.S. allows prisoners to be sentenced to life sentences without the possibility of parole. Rather than facing a lifetime punishment, should we allow prisoners to opt for the death penalty? All right. Pretty simple and straightforward. We'll start with Eucharist. Give us an opening statement.
Sure, I don't know that I'll have a lot to say, because I mentioned to Prime when he invited me to do this, like my own views on the death penalty, I guess, are somewhat in flux, but also something that we've thought about before in the past, Prime, as you know, that I'm strongly opposed to assisted suicide, and the option that you've presented of opting into the death penalty if you are somebody who's on death row, or somebody who has a life sentence without the possibility of parole but is not on death row, is to me just kind of another form of that. So that to me seems like a no-go, and we can talk about why. In general and in principle, I think I accept the possibility of the legitimacy of the death penalty, because I accept that punishments or crimes ought to be proportional, and I think there are some things that are so bad that the only proportional punishment is something like the death penalty. In practicality and in the way that it actually works in the U.S. criminal justice system, that's a whole different issue entirely. But yeah, so I'm just going to plant my flag on no, we shouldn't let people opt into assisted suicide effectively, regardless of the length of their sentence, and then I'll argue with whatever anybody else says.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. So I'll preface this with my views in general on prison and whether it should be more rehabilitative or not are still kind of up in the air. But in general, because in the U.S. we allow people to be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, I think it's fair that we allow prisoners to opt for the death penalty. I don't think it's something that should ever be like forced on somebody, but I think if somebody chooses that they want to, I think that it's their individual autonomy, and I think that they should be able to do that, especially given that we don't know what conditions they're living in, and possibly with like some preconditions with that. Obviously, like I think for us to allow it for people to opt into a death penalty, I think there would have to be like some preconditions. Maybe family members are notified. Maybe they are evaluated by a medical professional, things like that. So to make sure there's no abuse going on.
Scott, please.
Yeah, so this seems like it's an interesting question, because it seems like someone has tried to devise an idea based off of making your feelings off of we'll feel better if we give this option without actually addressing the problem. And the problem is that we have a justice system, at least in my estimation, that is designed for retribution and vengeance, as opposed to one that is designed to keep our communities safe, to stop crime, and to give people an ability to change their lives for the better. I don't think that any human is irredeemable, and the problem here is life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then saying like, oh, well, they have the option to kill themselves. That's not an option, because you're using coercion, which is the life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then you're given a choice between these two things. and somehow that's supposed to make people feel better about the situation. I think what we have to do is fundamentally dismiss with that and move to the actual crux of the problem here, which is that people are being put in prison no matter what, and they can never leave because we as a society have deemed that some crimes make these people irredeemable, and I think that's very anti-human and very anti-liberty of us.
Whether you're for or against the death penalty, letting people opt in or out of it, I think is a bad idea. It creates a whole bunch of really crazy incentives. I can already see where like people start to measure the opt-in things for different prisons or different racial groups, and then people say it's racist, or that some prisons are just so horrible that people are opting into the death penalty anyway, and it just seems like not a good idea. If we have the death penalty, then we should reserve it for whatever crimes we decide to use it for. It shouldn't be like an opt-in. That's what I say.
Yeah, I'm actually very much in favor of the death penalty, and I think that if someone has already been convicted and they've been given life in prison as their sentence, it doesn't seem like there's any real benefit to society that could come from the rehabilitation at that point. So spending all this money to keep them in prison without even the option to opt out on their own and go with like an assisted suicide seems wasteful and actually kind of cruel. Because what you're in effect saying is that somebody who's dealing with the anguish, right, the mental anguish of being in prison for the rest of their lives, right? You'd rather force them to stay in that fucked up situation and to deal with that mental anguish, to punish them for a thing that they have no hope of making any kind of like real like recompense for, or penance for, right? So it seems cruel not to give them the option out.
Okay, open that down.
So I think that a main point is that that I would like bring up in this is that we're not really like talking about the question itself is not really about like the criminal justice system itself. It's specifically about allowing people whether they can volunteer into execution or not, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's
I think
bound
that's
up
a good point.
together, right? Like
Yeah, I mean it's bound up, but and while I agree with you guys on the idea that while I agree with you guys on the idea that we should like maybe look at the circumstances around this and make sure people aren't being coerced into this, like I don't feel comfortable telling somebody that that if they've decided that they want to like end their lives, I don't feel comfortable telling somebody that, well, sorry, we have to wait. You have to wait, and you have to live in like a really shitty situation and be in anguish all the time, because we haven't determined whether this is like I don't know. I guess I'm having trouble wording it.
It seems like at that point you'd be saying you have to stay here because we want you to live out your sentence as punishment, right? It seems similar to that because it doesn't seem like they're waiting to like clear anything up, or if they've been convicted and this person isn't appealing, right? Then like what are they waiting for, right? It just seems like you want them there just so they can live out their sentence and die of like natural causes, I guess.
Right, but see, this is exactly the false dichotomy that I was expressing. Right, is the issue isn't whether or not we should allow people to opt in for the death penalty. The issue is that people are being sentenced with life.
So first, some facts. There are 2.2 million people in prison in this country. 5% of the people in the world live in the US, yet 25% of its prisoners. In fact, if you live in the US, you're 5 times more likely to go to prison than if you lived in the UK, where I'm from, 10 times more likely than if you lived in Germany. Heck, you're actually more likely to go to prison in this country than if you lived in North Korea, and 4 times as likely if you lived in China. This hasn't always been the case. Mass incarceration is something that is new. In 1980, there were 500,000 people in prison in this country. That number has quadrupled in those years. And you've got to ask yourself why. If you think about it, we live in the country that imprisons more of its people than any other country in peacetime in history. So mass incarceration is truly a modern American phenomenon. This isn't a liberal or a conservative issue. So when President Obama recently called for an overhaul in our criminal justice system, he made the observation that there If you think about it, we live in the country that imprisons more of its people than any other country in peacetime in history. So mass incarceration is truly a modern American phenomenon. This isn't a liberal or a conservative issue. So when President Obama recently called for an overhaul in our criminal justice system, he made the observation that there are some kind of strange bedfellows. Newt Gingrich and Van Jones. The Americans for Tax Reform, a conservative group, and the ACLU. And as well as the Koch brothers, who are also calling for criminal justice reform, and the NAACP. At the end of the day, the criminal justice system is a huge, expensive, and failing government program. It's failing to even provide any semblance of equal justice for all, especially to the poor and the people of color. There are 1 million African Americans in prison in this country today, 6 times the rate of whites. But just think about this. If that trend continues, 1 in 3 black men born today will go to prison. So, if we do think about it, we know in our hearts there are big problems with this system. And many people are calling for change. It's a big government system that has run amok. Most of us look the other way when we hear these stories or we read these stories of people locked up in solitary confinement for years on end in a concrete box just a few feet wide, with their brains gradually turning into vegetables. But it's harder to look the other way, much harder to look the other way, when you know that there are innocent people being locked up. And of course, we know that. So there have been over 300 people. When you know that there are innocent people being locked up, and of course, we know that. When you know that they're to look the other way, turning into vegetables. But it's harder to look the other way, much harder to look the other way, when you know that there are innocent people being locked up. And of course, we know that. So there have been over 300 people who have been exonerated from prison because of new DNA evidence or new tests upon existing DNA evidence. Between them, those 300 people spent 4,500 years in prison for a crime they did not commit. Whether they are sitting in prison, sitting in solitary confinement, or sitting on death row, there are thousands more people, for sure, who are in prison today who did not commit the crime that they were being punished for. Ricky Jackson was 18 years old when he was sent to prison in 1975, and it was for the murder of a man by the name of Harold Frank, a businessman in Cleveland, Ohio. So the authorities based their case solely on the statement of somebody called Edward Vernon. Edward was 12 years old. It turns out that the story that Edward had told the police and then in court was made up. It wasn't made up by him, it was made up by detectives and prosecutors who fed him the story and then threatened him that he would suffer imprisonment, or his family members would suffer imprisonment, if he didn't tell that story in court. During a court hearing a couple of years ago, when he was 50 years old, he described how he had been coerced into telling this story. When Ricky, shown here on the left, went to prison, Gerald Ford was the president, and the Vietnam War was just over. So Ricky was released last year. He was fully exonerated from the crime, but he'd spent 39 and a half years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. In that time, he spent time on death row. He thought he was going to be killed. He had to smell the burning flesh of the man that was taken away from the cell next to him and was executed, and he was told that he would be next. Rick is now 58 years old, and I'm sure, like me, you hope he has 40 more years or more of his life remaining. And he's chosen to spend that time going around telling his story. He's been and he has forgiven Edward Vernon, and he's devoting his life to helping those people who are left behind in prison, who are innocent and trapped in our prisons. But despite what you see on TV, the people who are freed from prison, they're not typically freed because of new DNA evidence. That's the one that we see on the TV most commonly. Most of the innocent people who are released or exonerated, it's because of prosecutorial misconduct. These are overzealous prosecutors, district attorneys, judges, many of them elected, many of them are underqualified, all of them are grossly overworked. Evidence is hidden, juries are rigged, confessions are forced, and all too often the authorities just want to convict somebody, anybody, so that they can close the case. It's not really that surprising that whenever you have a big system that is run by a group of humans, people like us, making important decisions about the lives of others, they're going to make mistakes, that's for sure. It's inevitable. With such an enormous creaking prison system, those mistakes are going to be more common. You're bound to have some number of crooked cops, incompetent prosecutors and judges who just want to look tough on crime. Then just a small percentage is enough to make this happen. So, we will always see people who are going to cause problems within the system. We're bound to have people who are locked up who, it turns out, were innocent all along. So it's bad enough to lock up an innocent person and then later find out that they were in fact innocent. But it's important to remember that this is the very same system, and these are the very same people who are deciding if we execute them. And once you execute someone, if they turn out to be innocent, there's no going back. Let's talk about Carlos de Luna. Carlos was executed for the murder of Wanda Lopez. She was stabbed to death while working at a gas station in Corpus Christi in Texas on February the 4th, 1983. She was 24 years old. Carlos was executed for the crime. The problem is, Carlos was innocent. There were two men named Carlos in the vicinity that day. An eyewitness tied Carlos de Luna, shown here, to the murder. The trial lasted 6 days, and Carlos was executed 6 years later. It was a routine case. Nobody thought that it was exceptional. Barely appeared in the newspapers. Almost by chance, Columbia Law School took a closer look at this particular case and concluded that DeLuna was in fact innocent and that they actually executed the wrong Carlos. There's a great book describing this case. DeLuna was put to death based on the eyewitness identification at night with no corroborating forensic evidence at all. We now know that Wanda Lopez was murdered by Carlos Hernandez, who looked so similar to DeLuna that his own family members and his own sister mistook the photograph when seen of the two Carloses together. DeLuna had never committed a violent crime before, but Hernandez, his history of crime included crimes very similar to the way in which Wanda Lopez was killed. How could that happen? Hernandez even bragged to his friends in Corpus Christi that he was the one that had killed her and that the wrong Carlos was in jail. Police said they didn't know Carlos Hernandez. Turns out he was a police informant, and this was found out later. The police never even interviewed him. Yet in court, when Carlos DeLuna said it was the other Carlos, they said he was imagining it. In fact, the term was, he was a phantom of DeLuna's imagination. They framed Carlos DeLuna, and he's dead. Here's a list of other people who were innocent that are known to have been executed in this country. It's a partial list. There will be many more. We don't have time to talk about them today. So how did I get involved in this? I'm an engineering professor. Why would I get involved in something like this? Well, when I was at college in England, I volunteered for Amnesty International, and like many other people, wrote letters on behalf of prisoners of conscience, men and women around the world, who were imprisoned because of their political beliefs. And I learned that with that small effort, it really was a very small effort, you could make a difference. Because lo and behold, two of the people that we'd written on behalf of showed up in my hometown from South America. It was quite a surprise to me, but I learned that if you stand up, speak out, and say something, even a little something, it can make quite a difference. The second time I spoke up was when I saw this ECG machine on TV. So it's a normal ECG machine used in many hospitals around the world. It was built by Hewlett-Packard in Germany, and the year was 1988. I was watching a BBC documentary called 14 Days in May, and it followed the 2 weeks leading up to the execution of Edward Earl Johnson. And this was in Mississippi. He was imprisoned for the murder of a white police officer. His death sentence was based on a confession that was obtained once by the side of the road by police officers while he was being transported between two prisons. He immediately said that it had been forced and coerced and retracted it. There was no other evidence. So it followed his time up the last 14 days until he was executed. It's a little bit hard to find this now, but it's still available on YouTube if you're interested in watching 14 Days in May. So he was killed in the Mississippi gas chamber on 20th of May, 1987. And just a few days before that, an alibi, a woman came up to the prison gates to say that actually she hadn't known about this case, but she was with him at the time of the murder. She was sent away and told to mind her own business. The movie shows the gas chamber being prepared for his execution, and it also shows this particular Hewlett-Packard ECG machine. And that was used just to confirm that the prisoner was dead. I was 25 years old at the time, and I worked for Hewlett-Packard in the UK. And I knew that this ECG machine was built in Germany, and that it was illegal in Europe to export equipment for use in the death penalty. You probably know why that is, because there's no country in Europe that has had the death penalty for decades now. And in fact, if you want to join the EU, you can't do so if you still use capital punishment. The documentary was never shown on US television, but I wrote to David Packard, who was still alive at the time, to ask why it is that Hewlett-Packard allows its product to be part of such a process. Not only because it's illegal, but hey, this guy was probably innocent. So to my surprise, he wrote back. I got a handwritten letter, and Also, to my surprise and to my knowledge, HP then stopped shipping ECG equipment to the US for use in the death penalty. Again, I learned that by speaking out, just a little bit, I just wrote a letter, that's all I did, you can make quite a difference. But as I learned more about the death penalty in the US, this was from England, I sort of realized that as I read more about it, how hidden, secret, and unspoken it is. How often do you talk about it? How often do I talk about it? How often do people talk about what's actually happening? And when you look a bit more, you realize how arbitrary and ad hoc this system is. So 105 countries have abolished the death penalty worldwide, most recently Suriname and Mongolia. There are 60 more that are classified by the United Nations as de facto abolitionists because they haven't used the death penalty in at least 10 years. So that leaves 28 countries that still use capital punishment. And one of them, of course, is the US. That's us. The US is number 5 worldwide on that list. So you might be wondering, who's the other 9? Are they the members of the G7? Are they the other wealthy countries? Are they the other countries known for being leaders of democracy and justice? So the other members in that list are China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Pakistan, Yemen, North Korea, Vietnam, and Libya. They're our bedfellows. So when we claim to be the world's policeman and the leader of the free world, I'm sorry, but no other country stands with us on this issue. So let's turn to the US in a little bit more detail. 31 US states retain the death penalty. 19 have abolished it, as well as the District of Columbia. So since 1976, when it was reinstated by the Supreme Court, 1,423 people have been convicted. 156 have been released from death row when it was found that they were innocent. But perhaps the most troubling fact about the death penalty is how disproportionately we treat different races. Studies have time and time again shown that race plays a very big role in deciding who gets executed. A study 2 years ago in Washington State showed that a jury is 3 times more likely to recommend the death penalty for a black defendant than for a white defendant in similar crimes, 3 times as likely. In Louisiana, what matters most is the skin color of the victim. If you kill a white person, you're 97% more likely to be sentenced to death than if you kill a black person. In other words, when it comes to executions, white lives matter more than black lives. Okay, so that's not California. Surely that doesn't happen here. So there are currently about 3,000 people on death row in the United States. Here's a breakdown by state. Anyone know where California is on this list? Anyone know? We're at the top. So in what probably is the most liberal state in the country, the most highly educated, the most creative, the wealthiest, we put far more people onto death row than any other state in the country. In fact, if you look across the bay, can't quite see it from here, there's San Quentin, that's where they all are. They're all housed, all 746 of them, waiting to be executed. So we imposed 14 new death sentences last year. Of those, 8 of them were in Riverside County alone. How can that be? Well, it turns out it's because they've got a death-hungry prosecutor who just really, really wanted to put people on death row. So unfairness abounds in California. For example, Alameda County, 8 times more likely to be sentenced to death than in Santa Clara. Why? Who knows? Statewide, African Americans are sentenced to death at a rate 5 times higher than their proportion of the population. So a study at Santa Clara in 2005 showed that if you kill a white person in California, you're 3 times more likely to be sent to death than if you kill a black person, and 4 times more likely than if you kill a Latino. The phrase equal justice under law is engraved on the front of the US Supreme Court. What happened? There isn't even a semblance of equal justice under law. Whether or not you go to jail, whether or not you're sentenced to death, depends on whether you're poor, the color of your skin, the color of your victim. It even matters which county you live in. As Brian Stevenson, one of my heroes, likes to say, the opposite of poverty is not wealth, the opposite of poverty is justice. So who are we kidding about equal justice under the law? So what can you do? You can stand up and say something, and I encourage you to do so. I told you I learned that from personal experience that we can make a difference, even if we just stand up and say something. It's not traditional here, particularly in the US, that at work amongst the people that we spend time with, that we talk about these things. That's why I'm here today, to stand up and say something to you. I know I've barraged you with facts and some pretty gruesome, heart-wrenching stories, and it may be not what you expected to come and hear today. But we can, and in fact, I'm very confident that we're going to stop some of this, particularly the death penalty, and I want to tell you how. There's going to be a ballot initiative in California this November to simply replace the death penalty with life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. So if we incarcerate by mistake an innocent person like Ricky Jackson or Carlos de Luna, at least we'll be able to release them later. Ironically, this will also save us money. Hey, double win. The state government estimates that we'll save in California $150 million per year if, instead of executing people, we were to put them in prison for life without the possibility of parole. So what can you do? Well, the good news is we're going to win. Public opinion is changing surprisingly fast, and you've seen this in some other issues in the last few years. Just 4 years ago, a field poll showed that 68% of California voters would prefer to speed up executions rather than replace them with life imprisonment without parole. That was 4 years ago. Last Friday, a week ago from yesterday, a new poll showed that number had dropped from 68 to 47, a 21% drop in people who would rather send people to be executed than to life imprisonment without parole. I can't tell you why that has changed, but hey, it's changed. In 2012, a ballot initiative to end the death penalty lost by 2%. So clearly, public opinion has changed by a lot more than that 2%. So in November, we will win if you turn out and vote, and I hope you do. I know many of you are now old enough to vote. Stand up and say something. We can make a difference. You can make a difference. So if you'll indulge me, I want to end with a quote from Martin Luther King. Seems very appropriate in this particular week. He said, "Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. Hate multiplies hate, violence multiplies violence, and toughness multiplies toughness in a descending spiral of destruction." Thank you.
What are your thoughts on the death penalty? Am I wrong to think that Canada should have it?
Oh, well, the first thing is there's crimes that the proper penalty is obviously death. Obviously. And I've read a lot about serial killers, for example. I've read a lot of brutal material, you know. I was very interested in criminology and antisocial behavior as well as political pathology. It's like there are guys like, I think it was John Wayne Gacy, who, yeah, you don't want to know about him. I think he begged the judge for the death penalty. He knew himself as like there was no coming back from where he went. So, but that's not the issue for me. The issue is, do you give the state that much power? And I would say, practically, no. I think this is a very callous way of looking at it. I think in the United States it costs $20 million to put someone to death. It's like, why? Well, because the state shouldn't just be able to do that easily. And they make mistakes, like a lot of mistakes. So you got to get your theory about this right. Are there crimes that warrant death? Yes. Like violent rape might be one of those, you know, and there's certainly crimes that go beyond that. I mean, if you have a daughter, mother, someone you love who's raped violently and you're not homicidally enraged by that, there's something wrong with you. It's up to the state to take that burden off of you with a sufficient penalty. And maybe that penalty should be death, but then there's the state. It's like, who's the monster here, the criminal or the state? It's like, well, the criminal for sure, but also the state. And so maybe you just never want the state to have that much power. And I think that's a reasonable argument. It's not, I'm not comfortable with that.
That's where I'm at with it. I just don't want to give the state that power. So I'm against the death penalty, but I understand. I mean, I've had Dennis Prager in here who is pro-death penalty and give the full argument on why, that some things are so horrific.
Oh, they are, clearly.
grant.
No, there's just absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, if you just have to casually read the proper criminal. I outline a person in my book. His name was, oh hell no, and I'm not going to be able to remember. Anyways, he was brutalized when he was a kid. He was a delinquent. Panzram, Carl Panzram, fascinating autobiography. And he was brutalized when he was a delinquent, raped and tortured and all of that in the reform home. And he came out of there like, he was a very powerful guy, very big guy. And he came out of there seriously unhappy. And he spent his whole life producing nothing but mayhem. And his dying words were, he was being hung. He said, "Hurry up, you Hoosier bastard. I could kill 10 men in the time it takes you to hang me."
Wow.
Yeah, and he said, "I wish the human race had one collective neck so that I could put my hands around it and choke."
Wow.
And those were his dying words. It's like he was a seriously mad guy, you know, and like there was nothing to do with him. He not only did he deserve the death penalty, he did everything he possibly could to deserve it, consciously and malevolently. And I talk about him in the chapter about getting your house in order before you criticize the world. But that's not the issue. It isn't the issue. It's not the case that there are things that are so vile that you shouldn't be around anymore. There are things that are so vile that you know you shouldn't be around anymore. Not the issue.
I'm not really sure how I'm going to make this last for 10 minutes, but I believe I can underline at least some of the reasons why this battle, so far from seeming marginal or humanitarian, is very important, essential, in fact, to those of us on this side of the House and the argument who have devoted their politics to the fight for a classless society and against the foul, hereditary apparatus of absolutism. We, frankly, unalterably oppose the practice of human sacrifice. And we even have our doubts about the system that requires it. Let me explain a little what I mean by that. every one of you by now will have read of the recent human sacrifice that took place in Florida. Actually, it turned rather disagreeably in the eyes and points of view of some liberal commentators into an immolation. It was unpleasant. There was the stench of burning flesh, repulsive to the nose. There was the flash of flame behind the mask, appalling to the eye. Mr. Medina's last few seconds can't be measured exactly, but they don't seem to have been very civilized as a means of exiting the society. The flames and the stench, I would say, are more or less routine. I don't want to dwell on them. The jaunty warders and governors of prisons in Florida have called that machine Old Sparky in their charming way for good reasons for a long time, to show who's in charge. That's why they do it. And I've seen worse myself. If you've ever been to the cyanide chamber in Parchman, Mississippi, you can say you've seen worse. And the most remarkable thing about these procedures, including the banalized, medicalized system now being preferred that degrades the medical and physician profession, the worst thing about it actually is how calmly it's received. In Arkansas the other day, they executed 3 guys at one go. One guy had to lie on a gurney with a drip in his arm for an hour and a half while Clarence Thomas debated whether he should live or die. And the statement made by the prison governors afterwards was, well, it's cheaper to do it in batches, it saves the state some money. Also, it saves on stress among the staff. This is what it means to have a therapeutic society. This is also what it means if you give someone like Clarence Thomas the power of life and death. We, on this side of the House, do not grant him that right. And I could stop here. But I won't, okay? There were some other points of interest in Florida. The victim's family said they thought that Pedro Medina was innocent, which there's good reason to think that he was. That will be settled another day. It's too late for him now. His Holiness the Pope intervened asking for clemency. I would consider that a problem for the National Review rather than myself. It's not my business, but it was a point of interest. And the district attorney said in an approval rating seeking statement, well, that'll teach anyone who wants to kill anyone in Florida not to do it here because there appears to be something wrong with our execution apparatus, he said. A considered statement by a district attorney in a State of the Union, clearly seeking popularity and possibly getting it, for all I know or care. Because as you probably don't know, Mr. Chairman, there are some politicians who are not good enough to resist the temptation of the opinion poll attitude to human sacrifice, or indeed to the photo op campaign human sacrifice. I hope this news does not shock or distress you. The President of these United States, in fact, launched his campaign for that high office by executing a mentally retarded black man named Ricky Ray Rector in Arkansas, a man so deeply lobotomized that he saved his dessert. After every dinner, he had a fondness of pecan pie when they came to the cell to take him away because Bill Clinton was having a hard time in New Hampshire. And I say, and I can prove it, for no other reason did they come for him that night. Mr. Rector, as he left the cell, left his pecan pie behind, saying he'd save it for later. He didn't know why they'd come, and he helped them to find a place in his arm for the catheter because he thought they were doctors who were trying to cure his condition. A small price to pay, certainly the Clintonoids think, for a presidency of such excellence. And certainly not the least such price, and certainly in the scale of the cost of human sacrifice, probably not the foulest. Now, but take that opinion poll execution that I just alluded to. It could be argued that this is actually an argument against the degradation of our public life and against postmodern politics, that it shows that the corruption and rottenness of that, not specifically of the human sacrifice system, sometimes called capital punishment. Well, I could take that point on board, I believe. For one thing, I'm a great critic of virtual politics. And it's true that some of the arguments on our side are very good and very sound and very honest and very decent and are made by people who also deserve those adjectives, of whom the Reverend Jackson, whose excellent new book I hope you will buy, is a salient example. But let us agree that there are weaknesses that we might be the first to admit. It has been said that this is a racist penalty. You may have heard it said it's a racist penalty. The evidence that it's a racist penalty is overwhelming. All the figures confirm that it is applied in the most abruptly differential way as between black and white people of America, and that it is indeed in large parts of the country a legacy of the time when sharp reminders were needed as to who was running the show. But it could equally well be argued that's an objection to racism, not to capital punishment. It could be argued what we need then, therefore, is not a punishment that is inflicted in a racist way. After all, it can even be said this is a racist society, or a society in recovery from racism. Other penalties, too, are applied differentially. Very well, it could be argued, let's have a non-racist application of the human sacrifice principle. Let me just say that equal opportunity human sacrifice would not meet any of the objections we have to human sacrifice on this side of the house. Another argument that's very, very popular at the moment, it gets you onto the New York Times letters page infallibly, I noticed this after Florida again, is to say, but if we kill killers, that makes the state like them. How tainting this would be. It's as if there's no moral difference between our government and a murderer. Well, excuse me, okay? This is a government and a state that has just admitted to running a training school for torturers, murderers, and death squad conveners all across Central and South America for 25 years. It's a state that runs a thermonuclear economy. It's a state that is the largest exporter of weaponry and the machinery of death globally in the history of any state in the world, and that's quite a long history of violence. My objection, therefore, is this. The state is already too much like a murderer. It's not going to get very much more so by conducting human sacrifice, but we denied the right anyway. It's been said it's capricious. That's true. And there is one, of course, absolutely morally unanswerable case to be made against it, of a pragmatic kind, which is that an innocent person executed is an unbearable thing to think about. That the irrevocability of it means that justice can never be done, whereas with all other forms of punishment, even if they've been applied by a racist system that never sentences the rich, nonetheless can be corrected. And of course, less often noticed that if you have executed the innocent, you have by definition liberated the guilty. I mean, it's a double offense, in other words, against all possible norms. Again, by definition, ex hypothesi, in the case of the murder of the innocent in a human sacrifice, the culprit has obviously gone free. So that's two. So that's bad. I don't think there'll ever be a convincing argument against that, but it's too limited. No, our argument is this. My argument is this. I should say our argument is this. And we think of it as an irrefragable argument, an irrefutable one. We deny to the state the right to assume the power of life and death over the citizen. In 1981, when Monsieur Robert Badinter was the newly appointed Minister of Justice in France and moved for the abolition of the guillotine in the French National Assembly, the only good thing the Mitterrand administration ever did, and had a long and very wonderful debate, which you can look up, he argued for it like this, with none of the arguments above. He said, we are opposed to the institution of capital punishment. He called it capital punishment, because it expresses a fundamentally totalitarian relationship between the citizen and the state. The whole campaign of the Enlightenment, the entire progress and conduct of the European bourgeois revolution, if you will, and of the American Revolution in its Painite form, was exactly that, to say to the absolutists, no, the king has no divine right. The church doesn't even have a divine right. The state is a compromise between the government of men and the administration of things. It's an evil compromise. We accept it because things must be administered and, to some extent, men must be governed, but we hope to replace the government of men by the administration of things. In the meantime, the state cannot any longer assume the right of life and death, the power of the high, the middle, and the low. We repudiate it. This is a struggle in which every generation has to take its place and make up its mind. Now, the state may order you to risk your life. It may order you to fight. It may even, many states have, good, my last sentence, may even order you to kill, but it may not order you to die. And we are so fascinated by states that will order death. The kamikaze is the counterpart of the worship of the emperor, that we realize the moral and historical sewer of ancestor worship and hierarchy from which this disgusting apparatus has come. And in saying we reject it and repudiate it, we reject also the beastly system of big government opportunistically deployed, which it represents. Thank you.
Is it okay if an innocent life is lost along the way, Peter Hitchens?
No, of course it's not okay. And nobody says that it is okay. And every conceivable step should be taken to ensure that no innocent life is lost. But I think only a total pacifist can really honestly use that as an argument against policy of the death penalty. If you otherwise accepted the death penalty is a good thing. We, in many cases, there will be people in this room who supported, for instance, the bombing of Serbia during the Kosovo episode, and almost anybody in this room will believe that our conduct of the Second World War was correct. Now, in both cases, we pursued what we believed to be a good end. We can argue about that another time, and accepted that in the course of that, innocent people would inevitably die. And therefore, if you are going to say that you cannot accept even the faintest possibility of an innocent death as a reason for not having the death penalty, then you have to declare that you're a pacifist. You wouldn't have fought the Second World War, and there's a lot of other things you wouldn't have done.
Is anyone
so it's not a very good.
That's not correct.
It's not a very good argument.
No, it's
Well,
not correct.
actually.
What you're doing
there's no
is
getting
you're
around it.
mixing different things together and
quite
trying to
the same.
come out with a conclusion. I don't actually agree that we should go to these wars, but that's a separate matter. What we're talking about. Excuse me.
You missed my point already, because
What I'm talking about.
This argument is had so many times, and it so often dries into the sand because people don't listen to what the other one is saying.
What we're talking about is a judicial system.
Let him just set the point out, then I come back to him.
If you're going to argue that the death penalty is never justified at all, then that's one thing, then you can argue that. But if you're going to argue that the danger of innocent life being lost is the all-consuming veto over the death penalty, then that's a different question. Many people, particularly Michael Howard, the former Home Secretary, would say, I support the death penalty, but I'm against it because of the problem of innocent life. And what I'm pointing out is that as an argument means that you're therefore also unable to adopt all kinds of other policies which most people would see as desirable.
So, but
you can't apologise to a dead person. You can apologise to the relatives of a dead person. You can apologise. I can't. Not speaking for you. I'm not speaking. I'm not attempting. I didn't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not attempting to speak for you. I'm attempting to speak for a law-governed society in which the taking of life is the single most serious crime, and against which there must be some defence. If people can take another life and get away with it, as they do in our society, increasingly they're not even charged with murder, they're charged with manslaughter and convicted of it, and they're out on the streets within a few years. If that happens, I will tell you what will happen. There will be more murder.
So, okay, if you kill the boy who killed my son, what about his family? Do you want to make...
What about whose family? The boys?
What about the boys' family, the boys who killed our son? Do you want to make them victims too? Do you want them to suffer the way we... Is that what you
I want this to be justice. I want there to be justice.
Justice is served by the law.
I want there to be protection for innocent life in our society.
We'll speak to Michael Lavion in a minute.
Here is this.
Make a simple point quickly,
in our
because I want to
society,
speak to Reagan.
since the death penalty was abolished, the amount of violence capable of killing people in this country has increased enormously. The only reason our murder rate is not immensely higher is because at the same time the quality of medical treatment, particularly of trauma surgery, has increased immensely. The number of attempted murders and assaults with intent to kill in this country is enormous each year.
Okay,
If we didn't have superb trauma treatment, our murder rate would be at the level of the United States.
Thank you. Hands up.
For 50 years, Private Eye has pretty much in most issues exposed a miscarriage of justice, and a lot of them have been murders. Over the years, large numbers of these cases have been found to be entirely wrong, and the men convicted, almost all of the men, there's a couple of women, have been found innocent. So we would have killed those people, and in some of those very high-profile cases which involve terrorism cases, we would have made very dangerous new martyrs by executing people who turned out not to have committed the murders involved. So on a purely practical basis, whatever you think it says about the civilized nature of your society or not, I think it would be incredibly dangerous to have capital punishment back.
Mr. Patel, are you influenced at all by that argument of miscarriages of justice?
No disrespect, Ian, but I'm not. On the basis that I think, this is really about our criminal justice system, actually. And I think if any, for any conviction, for example, you need ultimate burden of proof. You really do, and that means that...
But that's his point, that they find these mistakes all the time.
Well, I mean, that's...
Are you saying they were guilty, all these people?
No, I'm not saying they were guilty. Obviously, I'm not.
So
not
they would
those
be dead?
cases. No, the point...
They would?
Well, the point is, as I said earlier on, this is about having deterrence. If you have strong deterrence like that
It's not a
nature
deterrent
as well,
killing the wrong people.
Well, no.
Connecticut death penalty ruling stirs painful memories of 3 grisly killings. You know, this is the Supreme Court of Connecticut last week ruled that any capital punishment, any death penalty to anyone is unconstitutional. That is what we call legislating from the bench. And here is a story in the New York Times. You remember, folks, do you remember that unbelievably horrific story of the mother and her 2 daughters who were burned alive by those 2 monsters who came into their house for a robbery, raped, and then burned them alive? The father was beaten terribly but escaped. So listen to this. Cheshire, Connecticut. Celine Bonilla was only 11 when she looked out her first-floor window and saw police officers pinning a man down on her front lawn. It was 2007, and that man and accomplice had just killed 2 of her friends and their mother, dousing them with gasoline and burning them alive in their home, in what became known as one of the grisliest crimes in Connecticut history. Yet Ms. Bonilla, now an 18-year-old nursing student, said she opposed the death penalty, even for the 2 men who murdered her neighbors that morning. Quote, "They deserve to be in jail," she said, explaining that she believed executions were cruel and unusual. It shows you how society affects people's thinking. It is not normal for a young person to think that the people who murdered her best friends, who burned them alive along with their mother after raping them, should not be put to death. It's not normal. It shows you how profound the brainwash is from a very early age in America, especially in a place like Connecticut, a very liberal state. Even many people who are against the death penalty would acknowledge that the natural human inclination is to want to see a murderer die. You have to learn otherwise. Now, sometimes it is worth learning other than how your natural thought process would work. Agreed. In this case, I don't think so, but at least let's acknowledge, for a teenage girl, for an 11-year-old girl to have her best girlfriends burned alive, raped, and their mother the same thing, and then say, gee, I don't think these people should be put to death, they should go to prison, it's cruel and unusual, is learned. The wording is learned, the attitude is learned. I think it's sick. I actually do. I actually think it's psychologically and morally sick to believe that those men deserve to live, right? Obviously, there are those who think quite the opposite. But whether you agree with me or not, you have to acknowledge that this is learned. An 11-year-old girl whose girlfriends had suffered that way isn't going to naturally say they should just go to jail because it's cruel and unusual punishment to have them executed. I don't know. By the way, why is life in prison without possibility of parole not cruel? Forget the unusual part. That's completely subjective. Well, they're both subjective to a certain extent. I'd like to know, why isn't that cruel? These guys were in their 20s, I believe. And when they're 80 and they're still in prison, or 70, that's not cruel? Why is that not cruel? And incidentally, at 70, they will be allowed out. There's no question, because the liberals of Connecticut will argue precisely that. This is cruel and unusual punishment. The argument that life is sacred, therefore you don't execute murderers. It's the opposite. Because life is sacred, the only way to perpetuate the belief that life is sacred is to take away the life of those who deliberately take it away. It's like saying freedom is sacred, therefore we won't put anybody in jail. But we put people in jail in order to show that freedom is sacred, because people who took away your freedom go to jail.
Court banned the death penalty until the government could administer it properly. But we've had 40 years to do so, and the death penalty is just as bad as it was. For example, on September 21st, 2011, African-American man named Troy Davis was executed for allegedly killing an off-duty white police officer, a crime he almost certainly did not commit. After the case, 7 out of the 9 witnesses recanted their statements and stated that they were pressured into testimony by the police. For another example, Clayton Lockett, in April of 2014, was given an untested sedative prior to receiving the death penalty serum, and that failed to knock him out. He writhed in agony on the table for 43 minutes before finally succumbing to a heart attack. As you can see, Judge, the death penalty is a broken and failing system. Hello, my name is Philip Bonanno from the Hackley School, and we represent the proposition on the motion that the United States should abolish the death penalty. Our first argument is that the death penalty is inherently unjust and unfair. The institutional racism in this country does not just stop when someone's life is at stake. The U.S. General Accounting Office reported to Congress that their synthesis of 28 studies shows racial disparities in the charging, sentencing, and imposition of the death penalty after the Furman v. Georgia Supreme Court case. According to Death Penalty Information Center, for every 12 African Americans executed for killing a white man, there is only 1 white man executed for killing an African American man. No, thank you. Next, in Pennsylvania, the rate of actually sentencing someone to death is 40% higher if you are black than white. Houston has executed 70% of African Americans compared to only 20% of whites up for execution. The racial bias in this is terrible. We cannot put someone's life at stake just because of the color of their skin. 1 second. This is not a punishment that fits the crime. It is a punishment that fits the predetermined bias of jurors, yes?
It's not the death penalty that's racist, it's the court system. You can't blame the death penalty for the racism in our courts if you have a problem.
Car repairs have set us back. However, people's lives are at stake because of the jurors being racist, and we could kill an innocent man with the Troy Davis example just because maybe he was African American or predetermined bias on the jurors, and we cannot. One innocent life is way too many to spend. Our second argument is that the death penalty does not deter crime. The notion that the death penalty deters crime is false and illogical and goes against large bodies of research to the contrary. Murder rates have declined and are declining everywhere in the U.S. except for the South, where the death penalty is most prevalent. In the South, they have the highest overall murder rate and 80% of all executions. In the Northeast, they have under 1% of all executions, and they have the lowest overall murder rate in the United States. According to a 2008 survey done by Death Penalty Information Center, they asked 500 police chiefs from across the country what was the most effective way of reducing violent crimes. No, thank you. They ranked the death penalty dead last at under 1%. Robert Morgenthau, former district attorney in New York, said, and quote, "I am not convinced that capital punishment in and of itself is a deterrent to crime." If it does not deter crime, then why do we have it? Yes.
Have it to provide justice for those people whose family members were murdered.
Yes, but this only drags on the process for these family members. The average appeal for these death penalties are 16 to 20
Reform it.
Reform it? We've had 40 years to do so, and we haven't changed a single thing. The jails have evolved. Everything else has evolved. The death penalty has not evolved since the 1972 Furman v. Georgia case. Our third argument is that the death penalty, the life without parole, is significantly less expensive than the death penalty. Combining housing the hundreds of people on death row and the expenses that we spend on their housing, where they have extra guards and private cells, the government wastes millions of dollars per year. This is money that we could be spending on getting to the root of crime. If these 500 police chiefs actually rank this at under 1%, then it's not reducing crime. The racial bias, in California, they spend $141 million per year on the death penalty and $90,000 per year for each person in the death penalty for private housing. In Nebraska, just this week abolished the death penalty. Finally, Judge, I would like to go to the immoral and inhumane argument. An ethical decision is made on whether it increases societal well-being. Well, it does not increase the person being executed. It does not increase the well-being of the families. It does not increase the well-being of our economic system. It is 100% immoral and should be abolished. Finally, Judge, let me leave you with this. In a proposition world, there would be no death because of racial bias. We would eliminate an outdated barbaric practice. We would eliminate wasting taxpayer money on this outdated practice and use money to reduce violent crimes. This is what we gain from abolishing the death penalty. What do we gain by keeping it? Thank you, and please vote for the proposition.
penalty, reserved for the most heinous of crimes, including terrorist acts of murder and large-scale massacres, such as the offenses committed by Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, Timothy McVeigh, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ramzi Youssef, and John Wayne Gacy. We can't abolish the death penalty because we need it to deal with the worst of the worst terrorists and mass murderers like these. I'm going to first state our counterplan for this debate. We believe that the death penalty should not be abolished. It should be reformed so that it is only used for the most heinous of mass murderers and terrorists when evidence is beyond all doubt. With DNA technologies and high-quality surveillance systems, these cases of such beyond all doubt conviction do exist. Let's look at Tsarnaev for an example. My colleagues and I will be utilizing the opposition block to refute our opponent's points in the second and third speakers. Okay. On to my first argument. Americans consistently favor the death penalty for the worst of the worst murderers. As a democracy, the U.S. government promises to serve the will of the people and majority rules. In October of 2014, a Gallup poll said these two things. Americans' support of the death penalty varied over time, but except for one poll in 1966, America has shown consistent favorability for the death penalty. In the U.S., 63% of Americans prefer the death penalty for convicted murderers versus life in prison without parole. Another poll by CBS News in April 15th, 2015 said that 60% of Americans wanted the death penalty for Tsarnaev. Additionally, in April 2015, the Pew Research Center had a survey and said that 63% of Americans think that the death penalty is morally justified. As our country is founded on the principles of democracy, we must listen to the majorities. And if the majority of Americans clearly favor the use of the death penalty for people like Tsarnaev, then we should use them. Our second argument is that the death penalty helps victims' families, and society feel safer knowing that the murderer cannot murder again. Even in high-security prisons, convicted murderers can commit more homicides, escape, or influence additional murders, causing more suffrage from innocent victims. In 2011, by the Arizona Republic, they said that a convicted murderer, Jasper Rushing, killed 3 inmates, one of them being a mentally ill Shannon Palmer, because he was talking too much. In 2008, according to the USA Today, another convicted murderer, Kevin Johns, killed an inmate on a prison bus. In 2004, according to the Cincinnati Tribune, twice convicted murderer Timothy Hancock admitted to the strangulation of his cellmate Jason Wagner. History.com reports that of December 2000, 7 rapists, murderers, and thieves escaped a maximum security prison by overpowering their guards and civilian employees. At the end of their rampage, they shot Officer Aubrey Hawkins and ran him over with his own truck on Christmas Eve. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, 672 prison homicides occurred from 2001 to 2012. The death penalty, yes.
The way you define the death penalty as reformation is that it would only be used for the most heinous of crimes, including terrorists. So all the people you just listed were not under your definition of people who would get the death penalty and are therefore irrelevant to your very frame.
Thank you. We also said mass murderers, and these are not people who are murdering out of crimes of passion. They are mass murderers if they're continuing to murder again, even after they begin a life sentence. No, thank you. There is no attempt at reforming the murderer with life in prison without parole, and they can further murder again, as proven with our evidence. We must ensure the safety of American people from the worst of the worst, and the death penalty is the only form of justice that provides this, and that is the death penalty. So our third argument is that the death penalty provides the best form of justice when a murder occurs. Our reasoning for this is that the death penalty provides retribution for a murder. The American Law Dictionary states that retribution is at the heart of all judicial systems in this country that deal with law and order. They said that moral justification of the death penalty can be justified by one simple principle. Punishment must be roughly apportioned in severity to the nature of the crime. It's proportionate, the death penalty, which is retribution. The death penalty is retribution and justified in the Supreme Court case of Gregg versus Georgia, where the Supreme Court held that the death penalty is not unconstitutional and could serve the social purpose of retribution if the death penalty meets a proportionality requirement. In conclusion, the death penalty is backed up by the citizens of America, justified by the Supreme Court, and serves as the best punishment for the worst of the worst. In order to win this debate, the proposition must prove that democracy is wrong, the Supreme Court is wrong, and our citizens will not be harmed again by these murderers. Thank you.
Second proposition speaker will now be heard. Everybody ready?
Hello, my name is Robert Patterson, and I am the second proposition speaker on the motion that the United States should abolish the death penalty. First, I would like to refute a few of my opponent's points, then I would like to go back and strengthen my own team's points. So, the opposition first stated that they would like to reform, as a counterplan, reform the death penalty, and we were explicitly told when we were given this topic that we are not to frame or counterplan, but regardless, we will fight this counterplan. And also, when they talk about reforming the death penalty, we've had 40 years since it was reinstated to reform the death penalty, and we've done nothing to fix it. It's still a broken practice. Their first argument is that it's popular, and 63% of the United States favor the death penalty. Well, Judge, as you can see, in recent years, the death penalty favor has gone down drastically and has been going down steadily.
Still majority.
Yes, it's still a majority today, but I guarantee you, in 10 years down the road, it will no longer be a majority. As polls show, it is going down drastically, and the majority of the rest of the world is not in favor of the death penalty. Their second point is that murderers and heinous criminals cannot murder again or cannot cause acts of terror on the world again if they are killed. And killing is the only way to stop them from murdering again. They give a few anecdotal stories of how people can escape and people can murder again. This is not the majority of the prison system, and while the prison system is not perfect, it is still a better...
Information?
No, thank you. It is still a better difference than the death penalty. The third argument is that it's the best form of justice and that it causes retribution and the punishment is proportionate to the crime. Well, as we'll go into in one of my first arguments, is that it is immoral and inhumane, and vengeance is not necessarily the best form of retribution. So now I'd like to go on and state our own team's points. The first point I would like to bring up is that the death penalty is immoral and inhumane. Our first subpoint is that this makes victims feel even worse. Take this quote. No, thank you. Watching the execution left me with horror and emptiness, confirming what I had already come to realize. Capital punishment only continues the violence that has a powerful, corrosive effect on society. Yes.
It doesn't matter if some people think it is because the majority think it's okay, along with the Supreme Court, who has justified it recently.
So to counter that point, again, popularity is going down, and Justice Stevens, who was originally in favor of reinstating the death penalty 40 years ago, has now, just a couple days ago, come out and said that they made a huge mistake and should not have reinstated it. So you say it's just one person. Well, this is one of the most prevalent people in favor on the Supreme Court, no thank you, in favor of the death penalty. So this quote is a horrifying quote coming from Ronald, a 29-year-old in Texas, after witnessing the execution of the murderer of his sister. And this shows that many victims are not in favor of it, and including they brought up the example of Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. The majority of people not related to the crimes are in favor of it, but when you look at the victims' families, they are not in favor of it. If you take, for example, this one comes from the New York Times, and if you look at what happened with Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the family who lost their very young child is not in favor of him being given the death penalty. No, thank you. Another statistic is that 60% of families victims' families who have experienced the death penalty of their murderer have claimed experiencing hallucinations and feel estranged from societies and show symptoms of post-traumatic stress. The impact of this is huge. If the death penalty is about justice, it can't be about justice because it makes victims' families feel even worse. Take, for example, that it keeps the wound open. When it takes 16 or 20 years on average, no thank you, for the death penalty to actually be administered, once it's given, it keeps the wound opened and cannot help the victims' families. Our second subpoint is that innocent people can be killed with the death penalty.
Our plan.
Again, you brought up the counterplan. We refuted this by saying we're not supposed to have a counterplan. But so at least 10 innocent people have been killed with the death penalty over the last 40 years. Take, for example, and we know that 153 innocent people have been exonerated from death row. 153 innocent people that were not guilty of any crime that could have been killed.
Exonerated.
Exonerated, right? So they were found.
System working.
They were found not guilty and they were removed from death row. But 10 people, one life is way too many. But when you have 10 innocent people killed by this practice, it can no longer be used. Our other points was that it is economically a huge waste of money. It does not cause deterrence, as we have shown, and the death penalty is inherently unfair. Thank you, and please vote for the proposition.
Judging time ready? Begin. Shortly after Nathaniel Gordon's life ended in 1862 with the death penalty, Abraham Lincoln, who had the power to grant clemency, wrote, "I think I would personally prefer to let this man live in confinement and let him meditate on his deeds. Yet in the name of justice and the majesty of law, there ought to be one case, at least one specific incident of a professional slave trader, a northern white man, given the exact penalty of death because of the incalculable number of deaths he and his kind inflicted upon men during the horror voyage across the Sea of Africa. Even Abraham Lincoln, a president known for giving clemency from the death penalty, used the death penalty for the worst of the worst, directly in line with our plan. Hi, I'm Michael Sherlock, and I strongly believe that the United States should continue using the death penalty. I'd like to start off by refuting my opponent's points. First, they said we weren't told to have a counterplan, but you can go ask Sean Meany right up there, and the email never said anything about that. Second of all, they said that people were innocent people, get it? But first of all, according to our plan, you need video and DNA evidence, and if we don't have that, guess what? They don't get the death penalty. That still hasn't gone refuted, and also if we have DNA and video evidence, then that means they honestly did it. For example, Tsarnaev, it is very accessible. When he was shot while shooting at police officers, we had DNA at the crime scene. We also had video of him doing it. No, thank you. Their second point was that there's botched and immoral executions. But in a Supreme Court case entitled Bays versus Reese, the Supreme Court held that even after a series of botched executions, they still said that the Constitution says it's okay.
Yes, they did say that it's constitutional. However, they also said in the Georgia v. Berman case that it needs to change.
change. It has
That
not
was
been
40 years ago. And guess what? They actually did. The Timely Justice Act occurred in Florida in 2003 and did reform the time doing it, so there has been change, which directly proves that there has been change. Their final point was that it is racist. But that is not a problem with the death penalty. That is a problem with our legal system. According to the ACLU, the U.S. General Accounting Office reported that in 28 studies that race of victims' influence was found in all states of the criminal justice system. Therefore, this isn't unique to the death penalty. And according to our counterplan, you won't need to worry about this because we only need video and DNA evidence. So they can't convict based off race because they will need video and DNA evidence, which they can't construe because of race, yes?
You said that this is true throughout the justice system, but wouldn't you agree that when you're putting someone's life on the line, race should have no
But guess
place
what?
to be
That's
part
not
of it?
going to have a place because you only need DNA and evidence to convict. Race is not going to be a factor anymore. Well, guess what? Once we institute this with the reform, then there won't be any more bias. And then their final point was that there's no deterrence, but we can't know that for sure. Correlation isn't causation, and there's too many variables to go into this. For example, states have different populations, different levels of poverty, and different levels of crime. So two experts on the topic, Daniel S. Nargan, PhD professor of public policy and statistics at Carnegie Mellon University, and John B. Pepper, a professor of economics at the University of Virginia, wrote, research to date on the effects of capital punishment on the effect of crime is not informative whether or not capital punishment decreases, increases, or has no effect on the crime rates. Therefore, you cannot say that the death penalty is not connected to murder rates, because these two experts who have spent their whole life focusing on this all say that we can't know for sure if there's any effect on it because there are too many variables. And their final point was that there's money. That it costs too much money. Well, in California alone, just by shrinking the number of death penalty eligible crimes to 5, we save $56 million a year, which is directly in our plan, limiting it to the worst of the worst. And also, if we just reduce the number of time in between appeals, we'll go a lot faster. And also, we would save $55 million, allotting to $111 million a year just in California alone through reforming it. And also, they brought up that there's post-traumatic stress for the victims and stuff, but you know what happens to victims who know that the person who murdered their young child is still alive in a prison somewhere? They have post-traumatic stress too. They have different economic effects on them because they know that the person is still alive. And also, if we put these people in prison, it has statistically been proven that they are going to kill again. 672 murders have occurred in prison from murderers. That means that no one is safe if they are still alive. If we really want to protect our society, we have no option but to put them to death. When we put people to death, we are saving more people who are innocent, and more people who we want to survive. And also, the Supreme Court says it's justified. If people say it's justified, the Constitution says it's justified, Abraham Lincoln has said it's justified, and overall, the majority of people say it's justified. Why should we change it when it has been reformed and we can continue to reform it? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Dye. I'd like to start off by refuting my opponent's points, then I'll restate our arguments, and finally I'll weigh out this debate. Now that my second speaker has refuted their main points, I'd like to go on to refute the finer details of their points. Their speaker stated in a POI that our examples for our argument are not the worst of the worst. The ones that we stated have killed in prison. However, that's because the worst of the worst get the death penalty right now, because the United States has had the death penalty for federal crime. Like we'd stated in our refutation to their argument when saying that we need to use reforms, and in our POI, by reducing the number of death sentence eligible crimes to 5, we will ensure that it only has the worst and the worst and save $55 million just in California per year. Imagine if these people got out. Imagine if these people were in the prison scheme. That would be so much worse, and thank you for proving our point. Another one of their points was that 153 people were exonerated and 40 people were killed. But I'd like to, by innocent people. But I'd like to remind you, how would you clear someone of the death penalty? Through DNA evidence. What is our plan? To use DNA evidence. The same evidence is used to convict and to exonerate. Even according to them, our plan would work. The next point was that victims don't want it, and that it's vengeance, and that people get PTSD, and that keeps wounds open. But do you know what keeps wounds open? knowing that the person that killed your child has killed again. What really keeps wounds open is knowing that the people are not safe and that there is no way to ensure the safety of the American people.
Most victims'
That
families
is
disagree.
what keeps the wounds open, and that is why we need the death penalty. They stated that the need for the death penalty is going down and that people don't want it anymore. But as they still stated, the majority still want it. We are still a democracy, not a dictatorship. We need the death penalty because we listen to the will of the people, because we're America and that is what we do. They also stated that the Supreme Court case was longer ago, but their only Supreme Court case was 40 years ago, and so that doesn't make any sense. They also stated that we have not made any reforms, but as I've already proven, there are reforms in the process in California, and Florida has passed the Timely Justice Act. Therefore, it makes sense. And now I'd like to go on to refute their refutation to the counterplan. They stated their only refutation to our counterplan is we weren't supposed to have one, but we were supposed to have one because that is what a debate is. Furthermore, our counterplan states that you need DNA evidence, a video, or a confession, and we will use these, and that refutes their point about the fact that innocent people do it. I'd like to go on to weigh this debate. Well, first I'd like to go on to further our points. Sorry. Our first point was that the death penalty helps victims' family and society feel safer, knowing that the murderer cannot murder again. This is important because it ensures the safety of the American people, and it provides the justice needed for the death penalty. Our next argument was the American people want the death penalty. We're a democracy and we need to use it. And our final point was that the Supreme Court has stated that we need the death penalty. I'd like to go on to weigh this debate. Prisons have 4 major purposes. These purposes are retribution, incapacitation, deterrence, and rehabilitation, according to the organization Stop the Crime. Deterrence and rehabilitation will not occur no matter what venue is used to stop these murderers. And so no matter the venue, now we must fulfill retribution and incapacitation to the best of our ability. Only the death penalty truly provides this. Providing justice and ensuring mass murderers, terrorists, and criminals to the worst degree never harm again. That is why the death penalty is the best option. They have not proven another alternative, a better alternative, that our democracy is wrong, that the Supreme Court is wrong, and the people will be safe. In their world, they have one where they use life in prison without the possibility of parole, including solitary confinement, making people go insane. In our world, we have security, safety, following our Constitution. For justice' sake, we cannot abolish the death penalty. Thank you.
Judge, in Abraham Lincoln's second inaugural address, he asked this union on the verge of a civil war to appeal to the better angels of their nature. Well, we would ask that you appeal to the better angels of your nature in resolving this debate. Hi, I'm Todd Grovey. I'll be the proposition rebuttalist for the topic that's your should abolish death penalty. So first, I'd like to review my opponent's major points and their counterplan, re-strengthen our own points, and then weigh the debate and show why we really should abolish the death penalty. So most of my opponent's points fall under 2 main categories. 1, it provides justice and retribution for families, and 2, it is what the people want. So I'll start with the former. They've given all these anecdotes of what they think about how it will bring retribution to people's families, it will make them feel better, and that this is what the people want. But that is not what actually happens on victims' families. That might be what happened hypothetically in your mind, but when it comes to victims' families, that is not true. The parents of the 3-year-olds who died in the Boston bombing came out and said they do not support the death penalty for Ashokar Sarnaev because that means he will be in the publicity and for news for much longer, and they will be unable to hear. And in Massachusetts, only 20% of people said that they supported the death penalty for Ashokar Sarnaev. Nationally, 6% of people, but in Boston, where it actually happened, only 20% of people said they were in favor of the death penalty. So by your logic, if we're going by the will of the people in Massachusetts, where the crime actually happened, then the death penalty would not have occurred there.
Torture.
Their next point. Their other point is going on to the justice point about how it fulfills retribution. But it doesn't fulfill retribution in the best possible way. It only makes it worse for victims' families. We gave the example of someone who said after they watched the execution of the person who murdered their sister that they felt much worse. Judge, all the arguments that the opposition gave you about We just gave the example of Shokar Sarnaev's parents. Another example from the ACLU, there was a girl who, when she was 6, her father was murdered. And she said she stayed up all night crying about how she did not want the murder to get the death penalty. Because even at 6, she knew that fighting violence with violence only leads to more violence. Their victim families do not support the death penalty. And then if you go on to the point about how it's with the Constitution, that's what the democracy wants, that's what people want. But as we said, death penalty is declined. Multiple states have abolished the death penalty, including
Still majority.
Nebraska. It is still a very slight majority, only 10%, and the government needs to make this decision for the betterment of the people. Looking at the evidence, they need to show that when they're weighing the evidence, with the slight will of the people should not be weighed more than all the points that we've had. And then I'll now suggest their counterpoint. They said that the way they're going to frame it, that it's going to be only DNA evidence and only video evidence, and that this is going to end all racial bias in sentencing. Judge, this should sound completely illogical to you. First off, if they're their counterpoint seems very impossible to put in. As we showed, 40 years ago, a similar plan was instituted by the Supreme Court, and none of it ended up happening. Death penalty is still broken. And two,
hello, and welcome to the debate.
Democracy wants, that's what people want, but violence only leads to more violence. violence. Their victim families do not support the death penalty. And then if you go on to the point about how it's with the Constitution, that's what the democracy wants, that's what people want. But as we said, death penalty is declined. Multiple states have abolished the death penalty, including
Still majority.
Nebraska. It is still a very slight majority, only 10%, and the government needs to make this decision for the betterment of the people. Looking at the evidence, they need to show that when they're weighing the evidence, with the slight will of the people should not be weighed more than all the points that we've had. And then I'll next suggest their counterpoint. They said that the way they're going to frame it, that it's going to be only DNA evidence and only video evidence, and that this is going to end all racial bias in sentencing. Judge, this should sound completely illogical to you. First off, if they're out of this, their counterpoint seems very impossible to put in. As we showed, 40 years ago, a similar plan was instituted by the Supreme Court, and none of it ended up happening. Death penalty is still broken. And two, the point about that is that they said that the DNA evidence and video evidence will be needed. But does that mean that automatically happens if the judges see some DNA evidence or questionable DNA evidence that they're going to immediately convict a person? No, of course not. You can't institute that law. Therefore, the racial bias will still be present. We will still be sentencing people based on the color of their skin. Then it comes to the deterrence argument. We said that that it does not deter crime. They said, well, you can never know. Well, if the burden is on the people saying it deters crime, not on the people saying it does not deter crime. So that argument goes our way because we're showing that it does not deter crime.
Provides justice.
It does not provide justice for the victims' families or for the people, as I proved multiple times already. Now I'd like to weigh this debate. So, Judge, let's think tomorrow. If we abolish death penalty, what will we gain and what will we lose? Let's start with the opposition. What will we lose? We have already shown that it does not deter crime, does not provide justice for victims' families. So the only point they have is a slight 10% majority of people across the country, many of whom do not know it. Now let's look at what we gain. We would first off gain millions of dollars back immediately that could be used for more humane causes to end crime. We would be able to get moral to show the world that we understand that fighting violence with violence only leads to more violence. Mahatma Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye just makes the whole world blind. Well, Judge, let's stop blinding the world. Thank you, and for these reasons, we are proud to propose.
Thank you very much to both teams for an outstanding debate. I'll ask them to now shake hands and await the deliberation of the judging panel. I'm going to announce the decision for our championship debate. And one thing that I need to note before I announce the decision, yes, there's a first and second place, but the first and second place is based on this debate, but it is not about this single debate. These are debate teams that have defeated only other undefeated debate teams in Eastern and Western championships based on league participation and then qualifying teams at championship tournaments from throughout the country. This is about first and second place for the United States for middle school debating, and you should recognize the students for their year-long and national championship accomplishments, not only for this single debate, despite the rigor that I think we could all agree on and outstanding performances for both teams for this debate. If we can give them a final round of applause. I'll announce the second place team first, and that is the opposition from the Pegasus School. And this year's MSPDP national champion, the Hackley School. Once again, I'd like to thank the English-Speaking Union and the Morgan Library and Museum for hosting this year's championship debate. I look forward to seeing many of you at future debate events. These proceedings are officially over.
Hello and welcome to the debate. Today, death. Is it justice? It's over 20 years since a prisoner was executed in Europe, but the arguments are still continuing to this day. To help us through the model maze, we have three of Europe's leading human rights campaigners with us today. Jan Nordlander from Sweden, Dragan Petrovic of Slovenia, and Jeroen Schokkenbroek of the Council of Europe. Mr. Nordlander, you're Sweden's human rights ambassador. Can you tell me, why have you become so passionate about this issue?
I am against it because it reeks of vengeance, and vengeance is unworthy of civilized society.
Dragan Petrovic, you've worked a lot in prisons and your speciality is criminology. What's made you actually work against the death penalty?
Well, I'm not against death penalty only. I'm also against life sentence and also against any punishment exceeding 20 years of imprisonment. It's our practice from Slovenia.
Jeroen, you've been working at the Council of Europe now for some while. Can you tell me, why are you so passionate about the work you do there?
It is work for human rights, and that's something that has interested me and inspired me all my life. And working in the Council of Europe also gives me an opportunity to work for abolition of the death penalty.
So now we've met the guests, let's take a look at this.
A state that applies the death penalty is a state that violates human rights. Say no to the death penalty.
So that's a pretty hard-hitting spot that the Council of Europe has made to try and convince people that the death penalty is wrong. Jan Nordlander, you visited death row. Can you tell us what's it really like?
One of the death rows that I visited was in an Asian country. There was a long corridor, and some 60 men, because there were only men, were lying on a concrete floor on mats. At the end of the corridor, there was a brick gateway with an iron grid, and behind the iron grid, the gallows. These men, some of them had been there waiting for 10 years. Every morning that they woke up, would have to see the gallows beyond the grid, and I would say that is as close to psychological torture as you can come.
That's a terrible story. But Dragan Petrovic, you've been in prisons and you've actually been working with murderers. What is it like to face a murderer every day of your professional life?
Well, I did it for about 10 years. And what we succeeded is we opened the prison institution for murderers also, and it worked. Which means that if you have trust in people and in what is good in them, you can do much more than people generally think. So not to go into details, we opened the prison institution for almost 90% of people, regardless of the crime committed and regardless the length of the sentence. It was one of the best experiments we've done.
Don't you think that people could accuse you of being a bit too soft on criminals? I mean, murder is a very violent crime. Shouldn't it really be that we should use the death penalty as a deterrent? What does the Council of Europe think about that?
The Council of Europe, and not only the Council of Europe, is convinced, and there is evidence for that, that the death penalty doesn't lower the crime rates. It doesn't act as an effective deterrent more than other forms of severe punishment. In particular, the main reason why people are deterred from committing very serious crime is the risk and the chance that they will be caught, that they will be facing justice. So enhancing the security, the certainty that people will face justice, is the best way to deter crime.
So for you, certainly death is not justice. But don't you think it's a very strong argument that it can deter crime? You know, if you have a murderer who's ended his life as in being executed, then it's going to be much better than to let that person out to murder again.
The whole philosophy of criminal justice is based on the assumption that people that deserve punishment have a chance to better themselves. And that is possible with long imprisonment terms, but it's not possible with the death penalty.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Petrovich, in your life in the prisons, do you think that those long prison terms actually work? I think you've got a very particular point of view on that.
No, it definitely doesn't work. I would say that 20 years of imprisonment is sort of maximum. If you work, if you treat people correctly in a humane way, you can do it within this limited time, and you don't need life sentence. Even 30 years is much too long.
But what can you effectively do to change people? Are people not made criminals?
Well, I don't believe in natural-born killers or criminals. So I think it's always our responsibility, small one, but anyway our responsibility that someone commits whatever he commits, whatever crime he has committed. So this part of responsibility is also that we try to repair the damage we have done.
What about you, Mr. Nordlander? I know that you're very experienced in different prison systems. You've travelled the world and seen different systems. What sort of examples have you seen that have worked well for you?
It's, I think that, you know, there was a big moment of prison reform that is already 150 years old, and to a large extent that still survives and is applied, and I'm thinking of the cell system. Now there are in several countries, as my colleague has been saying, experiments, and not only experiments, but rather well-established praxis going on with open prisons, with new methods of treatment, and so on. And of course, there is still, I think, a fairly large number of criminals who continue with crime, but one has to realize that also has social, economic, and psychological reasons.
What sort of person is a murderer? Is it the typical person that we see from the cinema or television, sort of white, rather tough person brought up perhaps in a bad background, or the mafia? What sort of people commit crimes?
Well, you know, discounting organized crime in the drug trade and so on, one of the reasons, perhaps the main reason why the death penalty isn't a deterrent is that murder assassinations are committed on the spur of a moment in a rage of passion and so on. You do not think, and in the moment when you raise a knife against your partner or someone, because most murderers are domestic, whether you will be executed for it or not. It's just a moment of passion.
And that's the profile of a lot of murderers, is it? It's not actually the people who've planned the crime, it's more really the passion, the moment that drives them to it.
Indeed.
So in a sense then, we have really an idea that it's there but for fortune, go you or go I. So Jeroen Schöckenbroek, the Council of Europe now has worked against the death penalty for some time. Why did that move to abolition start, and how did it start?
It started quite a while ago. To go back a little bit in history, starting with 1950, the European Convention for Human Rights, which is the basic Bill of Rights for Europe, has a provision guaranteeing the right to life. But there is an exception made for the death penalty, so we're talking about 1950. Little by little, in the 50s, 60s and 70s, European countries started to abolish the death penalty in their own laws at home. And this gained momentum, such a momentum that in 1982 the Council of Europe adopted a new text, a new protocol to the European Convention, Protocol 6, which abolishes the death penalty in peacetime. That was a very important step, and that was followed in a couple of years in the early 2000s by Protocol 13, which even abolished the death penalty for times of war. So Europe has traveled for some time, and we have now reached a stage where Europe is a death penalty-free zone, and that is a very important achievement.
There's 47 countries in the Council of Europe. There's just one European country, Belarus, that's not a member of the Council of Europe and that has not yet brought in a death penalty ban. Are you making any moves to change that situation?
Yes, we are. We are counting very much on Belarus to take that step. We're currently very concerned about the risk of a concrete person being executed, the risk that that person will be executed in the coming days. We strongly call on the authorities to stop that, and the Council of Europe is, in its context with Belarus, doing everything we can to ensure that a moratorium is established.
Just staying on that point for a moment, the Council of Europe, of course, has to have the moral authority to try and impose what it says on governments. How do you go about that? How do you persuade governments to actually step up to the mark and do what you say?
It is all about dialogue, political dialogue, but it is also about awareness raising. In the countries in the Council of Europe, which have abolished the death penalty over the last, let's say, 15 years, we have done a lot of work to campaign in the countries, to speak to the experts of the Ministries of Justice, to show that the death penalty is not a solution, it's not effective to deter crime, and that it is a fundamental negation of human dignity and human life.
Let's switch the tables for a moment, looking at Mr. Nordlander. Say I was a mother and my little child had been brutally beaten up, raped, murdered. What could you, as a campaigner, say to me that would make me feel better? Well, surely there's a need in the human consciousness for some sort of revenge.
There is perhaps such a need, a psychological need, but I don't think that one should fall prey to that. And I think what I would try to, of course it's a very difficult situation and one can understand that person that you're describing, but I think it's necessary to spread information, to educate on this issue and to explain about the absence of a deterrent effect, to explain that once you have condemned somebody to death or executed them, it is irreversible. And unfortunately, as real life has shown, there are many mistakes by justice. There are a number of people in the United States, for example, that have been executed and then found not guilty because of the new DNA techniques or something like that. And I think even for a mother in this terrible situation that you were talking about, they wouldn't want that.
Yes, as the Dalai Lama said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. From your point of view, Dr. Petrovich, I imagine that your way of dealing with criminals and with murderers in prison can be quite controversial. What would your answer be to that question?
That's a question my students quite often ask. What would you do if you were a victim or your children were victims? In such a situation, I should be safely removed from any position to influence the sentence, because the victim can never be objective. The victim feels need to revenge. And that's why victims should be separated from the whole procedure in a way that she doesn't have an influence. Nowadays, there are so many proofs that we are behaving just on the contrary. The victim is not leaving the stage, but he or she is appearing and taking justice into his own hands, which is wrong.
Thank you very much. We've got some students with us today from the different universities of Strasbourg, and I know that a couple of them are very keen to put a question to you all. So we have with us Nicola from Scotland. Nicola, I think you would like to put a question to the panel.
Hi. I'm from Britain, where many people do actually support the death penalty. One of the justifications is because of our problem with overcrowding in prisons. They see it as a method to help this problem. What would you say to this justification?
So that's a very interesting question. Sounds quite cruel, actually. But there is a point of view which says that, well, the death penalty can be costly. but keeping criminals in prison may be even more costly. So shall we turn to you first, Jeroen? What would be your response to that?
The underlying issue is, of course, a financial issue. It is very interesting to see that currently in the United States of America, especially in California, there's a very important campaign going on where anti-death penalty campaigners have shown the cost of the death penalty. It's enormous. It's millions and millions of dollars more than serving long-term prison sentences on people. So the financial argument is actually a fallacy. It's not an argument.
But how can that be, actually? It sounds like...
It's extremely expensive to keep people on death row in high security cells with lots of extra personnel. The appeals system, the safety, so-called safety elements, safeguards that you put into place in procedural terms to give people appeal possibilities against death sentences is very long. It costs a lot of money. Think of all the prosecutors, the lawyers that have to be involved, the justices and so on. So maintaining the death penalty is much more expensive than a system without a death penalty.
Dr. Petrovic, would you have an answer for that coming from your prison background?
Well, about overcrowding, I see so many people with traffic jam, with underground met. What should we do with them? To reduce the population in such way? So this way of thinking is quite a horrible way for me. But the less expensive way is simply opening the prison institution. We did it, we succeeded. I'm not so naive after having been there 10 years. I know exactly that 10, perhaps 20% of prisoners cannot be put in an open regime. But for 80%, it's for sure. So it's the less expensive way, but it demands a lot of human investment to this project.
Mr. Nordlander, you've travelled quite a bit and your first story was quite terrifying. What do you feel about this issue?
Well, I think my answer would be very simple. It would be that a human life can never be weighed against the economic considerations.
Very simple, very straight, thank you. We've also got with us some of the students from the United States of America, where, of course, there is still the death penalty in many states. Maren has a question for us.
Yes, in the United States we have humane ways of putting people to death. Does this in any way mitigate the moral issues surrounding the death penalty? What is your opinion of this?
So, can there be a kind way to put somebody to death? Perhaps Mr. Nordlander?
I think this is a question of principle. It is not a question of method. And unfortunately, we have very recently, in the last few weeks or months, seen a horrifying example of what the supposedly humane lethal injection could mean to a person, because there was a case in the United States where the injection failed and the person lived for 2 hours and, of course, suffered for 2 hours. So I don't think there is any such thing as a humane way of execution.
And I believe that in some states they do still have the electric chair.
They do.
And Dr. Petrovic, your point of view?
It's a Latin expression, contradictio in adjecto, which means that things simply don't go. You can't do completely unhumane things in a humane way.
Jeroen, at the Council of Europe, this must have been an argument that's been put quite often in favour of the death penalty and that you've had to face. What would you say to that?
We don't believe in any humane ways of killing people in the criminal justice system. The death penalty is wrong because it is a denial of human dignity, of human life, of the right to life. And as my colleague said, the method is really irrelevant.
We've actually been having quite a lively debate also on Twitter, the social networking site, and we've taken in a few of the more interesting questions that I'd like to put to the panel. One question, again coming from the United States: how can European countries be against the death penalty and in favour of early abortions? There's a very interesting approach. Perhaps over to you, Jeroen.
It's a very interesting question. The view in the Council of Europe is that you cannot compare the two. Death penalty is clearly about the state taking the life, violating the right to life of an individual. There's no question about that. When it comes to abortion, the issues are very different. Two main differences. The first, there is no consensus about the beginning of life. There is no consensus in Europe, or let alone in the world, as to when exactly the life of a human being begins. There are different views about that. The second point is, of course, the position of the mother. In the death penalty, there is a relationship between the state and one individual. In abortion, there is a very important third person, so to speak, that is the mother, with her own rights, with her own personal autonomy, and for that reason, it is not as clear-cut. In fact, in European countries and in the world, there is no uniform approach to the issue of abortion.
What about the other panellists? How do you feel about that question? Mr. Nordlander?
I really don't have anything to add. Very well said by Jerome.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Petrovic?
I agree completely. I just remember people in the United States, perhaps not only in the United States, who were ready and who did kill doctors who performed abortion. Mm-hmm. So in what way was it justified?
Yes, indeed. It's a very interesting way to look at the question. And we have here another very interesting question again. How can you justify the proposed abolition of the death penalty in the United States when 2/3 of the population support it and we live in a democracy? And I think this is one of the main points that's very often brought up in the death penalty debate. As Nicola already said, a lot of people in the general public would argue for the death penalty. How do you actually combat that argument? What can you say to persuade them? Perhaps Mr. Nordlander first.
Well, in the first place, I would say that the figure given in the tweet is not correct, because according to recent figures, 58% of the population of the United States are in favor of a moratorium on the death penalty. And secondly, I think that we should not mix apples with pears here. It is in the first place, I think, a duty of every government to inform and educate their population before that population is to take a political stand of any kind. And in fact, if you recall, when the death penalty was abolished in the United Kingdom, in France and in Germany, the public opinion was still in favor of the death penalty. But very shortly after it had been abolished, the public opinion turned. So public opinion in this case, in many cases, but in this case particularly, is very fickle.
And Dr. Petrovic, what's the point of view from Slovenia? Do people there support the death penalty? Do they not support the death penalty?
I think the figure is about the same, about half. But I remember, not the name, but some person from English Parliament who said, okay, majority is supporting death penalty. But who are we in the parliament, if not those who will show the right way? And just to quote some poet who said that the democracy is a constant conflict between a majority and enlightened minority. So, but nobody asks why the question of taxes are out of referendum, because it's normal that everybody would vote against taxes. But with punishment, everybody knows what to do. It should be strictly out of referendum.
Now, it's a very interesting question for the Council of Europe, because, of course, the Council of Europe is the home not only of human rights, but also of democracy. So perhaps you would have something to add to that.
Yes, I fully agree with what has been said, but for the Council of Europe, democracy is not based on majority rule alone. It cannot be based on majority rule alone. If not, one could democratically elect a dictatorship. The Council of Europe's raison d'etre, the very reason we have been created in 1949, was in response to the horrors of the Second World War and the whole Nazi regime. I'll just recall that Hitler was democratically elected, and that was not a democratic regime. So for us, democracy is not more than just procedural, it's more than just majority rule, it is also a system of values. And issues like human dignity and the right to life are issues that are so fundamental that they should not be guided by opinion polls.
That's a very interesting point to start to finish our debate on. Hitler, Saddam Hussein, Milosevic, all these people were guilty of horrible crimes. Now, should they be put to death?
Question in return. The execution of Saddam Hussein, what has it solved?
So you believe that he could have been made a martyr?
It may well have been the case that he's now a martyr for some people.
Mr. Nordlander, what would your point of view be on that?
Well, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, has already discarded the possibility of passing a verdict on the death penalty. They don't have that.
Now, with your work, of course, you're going out to the wide world, to all the different countries for the death penalty to try and get a ban worldwide. Can you tell me, do you think there is hope that we will see that one day?
I'm quite hopeful, actually. We're definitely on the right track. Every year, some 3 countries abolish the death penalty, and as has been said here already, Europe, Central Asia, and large parts of Africa are already free, as it were, from the death penalty. So it's perhaps a slow march, but it's definitely in the right direction.
But reason to be optimistic?
I think so.
What about you, Dr. Petrovic? Do you see a bright future?
Not at the moment, because I can't decide if the abolition of capital punishment is a small step or giant leap. Comparing the situation in Europe and reading the reports of Thomas Hammerberg, it brings the conclusion that the situation in most of European prisons are horrible. And this is sort of invention to have a parallel capital punishment. For instance, in France, 2 prisoners per week commit suicide. Just imagine that. If it is not a sort of capital punishment, what?
And from the Council of Europe's point of view, the battle's been going on a long time. It needs to continue. How do you see it, and what moves is the Council making to actually bring about a worldwide ban?
There are different ways in which we work for that. First of all, we already discussed Belarus. That's a clear European priority. But we also have the objective of intensifying the dialogue with observer states to the Council of Europe. There are 2 observer states, the United States of America and Japan, that still execute people. And we are committed to intensifying the dialogue with them, to discuss the issues, to explain the positions, to give the arguments, and so on. More generally, we are very much side by side with the European Union. The European Union is an important player worldwide for the abolition of the death penalty, and we support that.
So room for hope, room for optimism, and do you think that the death penalty will one day be consigned to the history books?
I'm certain about that.
How about you, Dr. Petrovic?
Let's hope, but at the moment the situation is very bad.
Mr. Nordlander, a world without the death penalty?
I am hopeful.
Okay. So there's obviously very much room for optimism and there's room for pessimism, but the debate continues. So thank you to our guests today. Thank you to everybody who's joined us. Please keep on tweeting and emailing, and we look forward to you joining us again.
Hello, everyone. It feels weird coming back from having a day off yesterday. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. Everybody, I hope Steve held it down okay. From what I saw, he did. So, bravo, Steve. We have a full house. Mr. Pacman has brought out everyone here in the show. As always, KC here on Tuesdays with Ideology. Hello, KC.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. The sharp gentleman on the far end, Jamie. Welcome back, sir.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm glad to see everybody.
And we are, sir. And the star of the show tonight, also the fine-looking gentleman in the center, Mr. David Pacman. Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So tonight, yes. Go ahead, Casey.
Did you forget Steve? Oh, you started with Steve.
Oh,
Yeah, I started with
he started with that here.
If I did, though, I'll totally do that. That's
He's
totally
tried to
something I would
forget
do.
me before.
anymore.
I know. I
Yeah.
thought I was
He
like,
forgot my
he's
name
just acting
once.
like he doesn't exist.
I did.
He
It
literally
was the
forgot
second
my
show.
name once.
It was the second show we ever did, actually, and getting used to the live, the live streaming, it takes a lot because it's not like recording. We recorded the first couple episodes that we did, and you're able to go back and fill in and fix whatever you mess up. So I'm scrambling to try to focus on what I'm going to open up with, and I opened the show and I said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Kyle Curtis, and I'm joined by."
This other guy.
And I'm waiting on Steve to break in. I'm waiting on Steve to break in to save me. Like, obviously, I'm dangling here on a limb, and he just sits there
Let
like,
him
oh, well, he'll get it eventually. So tonight we're going to talk about the death penalty and should it be abolished. This is a kind of I guess, roundtable discussion where I'd like to get everybody's thoughts. I know that they vary quite differently between everybody in this call. So I think this is going to be a really good kind of back and forth and getting everybody's ideas out there. From the polls that I put out on Twitter and YouTube and Discord, it's widely varied and a lot more split than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a clear indicator towards, being abolished. That was just my prejudice going in, I guess. But it turns out it's not that simple. And we're going to get into that a little bit later as well. But right now, I'm going to allow Mr. Pacman to say a few words and let you guys know where you can find his show. It's also in the description. But I want to kind of, David, I'm sure everybody watching knows who you are. But just for formality's sake, will you kind of let people know who you are, what you do, and why you do what you do?
Yeah, sure. I host a progressive talk show. It's on close to 200 radio and TV stations. It's the 11 p.m. weekday Eastern time show on Free Speech TV, which is on DirecTV and Dish Network. And then we've got a YouTube channel as well, which now we surpassed about 500,000 subscribers. I think we must be around 525 at this point. Right now, we've got a podcast, and I've been doing it for years. It's my full-time job. It's a show that has number of full-time staffers, and that's what I do 5 days a week.
Busy man. So we definitely appreciate you taking the time to come on and chat with us a bit. And I chose this topic because I just noticed from watching your show, it's something that you would come back to on occasion. It seemed to be kind of I don't know this is just my assumption, but it seems to be like maybe a personal thing with you or something that you're really passionate about. So I thought this might be a good kind of benchmark to start out with. Is that the case?
I mean, is the death personal? It's no more personal than any other political issue, I guess, that I have an opinion about.
Okay, cool. So let's do this then. Let's go down the line here, and so that everybody's clear on where we're coming from in this call, and then we'll kind of jump into it. You guys kind of say what your stance is on it briefly. We'll go into it a little bit deeper, just so everybody kind of gets an idea of where you're coming from. We'll start with you, Casey. Where do you stand on the death penalty being abolished?
I think it should be abolished. I'm against the death penalty.
Okay, Steve.
I don't think we should abolish it. I think it needs to be fixed, but I don't think it should be abolished.
Okay, Jamie.
Yeah, as far as our current justice system exists today, I would absolutely abolish it. But if there was significant reform, I would be for it being implemented in a specific way.
Interesting. That's where I kind of want to start off with tonight. But David, what is your stance on the death penalty?
I'm against it, and I think we should abolish it.
All right. So we're kind of split with Jamie being a kind of in between guy there. So Jamie, let's start at that middle ground then. When you say if it can be reformed, then you would be for keeping it. What do you mean by that?
First, I want to say I do everything I can to avoid being sandwiched between you and Steve. And here I am again in this exact same.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I don't think this is more of a dream come true for you, but whatever.
No, so my whole thing is, the short version of this is I'm really sick and tired of the United States giving people exceedingly long prison sentences for really minor crimes in comparison to the amount of time they have to spend in prison. So, for example, Kyle, you actually covered this on one of your Ad Homies episodes where a guy stole fajitas and ended up with 50 years in a federal prison. So my general idea here, and again, I can go into depth later, but my general idea is cap all prison sentences to 10 years. And if it seriously needs more than 10 years, make the death penalty an option, primarily for the purposes of saving on feeding and housing and clothing a criminal that has no intention of rehabilitating. But I think that should come significantly with a proper understanding of that being the case psychiatric, through psychiatric evaluation. And again, a true justice system, not using the standard we have set today. I make that very clear. If we're going to do things the way we're doing them now, there's no way we'd be capable of ensuring somebody's innocence or guilt. We just do a horrible job of that. So, yeah, I take that approach. I would trade having the death sentence for knowing that no prison sentence would be more than 10 years. Let these people get back on with their lives and be reincorporated into society.
Interesting. David, you seem to get a little riled up there.
That's one of the most nonsensical points of view I've maybe ever heard on this issue, and I've done a lot of debates about this. If is it okay if I ask a couple questions to try to figure out a little bit more about what you mean?
Sure.
So,
Jamie,
the forcible rape of a child, would that be in the under 10 years or in the death penalty side?
Well, I'm not the person who's qualified to make that determination. What I'm saying is if it's determined that it deserves more than 10 years by people who are qualified, then it would be a death sentence.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying like the current way it's set up is you're not okay with, right?
You cannot do it. That's why I said it would need massive amounts of reform. What I'm saying is if somebody says you're going to get 3 consecutive, life sentences or, 3, that kind of stuff. It's like, what are we doing here? I mean, there's no
I got you.
real understanding.
But here's what I'm trying to figure. So you've made it clear that the current system as set up by the people who are in charge is not okay. But then when I asked you for your view on a specific case, you said that's for the people who set it up to decide, but you said that those are the people that are doing it wrong, right? So if you're not going to give an example of like that, if that's not one that you can give us a sort of your view on, you want the people who are in charge to give their view, but you're against how they've done it now. So why would you think that they would do it the right way next time?
Because I would implement more. There would be more involved in the process than we have right now. That's why I said, like right now, there is no psychiatric evaluation done to determine the success or failure of possible rehabilitation. It's done through the prison system. It's not done.
What do you mean by that? So the prison system doesn't determine the sentence. So you want psychiatric evaluations in the prison system, but it's the justice system that determines the sentence when someone is found guilty. So why would the prison system having psychiatrists have any bearing on the penalty that's assigned at verdict?
You didn't hear what I said. The psychiatrist would be during this, during the pre-sentencing, would be part of the justice system.
They have that already. They have that already. It's false to say that doesn't exist now. It's used as part of sentencing in countless cases.
Not in terms of the potential for rehabilitation, no.
Absolutely. That's a question that's asked all the time of psychiatrists at sentencing.
Okay. Well, I've never seen it myself. But
okay. I mean, I've got.
Am I reading your hostility here is a little high for this topic? I mean,
it's just like it's such a
serious thing. Are you emotionally involved in this?
We did get really intense there.
Yeah, it's serious. And it requires a significant amount of maturity to talk about the issues openly. I mean, I'm not at all advocating this on a political platform. I'm not running for office on the position. I'm just discussing it in the sense that one of the things we have that's a major problem in our country is significantly long prison sentences that are unfair and burdensome. And we also have an issue where we have to provide for these long sentences. So what I'm saying is, and then you also get into the deterrence factor. I haven't seen that been completely squashed yet. Having a death penalty does not provide any deterrence benefit whatsoever. I'm not saying it's the significant amount, just saying that isn't a clear-cut yes or no case. So I'm
Right.
just saying, if we lived in a society,
Pretty clear cut, I think. But...
You think?
All right, well, share your view. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so
let's
here's-
do this
here's-
then. What's your
Sorry,
what's your
sorry, go ahead.
solution, David?
My solution is we abolish the death penalty.
Okay.
And have just like, however long they're sentenced for, or life sentences, but no, just basically the system we have now, just no death penalty.
Well, no, there are definitely, I mean, I agree that we have way too long prison sentences for some crimes. Like, absolutely, for sure, the war on drugs is a disaster. That's 100%. But I see that as totally separate from the death penalty. So I feel like whatever point of view one has politically, there is a good reason that should appeal to that point of view to get rid of the death penalty. So, like, one of the things that was mentioned was the cost, right? The cost of keeping people in prison for life. That's actually cheaper than the death penalty, because since we get it wrong on the death penalty, unfortunately, too often, people get appeals, right? And that's just something that our justice system affords. Even if you've not been sentenced to death, you still have the opportunity of appeal. Few people want to eliminate that as something that is part of our justice system. As a result of those appeals and the backlog of death row inmates in states that have the death penalty, and the lack of availability of the drugs that will work in a what's called not cruel and not inhumane way, it costs more actually for the death penalty than to just say we're putting someone in prison without the possibility of parole, particularly because those parole hearings also incur a cost. So, like, if your big thing is cost, you should get rid of the death penalty. If your big thing is for some crimes that are so heinous, we want the worst possible punishment for someone. Putting someone to death and just turning out the lights doesn't even really seem like the worst punishment. The worst punishment to me seems the rest of your life, all you see is the inside of that prison cell. So, like, if your priority is, and this, it's not mine, but if someone had the priority of, I want the worst possible punishment, it's not just ending it, it's making someone live with the reality that they committed a terrible crime, and now they've got to sit and rot in a cell for the rest of their lives. So these are just a couple examples. I won't go on, but my point is, whatever your political beliefs are, if you have a more libertarian point of view where you think that the government should have as little power as possible because you don't think the government is good at doing stuff, well, then that includes you don't think the government is good at figuring out who's innocent and guilty, and you don't want to give the government the ultimate power of ending people's lives. So I think that's the sort of main point. Whatever politics appeal to any individual, there are really good reasons to be against the death penalty.
And to speak to your point, I put together a list of some facts going towards why it makes sense to abolish the death penalty. And one of those things that you spoke to, we'll take California for example, is they have the largest death row in the country, and they've spent over $4 billion on the death penalty since 1978, while carrying out only 13 executions. So in that length of time, they've spent $4 billion on executing 13 individuals. And that to me, that was one of the things that struck out to me firsthand. We're going to get into the cost of maybe making a mistake and putting someone to death that's innocent. I've got those statistics too. But let's start out with the cost thing. Steve, you came out at the beginning and said that you wouldn't want to abolish it. What's your mind frame for that? What's your mindset there?
Yeah, there's a couple points to be brought up. One, when you're talking about the cost, most of those costs are because of appeals process, and this goes back to what Jamie's saying of how we need to revamp the whole system. The system is flawed, and Dave, I think, makes some wonderful points when it comes to, do we give the empowerment to a specific group of people to make these decisions? And from an ethical framework, we make those decisions all the time. We always have people that make those decisions for us. Doctors make the decisions of life and death all the time. So if there was a way that Jamie is saying by which we can have some kind of accountability here for what would be something that would be determined to be the death penalty, I'm okay with that. But I think the question that people are missing is, what form of justice are we trying to achieve here? You have retributive justice, you have restorative justice, distributive justice, procedural justice. What is the goal that we're trying to get out of the death penalty? And I think that before we even try to answer the questions if we should abolish it or not, is which one are we looking at? Because I don't agree for retribution we should have the death penalty. I know David had talked about this on a video, that he says that we should not have the death penalty as some type of retribution. I agree. I don't think it's a very effective means for retribution. But what about some of the other means by which we would say this would be an appropriate type of situation for fairness of society, that given that most of us are not committing these heinous crimes this person did, maybe under more procedural type of justice, or I hate to say restorative because nothing's been, you can't bring back the life of a person, right? We can say, if I stole from Jamie, restorative wise, I could be told I have to give him back funds. Well, I don't want, no, I'd see retribution or retributive justice is punitive. And I don't think that's a very effective means by which we can address the topic of the death penalty. But I think Jamie has a point. It just requires a lot more sussing out than I think we'll get into in a 2-hour hangout like this, right?
Yeah, and if I can clarify, I'm just going to clarify. My point. I don't ever think that a death penalty should be used for the purposes of an ultimate, retribution or punishment. And I do. That's the part of that 10-year prison thing is there's your 10 years for appeal. Now I get that my 10 years is very just thrown out there and put a dart on the wall, but it's just to get the conversation going. But yeah, thank you, Steve, for recognizing that it needs to be thoroughly thrushed out, not that simple.
And I'm gonna let David respond, but before I do, Steve, what is your view as someone that doesn't think that we should abolish it completely? What do you think the best course of justice should be in
I think it should be very limited. Well, it should be very limited in scope. I think that it should only be for the worst heinous crimes, but it should be for the protection of society. If I know that Jamie is a serial killer and he's been executed, there's zero probability of him ever going out and killing another person. That's an effective means by which to protect society. That's the only reason why I would say we would need the death penalty, because people have gone to jail and they still commit murder. They still do crimes, right? I mean, even in the jail system. So if you want to protect society from somebody who does not have these things like compassion or empathy, or even what we would consider to be a soul per se, which I don't believe in, but we think that like a sociopath, we'd say they're soulless, right? They don't care. They have no empathy toward anybody. If that is a person that exists, then I have no compunction by saying we as a society can end their life if it's beneficial to the rest of society.
Okay, David?
Who gets to determine if it's beneficial to the rest of society?
The people we put in charge for that, same way we do with doctors. There have to be very stringent rules by which we have these types of decisions being made. It wouldn't be your average schmuckatelli, obviously. It's somebody that'd be well-grounded in legal and philosophy.
I'm not sure I understand the analogy to doctors, because you mentioned that a couple times. Maybe we could explore that a little bit. I mean, I think, number one, criminals don't choose to put the justice system in charge of deciding whether they get the death penalty or get life in prison, for example. People are consenting to have doctors treat them, right? So that's kind of like part of the it's part of the way medicine works. I guess we can come up with some like very specific situations where someone is brought into an emergency room and they're non-responsive, and the doctor is sort of deciding that it's an emergency room, we're going to treat someone. But for the most part, like the relationship of someone to a doctor doesn't have anything to do with the relationship of someone to the justice system that determines whether they get life or life in prison or the death penalty, right? So I guess I'm not sure the relevance of bringing up doctors at all.
Sure. These are ethical considerations, right? When a doctor has to make a life or death decision, they have to take into account the family's wishes. They have to take account the chances of the patient recovering. There's a lot of factors that we give them the empowerment to do because they go through school to be experts on this to make those decisions. And so every day across the planet, doctors make these life or death decisions. I don't see why it would be unfeasible to not have a panel of some kind. It could be 3, 5, whatever, but a panel to say, look, this crime has been so egregious. It has shocked the consciousness of the people so much. I'm sorry, but people that go out and do school shootings, I have no compunction about ending their lives, and not just for retribution, because I don't think it's for retribution. Is it to stop them from ever doing something like that again? And Jamie is kind of right in the fact that we don't have, I don't think, a system where we evaluate people of the propensity of their, doing the crime ever again in the actual trial. I think that's later on to more the appeal process, if I'm not mistaken, right? If you're up for a parole, then you're going to be evaluated. Are you still a threat to society? But do the actual, did you commit the crime? I don't know how much that is to take into account, but I think that people that demonstrate they have no remorse, no regret, and that might continue to have these patterns of destruction, then those are the ones they need to focus on. And like I said, we just allow a group of people that are trained in those things to do so.
And
So
what
can
if
I ask a
those
question?
people? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, what if those people determine that they believe something else is worthy of being put to death, right? I mean, let's say for you would agree that, sounds like serial murder, terrorism, maybe any murder, I'm not sure, you would have your list, right, of like the crimes that would justify those people assigning the death penalty. But what if they want to expand that and they've been given that power? What would stop them from doing that?
Well, the same reasons why we have the Supreme Court, right? I mean, there is an ultimate authority. When the Supreme Court says this is the way it is, it's the law of the land, they are empowered by the president to make that decision, right? The president decides who's going to be on the Supreme Court. We don't vote them in. There is a check and balance system, though. I think that maybe multi-tiered of some kind. There might be a local court that kind of puts it, maybe like a federal level or even state level, and then you have your appeal process. Because I don't think we should arbitrarily just say this person needs to die and then go ahead and do it. There should be an appeal process. There should be a checks and balance system where we know that this is the right thing that we're doing.
But didn't you say that the cost argument is only an argument because of the appeals, and if we cut down on that, then the cost argument wouldn't be a good one? But now you're using the appeals process to defend giving people the ability to decide who lives and who dies.
Well, there'd be a huge difference in cost between 20 years of appeals and that three system where you have an appeal process in maybe a year or two, right? You start at the state, go to the federal, and then you go maybe to the highest court if needs be. But we have appeal after appeal after appeal for decades on end. The criminals are always having appeal processes. So at that point, when you're at the end of the line, as Texas said, who was it that said something along the lines of when it comes to the death penalty, they're not trying to abolish it, they're making an express line for it. As Kyle had pointed out, how many people have actually been executed in the last decade or 20 years in most states that are death row? It's nearly nominal compared to how many people have gone to death row, isn't it? It's a very small number.
It is, yeah. But that's not really an argument for or against the death penalty, right? Like the fact that it takes a while to execute people, that doesn't really tell us whether it's the right or wrong thing to do.
That's true. It's not. It doesn't decide morally whether it's right or wrong, but it goes to Jamie's argument, and we need to change the system. And I could not agree with him more on that.
The problem with the reason the appeals take a long time is because there's just so many cases. I don't think there's no way to expedite it unless, this is a serious thing, deciding to kill someone. So the idea of we just expedite appeals, it's just not going to happen because the court system is overloaded and every case needs to be decided kind of on its timeline and on its merits. I don't know how you just shorten the appeals time,
No, I think it's a very fair point to make, actually. You're exactly right. It is because the courts are overbooked. But again, this goes back to what Jamie said. Why are we punishing certain things that don't need to be criminally punished in the first place?
Agreed.
You said something that I totally agree with. The drug war was abominable from the get-go. It was, from its inception, just flawed. It has been nothing but a travesty. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I think everybody on here probably agrees with that. And just by fixing that alone would probably eliminate many of the problems. But I do agree that we should not have people that have 30 years in jail. What good is that anymore? What? I'm telling you, as somebody
in
that
some cases
spent
it probably saved people
military,
that were innocent.
30 years?
Think about it that way.
I mean, not talking about the death penalty. Yeah, excluding the death penalty stuff. But people just have gone to, done petty crimes and got a decade or 20 years. That to me is just nonsensical. Absolutely nonsensical.
Casey, you had a question. You wanted to get in real quick?
Yeah, Yeah, so my question is, if you have this list, and this is for anybody who wants to jump in, but as Steve made me think of it, if you have this list of crimes that are that warrant the death penalty, right? Would that be applied equally and objectively? Because right now, sentencing is not applied objectively. It's very subjective and based on pretty much whatever the judge wants to do that particular day. So would it be like a stringent list, black and white, this is what gets the death penalty and this is what doesn't?
I think the reason why you don't have consensus across all the jurisdictions is because they have this huge, wide spectrum of sentencing. You know, everything from 1 year to life. By narrowing it down significantly, I think it would force that type of black and white and uniformity with the jurisdictions. That's why I was saying is by capping it, you really force people to rethink. My point for capping, and maybe David, this is where I might have caused a misunderstanding here. My point for capping was not to say, yeah, let's do a lot more, executions. My point for capping was hopefully to actually minimize the number of executions, but make it a better option than it is today. Today, it's not a good option at all in any way, shape, or form. That's why I'm not for it at all right now. That clarifies it all. I don't know if it does.
I mean, I guess aren't there so many crimes that we would probably all agree don't warrant the death penalty, but a 10-year sentence, 30% of which could be removed for good behavior or for prison crowding? Like, neither one of those would be the right sentence.
I wouldn't do reductions. That's the point. So you get a 30-year sentence, and then they're out in 15 years. It's like, okay, 5 years shorter. I mean, is it really making a big difference? 5 years isn't a lot.
Fair enough. Let me rephrase it then. Forget about the reduction. Yeah. Wouldn't we all be able to identify crimes where the death penalty is too much, but 10 years on the nose is really not enough?
Oh, sure. I'm sure. Yeah, that's why I said. I mean, I was just throwing this out there. I told Kyle before I came onto the show that the idea was just to discuss this, just throw out some ideas and kind of cover every corner case. It wasn't for me to come on and say, David, you're wrong and I'm right, and let me prove it to you.
I think in practice. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say he was putting out like a thought experiment for us to kind of base off of.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I think that, for me, the fundamental thing, there's always a question when you talk about this where my values are not the same as everybody else's, right? Like even everybody else on the panel or anybody else who has like a position on the death penalty. So oftentimes the conversation around it becomes about, based on the values of the person you're talking to, does the death penalty make sense or doesn't it make sense? So that's like where I said, if your big thing is cost, then you should be against the death penalty because it's more expensive than, for example, life in prison. That's not really my concern, right? Like for me, if you said, well, there's this thing that's more expensive, but it's hugely morally wrong, I wouldn't say, or it's less expensive rather, but it's hugely morally wrong. I wouldn't say, oh, well, we can save money. Like for me, that's not the top value. For me, really, the opposition to the death penalty comes in sort of two categories. One is that fundamentally, no justice system is perfect. So like very often we will hear from people, and even sort of like what you're saying, Jamie, which is if the system worked better, then you would be okay with, or you would be more open to the use of the death penalty. And I think it's a thought experiment, but it's not that useful of one because no system is ever perfect, right? Like most of the times airplanes don't crash, but no system is ever 100% perfect. So why would we even say in a system where planes never crashed, X, Y, Z? And the reality is that we have innocent people on death row. We know that 1 out of 25 is one estimate, which is like 4%. We have mentally ill people on death row who don't even, based on psychiatric analyses, really even understand the consequences of the actions that led to them being on death row. You will have, fundamentally, we have a jury system in the United States, and whether it's the best system or not, we can debate, but it's not a perfect system. So given that we will never have a perfect system, like, isn't that reason alone, cost aside, deterrence factor aside, which we could talk about, wouldn't that be reason alone to say, you know what, we can undo life in prison? No matter what, like, it's not an irreversible decision. People who are in life in prison without parole don't go on to kill other people. It's not, you know, it could happen, but it doesn't. Isn't that good enough?
Well, it's kind of funny because when you were given the airline analogy, I wanted to quote Rain Man and say, "What about Qantas Airlines?" You seen that movie? No,
Nice.
but okay, so I kind of want to say two things at the same time. One was you brought up morality earlier, and then you also just mentioned innocent life. So is my question for you, before I can answer you, is morality to you the idea that an innocent life is taken, or just the fact that we're killing people for any reason whatsoever is the issue? Like, what is the moral issue about this with you?
The moral issue for me is, based on my view about what it is that governments should and shouldn't do, I don't see any way to justify the government saying, here's a list of stuff for which we kill you.
So it's not about a cost thing, because because I don't think it naturally follows that if we fix the cost thing, it would change your perspective on the debt. Right?
Like I said, for me, I think if you care about cost, it's cheaper to do life in prison. That's not my priority, right? So like that was sort of if I'm talking to someone who says cost is the most important thing, I might mention that. But for me, that's not really the issue.
But that doesn't follow. I could say the cost is the most important thing. I support the death penalty, but we need to fix the cost. We need to fix the system to make it less expensive. Did everybody drop?
Yep, mine dropped. Yeah.
I thought so. Okay. We're sorry about that from the outside. We'll continue where we left off. I was just saying that it doesn't necessarily follow that if your goal is to reduce costs, that you have to be against the death penalty. The goal would then be, let's fix the situation where we're not spending so much, but keep the death penalty. So there's not an entailment there, right? Sure.
You could make that argument. I think that the ways you fix the cost issue cause new problems. Like, for example, you get rid of the appeals. 4% of the people on death row are innocent, so I think we need the appeals. So I think that there's a follow-up argument, which is, if you want to fix the cost, how do you actually do it in a way that doesn't cause new problems? But like I said, for me, like, I don't start arguing against the death penalty on the basis of cost, if that makes sense.
No, I totally agree with you, and I think that one of the biggest concerns I think everybody probably has, when it comes to the efficacy of these things, is what happens with an innocent person. That's to be a primary consideration, right? Unfortunately, people do get they go to jail and they're innocent, and so of course the people are going to be executed innocent. I think Casey brought it up. Is not fairly distributed by any stretch of the imagination.
When you get there, but here are the facts surrounding that. Number one, false informant testimony is the top cause of wrongful convictions in capital cases. Many people, I think, would think it would be DNA, but only 20 of the 150 death row exonerations have been due to DNA evidence. We can trust the he said, she said thing. When somebody, it's one person's testimony against another, and you're playing something so important in someone's life. Like, how do you go about justifying that?
Well, let me ask you this: when was these done? Because obviously times have changed, right? And I don't think anything should be based on eyewitness testimony where somebody's life is at risk. That's just nonsense. But I think that because we have better DNA
as of
analysis now,
2016.
So some of the, we still have eyewitness testimony putting people on death row.
Oh yeah,
that's a scourge.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not
This is
going to
actually
challenge
called
that,
the
but that is
CSI effect. There's this thing called the CSI effect, where people expect that many more cases will be sort of resolved in this neat and tidy way, where they come up and they've got the DNA evidence. That's it. It's sort of open and shut. And the majority of people in all crimes are not being convicted on the basis of DNA evidence. And I think what you said is really interesting, which is, if nobody should be on death row on the basis of eyewitness testimony, that's almost everybody.
Yeah. So what do you say to that, Steve?
Well, I mean, again, what happens? What do you mean by eyewitness? If we have a camera, if I have a camera set up somewhere and it literally shows me shooting
That's
Jammy, and I don't know why I keep doing
Yeah.
Jammy. Jammy, I don't want you dead. Okay, just don't.
What's
It's
going on?
hypothetical. Yeah.
That's totally different.
I'm just looking your way. Okay. Okay.
I'm
So,
talking about a
I mean,
jailhouse snitch rolling over because the police went to him and he said, "Yeah, I saw so
Yeah, I
and
would
so
be very
on
much
the
against-
street corner that day."
I would be very
yeah,
much
but that's
against
I mean,
that
the
kind of-
jailhouse snitch example is one, but most of the eyewitness testimony is not people who have a very obvious incentive to snitch, and you know, even people in jail are not necessarily getting a deal if they make a claim like that. I think it's important to just remember most eyewitness testimony is just people who are pulled into the investigation in some way, shape, or form.
I
Right.
would go on a limb and probably say DNA is much better to exonerate than it is to convict.
In cases of exoneration, only 20 of the 153 death row exonerations have been due to DNA evidence. So, no. The
Well,
overwhelming
again,
I mean, the
majority-
reason for that is that it's hard to prove a negative. Just because DNA evidence can create it can create circumstances which can be used to propose how it might have happened. But someone's DNA could be somewhere for reasons unrelated to the crime. And just because their DNA isn't there isn't necessarily exculpatory either.
Yeah. Jamie?
No, I was to say like O.J. Simpson.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean they literally had blood in the vehicle, and he said it was for a totally different reason.
I knew that was gonna. I knew at some point that was gonna come up. So
I'm not
you're
making
playing bingo.
Yeah, it was more to lighten the mood a little bit, but
No, it's a good point. I mean, it's a good point. Hey, look at the glove. I mean, that should tell you. There's a statistic here that I wanted to cover. This was to me the glowing one, and it hit, I think, to what Steve was saying about the expediting the appeals process and making it quicker to execute someone, because 7 people were exonerated from death row in 2014. 3 in Ohio, 2 in North Carolina, and 1 in Louisiana. 6 of the 7 people that were exonerated happened 30 years after the inmate was locked up. So the scary thing is, if we had an expedited process, you would have 7 people that were executed wrongly, and that's 7 too many.
Well, not necessarily. Well, again, though, the way they convicted 30 years ago may not be the same that they would be doing it now. I mean, back then, people were convicted for a lot less evidence, and unfortunately, back then, if you were a member of a minority, you were much more likely to be convicted than if you were not. And I think so hopefully society has been growing since then and been changing, and where we don't have that institutionalized type of thing. But unfortunately, again, like Casey said, it's not fair at the moment. And
Is that true though? Like, I mean, is it true that people used to be convicted with far less evidence? I mean, let's put DNA aside for a second, but as Kyle said, DNA is not actually that big of a factor, at least in these death row cases that we're talking about. What evidence, I'm curious, what evidence is there that people used to be convicted on far less evidence?
Well, of course, it has to be more anecdotal than anything else, in my opinion. But I think that because we didn't have a lot of the methods we'd use to determine guilt from a crime, like the CSI techniques that you mentioned, we didn't have a lot of that.
But other than
back then. So
DNA,
a lot of it,
CSI techniques are DNA. Like, other than the
not
DNA
necessarily.
element.
Fiber analysis is still a very big thing in forensics, right? Soil analysis, bacterial analysis. Doesn't have to be necessarily DNA. There's a lot of things where they say this person was at this scene because of these markers, or they had fibers or something along. on the lines of something other. Even just skin cells don't require a DNA analysis, right? So you can still determine.
Yeah,
that
but a lot of
was-
that stuff's been around for a long time, and cases don't usually hinge just on that. You know, I mean, I'm open to what you're saying. I'm just saying I've not seen evidence that we're convicting people with more evidence necessarily right now.
Do you think back
I think
in
the greater question is, though, is it worth the risk? Like, isn't it a better fix to just hold them in prison for an indefinite amount of time, whether it be for life or, you know, until they're exonerated, rather than risking executing at least one innocent person?
Okay, so let's use my my idea that I had and replace death penalty with life sentence. So let's say I went 10 years or life sentence. What would you say to something like that? Just so I can hash out, you know, or get through the problems with this model. You know,
I would be.
I think it's not enough gradation.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Well, yeah. How do you get 10 years to life? Is not gradated very well.
It
Sure.
seems like there would be some crimes that, you know, didn't warrant. To me, the issue with it, the biggest issue with it, is there will be some crimes that don't warrant either. You know, like what would you do with the in-betweens? And I think you would wind up getting into a kind of like what we have now, just judges that are arbitrarily, you know, imposing sentences. Another bad thing that we have is the mandatory maximum. I know that's a whole other debate, but you know, all of that entire sector of the criminal justice system needs to be just overhauled. But isn't it worth the risk? Sure.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, here's what I'm trying to say. This is why I support 10 years. I'm a 25-year-old kid who goes out and, you know, I hold up a store with a gun and a round accidentally goes off and I unintentionally hit somebody in the leg or something and they still survive. But it was a bad situation. And normally they'd say that's a 30-year sentence. So I get out, you know, I'm 55 years old now, I got to start my life all over again, as opposed to getting out at 35 years and going, that was the stupidest thing I ever did. Give me a chance to get back and try over again. Something like that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't get 30 years for that.
Some have.
Some places you do.
Yeah.
That's
and by the way, you haven't seen 25 in a decade.
Hold on, this is important though. This was it's a first-time offender, accidental, non-lethal shot to the leg, was it?
A guy who stole $1 million worth of fajitas got 50 years.
That is true.
I mean, we got to screw up the justice system.
Hold on, but that case that has nothing to do with guns now, right? That's just are these two separate cases?
Yeah, these are the guy literally stole out of a food truck $1 million worth of fajitas, and they said 50 years.
Well, he didn't. What he did was he worked at a detention. Well, he worked at a detention center, and so what he would do was he ordered the food for the detention center, and he would order from this company extra cases of these fajitas, right? So then he would take those out to the street or whatever and sell those. Well, he ordered a shipment of them, and he didn't show up for work. He was sick that day.
Right.
So
I know
so
this too.
they went back and they counted it up. He had $1 million worth of fajitas. The judge gave him 50 years. And I think what the ultimate what we need to see here out of this picture is that the issue is with our sentencing laws. If we were to overhaul those, I'm not sure.
I believe he was not.
They're fajitas. You know he had to be Mexican. I didn't say that. I'm just kidding.
Come on.
I like fajitas.
I like fajitas.
I do too. But
I
you know,
stole
that's
$1 million.
I mean, listen. So I think this case has nothing to do with the death penalty. First of all, I think 50 years is crazy for that. But you know, I think it is important to mention that.
David, I'm sorry, but at his age, it is a death penalty.
It is.
It's a life sentence.
Dying in prison. Yeah, but I'm saying it's dying. He's dying in prison. Is my point.
Yeah. I'm not defending it's cartoonish to say that it was for fajitas and it sounds funny, but you're talking about a guy who was basically stealing taxpayer money, skimming. It's conspiracy. I mean, this is it's not 50 years for me. I totally agree, but the point is sort of like a 10 years or life or 10 years in death, or it's not. I just don't think it's adequate for the complexity level of the world we live in.
Why do we need a prison sentence of any kind of long magnitude for a white collar type crime. I believe prison should be much more tailored for the violent offender. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are ways. Well, let me finish. I think there are white collar things that there could be much more going for restorative type justice, and I think that many of these crimes that are committed don't require incarceration for 50 years. That person that stole the fajitas for all that money is no different than somebody stealing a candy bar when it comes to the efficacy of stealing. They're not going to harm society to the point where they're not taking somebody's. I beg to disagree.
But you're trying to compare somebody walking into a gas station and grabbing a candy bar to
someone stealing taxpayer money.
Well, yeah, and the system that he had to set up in order to do that, like he had to lie to people. He had to. I mean, he did steal. You're right, he did steal, but it was like a whole freaking like operation that he had going.
Oh, it's next level. Yeah, I'm familiar.
So it was a lot. It's not like walking into a gas station and stealing a candy bar.
But what is the restoration going on by putting him in prison? What are we trying to protect at that point? I mean, he can't.
That's a really
if he's not
good general.
Getting back the money would be more important, right? Paying back, giving back some of the money, and if they wanted to say, okay, this person needs to go into this program where they're doing community service for 20 years or something like that, put them in the almost like I hate to say the military type thing, but where they're giving back and they're paying back to the taxpayer. That to me is far more effective than putting in prison for 50 years, because they're not a threat to society of any magnitude against somebody that I'd rather have
to your
seen
earlier
in prison,
points,
like a rapist or a murderer.
To your earlier point, though, Steve, you were talking about these sentences make an example of people. I know that people won't be stealing fajitas anymore if they work at detention centers.
And you know, the funniest part is the same thing when it comes to like the death penalty as a deterrent. We all know isn't very effective. However, there are people that will not kill a cop because knowing they will be on death row if they kill a cop. In that particular instance, I think
many states
it does. Well, yeah, but in the states that have it, I think it does have an effect. I think there is something.
So you're saying that the states that have the death penalty have fewer cop homicides than states that don't have the death penalty?
No, I'm not saying they have fewer, but I think there's doesn't be said that somebody's going to say, you know what, if I'm going to kill somebody, if the person is a cop, I think that people will probably take much more pause to make that decision than if they. And by the way, what's that?
I was just gonna say I can answer that. In a national survey in 2016 by all of the U.S. police chiefs, they had to rank what they considered to be priorities in terms of effective crime reduction. The death penalty was last in that ranking of.
No, not for crime reduction. I said it. Yeah, no, I said it's not a very good predictive measure. I'm saying for that one type of crime, cop killing, I think it might be more effective than it not happening.
It's not. So here's the way this works. And I know you guys go for 2 hours, Kyle. I don't know if you remember, but I had about 45 minutes today, so I'm sort of getting to the end of my
I do
time.
remember. You're good.
Here's the thing about deterrence, and this is really, really important. The criminology data says that assuming that it is a, generally speaking, strict enough penalty, the exact potential penalty is not a very big deterrent. So let me give an example. That penalty, it's equally a deterrent. So what we find out when we look at the data is that when you consider something like cop killing, because that's the example, if the options are, if I kill a cop, I might get life in prison, or if I kill a cop, I might get the death penalty. The deterrent is how likely you are to be caught, which is why in countries with high levels of corruption, where gang crime and killing and murder are less likely to be punished at all, you see more of it. In the United States, both the death penalty and life in prison are strict enough, and it's likely enough that you will get arrested and caught, that the difference between one and the other has zero deterrent effect.
Yeah, I agree. Enforcing of laws is important.
Yeah, I don't think he said anything I would totally disagree with. I think that there is something to be said by the degree of measure by which we're going to be punishing somebody, whether it's a small ticket or large ticket, doesn't have a significant factor on people's decision to break the law. I totally agree with that. Yes.
But I think when you made the point about it, do we have a perfect system, and you said it's irrelevant to talk about it, what you're describing is irrelevant as well, because no system enforces all of the laws equally. They pick and
No,
choose
it's the likelihood, though. I mean, you're right. You're never going to get it exactly.
But the point is, if it was,
there's a 10% chance you'll get caught for murder, versus a 70% chance. Like the 70 is enough, right? That's what we're saying.
Okay,
It doesn't have to be
okay.
100.
And David, you're getting, I think, up to your time. I don't know how much time you have left exactly.
Yeah, I've sort of got to go. The conversation has been really, really good, but I sort of allotted some certain amount of time, and I've got people waiting for me.
You did? Absolutely. And we appreciate you coming on. We'll let you wrap up any last thoughts that you have, and then we're still going to stay on, everybody, so we're going to continue this conversation. But I do want to thank you, David, for coming on and giving us your point of view.
No, thanks for having me. Great to hear everybody's views, and I really appreciate the interest in having me on.
Absolutely. Take care, David.
Best of luck with everything.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, this was a very good conversation, by the way, David. I was very
It was nice
impressed.
to meet you.
And he's already gone.
So, on the affirmative today, they will be defending that we should get rid of the death penalty. The first affirmative speaker is Alex Moore. He's the chairman of the board of Dallas Urban Debate, and he is I don't know the official title, but a partner at the law firm of Carrington Coleman, Sloman and Blumenth? Carrington Coleman. So I'll go and let him introduce himself real quick.
Hi, y'all. It's good to see you here. Great to have the opportunity to do a demo debate, and I look forward to it. Thanks.
It's actually very special to have Alex here today. He debated in high school at Greenhill and in college at the University of Texas, and he's going to, pretend to be very modest, but he was a fantastic debater and made it to nationals several times, to my knowledge. But so next on the negative, who says that we should keep the death penalty and use it to punish criminals. The first negative speaker, I believe, is Joseph Reyes, who is a Dallas Urban Debate alumni. He debated at W.T. White High School and then went to SMU on a Gates Millennium Scholarship. And I'll give him a moment to talk about himself.
I hate unmuting buttons. Thank you again for the opportunity. It's obviously great to be back and help out, and I'm looking forward to a awesome workshop today. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Joseph is also being modest. He wrapped up at Harvard this spring. His time at Harvard was cut short a little bit as a result of COVID, but he is back here in Dallas, and we're excited to welcome him back, even if only for a moment, at today's workshop. Our next person to introduce is a coach here in our league. Her name is Mary Gregg. She debated in high school and college too. She debated at Northwestern University. Was also an illustrious debater. She'll be your second affirmative speaker.
Hi everybody, I'm really excited about our first workshop, and I want to give a special shout out to my Law Magnet Eagles. It's good to see you.
I see she did not use the term legals for legal eagles. I've been trying to convince her for a long time that's the mascot name. And our final guest here today, and someone I'm really excited to see around again, he's helped us with our summer workshops for a long time, and he's really just been involved with DUDA for a really long time. His name's Kurt Fafelsky, and when we used to work with him, he was at the University of Michigan as debate coach. I don't know if that's exactly where he's at these days. It's been a while since we've talked, but Kurt Fafelsky will be your second negative speaker.
Hey everybody, I'm still with University of Michigan, and grateful. There's few silver linings of COVID and online learning, but when I saw that this workshop was being hosted online, I was excited because if it wasn't online, I wouldn't be able to participate. So very grateful for the opportunity and look forward to working with you today.
So with that said, there's one last person I need to introduce. His name is Tim Glass, and much like a lot of the volunteers that we used to work with, and we're now kind of reintegrating back into the fold. I know that he used to be involved with SMU, and he used to be working with the city of Dallas, I believe, as a city planner. I don't know exactly what he's up to these days, but he's been around with us for a long time, and I'm happy to have him steward this debate from you all.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I'm with the Las Colinas Association in Irving now, but yes, I am a city planner, so you don't have to be a lawyer to sit through all this. I promise. All right, well, thanks, Derek. Thanks everybody for joining us. I think, as Derek said, congratulations for being here, because it is a strong decision that you've made to be a part of the debate team at your school and really enjoy this activity. And you will learn something from this more than you will, you sit in your algebra class and be like, what am I doing here? You'll take the skill no matter what you do in life, and that's something that is very important. So thank you for being here today. Without any further delay, we can start the first affirmative construction, aka the 1AC. So let's get going. Take it away, Alex.
All right. Contention 1 is inherency. The death penalty is still very much alive. Federal executions have recently resumed, Bresco and Long 20. The Justice Department announced over the summer it would restart federal executions and scheduled 5 executions. Stetson, an attorney for the inmates, said that Trump had rushed the process in order to carry out executions without judicial review of the legality and constitutionality of the new execution procedures. Contention 2, state-sanctioned murder. First, statistics prove that the death penalty is disproportionately applied to black and brown defendants. Death Penalty Information Center in '94. Nearly 40% of those executed since 1976 have been black, even though blacks constitute only 12% of the population. Of the 229 executions that have occurred, only 1 has involved a white defendant for the murder of a black person. Even under the most sophisticated death penalty statutes of Blackmun, race continues to play a major role in determining who shall live and who shall die. And the death penalty is state-sanctioned murder against already marginalized groups, Cohort in 16. If it's based on deterrence, why is it that the South, which has the highest murder rate in the country, also has the most death penalty executions? If it's reasonable retribution, why do proponents scream for revenge? Aren't we better than the sociopathic killers? If it's the law, wasn't slavery and Jim Crow the law, and wasn't the execution of kids the law until 2005 when the U.S. Supreme Court finally outlawed it? If there are procedural safeguards, why is it that since 1973, a total of 156 factually innocent persons were sentenced to death? Proponents deny the racism of capital punishment. Why is it that while the poor constitute more than 15% of the country's population, they are about 90% of the death row population? In the same way our tax dollars are used to pay a state employee to kill a convicted killer, why don't we hire a state employee to rape a convicted rapist? It's just as barbaric as state-sanctioned murder. Since the public is not legally permitted to murder, neither should the state governments be permitted to do so. Furthermore, the death penalty is the latest manifestation of white supremacy in the law. Despite social activism against it, southern states in particular continue to apply the punishment liberally. It's Frazier and Tidd. W.E.B. Du Bois stated the problem of the 20th century is that the problem of the color line. There's one crucial institution that despite years of social activism and progress is still burdened by the heavy yoke of discrimination. Nowhere within the criminal justice system is this lack of progress more evident than in the practice of the death penalty. Since the United States Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty, there has been 1,188 executions in the U.S., 80% of which have taken place in southern states. One would be hard-pressed to find a more pernicious and universally corrupt institution in America than the death penalty, with its usage based on an archaic system of white supremacy. To find evidence of the racial disparity in the death penalty's application in the South, one need not look much further than a history textbook. Finally, we must end racism in all of its forms. Failure to address institutional bias ends in the collapse of society. This is Memmi in 97. An all unjust society contained within itself the seeds of its own death. The refusal of racism is the condition for all morality, because the ethical choice commands the political choice. A just society must be a society accepted by all. If this contractual principle is not accepted, then only conflict, violence, and destruction will be our lot. If it is accepted, we can hope someday to live in peace. Thus, the plan, the United States federal government should abolish the death penalty as a form of punishment in the United States. Contention 3 is solvency. First, Supreme Court actions needed on the death penalty to influence societal beliefs, Liebman in 7. Sitting atop the pyramid of courts that impose an order of taking of life, everyone looks to the Supreme Court to provide overarching direction from the capital system. Not surprisingly, whenever death penalty crises arises, it's the court to which the public looks for explanation and solutions. And we must stop the cycle of an eye for an eye. This retributive form of justice is unethical, Warden in 19. We must also consider the human cost of the death penalty, both for its victims and those who carry out the deed. Being human entails responsibility, and we demonstrate our humanity. Capital punishment is an example of morally wrong collective behavior. Putting someone to death forces society to make someone a premeditated killer of another human being, and what makes the rest of society's accessories to a wrongful act. Now open for cross-examination.
Great, so we're going to have the cross-ex of the 1AC. So the easy way to remember who's supposed to do the cross-ex is it's the person who's not speaking next. So in this case, it'll be the second negative speaker cross-exing the first affirmative speaker.
Okay, Alex, are you ready?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Okay. So how do we remedy other racist aspects of the criminal justice system?
One step at a time, and we believe that the affirmative is the best first step toward working to resolve some of the most racist aspects of our criminal justice system.
And what does the abolishing the death penalty do for people who are on death row now? Are they released? Are they stuck in prison? What's the outcome?
They would have to go through the sentencing phase of their conviction again, but the punishment of execution would be off of the table.
Okay, and what would that sentencing likely look like?
Sentencing varies from crime to crime. We focused on federal crimes and federal executions because it's the United States federal government, and there are federal sentencing guidelines for each of those crimes that people will be evaluated under.
Roughly how many people are on death row now? Does any of the 1AC evidence speak to that?
I'm not sure. We did not cite a piece of evidence that said the exact number of people on death row today.
Okay, that was not meant to be a gotcha question. More of an interest question. But how many people have received the death penalty? I think that a few pieces of evidence the 1AC do mention that.
Yes, there's a statistic about it's 1,188, and then we also have a statistic that some 156 innocent people have been sentenced to death since 1973.
Okay. My last question has to do with this Miami piece of evidence. If two actions are racist but kind of go in the opposite direction of each other, how do we choose one? So if we win that the plan might fix some racist issues but causes more racism, would we go vote negative?
Well, we would argue that that is not the case, and just because there are other examples of racism in the criminal justice system doesn't mean that it's appropriate to keep one of the most pernicious forms of racism in our society, the death penalty.
All right, thank you.
All right, Joseph, whenever you're ready. First negative constructive.
Alrighty. So at the sorry, I haven't done this in a while. First is going to be the deterrence disadvantage, and the next is going to be case on this racism advantage. All right. So first, despite media portrayals, violent crime is dramatically decreasing. Lao 2019. Crime in the 30 largest U.S. cities is estimated to have declined in 2018, with decreases in the rates of violent crime, murder, and overall crime. Murder rates were down by 80%. 2018 marks the second straight year that murder rates have fallen. The overall trends continue to undercut the claims about the emergence of new nationwide crime rate. Next, the death penalty creates a deterrent against violent crime. Death is just too high of a price to pay. Best of 2018. A deeper kind of deterrent, some number of criminals in death penalty jurisdictions will desist from murder because they judge that death is too high a price to pay. Hundreds of thousands abstain from it because they regard it with horror. One great reason why they regard it with such horror is that murderers are hanged, acts so unacceptable that society will kill one who commits them. The individuals internalize the association of the act and the penalty throughout life, constantly increasing resistance to committing that act. By reinforcing the moral norm against murder, the death penalty makes it less likely that those growing up in such a society would even consider murder in the first place. Violent crimes rippled through society, hurting generations of kids. Jackson, Posick, and Vaughn, 2019. One of the most pressing concerns has been the adverse health consequences of exposure to violence among children. People exposed to violence are more likely to live in structurally disadvantaged communities. Attention to preventing exposure to violence is necessary to combat the litany of mental and physical health problems that may follow such traumatic experiences. Violent victimization has been found to increase substance abuse and risky behaviors. Youth exposed to community violence have trouble sleeping. These health issues resulting in considerable costs to individuals and societies as a whole. Next, on the case. There is no evidence that wrongful executions have occurred. Castle 6. The balance of risk tips decisively in favor of retaining the death penalty Abolitionists have been unable to demonstrate that even a single innocent person has been executed in error. There are numerous documented cases of innocent persons who have died because of society's failure to carry out death sentences. If they are not executed, they will remain serious threats to kill again. The innocent are far more at risk from allowing these dangerous convicts to live than from executing. We should be willing to risk innocent lives for the greater good. Riley 01. Concerns about executions of a person who might not commit the crime are legitimate. That such a mistake might happen is not justification for the elimination of the penalty itself. If imposition of the death penalty is justifiable on policy and/or moral grounds, then elimination of this public policy because of possible miscarriage of justice. Next. The plan would just shift the life without parole, which is worse. Ridgway Casella, 14. An unknown number of lifers have been placed in permanent or indefinite solitary confinement by prison officials without benefit of kind of due process. So have most of the individuals on the nation's death row. Research has confirmed that even brief periods in solitary altered brain chemistry and produce psychiatric symptoms. Prisoners in solitary confinement were 5 times more likely to kill themselves than those in general population. It will be a shame if people who oppose state-sponsored death continue to advocate for state-sanctioned torture. Next, the racism advantage. The death penalty is less racist than the criminal justice system as a whole. Trust our comparative statistics, Castle 6. Capital punishment in America is racist, its opponents claim. Simple statistics of overrepresentation fail to prove racial bias. The relevant population for comparison is not the general population, but rather the population of murderers. The percentage of African-American death row inmates found at the end of the process should not exceed the percentage of African-American defendants charged with murder at the beginning. The Department of Justice found that while African-Americans constituted 48% of adults charged with homicide, there were only 41% of those admitted to prison under sentence of death. Next, we need to fix the criminal justice system before we can address the death penalty. Love 15. The war on drugs has decimated the communities and separated families, leading to a vicious cycle of violence and imprisonment. A total of 1.5 million missing black men, mostly due to prison. Our country cannot incarcerate its problems away. Law enforcement, the front line of the system, must transform itself in communities of color. The U.S. can halt its war on drugs and criminalization of people of color. Society should hold prosecutors accountable for engaging in misconduct with the threat of criminal sanctions. The death penalty is the tip of the iceberg that is America's biased and broken criminal justice system. And that's it. Open for CS.
Okay, so again, the next speaker on the affirmative team is not the one to ask the question. So in this case, you're actually going to hear from Alex again because he's the 1A, the 2A is the next to speak. So he'll be asking the questions of the 1A.
All right, so I have a few questions about your deterrence disadvantage. This first Bassett evidence you read, is it your claim that hundreds of thousands of people are out there who would be murdering people but for the death penalty?
I mean, the evidence is pretty clear on this, is that there are a number of individuals that are out there that may be inclined to commit crimes that would be deterred from murdering people knowing that the death penalty is out there.
So let's look at the source for this and the part of the card you didn't read. This comes from a prominent 19th century judge and lawyer. So what he's talking about is British people back in the 1800s. That doesn't apply to American society today, does it?
I mean, we could argue that overall, I mean, human psychology is not going to change too much in their attitudes towards murdering people. And so knowing that the death penalty existed as a deterrent back in the 18th century or 19th century can just also be applied to a deterrent in the 21st century as well.
Well, in fact, to the extent this is talking about British society, isn't it true that the murder rate in Britain today, where there is no death penalty, is lower than the murder rate in the United States?
I mean, I can't speak for British murder rates at the moment, but it's according to the American context. This is just going to be a deterrent as a whole.
Let's talk about some of the cards you read on case, starting with the Cassell evidence, the second card that the death penalty is less racist. Now, you're not claiming that African Americans are more likely to commit murder than white Americans, are you?
I don't believe so. That's not what the evidence is indicating. It's just
Right.
that as a proportion of those that are convicted of murder, there's still an equal proportion to, I guess, to white individuals or to any other race.
And finally, that Ridgway and Casella evidence about life without parole, that's just about solitary confinement, right?
It's the argument that those that are put on life without parole are more likely to be put in solitary confinement. So it is therefore just a life of torture as opposed to a life ended due to the death penalty.
Okay, great. Thank you. So your roadmap, please.
My roadmap is first the case, which is the 1AC, the affirmative case, and then I will be addressing the deterrence disadvantage. So again, the case first, and then the deterrence disadvantage. I'll give you a second to get organized with your notes. All right, so one last time, case, then deterrence. On the case, the death penalty, the death penalty is biased against brown and black defendants. The statistics here are staggering. Blacks make up 40% of executions, but we know they're just 12% of the population. Only one execution in all of the executions that have been done has been a white criminal who has had a black victim. We have a moral obligation to stop this type of punishment because if society continues to pursue racism as the foundation of its law, it sows the seeds of its own destruction. Group their first two arguments about wrongful execution. Even if this rarely or never happens, we still believe the death penalty should be abolished because it is racist. We also have evidence that 156 people have been exonerated from death row. Their next argument is that life without parole is worse. This argument denies the agency of millions of incarcerated people by saying their life in prison is worse than death. Prison culture does exist, and while we certainly don't advocate for incarceration, we think life within prison is not a metaphoric death sentence. Johnson, 14. Among America's high security prisons, the setting that is most profoundly dehumanizing is death row. Condemned prisoners are warehoused for execution. Research on the experienced death row confinement reveals widespread demoralization. That is the end result of conditions of death row confinement that render prisoners powerless. The condemned are, quote, the living dead. Prisoners are relegated to existential limbo, existing in entities in cold storage rather than the living. The threat of execution is quite real. The condemned are, we know from research, defeated. They say the death penalty is less racist than other parts of the system. We know that blacks are executed at a much higher rate than they represent in the population. Even their evidence concedes this. This proves the death penalty is a unique racist policy and ought to be rejected. And as my partner said in Cross-Sex, it's the first step to breaking down the system. They say we need to address other problems first. We are an example of a specific reform that can improve the system. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You should compare our proposal against the status quo, where the criminal justice system is racist in a lot of ways. Also, other problems in the criminal justice system are made worse with the death penalty still on the books. Problems with trials and appeals are far less concerning when death is not looming over the defendant. Solitary confinement, even if damage to the psyche, is much worse than when a prisoner is waiting for a death's door. Our plan may not be perfect, but it saves people's lives. Now onto their deterrence disadvantage. First, the death penalty does little to deter crime. It is predominantly applied in the South, yet they have the highest murder rates in the country. In comparison, the Northeast has the lowest murder rates and make up just 1% of executions. Our court evidence notes that 90% of criminal justice experts are on our side. 2, there is no deterrent value. Murders are usually carried out in the heat of passion when nobody is thinking about consequence. And murderers don't think they'll get caught, so they don't consider possible punishments. Sidhu, 9. The death penalty is imposed in a limited number of cases. The infrequent imposition of the sentence diminishes its deterrent effect, as one should not be fearful punishment is so rarely invoked. As Badow points out, the threat of even the severest punishment will not discourage those who expect to escape detection. And most capital crimes are committed during moments of great emotional stress or under the influence of drugs and alcohol, when logical thinking might be suspended. 3, even if the death penalty deters murders, there is no evidence that deters other types of crime. Deterring a handful of serial killers, even if it works at all, is not worth the lives of thousands of black and brown prisoners. Finally, even if they're 100% right about this disadvantage, the case should come first. The death penalty is one of the most racist aspects of our legal system. Amnesty International, 98. There is no credible evidence to support the notion the death penalty produces a unique value in determining criminal behavior or if it brings any net societal benefits in its wake. There is, in fact, considerable data indicating the contrary, that executions have a brutalizing effect on U.S. society as a whole, and that the death penalty is corroding the entire U.S. criminal justice system. The irrefutable fact that the guiltless defendants risk execution only amplifies these negative effects.
Okay, thanks, Mary. So again, the person who is not speaking next will be the one giving the cross-sex. So Joseph will be cross-sexing.
Great. So I'm going to go to your argument on the life without parole. So So you make the argument that the life within prison is not a life lost or a life without value, but what's your response to the higher rates of solitary confinement with people that are put in life without parole?
Yeah, one moment. Let me get to the evidence that responds to this. The evidence that we read actually compares solitary confinement in and of itself to solitary confinement under the death penalty. And our evidence suggests that solitary confinement, which we think is bad as well, is worse when the death penalty is looming over a prisoner. We also don't think that you all get to dictate the value of life of prisoners. So some prisoners, even if they are in solitary confinement, might still have value to their lives. We think you shouldn't write them all off.
So what's okay? So all right, let's move on. So in terms of your answer to the sort of needing to solve for the other racist aspects of the criminal justice system, what happens in a world in which there is no death penalty? Do we still have higher rates of incarceration of Black and brown people?
We think that compared to the status quo, which is what we are compared to, we are a less racist policy. There is no alternative world where racism does not exist in institutions. We know that that is the case. We still think we should reject every specific instance that we can of institutional racism. So yes, we don't break it all down. We don't pretend to, but we do think it is a step in the right direction.
Okay. So in a world in which there is no death penalty, what is a tangible deterrent from committing murders within the world of the 1AC?
Prison.
Okay, so a life within prison is what happens to the value of someone's life when they're in prison?
Well, certainly prison is not something that's desired by most people in the United States. So I think it's a bad thing. I don't think they enjoy it, but they still have value to life.
So for a brief roadmap, it will just be the disadvantaged. All right. Many criminals are unwilling to commit violent crimes because they know that the death penalty is the likely price. Bassett, who's a professor of government ethics, says that a norm has been created to scare people into de-escalation. We call this a deterrent. The same reason I will not rob a bank out of fear of going to prison, violent criminals will not commit murder for the risk of the death penalty. The plan eliminates that deterrent. The first argument is just that there is no deterrent, but our evidence says that hundreds of thousands of violent criminals might be lurking in the background if not for the death penalty. And yes, the South may have more violent crimes, but getting rid of the death penalty will only make that situation worse. Additionally, the death penalty ensures cooperation in other investigations. This is Carlson in 2018. Renee Wickold was targeted because she cooperated with the criminal justice system. The system's integrity is strengthened when consequences are severe for those who kill others and cooperate with authorities and testify at trial. If the death penalty were abolished, it could no longer be used as a bargaining chip for prosecutors. Prosecutors have used this leverage several times over the years. Without the death penalty, that option vanishes. Some states have hundreds of inmates on death row. We have 8 men who have killed a woman, a child, or both. They say that it has not deterred other crimes. But yes, it is true that maybe some murder will happen. The AFT does not solve for those crimes either. But instead, some premeditated capital offenses may no longer exist, which would be very, very good because of the death penalty, something that we just have to allow happen in the first place. They might suggest that other places like Britain are better, but remember, they have a fixed criminal justice system and gun control and things like that. The United States is a very unique place when it comes to the type of violence that would be able to happen. They say with this piece of amnesty evidence, which is 22 years old, older than most of you, probably even Joseph, that the criminal justice system is going to be exasperated by the death penalty. But you know what would be worse? Is if we have criminals running wild, killing people willy-nilly because they can. We have evidence that suggests that violent crimes are in precipitous decline. That's our Lau evidence from the 1NC. Experts from the Brennan Center suggest that murder rates are dropping by 8%. And more importantly, they have not responded to our impact claim that we have a moral obligation to prevent violent crimes. Each crime that is committed decreases the health outcomes of entire neighborhoods. People become scared, lose sleep, and suffer from other mental and physical health illness. This outweighs any risk of the affirmative on magnitude because entire communities suffer from each violent crime, while only a few innocent people will end up on death row. It also outweighs on probability because the likelihood of violent crime is destroying somebody else's life is very high. And this turns their Miami impact piece of evidence because it disproportionately hurts people of color. This is McDonald in 2009. Violence remains a serious policy concern. Homicide remains a leading cause of death for the African American youth. The prevalence of the incidents of victimization forms of youth violence is highly concentrated in disadvantaged urban communities. Changes in community conditions related to violence. Research indicates that African Americans, whites, and Hispanics live in vastly different neighborhood contexts. This is important because if the death penalty is necessary to scare people out of committing some violent crime, they will win that violent crime is inevitable. But thanks to the death penalty, there's fewer of it. I'm now open for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. So the affirmative speaker who is not speaking next will be asking questions. So in this case, that would be Mary.
Okay, breathes. Let me try this again. Sorry, I'm having tech issues. Oh, there I am moving again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, so you good, Kurt?
Yes.
All right. My first question refers to the piece of evidence you referenced at the beginning of your speech. I think it was from Bassett. Why does Bassett say the death penalty is unique in deterring crime as opposed to things like life in prison?
Because I believe this piece of evidence makes kind of the eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth illusion that people, when they are about to commit crimes, if they can picture the ultimate violence, in this instance, he's talking about hanging, they're talking about hanging, that they'll internalize that fear and decide to de-escalate rather than committing an act.
Those sound like a bunch of assertions to me, whereas we presented evidence about actual crime rates and the like, so I kind of want to talk through those with you. You reference an 8% decline in murder. How do you know that's attributable to the death penalty existing?
It might not be attributable to the death penalty, but we do know that since the legalization of the death penalty in 1976, we do start to see this decline. I apologize for barking dogs. They've no fear of anything.
That's okay. I want to go through also the state's example that we presented, how the South has a much higher murder rate, even though they make up a very large portion of users of the death penalty. How does your evidence kind of speak to that question or refute that argument?
We don't have evidence that necessarily refutes the South, but we do have a couple things that we can respond to, which is first, many of those instances of the death penalty are from the states, not the federal government.
Or precedent that then is passed down to the states, to be clear. We have the Supreme Court rule on a federal level, and it would affect those states.
Second, that those southern states often have just entirely broken criminal justice systems, and people are much more willing to take up arms over.
It's very difficult to attribute a decline in crime to a particular policy, from what you're telling me, that there's all these other factors, confounding variables that affect crime.
Yes.
That's time for anything.
All right. So first, the case debate comes down to a world in which individuals are wasting away in prison on life without parole, or a death penalty that is used in just a fraction of murder convictions that is used as a deterrent for those violent crimes. First, I want to go down to their life without parole and their value to life argument that they're making the 2AC. Even if there is a risk of a loss of value to life due to life imprisonment, then you vote negative. A death penalty ensures that a known violent person is taken out of the population without unneeded harm done to the individual while they're wasting away in prison. Next, the card. The only way to ensure that human dignity is for criminals to understand the price of crime, Lavelle 19. To abandon proportionality in sentencing is to abandon the quest for justice itself, and to deny the death penalty for premeditated murder is to deny the very principle of fitting punishment for offenses. Retribution casts back upon criminals the harm, injury, pain, and suffering they have caused. In the cases of death penalty, if we agree that human life is our highest moral value, then the murder is the greatest moral affront to a civilized society. The death penalty promotes belief in respect for the majesty of moral order and the system of human law. Next, onto racism. They're making this argument that even though there are other racist aspects of the criminal justice system, that their plan is still best. In a world of the 1AC, there's still an unproportional amount of convictions due to people of color. This leads to the increased harm overall that Kurt was speaking about in the 2NC. Next, Descartes. Unless we fix the criminal justice system as a whole first, all the problems they isolate will continue to be replicated. Shadow 2019. The mistaken execution cannot be undone, but neither can the harm done to a person wrongly jailed for decades, or even a day. Rather than treat the sickness of punishment, the disease of bad decision making reflected in things like prosecutorial misconduct, sloppy police work, and poorly instructed juries must be addressed. Not only can we ensure murderers don't re-enter the population to kill again, but it also has a deterrent effects when consistently applied.
All right, Alex, when you're ready.
Okay. The order will be deterrence, the deterrence disad, and then the case debate. On the deterrence disad, extend the 2AC argument number 1 that the death penalty doesn't deter. This is our core evidence from the 1AC. Violent crime is statistically higher in the South, where there's also 80% of death row inmates. If it were true that the death penalty deterred, then you would see a lower crime rate in the South, which you don't. And that argument is not something answered by their Bassett evidence, which just speculates about the value of norm creation, but has no hard data other than a British judge from 200 years ago. They say that it's the same as the prison sentence that deters bank robbery, but this proves our point. We do not steal things from thieves. We don't rape rapists. This is our court evidence from the 1AC. They read a Carlson 2018 card, but if you read the card, it just says that criminal justice systems have integrity when consequences are severe, and our argument is life in prison can still work. Extend also the 2AC number 2 that the death penalty doesn't deter murder. This is our CEDU evidence that says that most murder is committed during moments of great emotional stress, and as a result, there's no deterrent effect. Extend our 2AC number 4 that even if they're right, death penalty makes rule of law impossible. This is our Amnesty International evidence. They say it's 22 years old, but that misses the point. The arguments in that card haven't changed in 22 years. There's no credible evidence that there's a deterrent effect, and the death penalty has widespread impact on the rule of law that brutalizes society. They read a McDonald card about moral obligations, but that card doesn't say what their tag says. It just says that homicide is a leading cause of death among African American youth. On the case debate, the negative bloc concedes that the death penalty is racially biased, and there have been over 150 innocent people exonerated. They say that it's the only way to ensure dignity, but their Johnson evidence, extend our Johnson evidence, it's not the same. They read a Lavelle card, but we don't punish people the way that we punish people for murder. That's what's explained in our court evidence. Finally, on the Sadow evidence, extend our 2AC that we are concrete reform. We don't solve all racism, but we're a step in the right direction.
All right. For the 2NR, my order and roadmap will be first the deterrence disadvantage, and then second, the case stage. The affirmative is correct that the death penalty does not deter all crimes. That's because they oversimplify what is a capital offense. A premeditated murder is what results in the death penalty. The violence that they are talking about in the South that is happening quick and in moments of passion are not crimes that would ever be deterred by the death penalty. Also, not something that the affirmative is able to deal with. Because they have dropped our piece of Carlson evidence, it's also important to note that the death penalty is used as a bargaining chip for prosecutors when dealing with criminals. and trying to de-escalate crimes and find a quick end to convict somebody. This will mean that the law enforcement system becomes more capable of dealing with crime, and therefore will drive down violent crime overall. Yes, they might be able to, our evidence about violent crime may not talk about the death penalty, but we have created a causal link between the death penalty and scaring criminals out of committing violent acts. And those violent acts will most likely impact communities of color. So while they might save a few people's lives from prison by locking them into life without parole, they're going to doom communities to psychological and actual and physical violence, which will be worse. Now onto the case page. They are right that they are a step in the right direction in some regards, but without fixing the entire system of the criminal justice system, the racial disparities will be inevitable. The people that will be locked in life without parole and solitary confinement will be people of color, while white people will more likely be able to get access to the lawyers that will get them out with time, which means they lock in these racial disparities and make things worse. And with that, I thank you.
I'm going to be doing the case first, and then the deterrence disadvantage. Again, case, then deterrence. Set my timer. You should vote affirmative today to end one of the most racist and pernicious punishments still doled out in the United States. Most other developed countries have done away with it, and for good reason. And it's our turn to take the ethical route and eliminate this practice. In doing so, the Supreme Court would set a precedent that ends the practice on the state and federal level. Our many evidence explains that society founded on institutional racism contains within it the seeds of its own destruction. A law based on an eye for an eye is archaic and makes us all murderers. We reject their demand for retributive justice, in other words, that we should murder murderers. We don't inflict this type of punishment in other crimes. We don't rape rapists, we don't rob burglars. That's our court evidence. Remember, you are comparing our affirmative proposal to the status quo, not some utopia. We openly acknowledge that the criminal justice system and the prison system has its flaws and are on the whole racist, but that's not a reason that we should throw up our hands and accept the murder of black and brown prisoners. It's a reason to try to dismantle specific policies and aspects of the system through incremental change. Now go to the deterrence disadvantage. You should vote to repeal the death penalty. The concern that a few hundred murderers get free pales in comparison to the thousands of people that are victims of racism. Clearly, there's competing scholarship on the question of deterrence, but there is no doubt the death penalty is racist. We're also out-debating them on the hard numbers. They make a series of assertions about a 200-year-old court case and how they think that some murderers might be deterred, but we provide two examples to the contrary. First is southern states. They have the highest murder rates and they use the death penalty the most. Secondly, internationally, countries without the death penalty have lower murder rates. They talk about plea negotiations. This is only a small portion of the crime, and they have no evidence linking plea agreements to declines in crimes. Again, you should hold them to a very high standard because the death penalty is a racist policy, and we should be skeptical of people that defend it with only assertions and without any warrants. And I'm referring to their authors, to be clear.
Welcome to our debate titled Legalization of afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our debate. Our topic for today's debate is legalizing death penalty in the Philippines. We are lucky this afternoon for we have a very competent observers, our very counselor, Mrs. Irene Bautista, our academic head, and this is Maita Andrea Lintay, our records in charge. Without further ado, let me introduce to all of you the penalty must be those victims who rape and murder, those children who vice judge.
Well, welcome everyone to our debate on the death penalty. My name is Chloe Knox, and I'm the Vice President for Speakers for UVA's Federalist Society chapter. The Federalist Society for Law and Public Policy Studies is a group of conservatives and libertarians interested in the current state of the legal order. It is founded on the principles that the state exists to preserve freedom, the separation of governmental powers is central to our Constitution, and that it is emphatically the province and duty of the judiciary to say what the law is, not what it should be. Today, we're honored to be joined by Professors Carol Steiker, William Otis, and Jennifer Gibbons. Carol Steiker is a professor and the faculty co-director of the Criminal Justice Policy Program at Harvard Law School. Her work ranges from substantive criminal law and procedure to institutional design with a focus on capital punishment. Her most recent book, Courting Death, The Supreme Court and Capital Punishment, was co-authored with her brother Jordan Steiker of the University of Texas School of Law and published in 2016. She is a graduate of Harvard Law, where she served as president of the Law Review and went on to clerk for Judge Wright of the DC Circuit and Justice Thurgood Marshall on the Supreme Court. In addition to her scholarly work, Professor Steiker has served on pro bono litigation projects on behalf of indigent criminal defendants, including death penalty cases in the Supreme Court. Bill Otis is an adjunct professor at Georgetown University Law Center. Before joining the faculty, he served in several roles in the federal government, including Chief of the Appellate Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia, Counselor to the Administrator of the DEA, and Special Counsel to President George H.W. Bush. He is a graduate of Stanford Law, where he received the Ullman Prize for legal writing. He has since written op-ed pieces on criminal law for USA Today, Forbes, The Washington Post, and U.S. News and World Report. He has appeared on many major networks and has testified as an expert witness before Congress. His expertise centers on criminal procedure, sentencing, and capital punishment. Jennifer Gibbons is an associate professor of law at the University of Virginia and the director of the Innocence Project Clinic. She previously worked as an assistant federal defender in the Capital Habeas Unit for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania and as a senior staff attorney with the Virginia Capital Representation Resource Center, where she represented inmates on death row. She has argued before trial courts in Pennsylvania and Virginia, as well as the Virginia Supreme Court and the Fourth Circuit. She is a graduate of DePaul University College of Law. Professor Gibbons will join us after the debate for audience Q&A. For the audience, just so you know, during the debate, you can submit your questions via the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen, or you can use the raise hand function and I will be able to unmute you to ask your question aloud. But until the Q&A portion begins, we're going to turn to the debate portion. And Professor Steiker, you will go first, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chloe, both for that generous introduction and for organizing this event. And I extend those thanks to the University of Virginia FedSoc chapter and also to Professor Gibbons for moderating this event. The death penalty is dying around the world and in the United States. Consider the world. In the 1960s, only about 24 countries in the world had abolished the death penalty. Today, 50 years later, more than half of the approximately 200 countries in the world have fully abolished the death penalty for all crimes. And more than 2/3 of the countries in the world have abolished in either law or practice, meaning that they haven't executed anyone in a decade or longer and have no plans to do so. In addition to this worldwide phenomenon, this abolition is taking place very much in the United States as well. Part of the reason is that the countries that maintain the death penalty in the world are not countries that we think of as our peer countries. The leading executing nations are China, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, not the kind of countries that the United States is normally in a club with, but also because many of the concerns that I'm about to talk about with regard to the death penalty have informed state, local practice in the United States. Consider two tremendous milestones that the death penalty has reached, or that abolition of the death penalty has reached in the United States in the last few months. President Biden is the first president ever elected on an anti-death penalty platform. And Virginia, where I'm sort of speaking right now, is the first southern state ever to repeal the death penalty, just waiting for the governor's signature, which has already been promised, and it will become the 23rd state to abolish the death penalty. Moreover, Virginia is the state that has executed the most people in American history ever. So those are two big milestones, but they only represent the sort of most recent phenomenon in the death penalty's dramatic decline in the United States and in the world. So for example, in the modern era of capital punishment, that is the time since the 1970s when the death penalty was temporarily abolished and then reinstated in 1976, the modern era high of executions reached 98 in 1999, whereas in the year 2019, that number was down to 34 and 18 in the COVID year of 2020. Moreover, executions reached their modern era high in 1996 when sentencing reached its modern era high in 1996 when 315 people were sentenced to death. In 2019, only 34 people were sentenced to death, and down to 18 in 2020. So this represents a decline of more than 80% in executions and more than 90% in capital sentencing. This is tremendous free fall in the past 20 years in the death penalty in the United States. And I'm here to argue to you that this is a good thing. Now, I could argue, but I'm not going to, on the sort of primary per se moral acceptability or not of the death penalty. And I'm not going to argue on these grounds because I have found that these kinds of arguments don't tend to change people's mind. In fact, I've never seen anyone's mind changed by these kinds of arguments because they depend on a certain, level of moral priors that are sort of taken as an article of faith, sometimes literally. That is, some people are against the death penalty, like many Catholics, because the Pope has spoken against it, or some people think their Judeo-Christian values or the Muslim Quran support the death penalty. Similarly, some people have political views that the death penalty is a matter of international human rights, as all or most of Europe does, whereas others feel that the demands of desert and retributivism require that we punish people with death. These kinds of arguments are interesting, and I have my own views, which I'm happy to share in the Q&A, but I'm going to appeal to you on grounds where I have really seen people's minds change. That is pragmatic cost-benefit analysis, that even if your moral priors support, even enthusiastically, the death penalty, you have good reason to oppose it. So let me give you some of those reasons. And let me just give you an example, a sort of a counter to my opponent in this debate, Bill Otis, another former federal prosecutor, Scott Turow, kind of famously a novelist as well as a federal prosecutor, who was very much in favor of the death penalty in his time as a federal prosecutor. But when he went into private practice, he ended up doing some pro bono work on behalf of indigent capital defendants in Illinois, and happened to represent one of those who had been wrongfully convicted and was eventually exonerated from death row in Illinois. And he was shocked, almost like lifting up a rock, to see the unreliability of the system that underlay his client's wrongful conviction. He was appointed to be a reformer on a commission, a blue ribbon commission appointed by the governor of Illinois to reform the death penalty. And to his own amazement, he and that commission voted that the death penalty should not be reformed, it should be abolished, and ultimately the Illinois legislature accepted that conclusion. So he is one example, and a broader institutional example, and this is for you law students out there, is the American Law Institute, which wrote the famous Model Penal Code, which many of you study in criminal law. And the MPC, the Model Penal Code, has had a model death penalty statute, which in 2009, the ALI voted to withdraw its support for. This model statute formed the template for the modern American death penalty in play today. But the ALI wrote that it needed to withdraw its support for those provisions, quote, in light of the current intractable institutional and structural obstacles to ensuring a minimally adequate system for administering capital punishment. What are they talking about? What are the big problems with the administration of capital punishment in the United States today? I'm going to give you 5. Number 1 is that capital punishment does not and cannot serve any permissible, plausible purposes of punishment. The penalty is used so rarely. We're talking a couple of dozen people now sentenced to death each year. There are tens of thousands of homicides, but only a couple of dozen people sentenced to death, and they're not executed if they ever are, and the majority of them are not. But if they ever get executed, it's decades, literally now, in the future. And the people who ultimately get these sentences and get executed are apparently arbitrarily or discriminatorily chosen. This system can't plausibly promote things like a deterrence or closure for victims that we want it to. But let's just say, even if you're still clinging to the belief that executions can, in some cases, do some good, number 2, the cost of maintaining a capital justice system is untenable, is astronomical. Every state, and this is sort of counterintuitive, you might think that executing people would be cheaper than locking them up for the rest of their natural lives, but it turns out every state that has studied this, and almost every death penalty state has studied the costs of its capital justice system. It costs much, much more to run a capital justice system than an ordinary criminal justice system, even with the costs of lifetime incarceration included. Let's take California. California has the largest death row in the United States, and it has executed only 13 people since 1976. And if you add together the costs of all those capital prosecutions and the cost of maintaining death row and execution apparatus, and you divide that figure over the past 40, 50 years by the 13 executions that have been done, you get the, wait for it, whopping number of $500 million per execution. Yes, you heard that right. That's billion, not million. $500 million for each execution. You have to ask yourself, what could a society do with $500 million to promote public safety or provide services to the families of murder victims with $500 million other than execute another person? Now, granted, California is an extreme example because of the largeness of death row and the smallness of the number of people who've been executed, but some version of this ridiculously high cost exists in every death penalty state. Now I'm talking to you, Federalist Society members, especially your libertarian wing. The American death penalty is your classic, bloated, failed government project. You, of all people, should be opposing capital punishment. Now, you might think that because we spend all this money on capital punishment, it's the decisions that are made are fair and reliable. But even with spending all this money, the number of mistakes that are made in the capital system are enormous. So number 3 is failure of due process. A study was done of the first 20 years of capital punishment, and it found that there was a reversal rate ridiculously high of 68%, much, much higher than in the ordinary criminal justice system because of the intense pressures on police and prosecutors to produce quickly charges and convictions that lead them to cut corners and rely on things like unreliable jailhouse informants and flawed forensics. And this leads to number 4, the conviction and sentencing to death of innocent people. The Death Penalty Information Center maintains an authoritative list of death row exonerations since 1976. 185 people exonerated off of death row, people who were either later pardoned or had all their charges dismissed or were acquitted after another trial. That's one exoneration for every 8.3 people executed. Absolutely unacceptable. And finally, it may not surprise you to know that racial disparities exist in who is wrongfully sent to death row, and in fact, in every other aspect of the death penalty system. A study showed that 96% of all studies done by states and private individuals of race and the death penalty have shown either race of the victim or race of the defendant, discrimination, or both. And just the last state prior to Virginia to have abolished the death penalty, Colorado, the percentage of Black people in Colorado's population is under 5%. The percentage of Black people on death row at the time of abolition, 100%. And that is why that was such a big issue in Colorado and is an issue here in Virginia with regard to abolition. I have many more things to say, but my time is up. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing what my opposite number, Bill Otis, has to say.
Thanks so much, Professor Steiker. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to Professor Otis now for his response.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Turn your video back on for us, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Are we good now?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity that the University of Virginia Federalist Society has given. I'm pleased to see that the University of Virginia continues to host debates about emotionally freighted subjects that may make people uncomfortable. I think that is what universities are for. In deciding whether Virginia was wise to abolish the death penalty, it's useful to examine the recent experience of another state, Massachusetts, also important to the nation's founding, that abolished it in 1984. About 30 years later, with no death penalty on its books, that state nonetheless found itself hosting a capital murder trial. One of the victims in that episode suffered extensive injuries before he died. The coroner described his wounds in words that I'm going to repeat because a discussion of the kind we're having today cannot honestly be conducted solely in the abstractions of law or the requirements of pragmatism or the suggestions that economics might make. Instead, it must understand that it is not just the defendant, but his victim as well, who is a flesh and blood person and who has God-given dignity and humanity. This was the coroner's recounting of the wound.
We're going to have about a race of the victim that people executed. Absolutely unacceptable. But even with spending all this money, the number of, because we spend failed government project, especially your libertarian person. Now, granted, execution. You have to ask yourself, you heard that right. That's billion, not million. $500 million for each execution. You have to ask yourself, what could a society do with $500 million to promote public safety or provide services to the families of murder victims with $500 million other than execute another person. Now, granted, California is an extreme example because of the largeness of death row and the smallness of the number of people who've been executed, but some version of this ridiculously high cost exists in every death penalty state. Now I'm talking to you, Federalist Society members, especially your libertarian wing. The American death penalty is your classic, bloated, failed government project. You, of all people, should be opposing capital punishment. Now, you might think that because we spend all this money on capital punishment, it's the decisions that are made are fair and reliable. But even with spending all this money, the number of mistakes that are made in the capital system are enormous. So number 3 is failure of due process. A study was done of the first 20 years of capital punishment, and it found that there was a reversal rate ridiculously high of 68%, much, much higher than in the ordinary criminal justice system because of the intense pressures on police and prosecutors to produce quickly charges and convictions that lead them to cut corners and rely on things like unreliable jailhouse informants and flawed forensics. And this leads to number 4, the conviction and sentencing to death of innocent people. The Death Penalty Information Center maintains an authoritative list of death row exonerations since 1976. 185 people exonerated off of death row, people who were either later pardoned or had all their charges dismissed or were acquitted after another trial. That's one exoneration for every 8.3 people executed. Absolutely unacceptable. And finally, it may not surprise you to know that racial disparities exist in who is wrongfully sent to death row, and in fact, in every other aspect of the death penalty system. A study showed that 96% of all studies done by states and private individuals of race and the death penalty have shown either race of the victim or race of the defendant, discrimination, or both. And just the last state prior to Virginia to have abolished the death penalty, Colorado, the percentage of Black people in Colorado's population is under 5%. The percentage of Black people on death row at the time of abolition, 100%. And that is why that was such a big issue in Colorado and is an issue here in Virginia with regard to abolition. I have many more things to say, but my time is up. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing what my opposite number, Bill Otis, has to say.
Thanks so much, Professor Steiker. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to Professor Otis now for his response.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Turn your video back on for us, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. Are we good now?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, good. Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity that the University of Virginia Federalist Society has given. I'm pleased to see that the University of Virginia continues to host debates about emotionally frigid subjects that may make people uncomfortable. I think that is what universities are for. In deciding whether Virginia was wise to abolish the death penalty, it's useful to examine the recent experience of another state, Massachusetts, also important to the nation's founding, that abolished it in 1984. About 30 years later, with no death penalty on its books, that state nonetheless found itself hosting a capital murder trial. One of the victims in that episode suffered extensive injuries before he died. The coroner described his wounds in words that I'm going to repeat because a discussion of the kind we're having today cannot honestly be conducted solely in the abstractions of law or the requirements of pragmatism or the suggestions that economics might make. Instead, it must understand that it is not just the defendant, but his victim as well, who is a flesh and blood person and who has God-given dignity and humanity. This was the coroner's recounting of the wounds. The bomb severed the victim's spinal cord and abdominal aorta, severed and exposed his lower intestines, ruptured his stomach, tore his liver, left kidney and adrenal gland, nearly tore off his left arm at the forearm, snapped a bone in his right leg, fractured and exposed his ribs, and bruised the lung. The victim had third-degree burns on his back, buttock, and left calf. His body was covered with cuts, bruises, and perforations from blast debris. There were two other deceased victims at the site, both women. The victim I've been talking about was a white male. His name was Martin Richard. This is his picture shortly before he was blown apart. He weighed 69 pounds, what was left of him. He was 8 years old. His father, who had taken him and his mother and sister to see the Boston Marathon, had a choice thrust upon him in the chaos that immediately followed the blast. He could hold his son in his final moments as the life bled out of him. Or he could crawl to comfort his 7-year-old daughter, who lay screaming in pain and terror as she tried in vain to retrieve her left leg. The daughter and mother did not attend Martin's funeral a few days later. It's not that they didn't want to go, it's that they were in the hospital, still having the shrapnel and nails dug out of their skin. It's sometimes said that we should put aside the death penalty so the killer will sink into obscurity, never to be heard from again. The Boston Marathon bomber, a fellow named Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, didn't get the memo. Last week, although his death sentence had been vacated and sent for retrial by the First Circuit, he filed a suit against the federal government contesting the conditions of his confinement, including that the guards had confiscated his baseball cap and had refused to let him mail hobby crafts to his lawyer. It's also said that we should end the death penalty because it's more sobering and perhaps more punishing to remand the killer to years of shame and remorse as he comes to appreciate the gravity of what he has done. Tsarnaev had 2 years to reflect on his crime by the time his trial was held in the spring of 2015. In his holding cell, he showed us the remorse he had come to feel.
Stalker.
Finally, it said that we should end the death penalty to avoid making the killer a martyr or a celebrity. But 18 months before Tsarnaev was sentenced, his celebrity status was already more secure than Mick Jagger's. As Rolling Stone magazine, in its friendly article about him, made sure we all knew. It's a commonplace in criminal law that the punishment should fit the crime. Indeed, this is probably the most commonly agreed upon proposition that governs criminal law. It's a related commonplace in every discussion except the one about the death penalty, that the punishment should reflect the facts of the offense. But abolitionists tell us not only that there is no set of facts that would warrant keeping capital punishment, but that in addressing that question, no set of facts can even be considered. The movement to end the death penalty is distinctive, not only in its intentional obliviousness to the facts of the crime, but in its ahistorical and elitist character. The framers explicitly contemplated death as a punishment, and in the early days of the Republic, it was imposed for more crimes and with many fewer safeguards than it is today. Of the 115 Supreme Court justices in the nation's history, a total of 6 have taken the view that it is per se cruel and unusual punishment. It was not only supported, but used by George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Franklin Roosevelt, Dwight Eisenhower, Bill Clinton, and yes, Barack Obama, whose administration approved Tsarnaev's capital prosecution. Now, Professor Steiger has told you the death penalty is dying, that there's that support for it is on the run. I respectfully disagree, and I think there are facts supporting the contrary point of view. According to the most recent Gallup poll, the death penalty is supported by 55% of the public, a greater share of support than Joe Biden got in his popular vote, and as a matter of fact, more public support than any president has received in his election since the Reagan landslide of 1984. It has had that level of support, 55%, moreover, for at least the last 40 years, although it has been eliminated in a number of states, now including Virginia. It has never in our nation's history been eliminated by a vote of the people. To the contrary, and perhaps the most stunning example of its continuing popular support, California, which is no one's version of Mississippi, voted in a 2012 referendum to keep the death penalty, then 4 years later voted by an even bigger margin, not only again to keep it, but in a second ballot referendum to speed it up. In California, all the arguments were made that Professor Steichen made, including, for example, that it's too expensive. That California is spending, what I think she said, $500 million just for one execution. But I would respectfully submit that the people best positioned to decide whether it's worth it are the people who have to pick up the tab. That is the California electorate. And they have spoken now twice in recent years in favor of continuing the death penalty. This long-standing and legal and popular consensus in favor of capital punishment does not, of course, make it right. It does, however, shift the burden of persuasion to the abolitionist side to show by strong evidence not merely that it's wrong, but given abolition, that there is no case and that there will never be a case in which it would be permissible for the jury even to consider it. In my view, opposition to the death penalty has not met that burden. This is not to say that it is without a measure of value. It has lessons to teach us about the importance of rigid fair-mindedness, of dignity, and circumspection. Our debate today would be very different if it urged moderation and caution instead of one-size-fits-all, never, never, not ever remedy of total abolition. But if that is the question, our country's answer should remain what President Obama's was: no. There are differing views about the most compelling argument in favor of capital punishment, but for me it is this: our country, like every other, is hardly perfect, but it and we have earned the right, when faced with gruesome criminality vastly outside the parameters of civilized life, behavior like Tsarnaev's, or Timothy McVeigh's, or Dylan Roof's, the right to say no and mean it and make it stick. I don't see the land that abolitionists do, a land blackened with racism and class structure, so that we lack the moral authority even to execute child killers, or torture killers, or people who accept money to kill, or people who kill witnesses and judges. At the center of abolitionism is a paralyzing moral skepticism about the country, a reservoir of cynicism about its basic fairness and decency. Abolitionism is the domestic first cousin of what, in discussions of foreign affairs, used to be called Blame America First. In this recounting, it's not Dzhokhar Tsarnaev who's really responsible for blowing apart an 8-year-old. It's us. We failed to welcome his immigrant family. We failed to give him a good education. We failed to treat him with equality. We failed in our caring. We failed in our compassion. I don't think so. And not merely because all of that is false. In fact, his family was welcomed into the United States, and Tsarnaev was an enrolled college student. More broadly and importantly, I don't think the jury that gave Tsarnaev the death sentence consisted of a bunch of privileged Rotary Club monsters. I don't think the state where those jurors live, or our state, Virginia, is barbaric or backwards or morally indifferent. The jury knew evil when it saw it, and it had the wisdom, and properly in that instance, the power to decide that it should be brought to a permanent end. The legal opinion is the contrary. The next juror facing the next Tsarnaev, or worse, should have the same chance.
Thank you, Professor Otis. We're now going to go ahead and turn it back to Professor Steiker for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Chloe. It doesn't surprise me. Oh, sorry.
Professor Steiker, you know.
I got it. All right. Thank you. Now video, audio, both on. Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Chloe, for those remarks and for welcoming me back. Bill, you may not remember this, but the last time we debated, you started your remarks in a very similar way. And it's the way, actually, that most people that I debate on the death penalty begin their remarks. They conjure what they take to be a demonstrably evil, horrific, and heinous crime, whether it's Adolf Hitler, Saddam Hussein, Timothy McVeigh, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. The last time we debated, Bill, you discussed a case, I'm not sure where it was from, about a man who kidnapped his ex-girlfriend's children from another relationship and staked them out in an alligator patch to be eaten by alligators. And you concluded that argument dramatically, much as in the way that you concluded your argument about the Boston Marathon bombing case, with the idea that some crimes are so heinous that only the punishment of death is somehow proportionate to the heinousness of the evil demonstrated in those cases. And that is a very common debating point. Let me tell you my response to that. What makes you think that a single, relatively painless death is a sufficient proportionate response to the heinousness of these crimes? Why shouldn't we, in dealing with someone like Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, who maimed dozens of people and killed 4, why shouldn't we, one by one, blow up each of his limbs and then kill him? Like, why wouldn't that be proportionate to the heinousness that he unleashed in the world? And maybe some of you are thinking, maybe that's a good idea. But when I've had these debates before, almost everyone, including people who support the death penalty, say, no, we shouldn't blow up, the bomber's limbs. We shouldn't rape rapists. We shouldn't torture torturers, even though that might be what they deserve. But even though they might deserve to suffer the way that they have had their victims suffer, we should not be the agent of inflicting that kind of suffering on them. Why? you know, when I turn the question back and say, well, why not? Why not rape rapists and torture torturers and have alligator guys eaten by alligators and blow up the limbs of bombers? The answer is almost always something like, well, that would be cruel or barbaric or uncivilized. Essentially agreeing with me that there are some things that people might be said to deserve that we should nonetheless not do to them. So I think most people agree that there is some other moral principle at work, that even though people might deserve to have terrible things done to them, we should nonetheless not do those terrible things. And I ask you if you agree with that principle, that we shouldn't blow up the limbs of the Boston Marathon bomber. Why is not killing people on the same list as torture and rape and maiming? Normally we think of death as worse than torture, rape, and maiming. This is why we only allow the death penalty for killing. So if some things that may be deserved we shouldn't do, I turn it to you. Why is death not one of them? Now, Bill wants to say that there's still a lot of support for the death penalty, and it's true. It depends on how you ask the question. If you ask the question one way, you might get 55% support for the death penalty, which I should point out, Bill, is down from 84% in answer to that question in 1994. So 84 down to 55 is a pretty big decline in support for the death penalty just based on the do you support it question. But if you change the question, and this is true of all polling, if you say, well, do you support the death penalty or do you support life imprisonment without parole? Support for life imprisonment without the parole outstrips support for the death penalty by over 50%. So it completely depends on how you ask the question. And I think that shows polling is not a great metric here. Instead, let's just ask what people are doing. Bill points to California. Yeah, California didn't manage to pass abolition by referendum, but its popularly elected governor is one of the 3 governors in the country who have gubernatorial moratoria in place and says that no one will be executed on his watch. So there's California for you. In addition, we have 23 states, if you count Virginia, that have now repealed. We have 3 more states, including California, that have gubernatorial moratoria in place. And we have 9 further states that are de facto abolition in that they have not executed anyone in a decade or longer and have no plans to do so. That makes 35 states that are either de jure or de facto abolitionist in the United States. That's an overwhelming majority of states. And you find out that even within the states that maintain the death penalty is used only by a fraction of the counties within the states. In those states, let me give you the example of Texas, our biggest now after Virginia, and in the modern era, our biggest executioner. Texas has 254 counties. Of those 254 counties, 200 of them have not executed anyone in the past 50 years. So that gives you a sense of the tremendous movement. I would describe it as free fall of the death penalty in the United States in the last few decades and around the world. And Bill, I agree with you. I think as trends continue, you have to pay attention to them. What is not necessarily what's right, but it's a big thumb on the scale. And with 2/3 of the world and 2/3 of the states in the United States, de jure or de facto abolitionist, you gotta ask why. And I think I've given you some good reasons for why. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Steiker. We're going to turn back to Professor Otis for his rebuttal.
Okay, are we on now?
Yes, we can see you.
Good, thanks very much. So why not torture Dzhokhar Tsarnaev or Dylan Roof or Timothy McVeigh? Well, there are 2 reasons we shouldn't do that. One, it's barbaric in a way that the death penalty is not, which is the entire reason behind the Supreme Court's continuing support for the death penalty. The Supreme Court understands that the 8th Amendment does not permit us to do things that are barbaric, is the wanton infliction of pain or degradation on a defendant, no matter how awful his behavior has been. We don't do it because it's barbaric, and that's been our country's tradition. The second reason we don't do it is it's illegal, because, as I was saying, the Supreme Court's discussion of the death penalty takes account of our country's historic view of it, which was to depart from English barbarism, where you could be drawn and quartered or burned at the stake, and continue to have a death penalty, but not one that involves wanton infliction of pain or degradation. Those are the reasons we don't torture Tsarnaev, no matter what he might deserve, because unlike him, we are bounded by civilized life. But as our country has thought for almost all of its history, civilized life does include the death penalty, so long as it's done in as humane a fashion as we can do, which is what we're doing now. Second, is the death penalty dying? Well, let me just give you the facts. Over the last 5 years, we've had in this country 108 executions. That's an average of one execution every 17 days. Now, that's less than what it used to be, that's true, but it's not something where you could say the death penalty is dying. Support for the death penalty, it's also true what you said, Carol, that support for the death penalty has fallen considerably from what it was in the mid-90s, which is about 80%, to 55% today. But number one, 55% is still a big majority. Most presidential candidates will be really happy to have 55%. And in addition to that, the Supreme Court continues to support it. Indeed, the present day Supreme Court is more friendly to the death penalty than any Supreme Court in my lifetime. And let me say this, that while it's true that support for the death penalty has fallen, something else has fallen, and just as dramatically. That would be the murder rate. From the early 90s to today, the murder rate has fallen by half, from about 10.4 per 100,000 people to about 5 per 100,000 people. The death penalty is strong medicine. No normal person is enthusiastic about going forth with an execution. But we have to have strong medicine when we have a severe problem. When the problem abates, as the problem of murder has abated, as we've had so much less murder over the last 25 years or so, then enthusiasm for this very strong medicine is also going to abate. But while that's understandable and what you would expect, to say that it has abated is not to say that the country does not believe there are still certain particularly egregious crimes where the death penalty is warranted. That is what it believes. Finally, as to international support, it's also true there that a large number of countries, particularly over the last 20 or 30 years, have done away with the death penalty. But look at what those countries are and look at what the other countries are. The 5 largest countries in the world are, in order, China, India, the United States, Indonesia, and Pakistan. All 5 of them have the death penalty and an active death penalty, not something that's been stuffed in mothballs. In addition, Japan has the death penalty, a sophisticated democracy, so we have the death penalty predominates in North America with the United States. It predominates in Africa, in the Middle East, in the subcontinent, and in Asia. This being the case, I don't know that we can say that the world has turned away from the death penalty. Exactly the opposite. I probably haven't answered all your points. I hope they'll come up with the questioning if I have not.
Thank you, Professor Otis. I'm going to ask for both Professor Givens and Sniker to return to the screen to begin our Q&A portion. As a reminder to the audience, you can go ahead and submit your questions via the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. But to kick us off, I will turn it over to Professor Givens to ask a question of our debaters.
Thanks very much, Chloe, and thank you, Professor Steicher and Professor Otis, for joining us. It's been a wonderful, lively debate, and I'm so appreciative that you're willing to engage. You guys have both touched on this, but I'm wondering if you can give us your thoughts on, given the current trends of support for and usage of the death penalty in the United States, what do you think the current court's Eighth Amendment evolving standards of decency assessment would look like should they take this issue? And I'm talking about what it might look like in votes and in substance.
Was that
Well,
question?
Go ahead, Bill.
The current court, I think, would vote 7-2 to keep the death penalty. The six Republican appointees have shown no sign of any departure from their previous approval of the death penalty. Justice Kagan said in her confirmation hearing, in response to a specific question, that she regarded the constitutionality of the death penalty as settled law going forward. Justice Breyer joined Justice Ginsburg when she was on the court in taking the view in his dissent in Glossop versus Gross that the death penalty was very likely unconstitutional in all circumstances and urged future litigants to bring that before the court. So I think he certainly won vote against the death penalty. Justice Sotomayor conspicuously did not join Justice Breyer and Ginsburg's dissent in Glossop versus Gross. But I can't remember a case in which he has ever voted in favor of actually going forward with an execution. So I think the current lineup of the court, if the question were squarely presented, is the death penalty outlawed by the Constitution? The answer is 7-2, it is allowed.
I would just say I agree that this current court would absolutely uphold the death penalty, probably on some version of originalism, which is some of the more recent decisions by some of the conservative members of the court. I tend to think the vote would probably be more 6-3. I think the vote would go along strictly party lines of appointing president. Would be my guess, although we don't really know. Only Justice Breyer is on the record, and even he has not exactly said that. He said, I think the court should consider the issue, and then the rest of his dissent in Glossop versus Gross makes very clear what he thinks the answer to that consideration should be. However, I do want to say, and here I'm like touting the book that Chloe mentioned in her introduction of me, the book that my brother and I wrote and was published in 2016, Chapter 7, talks about how we do think that if and when, because we do think this will happen, that there will be nationwide abolition in the United States. I do think that will happen. I think it's now a generation or more away. But I think that if and when that happens, it will be based on the court's Eighth Amendment jurisprudence, based on evolving standards of decency. And the court will use the same Eighth Amendment reasoning that it used to abolish the death penalty for juvenile offenders or for offenders with mental disability. And it will rely on the decreasing use of the death penalty writ large as signs of evolving standards of decency against it. And if this free fall and withering of the American death penalty continues, as I think we should expect to see, a later court will use the existing Eighth Amendment jurisprudence to abolish the death penalty. But it's going to have to be a very different court from the court that's currently sitting.
Thank you both.
Well, we've got a number of audience questions. I'll try to get through as many as I can, and I'll combine some similar questions together as well. Going off of Professor Givens' just last question, our first question says, what are your thoughts on the court's increasing use of the shadow docket in capital punishment cases?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to speak to that. This is something that really came up in the spate, the 13 executions that the Trump administration pushed through in the last 6 months or so of Trump's presidency. and many lower courts stayed executions in order to consider legal issues that had been raised in them. And the Supreme Court pretty unceremoniously lifted a bunch of those stays. In one case, actually granting cert before judgment, a very unusual move. Before allowing the Fourth Circuit to even decide the case, the Supreme Court reversed the decision and allowed the execution to go forward. And it's very problematic that the House Judiciary Committee has already held hearings about the shadow docket, because one of the concerns is that these decisions, which are done on the motions docket, not with full briefing, not with oral argument, not with deliberation by the justices together, not with, in many cases, written opinions, nonetheless have the effect of merits decisions. And it's concerning when something as significant as life is on the line and lower federal courts think that there are important issues to be determined, and the Supreme Court unceremoniously and without reasoned argument and decision clears the way. And I think it shows something that what Bill said is true, which is that this court is the most friendly to the death penalty court that we've seen in my lifetime too, which is roughly speaking Bill's same lifetime. This court is making a statement about the death penalty. Oh, sorry.
Professor Secker, you're muted.
I got it. All right. Thank you. Now video, audio, both on. Thank you, Bill. And thank you, Chloe, for those remarks and for welcoming me back. Bill, you may not remember this, but the last time we debated, you started your remarks in a very similar way. And it's the way, actually, that most people that I debate on the death penalty begin their remarks. They conjure what they take to be a demonstrably evil, horrific, and heinous crime, whether it's Adolf Hitler, Saddam Hussein, Timothy McVeigh, Jahar Tsarnaev. The last time we debated, Bill, you discussed a case, I'm not sure where it was from, about a man who kidnapped his ex-girlfriend's children from another relationship and staked them out in an alligator patch to be eaten by alligators. And you concluded that argument dramatically, much as in the way that you concluded your argument about the Boston Marathon bombing case, with the idea that some crimes are so heinous that only the punishment of death is somehow proportionate to the heinousness of the evil demonstrated in those cases. And that is a very common debating point. Let me tell you my response to that. What makes you think that a single, relatively painless death is a sufficient, proportionate response to the heinousness of these crimes? Why shouldn't we, in dealing with someone like Jahar Tsarnaev, who maimed dozens of people and killed 4, why shouldn't we, one by one, blow up each of his limbs and then kill him? Like, why wouldn't that be proportionate to the heinousness that he unleashed in the world? And maybe some of you are thinking, maybe that's a good idea. But when I've had these debates before, almost everyone, including people who support the death penalty, say, no, we shouldn't blow up, the bomber's limbs. We shouldn't rape rapists. We shouldn't torture torturers, even though that might be what they deserve. But even though they might deserve to suffer the way that they have had their victims suffer, we should not be the agent of inflicting that kind of suffering on them. Why? When I turn the question back and say, well, why not? Why not rape rapists and torture torturers and have alligator guys eaten by alligators and blow up the limbs of bombers? The answer is almost always something like, well, that would be cruel or barbaric or uncivilized. Essentially agreeing with me that there are some things that people might be said to deserve that we should nonetheless not do to them. So I think most people agree that there is some other moral principle at work, that even though people might deserve to have terrible things done to them, we should nonetheless not do those terrible things. And I ask you if you agree with that principle, that we shouldn't blow up the limbs of the Boston Marathon bomber. Why is not killing people on the same list as torture and rape and maiming? Normally we think of death as worse than torture, rape, and maiming. This is why we only allow the death penalty for killing. So if some things that may be deserved we shouldn't do, I turn it to you. Why is death not one of them? Now, Bill wants to say that there's still a lot of support for the death penalty, and it's true. It depends on how you ask the question. If you ask the question one way, you might get 55% support for the death penalty, which I should point out, Bill, is down from 84% in answer to that question in 1994. So 84 down to 55 is a pretty big decline in support for the death penalty just based on the do you support it question. But if you change the question, and this is true of all polling, if you say, well, do you support the death penalty or do you support life imprisonment without parole? Support for life imprisonment without the parole outstrips support for the death penalty by over 50%. So it completely depends on how you ask the question. And I think that shows polling is not a great metric here. Instead, let's just ask what people are doing. Bill points to California. Yeah, California didn't manage to pass abolition by referendum, but its popularly elected governor is one of the 3 governors in the country who have gubernatorial moratoria in place and says that no one will be executed on his watch. So there's California for you. In addition, we have 23 states, if you count Virginia, that have now repealed. We have 3 more states, including California, that have gubernatorial moratoria in place. And we have 9 further states that are de facto abolition in that they have not executed anyone in a decade or longer and have no plans to do so. That makes 35 states that are either de jure or de facto abolitionist in the United States. That's an overwhelming majority of states. And you find out that even within the states that maintain the death penalty is used only by a fraction of the counties within the states. In those states, let me give you the example of Texas, our biggest now after Virginia, and in the modern era, our biggest executioner. Texas has 254 counties. Of those 254 counties, 200 of them have not executed anyone in the past 50 years. So that gives you a sense of the tremendous movement. I would describe it as free fall of the death penalty in the United States in the last few decades and around the world. And Bill, I agree with you. I think as trends continue, you have to pay attention to them. What is not necessarily what's right, but it's a big thumb on the scale. And with 2/3 of the world and 2/3 of the states in the United States, de jure or de facto abolitionist, you gotta ask why. And I think I've given you some good reasons for why. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Steiker. We're going to turn back to Professor Otis for his rebuttal.
Okay, are we on now?
Yes, we can see you.
Good, thanks very much. So why not torture Dzhokhar Tsarnaev or Dylan Roof or Timothy McVeigh? Well, there are 2 reasons we shouldn't do that. One, it's barbaric in a way that the death penalty is not, which is the entire reason behind the Supreme Court's continuing support for the death penalty. The Supreme Court understands that the 8th Amendment does not permit us to do things that are barbaric. There's the wanton infliction of pain or degradation on the defendant, no matter how awful his behavior has been. We don't do it because it's barbaric, and that's been our country's tradition. The second reason we don't do it is it's illegal, because as I was saying, The Supreme Court's discussion of the death penalty takes account of our country's historic view of it, which was to depart from English barbarism, where you could be drawn and quartered or burned at the stake, and continue to have a death penalty, but not one that involves wanton infliction of pain or degradation. Those are the reasons we don't torture Tsarnaev, no matter what he might deserve, because unlike him, we are bounded by civilized life. But as our country has thought for almost all of its history, civilized life does include the death penalty, so long as it's done in as humane a fashion as we can do, which is what we're doing now. Second, is the death penalty dying? Well, let me just give you the facts. Over the last 5 years, we've had in this country 108 executions. That's an average of one execution every 17 days. Now, that's less than what it used to be, that's true, but it's not something where you could say the death penalty is dying. Support for the death penalty, it's also true what you said, Carol, that support for the death penalty has fallen considerably from what it was in the mid-90s, which was about 80%, to 55% today. But number one, 55% is still a big majority. Most presidential candidates will be really happy to have 55%. And in addition to that, the Supreme Court continues to support it. Indeed, the present-day Supreme Court is more friendly to the death penalty than any Supreme Court in my lifetime. And let me say this, that while it's true that support for the death penalty has fallen, something else has fallen, and just as dramatically. That would be the murder rate. From the early 90s to today, the murder rate has fallen by half, from about 10.4 per 100,000 people to about 5 per 100,000 people. The death penalty is strong medicine. No normal person is enthusiastic about going forth with an execution. But we have to have strong medicine when we have a severe problem. When the problem abates, as the problem of murder has abated, as we've had so much less murder over the last 25 years or so, then enthusiasm for this very strong medicine is also going to abate. But while that's understandable and what you would expect, to say that it has abated is not to say that the country does not believe there are still certain particularly egregious crimes where the death penalty is warranted. That is what it believes. Finally, as to international support, it's also true there that a large number of countries, particularly over the last 20 or 30 years, have done away with the death penalty. But look at what those countries are and look at what the other countries are. The 5 largest countries in the world are, in order, China, India, the United States, Indonesia, and Pakistan. All 5 of them have the death penalty and an active death penalty, not something that's been stuffed in mothballs. In addition, Japan has the death penalty, a sophisticated democracy, so we have the death penalty predominates in North America with the United States. It predominates in Africa, in the Middle East, in the subcontinent, and in Asia. This being the case, I don't know that we can say that the world has turned away from the death penalty. Exactly the opposite. I probably haven't answered all your points. I hope they'll come up with the questioning if I have not.
Thank you, Professor Otis. I'm going to ask for both Professor Givens and Steiker to return to the screen to begin our Q&A portion. As a reminder to the audience, you can go ahead and submit your questions via the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. But to kick us off, I will turn it over to Professor Givens to ask a question of our debaters.
Thanks very much, Chloe, and thank you, Professor Steiker and Professor Otis, for joining us. It's been a wonderful, lively debate, and I'm so appreciative that you're willing to engage. you guys have both touched on this, but I'm wondering if you can give us your thoughts on, given the current trends of support for and usage of the death penalty in the United States, what do you think the current court's Eighth Amendment evolving standards of decency assessment would look like should they take this issue? And I'm talking about what it might look like in votes and in substance.
Was that a
Well,
question?
Go ahead, Bill.
The current court, I think, would vote 7-2 to keep the death penalty. The six Republican appointees have shown no sign of any departure from their previous approval of the death penalty. Justice Kagan said in her confirmation hearing, in response to a specific question, that she regarded the constitutionality of the death penalty as settled law going forward. Justice Breyer joined Justice Ginsburg when she was on the court in taking the view in his dissent in Glossop versus Gross that the death penalty was very likely unconstitutional in all circumstances and urged future litigants to bring that before the court. So I think he certainly won vote against the death penalty. Justice Sotomayor conspicuously did not join Justice Breyer and Ginsburg's dissent in Glossop versus Gross. But I can't remember a case in which he has ever voted in favor of actually going forward with an execution. So I think the current lineup of the court, if the question were squarely presented, is the death penalty outlawed by the Constitution? The answer is 7-2, it is allowed.
I would just say I agree that this current court would absolutely uphold the death penalty, probably on some version of originalism, which is some of the more recent decisions by some of the conservative members of the court. I tend to think the vote would probably be more 6-3. I think the vote would go along strictly party lines of appointing president. Would be my guess, although we don't really know. Only Justice Breyer is on the record, and even he has not exactly said that. He said, I think the court should consider the issue, and then the rest of his dissent in Glossop versus Gross makes very clear what he thinks the answer to that consideration should be. However, I do want to say, and here I'm like touting the book that Chloe mentioned in her introduction of me, the book that my brother and I wrote and was published in 2016, Chapter 7, talks about how we do think that if and when, because we do think this will happen, that there will be nationwide abolition in the United States. I do think that will happen. I think it's now a generation or more away. But I think that if and when that happens, it will be based on the court's Eighth Amendment jurisprudence, based on evolving standards of decency. And the court will use the same Eighth Amendment reasoning that it used to abolish the death penalty for juvenile offenders or for offenders with mental disability. And it will rely on the decreasing use of the death penalty writ large as signs of evolving standards of decency against it. And if this free fall and withering of the American death penalty continues, as I think we should expect to see, a later court will use the existing Eighth Amendment jurisprudence to abolish the death penalty. But it's going to have to be a very different court from the court that's currently sitting.
Thank you both.
Well, we've got a number of audience questions. I'll try to get through as many as I can, and I'll combine some similar questions together as well. Going off of Professor Gibbons' just last question, our first question says, what are your thoughts on the court's increasing use of a shadow docket in capital punishment cases?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to speak to that. This is something that really came up in the spate, the 13 executions that the Trump administration pushed through in the last 6 months or so of Trump's presidency. And many lower courts stayed executions in order to consider legal issues that had been raised in them. And the Supreme Court pretty unceremoniously lifted a bunch of those stays. In one case, actually granting cert before judgment of very unusual move. Before allowing the Fourth Circuit to even decide the case, the Supreme Court reversed the decision and allowed the execution to go forward. And it's very problematic that the House Judiciary Committee has already held hearings about the shadow docket, because one of the concerns is that these decisions, which are done on the motions docket, not with full briefing, not with oral argument, not with deliberation by the justices together, not with, in many cases, written opinions, nonetheless have the effect of merits decisions. And it's concerning when something as significant as life is on the line and lower federal courts think that there are important issues to be determined, and the Supreme Court unceremoniously and without reasoned argument and decision clears the way. And I think it shows something that what Bill said is true, which is that this court is the most friendly to the death penalty court that we've seen in my lifetime too, which is roughly speaking Bill's same lifetime. This court is making a statement about the death penalty.
As you can plainly see, Carol's lifetime is considerably shorter than mine. But like Ronald Reagan, I won't hold your youth and inexperience against you. Let me say this. Each of the cases in which a defendant was executed toward the end of the Trump administration, those cases had been litigated for years and years. There had been one opportunity after the next for review for judges, state and federal judges, to check off on those cases. It was not a sudden rush to the execution. When litigation has gone on for years, it's disrespect for the meaning of language to say that anything happened suddenly. It was anything but sudden. And for probably the best recent explanation of the fancy dance that goes on, especially the last minute fancy dance as the execution comes into view. Take a look at Justice Gorsuch, opinion for the court, the first part of his opinion for the court, in Bucklew, where he describes how the defendant, it had been one ground after that, kept shifting grounds for reasons that he should have been executed. And then at the very last minute, which is typical, they come up with yet another ground. As Justice Alito once said in an oral argument, there is a guerrilla war being conducted against the death penalty. Those who oppose the death penalty know that they're not going to get what they want from the current court or the judiciary. They're not going to get what they want by putting it to a popular vote, since abolition has never been accomplished by a popular vote of the people. The only way they can avoid executions is by the guerrilla war. I think that's all wrong. I think we should debate it openly, like we're doing today, and decide on the merits, up or down. Are we going to have the death penalty that is in the law, that's in American tradition for 200 years, that's approved by the Supreme Court, and that's approved by a healthy majority of our people?
At the House of Vanini, even...
Our next question is discussing, I'm combining a few questions here, but the next question is regarding the international scope that Professor Otis was discussing in regards to the policies of other countries. The first part of the question is, what do you make of the fact that the countries you cited as supporting the death penalty are mostly not democracies? And then also, what role do you think other international practices should have in Americans' consideration of our policy regarding the death penalty?
I take it that question is directed mostly to me, so I'll answer first. The world's largest democracy, that being India, has and uses the death penalty. India also has a substantial proportion of the world's population, India and China. China, that's true, is not a democracy. Japan is a democracy, a sophisticated democracy, has the death penalty. Some of the African nations that have the death penalty are democracies. And if the truth be known, for example, there was a poll done in Canada. If the people had their way, if it were put to a vote of the people, more countries would have the death penalty than have it now. What was the second part of the question?
Was in regards to how much international practices should have a role in our consideration of whether or not to have the death penalty.
None.
Well, I disagree with the none part. I think we can look to other countries and see if it's really, if it really is as important to have the death penalty as Bill suggests. I mean, one case that, Bill's raising of the Boston Marathon bombing case made me think of is the case in Norway when Anders Breivik killed more than 75 people, almost all of them children, in 2011. And in Norway, the maximum punishment that you can get for murder is 21 years, which is what he got. And, Norway's murder rate is 1/10 of what the murder rate is in the United States. So do we need the death penalty to protect us? Clearly not. Norway's example is one. And what's really striking is that, Anders Breivik was clearly very mentally ill. And a big question was whether he should be found not guilty by reason of insanity. And you know who argued most strongly that he should be not guilty by reason of insanity? The prosecutors in the case. The judges rejected the insanity defense, but it was the prosecutors who were arguing for the insanity defense. It just, other nations' experiences show you that what we take to be normal and natural in our country doesn't necessarily have to be, and we can learn a lot from other democracies that manage to have much less expensive, much less encompassing, much less harsh criminal punishment, and nonetheless live safer lives.
Okay, our next question is directed to Professor Otis, but I'd love to hear if the other professors also have something to add. Could Professor Otis respond to the evidence that the capital penalty cannot be administered in an even-handed, fair, and non-random way, and that across the board it over-punishes people of color?
Rather than have me respond to that, Justice Scalia responded to that in his concurring opinion in Glossop versus Gross. And I would urge the reader to look at that. There's our system of justice, both for the death penalty and for criminal punishment in general, balances two things that any normal person would think need to be balanced. One is there should be rough equality of treatment in the broad sense, which is the reason that Congress, for example, adopted sentencing guidelines, because there had been widely disparate treatment of similarly situated offenders. Congress sought to fix that, or at least provide some more equitable treatment in sentencing guidelines. So we do have, that's one component of what we want to do. But as the Supreme Court has said, and I think normal people would agree with this too, the individual characteristics of the offense and the offender also need to be considered. We have found throughout the rest of our, as I say, these two considerations run all through our criminal jurisprudence, not just the death penalty, which is a tiny percentage of the cases that get litigated, so the other 99+%. Every single day in every courtroom in America, judges successfully balance those two things. As to the racial imbalance in the death penalty, the racial imbalance in the death penalty reflects the racial imbalance in all the rest of crimes, for example, violent crimes and drug crimes. And the correct thing to look at is not a comparison with the general population, but the population of those who commit crimes. You would also find a gross imbalance in the number of people on death row who are male versus females. Why is that? Is that because the country has it in for males? No,